Have you guys started to feel better? I'm watching some of these playing games yesterday and on Tuesday, and Dallas becomes the first 10 seed, I think, to win a game. They have a chance to become the first 10 seed to make the postseason. And God, wouldn't that be funny if Nico Harrison, who's been made fun of for about, I don't know, however many straight months, weeks, days, can at least say, because here's what he said, the other day when he's talking to reporters. These jokes will stop when we start winning. And everybody kind of rolled their eyes. Well, maybe. I don't know. What if they make the postseason? They do. There's no way they have a chance with Oklahoma City. All I'm telling you is there is a part of me that as we approach this series with the Clippers, where I'm feeling better than I was originally. When the season ended, or at least I should say when Malone was fired, I think in the, let's call it 5 years of contention that the Nuggets have found themselves in, it felt as if that was the worst. That was rock bottom. I mean, am I wrong here? Would you guys point to something else as far as the feeling of this being the worst portion of the 5-year run that the Nuggets were under? Because I'll tell you, I know they lost in 5 games in the first round. They were swept by Phoenix in the second round in another playoff series. But when you don't have Jamal Murray and you don't have Jamal and MPJ for another run, it's a lot easier to stomach because you understand health matters. And so if you don't have it, then you're probably going to get an unfavorable result. But when Malone was fired, it felt like the bottom because it felt like a blueprint-changing moment. Like you're changing your coach, you're changing your GM. At that time, we thought, all right, quick playoff exit, and then there could be major changes to the roster coming this offseason. Could be all that. And then they won 3 straight. And I think they can at least salvage this moment into something respectable or maybe more. I don't know. Like the one thing I would never doubt is a fully healthy Nuggets team with Nikola Jokic playing at this level. And by the way, there's a lot more people coming out of the woodwork that are saying they're voting for Jokic now. I don't know. I doubt that he's going to win the MVP, but it might be a little bit closer than we thought, I guess is what I'm saying. But there's a feeling that I get that they're going against a team that's talented. They've played them well. And if you have a fully healthy roster, maybe that is enough. When you talk about just your starting 5 with a little bit of a lack of a depth or bench, that can make you a contender again. I'm very curious if a lot of people nationally are dismissive of the Nuggets or not. And so that's why I wanted to check on those NBA playoff prediction things from the ESPN experts. Because at least gives you a little bit of an indicator. And most of them had the Nuggets winning the series, which I think surprised me. I think it would have been very easy to look at the Clippers, who have done the same thing. They've been around for a long time, but haven't had, at least over the last couple of weeks, the amount of turmoil that the Nuggets have had. But we know one thing about this team. that when Jamal Murray is incredibly motivated, when Jamal Murray is doubted, when Jamal Murray is seen as an underdog, he loves proving people wrong. Like, the Nuggets are really bad front runners and really good underdogs. And so yesterday, Jamal Murray said, "We've always been overlooked. What's new?" I'm sure you guys had teachers like I did that would tell you it's probably not wise to use terms like always, forever, every time. I don't think last year they were overlooked. I think last year people expected them to go back to the NBA Finals, and they were close. But motivated Jamal it makes this team scary. That's the bizarre thing about what this year has been, by the way. Go back and look over the individual numbers of each one of your starting five. And everybody has gotten better, essentially. You look at Joker, best season of his career. Jamal, averaging the most points of his career. Christian Brown, he's not going to win, but probably, I think he should have, was in the discussion for most improved player in the league. MPJ was I think the only one that you could say maybe took a little step back, but numbers-wise, like points per game, it's the highest they've been since his second year in the league. No, Aaron Gordon very obviously improved his shooting in a way that I didn't think was possible. He went from a guy scared to take a three to when he puts a three up, you think it's going in. So you have all of these individual stuff that have all led to improvements numbers-wise for them. And yet it's the worst we felt about the team. And I think, I was really trying to hone in on this yesterday as to what's the why behind that. And it's because when guys are missing time, other people need to step up and take a bigger piece of the pie, and I think that's been at least a part of it. And the other part has been you just haven't had any consistency from the bench unit. Russell Westbrook has essentially been a sixth starter this year. And so then you look at where's everybody else? Well, Peyton Watson's been hurt for over a month this season. Julian Strother's been on the shelf for a long time. You've had to go to the Jalen Pickett and Zeke Najee well, which I don't think anybody thought was coming this year. And in fairness, the Jalen Pickett one might have turned into something that's a viable option in the postseason. But part of me, I'm putting a lot of the eggs in the basket of the Nuggets and Clippers game one. I think it's going to tell me a lot of whether what we saw in the last three games was real or mirage. And I'm talking strictly defensively. The Clippers have a lot of offensive firepower. And they do it in a little bit different way. James Harden's a very difficult guard. He's got a maneuverability to get to the bucket. He obviously draws fouls. He hits threes. Kawhi Leonard is, a smaller version of Tim Duncan, it feels like, where it's just he's kind of Joker-esque and he'll put up 25 points and you don't really notice it because it's a mid-range jumper here, a layup there. He'll knock down a three. Obviously, Kawhi's a great defender. It's a good team. Norman Powell was supposed to be an all-star if LeBron just bowed out due to injury, and he didn't. But he was all-star caliber this year. But there's something about if this Nuggets team is healthy with Jamal and Joker specifically, they're incredibly dangerous. And I don't think the Clippers are looking forward to this. I don't. They probably had ideas of maybe a couple other teams they wanted to play, but I think David Adelman said it best last week. He goes, I don't want to play anybody in the Western Conference. Everybody's difficult, and that's the truth. You know, you look at some of these matchups that you have in the postseason, and it's like, do you want to play the Lakers? Not really. Do you want to play Oklahoma City? No. Do you want to play Minnesota? No. I mean, maybe the only one that you truly want to play is, as crazy as it sounds, a 2 seed, just because they're young and they haven't been there before. But I want to see this. I think game 1 will tell you a lot about whether that 3-game stretch at the end of the year after the Malone decision was real, or if it was just something that provided a little boost for a couple days. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. We have Jeff Legwald joining us again today to break down the draft, which is a week from now. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston is going to be on with us in the 9 o'clock hour as well. Stick around. I find this story really interesting. So, Nico Iamaleava, the former Tennessee quarterback, who is holding out a spring practice for more NIL money.
Iamaleava.
They have basically dismissed him from the team and said, we no longer require your services. And now these reports are coming out from these, I guess, what are they called, Nelly? GMs in college athletics now, right? That those are the people responsible for trying to find NIL deals for kids and stuff like that. Isn't that the title? That's what Woj left ESPN for, right? Was
yeah,
to be the
GM of a basketball team.
St. Bonaventure or whatever?
The Bonnies. That's so weird that we're talking about college GMs.
Yeah. But the report is a whole bunch of Power 4 GMs have basically said the kid's untouchable. Like they aren't doing it. This was a very, very highly recruited kid. Multiple offers from major schools with, I'm sure, a ton of NIL money tied to it. He can't find a job because of greed. Now, from some of the stuff I've read, it feels a lot more like daddy is getting involved in my son's stuff, which is always like, it makes it harder to criticize the kid, I suppose. I mean, I know he's a, quote, adult, but he's not 30. And when dad's trying to pull all these strings for you, sometimes you're just like, okay, go ahead, dad. And then he gets a little out of control. So if that's the case, I feel kind of bad for him. But he is now deemed untouchable. And I wonder if this provides a turning point. You know, for all of those guys, if you remember, is it 3-4 weeks into last year, we saw a whole bunch of kids entering the transfer portal that were like starting players. The kid from UNLV, the quarterback over there, forget his name. He was like the major one because UNLV was winning football games that were undefeated, and he was the starting quarterback, and then he just up and leaves because he felt like he deserved more money in the middle of the season. And I said the only way, because it was distasteful to everybody, if you're in the middle of a season and you're a key player and you're doing basically a contract holdout and then you bounce, it's going to piss a lot of people off. And it should. It's unprofessional. But I said the only way that stuff stops is when teams around college football stop accepting them. That they draw a line in the sand and go, if this is the behavior that you're going to do to your team, then we can't accept it.
Has he fallen below essentially the NIL Mendoza line where his skill ability level doesn't match the money he's commanding? And the reason I ask this is I had that drop saved of his name, right?
Yes.
Of him saying
Iamaleava.
And the reason I saved that is because whenever we did CFB Stock Up, Stock Down, shout out this music, we haven't heard it in months. For the first month or two of the season, you had him in your Heisman watch stock up or your quarterback stock up.
He started this season top 10 in Heisman odds. I mean, that was the expectation. Now, this could be another example, Nelly, of who's the rosy-faced kid who wants to be Mahomes at Nebraska? I forget his name.
Dylan Raiola.
Yes,
Dylan
Raiola.
Crayola.
That kid, same thing, right? Came into the season, a lot of hype. He had good game to start the year against a bad opponent, and then that just took it into hyperspeed. And then he tapered off. But hype is a part of that. Hype is what college football is all about. I mean, this is how you do the rankings. I know the college football playoff has now changed some things, but the situation that college football has always found themselves in is if you were a team that was outside the top 25 and you had a great season, there was no way you're making the playoff because it's too hard for you to climb up. And they would base things off of what they felt like would happen, which always drove me nuts. Now, the latest on the Iamaleava kid is that it looks like he's going to UCLA. And I knew, even with the report of like, hey, we're deeming this kid untouchable, there's too much potential gain for everybody to say no. Maybe if you're Bama, you can say no. Maybe if you're Georgia, maybe if you're Ohio State. But if you're UCLA, if you're Kansas, if you're Iowa State, if you're Purdue, those guys will take him, and they'll scrounge out whatever cash that they have. But this is the problem. This can't be fixed until one of two things happen. One, when you get an NIL deal, you are bound to the contract. That's one, which I doubt they're going to do because that's straight professional sports. Two is that teams just, as a collective, say we aren't going to let this happen. And the second you do this, you're 86th from college football entirely, which also is never going to happen. So we're just kind of stuck here. Now, I don't care all that much about this guy leaving Tennessee. It doesn't affect my life. In fact, if I had to truly guess, I think that CU is going to be the beneficiary of a lot of these. I don't think a lot of kids are going to be up and leaving if they're that level good at CU. There's something about Dion where he's got a hold. He's got a hold on his players. And like Juju Lewis, if he turns out to be like, if he follows the hype and he's as good as he has been advertised, I don't see him just being like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm going to go to Ohio State. I don't see that. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like there's an aura about Dion that if you're a good player, you're going to stay there as long as you're given the opportunity to play fully.
Yeah, and if you have 2 good seasons, then they'll retire your jersey. So why not
that
come to
too.
CU? Let's go.
The Shedeur stuff, I've heard a lot of people speculate on why this is happening. I know this is going to sound, everybody could say this. I think my opinion of this is the best one. I think the way that I'm thinking about this is correct. But I've seen people say things like, this is an effort to boost his draft stock. And I'm like, you think an NFL GM cares you had your number retired? Like, let's go through that situation for a second. George Payton. Hey, Sean, got to tell you something. Really blew my mind. You know, we had Shedeur 20th on our draft board. He just got his number retired. I think he should be 10th. No. It's not how that works. You don't get your draft stock boosted by news of your jersey being retired coming out. That's not how, nobody thinks that way.
Next question.
So that's not one. And I've seen this a lot, that Dion, the reason it took the extension so long is that he wanted this in his contract. Dion wouldn't dare put that in a contract. Like active nepotism would not be in a contract. Don't buy that either. I've thought forever. And I don't, how about this? I'm going to say something, and I want the texters to tell me if I'm off base here or if they still think the same way.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Before I give my opinion on why I think it happened, do you think, is there something still in the back of your head that you were unsure how long Dion's going to be here? He just signed this massive contract extension. But do you think truly he's going to be here for the life of the contract? Or is this always feeling like a year-to-year deal? Because part of me in the back of my head feels like it's always year-to-year. And for most college coaches, it is, by the way. Unless you're at Ohio State or Georgia or Bama, there's usually going to be a couple of carrots dangled in front of you if you're a good coach. And that's going to continue to happen with Dion. You think that the Dallas Cowboys job and all that nonsense surrounding that this offseason is just going to stop because he signed an extension? There's no chance. Every year.
I completely agree, by the way, that CU fans are still sleeping with one eye open. We're still looking over our shoulders because I think it's just for like 20 years, CU was kind of seen as absolutely nothing. At best, it was a stepping stone to get somewhere better. At worst, they were the Rockies of college football. Like, there was no way to win, you know? And so now the fact that Dion is here and it's actually a good job and he looks like he wants to stay, a lot of us are going like, really? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure you want to stay here? Is it really?
So I just thought maybe this was done because, and maybe I'm wrong, it's just an opinion, that Dion wanted to make sure this was done in case he wasn't here sometime in the near future. Because I feel like if anybody else is in charge, that 12 maybe, but 2 is probably not going in the rafters with Shedeur, would be my guess. Now, just got a text from somebody who knows more about this than I do that said it was Rick George's idea, not Dion's. Take your word for it. It's just, that's hard for me to believe that Dion had no opinion in this whatsoever. And if that is the truth, then how is Rick George explaining that to the multitude of former Buffs that we've had on? Now, whether it's Chad Brown or anybody else that I've been talking to over the last couple of days.
Well, did you see the email that Kreckman sent us yesterday? He reached out to one of the people in CU's PR department, like the SID, right, the Sports Information Director, and he asked him, was there a committee? What was the process for determining jersey retirements? And the message he received back was, jerseys for any sport at CU have always been retired based on the discretion of the athletic administration and the current head coach.
Yeah. I don't know. It does seem odd. But anyway, this is college football has gotten to a very individualistic, let's call it, sort of place. And I think what bothers people about this, and I'm not talking about the jersey retirement stuff specifically, but this with Nico Iamaleava and all the different NIL things that are happening. When you have a sport that was basically billed for the longest time, for virtually my entire life, Nelly. Now, remember, I lived most of my life in a college market, not a professional market. So they're going to have a bias towards it. But if you ask a lot of people who enjoy college athletics over the NFL, it's for one reason. They've always kind of had some version of professional athletes are out for themselves, college athletes are playing for the team. It's always what it's been. And part of it's because they weren't getting paid outside of a scholarship. So it's like you had to be together. Now, I never totally bought it. I can understand in some individual cases, like, yeah, I think that there's guys in the NBA that are out for themselves. There's guys in the NFL that are out for themselves. But it's still a team sport. But they talked about college athletics as if, in the way that we talk about hockey players, right? That hockey players don't care about the individual. It's always about the team. It's never about McKinnon. It's always about the Avs. It's never about McCarr. It's always about the Avs. That is sort of the billing and the pride in which hockey sets itself on. Well, college athletics can't say that anymore. Can't. Because you're now in a place where guys are transferring midseason because they aren't getting paid enough, and it's happening pretty frequently. And then you have a guy who was making, what was it, 2.6 already in NIL deals in Nico Iamaleava? And then he's like, I want 4 or I'm not playing. Like, you can't. You can't sell that bill of goods anymore about college athletics. Texture says, can this be Prime's toughest coaching season ever? I think, well, he had, since he's been a college coach, whether it's Jackson State or here, he's always had 2 things in his back pocket. And it's the numbers of the jerseys that were just retired. So when you came into situations with 2 of the best players in the country on your team already, it certainly makes things easier. Now that you don't have that, yes, it's going to be more difficult. Doesn't mean it needs to be worse. I mean, you didn't bring Prime in just to bring Travis Hunter and Shedeur here for 2 years. You brought him in to coach for multiple years, which includes recruiting, which includes adjusting to new players' styles. And that's going to be the responsibility now. Now, can he do that? We don't know yet. Haven't seen it. He certainly can recruit. He can get guys on campus. We know that part of it. But I've always told you, the biggest questions I've had about Dion were not about the recruiting part. I knew he'd get people on campus. The biggest questions I had were always surrounding who's your coaching staff? And can you make in-game adjustments that will translate to victories? And I saw a lot better version of that last year. Still not quite, I think, what I want to see overall, but maybe that was just a talent problem on the offensive line, perhaps. But that's the question mark he's got to answer now. Getting players on campus, bringing people on the roster, no problem. He's excellent at that. But I've always told you, the separators between the Nick Sabans and the Kirby Smarts and the really good coaches in college football have always been, when you're getting to that level, everybody's talented. Everybody. So when you are going against talented players, can you make the in-game adjustments that brings you over the top? That's what Saban did for years, and that's what Kirby Smart has started to do for years. That question with Dion remains to be seen, but he can prove a lot this year with it. 303-504-0925, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. Well, there's something I wanted to talk about yesterday, and we didn't have time to get to it. So the Rockies lose again. They're swept by the Dodgers. They're 3-15 to start the year. Dodgers win 8-7. So they took a 7-1 lead in the first inning. Marquez pitched 2/3 of an inning, gave up 2 bombs, 7 runs. He was pulled. After that, Rockies attempted to make a comeback. They get a grand slam from Michael Toglia, and they're kind of back in the game. Score a run in the 7th, make it 8-7, but just couldn't find a way to close out the game, or at least close out the comeback. And here's how it feels, okay? There are, I think, a litany of excuses that could be made for Bud Black. That the roster isn't good enough, that the pitching hasn't been there, they haven't spent money to fix their bullpen. Like, you could do a lot of different things. But at some point, enough's enough. And I don't know how else you handle this. You just had back-to-back 100-loss seasons, and you were on pace for the worst season in franchise history. And the team, if there's one thing that they should have been able to do this year, they should have been able to hit a little bit. And we're 18 games into the season, and you can't put up runs consistently. You went an entire series scoring 0. There has to be at least contemplation of changes. Like, I know the standards are much different here, Nelly. The Nuggets just fired their coach, and they won 50 games this year and finished the season as the 4 seed. Again, expectations are different between the two. But there has to be some sort of just make a change for change's sake. See if something, as the Nuggets are trying to find out, would spark the team or something.
Would you say that this industry we're in right now, this radio game, would you say we have good job security?
Radio, there's never good job security.
Never good job security. Okay, well, I'm glad.
I feel, but this is, I think, as good as you can feel. Where we're at right now is, yes, I feel okay.
But overall, there's a lot of change in our industry.
Yes.
I guess we got into the wrong line of work because the most job security you can ever have is being the GM or the manager of the Rockies, because this is a sport that has been around for like 400 years, and somehow they're innovating new ways to suck. It's unbelievable, and yet they're untouchable. So maybe I should just go manage that ball club, and then I'm set for life.
But I don't know how this isn't a huge, huge thing. All right, how about this? I've said this about Bud Black for a long time, and I love Bud Black. I think he's a great soundbite. I think he's a good dude. He has always had an affinity to play older players than younger players. Now, that has changed, I think, forcefully this year.
What's the question?
What are we doing with Chris Bryant? Now, I know we've made jokes about, hey, we need a full season of KB and all this different stuff. But I'll be honest. If I saw Chris Bryant and I said, hey, man, you want to go play a round of golf? I think he would say it would hurt too much to do it. And I go, so why is he on the roster? Kreckman said something the other day that is so true. Nelly, he said it's weird to have Chris Bryant on the roster at this point. And it is. It's weird. You know, there's a huge difference because I think you could have said the same thing about Gabe, but Gabe wasn't in and out. And I almost feel like that's worse. Gabe had an injury that he suffered, and he was trying to rehab from for 2.5 years. But Gabe never played. Now, let me bring you a scenario, Nelly. You tell me. If Gabe's injury became one where he plays for a few games and then he's out again, and then plays for a few and then he's out again, and they did that for 2.5 years, I feel like that's a worse option because it brings instability. You operated over the last 2.5 years as Gabe is not on the roster for the moment. So it doesn't matter what he's doing off to the side because he's not here. But if you open up the season this year or last year and Gabe plays 8 games and then his knee hurts and he has to leave for 3 months, and then he comes back again and then his knee hurts again after 5 games and he has to leave for the rest of the season, you'd be like, what are we doing here? And I think you've hit the point with Chris Bryant where it's just like, you're paying him the money regardless. Just DFA the dude and get him off the roster.
That's kind of what happened the season after the Avs won the Cup. Now, Gabe Landeskog wasn't playing and then going off the ice and playing and then going off the ice, but there are always the rumors of, oh, he's going to come back. And then everybody kind of felt that, all right, we're excited, and then he didn't come back. And then people said, all right, he's going to come back now. Now it's going to be real. And then he didn't come back. And that season of the will they, won't they, on again, off again, I think that did kind of affect the team. And that was when they got bounced in the first round in Seattle in the playoffs. And then the year after that, they said, no Gabe. He's going to have to take an entire year to rehab at least. We're ruling him out completely now. And then I think mentally the team can go, all right, we need to find a way forward without Gabe for the foreseeable future. So we got a bit of a test case of both scenarios that you're talking about.
By the way, a texter says, how do you still not understand this is Monford's fault? Let me just say this, okay? Whether you believe it is or it isn't, I don't talk about ownership all that much because I can't change that. You understand? So you can be just another person yelling into the void about ownership and the Rockies' ownership and all that. I think it does me no good. I can talk about changing coaches because you can change coaches. I can talk about changing GMs because you can change GMs. I can talk about changing the roster because you change the roster. You don't change ownership. So, yeah, I could do that. It's pointless. So what can I do that can't – not what can I do personally, but what would I do to fix the team? And I go, at this point, I love Bud Black, but it feels like this thing's run its course. Back-to-back 100-loss seasons and the worst start in franchise history, 18 games into the following season. Yeah, I don't know how you could make the argument for him to stay much longer. Same thing applies to GM. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm incredibly bummed. I just want a baseball team that's fun to watch. That's all I want. And I turned it on last night, Nelly. It's 8 o'clock. I'm in my garage. Beautiful night. I turn on my TV. Rocks Dodgers. 8-11, and it's 7-1 already. And I'm just like, dude, what are we doing? Just what are we doing?
And last night, I didn't watch the Rockies game. Instead, I elected to watch the Heat Bulls NBA play-in tournament game. And it's not because I made the conscious decision to not watch the Rockies. I'm being 100% honest. I completely forgot the Rockies were playing.
Yeah.
Like, I'll wake up in the morning and I'll check Twitter and people will go, cool, Tolia hit a grand slam and it was throwing a pebble into an ocean. It meant nothing. And I'll go, oh yeah, the Rockies played. I just keep forgetting they exist. And that's the point that we've gotten to. Is they're not even worth dedicating any brain power to.
303-504-0925. So again, Jeff Lakewell's going to join us again today. We are a week away from the NFL draft. Day 1, round 1. So we'll get some more sort of, I guess, where Leggy is leaning with a week left. And, by the way, I think this was agreed upon Tuesday, that he's going to give me somebody from his top 100. And I'm going to pry that out of him today.
Are you sure?
I'm not, because Leggy can be stingy. And he's the kind of guy that I don't want to mess with. Nelly, I feel like Leggy has bear paws for hands. And I don't want those closed fists anywhere near my face because I'm asking about top 100s. But we'll try later in the show. You can always watch on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Also that YouTube simulcast that we have every weekday, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., and that Altitude Sports Daily. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube channel today and don't miss a thing. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. All right, I think we got to hear it, Moj, don't we? Don't we got to hear it? I was just told by Steve Nelson that Vic. I've had.
Oh yeah, you dude. I've been up since.
No!
I've been up since like 4. I mean, look at my eyes. Look. What is going
terrible.
on?
You look terrible. Absolutely awful.
What's going on?
Hey, I said to Nelly earlier.
It's springtime, dude.
In your defense, Nelly goes, "Are you going to sneeze or are you going to cry?" And I go, "Nelly, it's allergies. It's bad right now.
Well,
really bad."
I went in during the appetizer hour and I pitched a topic to Brett and I said, "Hey, man, at some point during the show, I think we should talk about." And then I look up and he's holding his hand in front of his face and both of his eyes are watery. And I was going, "Are you just so emotional at the idea of my producing here?" Or
it's just, you know what? It's that time of year. But Vic's nose is especially bad. Your face is especially bad. There's a lot of bad going on over there.
I had like a leaky pipe, when the water just comes out of the nostrils. It's just like straight water.
Yeah.
Just straight water.
Well, here's the good news.
How you feeling, Moj? You feeling good?
I feel okay. I really do. Have you ever had like a nose that's really stuffy? Completely stuffy. You can't breathe through it. Yet it drips.
Yes.
Like, well, and you're like, well, what the hell?
So you can't blow your nose.
Yeah.
Because that nothing happens.
Yeah, but stuff's still dripping.
But then it just leaks.
Like I'm laying on my pillow and then I'm like, what is that?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I'll tell you what we're doing. On Saturday, we're going to be watching games pretty much back to back, as it's finally announced that the Avs do play on Saturday, and they play at 6:30 Mountain Time.
I mean, is this teeth pulling or what?
What a double dipperoo we're going to have on Saturday.
I know, but just to try to get, hey, look, today's Thursday. You're going to play like in 48 hours, a little over 48 hours. Can you tell us when we're playing? Is that cool?
Yeah,
by the way, let's start the show with this, and it's through no fault of their own. I at least I don't think so. But just a quick reminder to the local newspapers, the Gazette and the Post, all first-round games, go to your menu section of your papers where you list the times and who is carrying the games. All first-round games for the Avs and the Nuggets will be carried by Altitude Television.
Yes.
In addition to whatever, ESPN, TNT. So the pre, post, all of it on the first rounds will be carried by our network. So put that in your paper. You don't have it in your papers. You can write this down. Hell, record this. Also, whoever writes for the Avalanche for the Post, when you're commenting on what Coach Bednar says on his weekly radio show, that's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Vic's coming in with grievances.
Well, I mean, when we reference something out of the paper, do we not give him credit?
We do.
Do we not?
Yeah, we always say read this in the Denver
We always
Post.
read this in the Post, read this in the Gazette, read
Absolutely.
this from. I mean, is it hard to do that? Is it really hard?
Doesn't seem like it's that hard.
But that is, yes, it's your yearly reminder that all first-round games for both the Nuggets and the Avs will also be broadcasted on Altitude TV. So you get to hear Moj for the entire first round. You get to hear Marlo and Scotty and Vic and everybody else for the entire first round. Then after that, then it's all national. But the first round we get. So you can hear every game on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Absolutely.
So here's the situation that I think we find ourselves in, because I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm watching these play-in games. The Mavs win. I'm sure Nico Harrison is pumped. He's having his I told you so moment as a 10 seed. Kidding. All I'm saying is I'm watching the way that some of these games, like there's a different intensity to it as the postseason you'd expect, right? I'm starting to get excited about one thing. Because I saw this yesterday from Jamal. And there's nothing better than an angry Jamal Murray, right? Jamal says, "We've always been overlooked. What's new?" That's the quote from yesterday. David Adelman was talking about Jamal, and he said, "He looks healthy. He was moving as well as I've seen." I forget the exact quote, but basically as well as I've seen in a long time. We all know what Jamal is in the postseason. When healthy. He is the biggest playoff riser in NBA history. from regular season numbers to postseason, nobody has elevated their game more consistently than Jamal Murray has. If Jamal's healthy, how much does this change the way that you feel about the Nuggets and what they can do in the postseason?
Well, it depends. Is he just healthy, or does he have that fire and that angst and all that? Because, when he plays on edge like that, he is awesome.
Healthy and productive, right? One thing to be healthy, another thing to be productive. It's got to be more than Nikola Jokic. Got to have a second option.
Yep.
Got to.
Because
in the playoffs, they shut down your first option. That's what opposing teams do. Just like the Nuggets.
Well,
I know what the Nuggets.
They didn't shut down Joker on the way to a championship. He had 30 points a game.
Yeah, I understand. He also didn't have 60-point games. The Nuggets, curiously, listening to David Adelman yesterday talk about the Clippers, they're going to try some things perhaps in this playoff series. They may blitz James Harden, get the ball out of his hands before he starts to attack, right? Just get the ball out of his hands. You have to do certain things to change. You can't make them comfortable. You have to do certain things. The Clippers have a lot of options, and I imagine that the Clippers will do the same thing to the Nuggets. What will they do to guard Nikola Jokic? Will they play him straight up? Will they junk up their defense the way the Lakers did? Bring somebody in and front him all the time? Will they do a little bit of both? This is the part of the playoffs that's fun to watch. Just the chess pieces that move around.
I don't know what they're going to do tonight. Again this weekend. But hopefully they're going to.
Do I sound that bad? Seriously?
No, but you can tell. You can tell that you've got. Yeah, it's almost like I came home from the last road trip from L.A.
Yeah.
And all my trees were like, "What's up?" I'm like, my trees are the flowers and the buds and all this. I'm like, that is awesome. And then that one tree looked at me and said, "You're mine."
Yeah.
You're my bee.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw every piece of pollen right up your nose. Anyway, sorry, Vic, but you sound kind of like this.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I don't know what they're going to do, but I'm here for it. Adelman's saying the right things. The Nuggets are saying the right things. They're seemingly in a much better place mentally than they were 2 weeks ago. I'm cautiously optimistic about what this postseason can hold.
This can be, look, it's going to sound really dumb, and it's going to sound very sports radio-y. I really feel like, though, Game 1 is going to tell me a lot of if the final 3 games that we saw under Adelman are a real thing or if that was just sort of a mirage. Does that make sense? This is where the difficulty comes in for me mentally, is that I was basically checked out. I was all but done. When they had that 4-game losing streak, I think we all kind of felt the same way, that the season's going to end. It's just a matter of when.
Right. And
it felt like it was going to end soon. And then they make the change with Malone. It kind of turns everything on its ear. And then Adelman comes in, and they played respectable, good defense, good shooting, everybody involved for 3 straight games. Is that just a short-term spike, a short-term bump, or is this something that just maybe sparked them for the rest of the year, and who knows?
Vittorio, you can answer this probably better than anybody, but Brett's right. Typically, when teams, it doesn't matter the league, but when they get a new coach, they get a bump. They get a oomph. They get a push. They get this. Somebody typed in, Vic, it's not that bad. It's that bad, person.
Go on.
God, this show is like Stomp, but instead of using brooms and buckets, you're using noses and
pretty
throats.
Pretty much. No, it's is it fool's gold or is it real? I mean, we know they have talent. We know they can win. But is the fire there? Is the want to there? Can the bench show up? All these things remain to be answered. And so is it a spike or is it a real thing? I don't know. I mean, I would even argue to you right now.
I think Game 1 will tell you a lot.
Yeah, there is no way today, this second, on this Thursday, there's no way to truly decipher what we've seen the last 3 games, whether or not that's fool's gold or real. Nah, not at all.
Yeah, I would have a very hard time putting hard-earned money on either side of this series because I have no idea what to expect, honestly.
It's your typical 4 versus 5 series. That's the beauty of it.
But there's more. It's more than that, though. It's 4 versus 5 is always going to be close, yes.
Yeah.
But you have a feel for the Clippers. I really don't know what the Nuggets are right now. After a coaching change like that, I don't know.
So let me tell you what happened last week or earlier this week. So you know how every playoff run, the teams come up with a theme? Do you remember that? Like the year that the Nuggets won a championship. I actually came up with that theme. That was my saying that they used. Remember Bring It In?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody made fun of it. Won a championship.
Wait, is this the first time you've said that?
Yeah.
So you coined the phrase. You never told us that you coined it.
Yeah.
Is it because people made fun of it?
Well, I didn't want
And
to
you
take
didn't
credit.
want-
No, at the time, that's a marketing decision. But I was asked. I was asked what
Okay.
what theme, what theme do we have from the Nuggets that would work? And I said at the time, every time Malone has the team around him, he says bring it in. And it's a very popular basketball term. How about that? And they went with it. Won a championship. Is that what you're calling it?
Yes, a championship.
So this year, they had a different theme they came up with. And we're going to go with that theme. I can't even remember what it was. Until the players started using a certain phrase. The players did. It happened organically. And it started with Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray, after they beat Memphis, was being interviewed by Katie Winge in front of the fans at Ball Arena. And he said it 3 times. He said, "We believe." Said, "We believe." Then other players started saying it. And so now the theme for the Nuggets is "We believe."
Do they really believe?
They say they believe.
Because if they really believe, Vic, this is the key here. You can lie to yourself all you want to, but deep down, do they truly believe or is it lip service? Because if they truly believe, like, all right, time to get serious now. We know who we are, what we got. Then yeah, they can make a deep run if they truly believe.
Yeah. I should have. Now that I think about it, and if they had asked for my opinion on what theme we should use, I should have gone with Operation. What was the operation I had that one year?
I want it to be. I want it so bad. I want it to
all be good.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we believe, and it should be, again, it should come from the players. If the players have that belief, who am I to say, who am I to say that? They sounded ticked off yesterday. Murray did. Jamal, when he's asked about, the odds makers, and he stopped right there and he said, "Hey, man, this is what we are. This is who we are. Nobody ever believes in us." He used that several times. He's used to it. And I know a lot of teams use that as a crutch, right? Oh, nobody believes in us. What do you think the Nuggets are doing with it?
Oh, for sure. Jamal, we can get to this later too. I love that Jamal sounds pissed. Jamal plays his best when he's pissed. I've often tried to think of ways that we could piss Jamal off just to get him to play better on specific nights.
I agree.
And I haven't figured that out yet, but I need to try it. It's just, it's a very odd place when, I'm telling you, I think game 1 is going to give you a real look into, is the last 3 games that we saw after the coaching change, is that just a short-term spike, or is that something that could last throughout the postseason? We'll see.
Do you believe?
We have there's a lot of believing going on.
I tell you what
right
would
here.
tick him off.
You believe now?
Give him some of these allergies I'm sporting.
Yeah.
That would tick him off.
It's ticking me off. Tell you that. We'll talk to Leggy a little bit later in the show. We're a week away from round 1 of the NFL draft. Yes, Mo.
See, Vic, that's the key here this morning. Is your face makes us angry. And things that are on your face, things that are inside of your face, we're angry about it.
Yeah. Yeah, go look at Jamal.
Look
go
at the
look
side
at Jamal
of his,
with that face.
Yeah, look at the side of his nose. Look on the right. No, turn sideways. Back. No, the other way. Other way. Look at that. What is that?
What is it?
I don't know what it is. It's all red and blotchy.
Do you know how many times I've blown my nose this morning?
And blowing his brains out all morning. Anyway, the Avs now have a start date. 6:30 on Saturday. I have some audio, by the way, from Eric Johnson. He was on with the Spit and Chicklets boys yesterday. Interesting story about how he found out that he could be an Av.
It's pretty cool.
He
is
did
it
the
not?
research himself. We'll get to it next. So EJ was on yesterday with the Spit and Chicklets boys, right? And talking about a number of things. This story, though, about him coming back to Colorado. I don't know how many players do this.
Hey, man, do the research, Brett.
Yeah, do their own research on how they can get back to a certain team or whatever.
Like he came up with the trade scenario himself.
Oh, listen.
Check it out.
Listen.
I was sitting at home, on the couch, and I pulled up whatever Puckpedia and plugged in both their salaries, and I was like, holy Coyle makes $500,000 less than Middlestad. This might open up some money for it to work. And a minute later, Danny called me and said, hey, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do this for you, and I have a deal in place to send you back to Colorado.
He was plugging in the salaries on Puckpedia, seeing if they had enough cash in Colorado to bring EJ over with his contract.
Moj, let's get EJ on the show. It's been too long.
All right. Well,
I think he's a little busy now.
yeah, I don't think,
but
today, like right this second, it would have been prime. But we're getting ready for the postseason.
Yeah.
They
If
go into
only somebody-
shutdown mode.
If only somebody had, representing the Avs would have thought about it this week. Getting EJ on the show. Since he's open to join us anytime, as he's told us.
text him.
If only somebody
Text him.
with some affiliation with the team had actually thought about more than himself for once and the show. If somebody, somebody representing the organization with a media connection actually thought about getting guests on the show for once.
Well, he's texting somebody right now. I hope it's EJ. So we'll see. EJ, by the way, he was asked about facing the old friend, teammate, Mikko Rantanen. How is that going to be going into this first round series?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure, but that doesn't change the fact that, he's got a different jersey on now. We have to play him hard, and we want to beat them. So, he's one of their best players, so we're going to have to shut him down and do a job against him, as tough as that might be with all the relationships and history we have with him and what an important player he was for us for such a long time. So you park that for the series and you try and win it, and, you put your friendships aside and you just try and win.
Yeah. All right, I want to get to this in a second. Texters are saying, multiple texters, he was supposed to be on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday, stood them up. Now he's supposed to be on today.
Why would he go on with them when he knows us personally?
I don't know.
Are you still texting him?
No.
What?
If he's going on with Nate and Andy, I'm not going to steal him away from them.
Oh, really? Watch this.
All right.
I'm very important.
Now I'm just doing a radio show with two people texting people. Anyway, this is what I want to get to, though. I know we touched on this a couple days ago. Yeah, Nell, you pull out your phone. You start texting some people, too. The return of Mikko, again, doesn't really feel like it's a storyline because it is hockey. And hockey just won't allow an individual story to trump the overall story of who's going to win and lose. But I do think it's really interesting. Like, Mikko wasn't a spot. I'm trying to figure out, like, what would Mikko be on other teams? If he was a Nugget, would Mikko have been the AG? Would he have been MPJ? Like, he's not Joker. He's not Jamal. It's one of them. Texture says it's the appetizer hour part 2. Damn right, Kyle. Don't worry, I got this.
I'm caught between the moon and New York City right this moment.
And then
Why?
after that, we got a text over under on how long it takes the boomers to send a text message.
Well, Vic's still looking straight down at his phone right now.
It's done.
What's done?
We're going to get him.
Who did you contact?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Who told you that?
Anywho. Oh, this is actually, Moj, I want to get your thoughts as you're typing away. We wondered,
Moser's
right?
typing to the bear, hey, what should I do in this situation, bear?
Here's what happened yesterday.
You can make fun of me all you want, but it's not going to help this show. Go
The
ahead.
Avs had a was it 3-game stretch where they were resting guys essentially,
Correct.
right?
3.
At the end of the year. The reason you do that, part of it's rest, and part of it's just like you don't want to risk guys getting injured.
Well, you saw what happened last night, didn't you?
Jason Robertson left the arena in a knee brace.
Yeah.
How bad is that?
Well, listen, things are getting a bit weird. Tyler Seguin's coming back, okay?
So Peter DeBoer said, by the way, in his postgame,
Well, he's already back, by the way. He played last night, got an assist.
the purpose of resting people down the stretch was hopefully to avoid injury, and unfortunately, we didn't do that with the Robertson injury.
That is correct. He walked out of Nashville in a 5-1 loss with a knee brace. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's a temporary thing. It sounds worse than temporary, if you ask me. But, guys, they played everybody down the stretch. They played everybody, and they lost 7 in a row to finish the season.
Yeah.
And they were playing everybody. Their number one goalie last night gave up 5 goals on 17 shots for a .773 save percentage. Something's going on there. Now, that's not to say that Saturday night they're not going to be fired up and play great hockey against the Avalanche. I'm telling you, they lost 7 in a row, and they played everybody. Look at their lineup last night. Ben, Dadonov, Duchesne, Granlund, Hintz, Johnston, Marchment, Rantanen, Robertson, Seguin, Steele. That's their playoff roster.
Yeah.
On the back end, Ceci, Dumba, Harley, Lindell, Labushkin, Smith. That's their playoff roster. They don't have Miro Heiskanen. Jake Ottinger, they're number 1. And they got blown out by Nashville.
Which makes you think what?
Avs in 2? I no, seriously. Something's going funky there, and I don't know what it is. I know one guy.
Timing, dude.
There were
just awful. Timing.
One guy was -3 last night, Sam Steele. A couple of other guys were -2.
Yeah.
Yeah, -2. Anyway, so look, I'm sure coming up on Saturday night on the home ice, they're going to be fired up. They're going to play. They're going to refocus, and they're going to be a pain in the tail. I'm just telling you the evidence presented in front of you right now. They played their guys down the stretch, and they lost 7 in a row.
Why did they play their guys down the stretch when fate was already sealed late in the season?
Vic, I'm sure they're trying to find some chemistry. They're trying to find some love.
Yeah, were they like, hey, we it's not a big deal that we didn't overtake Winnipeg for the number 1, but we've lost 3-4 games in a row. Let's just turn that around with a couple of games at the end of the year.
Well,
maybe that was their thinking.
Here's the goals they've given up since that loss to the Pittsburgh Penguins, and that was back on a while ago. April 6th. No, I don't know what it was. Hell. They gave up 5-3, 6-4, 5-6-5.
Not great.
So let me do some quick math. That's 11, 16, 20, 29, and 5 they gave up 34 goals in 7 games in a 7-game losing streak.
Wow.
So I don't know what the story is. I'm not obviously inside that room. I have no clue. But something's up. Something's funky. And now Robertson's hurt.
You know what's crazy, Moshe? What you're describing for the Dallas Stars is the exact opposite of the LA Clippers. The exact opposite. The Clippers come in having won 8 in a row.
Yeah.
Having won 15 of 17. Healthy again.
Yeah, they feel very good about themselves.
That's like, Dallas is stubbing their toe along the way. The Clippers are gaining speed.
Well, and the difference, though, between, let's say, Dallas this year and the Avs in 22, when they sort of stumbled in the final 7, Brett, right? They bumbled around a little bit.
Yeah.
The Avs had everything locked up, and they rested guys. Did they not? You recall that? To get ready for the postseason. They rested guys up. They had already had everything locked up. Now, again, you want the good habits, but Coach Bednar says, I trust my guys, and they, boom, go 16-4 in the postseason. Dallas had everything to play for. That game against Winnipeg, they had lost 3 in a row, including giving up 3 goals in the final minute for the first time in league history and then losing in overtime to Vancouver.
That Vancouver loss was epic.
It was, because the next game at home, the very next game, the Jets come into town, and Dallas has everything to play for. They're going to be right on the Jets' heels. And they got blown out 4-0.
Yeah.
Can I say something? Can I say something that most Avalanche fans are thinking right now?
Sure.
Hockey fans in general?
Sure.
Watching playoff hockey hurts. Like, hurts my tummy. It's hard because every possession, every shot on goal, even if you have a lead, you're never secure in that lead.
Yeah.
You know what I'm feeling, Brett, right?
Yeah.
Because you and I have talked about this.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts. Hurts to watch. The anxiety.
You always just think you're never comfortable.
No, never.
Never. You could be up 3-0, and you're like, It just hurts.
You know,
What was that sound?
It's a hurt sound. Everything about it. It's just such a battle. It's such a... I don't know how to put it. There is no other sport that can mimic what playoff hockey does to the human body.
Yeah.
Even in basketball, you're watching a game and there's ebbs and flows, and you can sort of sense when a team's going to win. But in hockey, one breakaway changes everything.
Yeah.
One soft goal, it changes everything.
It's incredibly nerve-wracking. Even, listen, you think back on it. 2022, Brett.
Mm-hmm. Playoffs are coming.
The Avalanche went 16-4, including 2 sweeps in the postseason.
And it felt like hell.
And I was scared to death.
Yes.
Yeah.
They had a 3-0 lead, not necessarily the first round against Nash, but they had a 3-0 lead against the Edmonton Oilers, and I'm like,
Moj, you had to score in the final seconds to avoid a full series against St. Louis.
yeah. Darren Helm's goal, 4.5 seconds left.
I still think that's my favorite goal of that postseason.
It's one of the biggest goals in franchise history. You have to acknowledge that it is.
That's the same. Was that the same year as Kadri's hat trick?
Yes. Same series.
Which was also amazing.
Absolutely.
That he got the hat trick with the police escort into the arena.
Well, then he got, then Cogliano got his neck broken. And,
That's right, yeah.
Kadri got messed up. Remember, Kadri was jacked. He couldn't even hold a hockey stick.
You guys were wondering why I hate St. Louis so much. It was that series. They made them public enemy number 1 to me.
Did you guys hear
Binnington.
Devon Taves with PhD the other day talking about Binnington? You would not have appreciated what Taves had to say. He was just loving on him.
What did he say? They said if you saw him on the street, what'd you do? And he said, I'd give him a hug. So he said
they just won the 4 nations together.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, but listen, he was his teammate. It's a little bit different than guys like us in that face.
That was an outstanding interview, by the way. Outstanding.
Good
Taves
stuff.
was so upfront about a lot of things. But he's right. We're fans. At the end of the day, we don't have to have any affinity toward players for opposite teams. But these guys, they see each other all the time. They're countrymen. It's going to be different. It's a different feel.
For sure. Hey, Brett, that series against
Jordan
the Blues.
Pennington can go to hell.
Okay. That series against the Blues was big for a number of different reasons. The threats, obviously, the Kadri Hattie, and everything that went down, the one of the biggest goals in franchise history. But they also had struggled, and we talked about it going into the dang series. They had struggled winning round 2.
Yeah.
Couldn't get over that hump.
It felt like if you got past the second round, then you finally would break through, right? And that's exactly what happened, because it was always just that second round obstacle.
Got through the second round in 6 games. You did not have to go to a game 7. But it goes to show you, were the Avs the far better team?
Yes.
But St. Louis was a pain in the tail, were they not?
Right.
And Binnington got hurt. Remember that? He was out.
Yep.
And
That's what I'm saying. Nothing's ever easy.
If that game 6 goes to overtime in St. Louis, God, what if one goes in off somebody's butt cheek? All of a sudden, you're like, oh, my God, we're home for a game 7 against the Blues.
Sure.
Hey, listen, when the Avs, don't forget about this. They still had a healthy Peter Forsberg in 2001. The Los Angeles Kings took them to 7 games. That's right, the Avs' second championship year.
Yeah.
The LA Kings took them to 7 games right off the bat, man. Well, second round. It was scary as hell.
Moser, you've been calling these games forever. You're an old man, like I am. Can I ask you a question that I'm sure a lot of people are wondering? Do you ever get nervous? Do you still get nervous for games? Not calling the game, but just the game.
Absolutely.
So do I. 100%.
Yep.
Like like palms sweating. You're sitting there, and I don't know about you, but I feel shame. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm ashamed.
Yeah, a little bit. If I'm calling the game, that's tempered down a little bit because I'm calling the game. I'm into it, and we're doing our job. But if I'm just sitting there watching,
oh, it's the worst.
My stomach, I feel like I'm gonna barf.
Yeah. I hate the feeling. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That feeling starts this weekend, and we're going to have that feeling for quite some time, and I don't like it.
Kiefer and I
tell you what,
we would get up during the Cup run. We'd get up and we'd walk the concourse. Like, it was nerve-wracking.
I'm watching this, by the way, so ESPN, too, they have the...
It must be nice, Brett, by the way. It must be nice for someone like you to just be dead inside and not worry about any of it.
That'd be a really cool thing.
I wish I were more like you, just completely apathetic and dead.
Couldn't care less about your hometown
About life,
teams.
anybody.
No big deal.
What?
So much easier to get through.
Just bombing 300-yard shots down the fairway.
Just a
not
corpse.
Anybody wins or loses.
If you peer inside his eyes, it's just a corpse in there. No soul, nothing. No passion, no emotion.
Look at me. Look at me. Yeah, I can see the back of your head.
Yeah. That would be I would love to reverse roles with you for the month of May. Well, Moser and I are up and down, we're into it, and you're just dead.
How does it feel to be dead yet alive?
I'm playing these games with you.
Well, you're playing.
It's something that has happened over 6 years of this show. And I think once every 2 weeks, you guys just play this game in which you want me to be something. You guys just want you conjure up a person and then you just throw that person onto me. But Vic was doing it the other day.
If the shoe fits, Brett, look at you. You don't care about
it though.
You don't get tied up in knots.
I mean, ask the viewers, ask the listeners. They know who's invested here.
No, you're right. No investment whatsoever.
Just a translucent dead man doesn't care about any outcome.
You're right. There was no pain that was felt last year for the Avs or the Nuggets. Nothing. I came on this show and I was do. What's everybody so glum about? It's a beautiful day outside. I think that was the first words out of my mouth. You're so right.
I'm telling you, when the Nuggets are in these things, it's hard to watch. It's when the Broncos got smoked in the postseason.
That one actually was easy.
That was
easy to watch.
That was a lot easier.
Expectations were already met. That's
correct.
why.
That is correct.
Yeah, expectations were already met. You got to the playoffs. You did what you had to do. And I don't think anybody beyond that, it would have been a bonus. It still hurt. It still sucked.
Yeah, but
watching some of those plays still sucked.
It's Stanley Cup playoffs, Brett. Every shot, every save, every odd man rush, everything, every power play. You're holding your breath and you're freaking.
What's it like not having a heartbeat?
We feel.
No. Don't feel me.
I'm going to feel you.
No.
I want to feel
Stop.
you.
Stop.
Feel him.
Stop.
I don't feel no heartbeat.
Yeah.
Oh. We are done
I'm sorry.
with this segment.
Dr. Mose was feeling for a pulse on my spine, which I didn't think. I didn't think you could.
Surprised. Hey, for a guy who's
because
as vacant as you are, I wouldn't be surprised if the heart were misplaced somewhere else.
It's because you wouldn't let me get to the good place.
You know what? I got a vein with a pulse that you can feel.
Get to the good place during this break.
Let's get the break.
Yeah.
You know the thing
About Brett Kane.
he's got lifeless eyes, black eyes, like a doll's eyes.
I don't like the person you invent me to be. I don't like this.
Accept who you are. Don't run from it. Accept it. Try to change. Try to be somewhat invested in your hometown teams and whether or not you care.
Nelly can attest to this more than anybody else. Nelly took over for Marty last year right as everything came to a screeching halt with all of the teams. And you know the death of radio shows that we did for the week after that. It was as miserable as I think I've ever been doing a show for a week straight. With the way that last year ended, with the Nuggets blowing Game 7.
It was
and then the
really
Avs
hard.
just like quickly, Val disappears and the series disappears. You know what I mean?
It was incredibly difficult.
It was
Incredibly.
as miserable as I've ever been doing a radio show.
Well, here's what I don't know where Vic went. He probably
He's been on the phone all break. He's trying to make something happen.
well,
here.
he's got a nose thing is the problem. So he's got to set a follow-up appointment.
So hang on a second. But before we move on to anything else, I do want to talk about the Robertson thing. Because here's what's really amazing. So Robertson, who left last night, again, if you guys missed it, Jason Robertson left last night Dallas's game with a knee brace. Their final game of the season.
According to reports, Brett, according to reports, like he was in tremendous pain or appeared to be.
Yes, we don't know the extent of the injury. Maybe he plays on Saturday, but from what it sounds like, Moj, it's bad.
It looks bad.
He is their second highest point getter on the team. Now, if you count Miko with his combined stuff between three teams this year, he's the highest. But
correct,
he is second on Dallas with 80.
You're right.
The only guy higher than him is Duchesne with 82.
And he scored the most goals. He scored 35.
He also played 82 games this year. And I cannot imagine if this were the Avs and your second highest point getter, which is Cale Makar, plays 82 games, and in game 82, he leaves the game in a knee brace with a playoff game 2 days late. 2 days from now.
Well, there's two ways to look at it. First of all, I think we'd be having kittens. We'd be saying, "Oh my God, why he was in the."
Do you remember Four Nations when I was like, I don't want these guys risking injury, and then there was that news, Cale Makar missed morning skate. You're like, what in the hell? Why? And he was sick, but I panicked.
But then coming down the stretch, even again, it's you want guys to stay fresh. Which you want to avoid this exact kind of thing because you know what the postseason is going to be like. It's going to be heavy. It's going to be hurtful. It's going to be painful. It's going to be just a pain in the tail constantly. That's what playoff hockey is all about. And so you want to have your guys as prepared and healthy and feeling good as possible, and you want to avoid this exact kind of thing. Look, I almost feel a little bit bad for Dallas. I know that maybe sounds crazy, but this is something that every single team frets. Yeah. Every single team wants to avoid. Every single team is begging the hockey gods to not have one of their studs get busted up before it matters the most, and that's exactly what happened last night.
But why risk it?
You'd have to ask Peter DeBoer. I have no idea. Like I said, because they're trying to find something.
Like you think that DeBoer's kind of panicking?
Well, I think they're chasing. Let me go back to these losses, okay? This is where you start to feel a little bit. They had won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They'd won 7 in a row. Against the Predators, the Kraken twice, Flames, Oilers were leaking oil at that point. No pun intended. Mini Philly, okay. They started to lose. Lost to Pittsburgh 5-3.
Yeah.
Then you lose at Mini 3-2, and now you're starting to feel okay. Our chance to win the division may be kind of slipping through our fingers a little bit. We better turn this around. You got a 5-2 lead against Vancouver on your home ice. You give up 3 goals in the final minute of the game for the tie, and you lose in overtime.
Right.
That's now 3 in a row. You're like, oh, God. Well, our last-ditch effort, our last gasp is going to be Winnipeg. And you get blitzed. Now panic sets in, or you start to worry. Utah comes in with nothing to play for, and they spank you and put 5 on you.
Mm-hmm.
Utah, give me 2.
You go 2. So now what you're doing, if you're Peter DeBoer, I'm sure, is like, guys, We have the personnel in this room. We're going to do it together. We're going to turn this thing around together, get a couple of quality wins, and then get ready for the postseason.
Yeah.
They go to Detroit. They give up 6. Last night in Nashville, they give up 5 in a 5-1 spanking, and they lose their second leading scorer. I'm telling you. You can disguise this all you want, and I'm going to hedge my bet and say, you know what? I know they're going to be ready for Game 1 Saturday night. I know they are. No matter who's on the ice.
Is their stud defenseman going to play in this series?
I don't think that he is, Vic. At least he's not going to play at least the beginning part of the series. I mean, if it stretches to a Game 7, could he possibly play? Maybe. But I would venture to guess what I'm seeing. And the fact that Duchesne and Robertson and company, everybody played the entire year. Everybody played down the stretch.
Yeah.
Because they're chasing their tail trying to find it. And they didn't find it. And so it just got compounded, and they got more worried. I'm telling you, their defensive structure, I haven't watched a lot of their games coming down the stretch here. I've been worried about my own stuff.
Yeah.
But if they're giving up 6 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 5, and Ottinger's getting blitzed, they're doing something wrong.
Moj, isn't it interesting how when you look at it from the other side, nobody feels sorry for you. And you hear coaches say that all the time. Like when the Avs went through their turmoil the last 2 seasons with Val and whatnot.
Nobody's crying for you, Argentina.
The other team isn't sitting there going, oh, such a tough break. We're sitting here going, great, awesome, Dallas, let's go. Keep losing players.
Yeah.
If Gabe Landeskog is able to make a return to the National Hockey League this postseason in round 1 against the Dallas Stars or anywhere beyond that.
I just saw a video of him, by the way, in the middle of practice yesterday. It looks like he's full tilt. You know what I mean? Like full. And I know he's played 2 games with the Eagles, so this shouldn't be a surprise, but still.
Is that like you 3 beers in on number 3 going full tilt?
Full tilt.
Okay. Let's say, I guarantee you know what's going to happen? You don't think the Dallas Stars are going to go for his leg?
Sure.
You're damn right they are.
Like how?
In the corner, give him a little extra
Oh, bang some knees?
Yeah, in front of the net, you're doing a little
Easy.
Then on the back check, you're giving a little I'm telling you, dude, listen, if a guy's got a hurt wing, he's got a hurt hand, he's got a hurt whatever.
People file a grievance.
Yeah.
Did you, hold on.
Is there an HR department in the NHL? Because
Did you
Excuse
see,
me, sir?
Did you see Radko Gudas the other night on Miles Wood? You probably don't recall this.
Is that a type of cheese? What'd you say?
All right, Nelly from the top rope with the cheese with the cheese joke.
Good.
On the face-off, Gudas is next to Wood. So Wood's bent down, puck is dropped. He turns and gets him with the elbow right in the side of the face.
Yeah,
Bam!
good Wood.
But he makes it look natural. These guys know what they're doing. If a guy's got a wrist, I'm telling you, Vic, he's getting slashed. I mean, that's just the way postseason hockey is. It's no holds barred, and you play for blood. It's unbelievable. Vic, you know as well as I do. Brett, you know as well as I do. It's unbelievable. You don't think Jamie Benn and Cody Ceci on the back end are going to be looking at 92 if he's out there and going,
sure.
Oh, look here. Look who's back.
Moj, that's the beauty of postseason sports in general. Like in basketball, in a regular season game, you may not run back on defense all the way. You may not go out of your way to go get the rebound. But in the playoffs, every rebound is a war. It's a war. And that's what's so fun about it. Because you know these guys are going full tilt.
Oh, yeah.
Look, there is finally a time Saturday in which we figured out when the Avs are going to play. Thankfully, 2 days out from the game, it's good to know. Yeah. But it's going to be the Nuggets at 1:30, and
this
then
is
the Avs
absolutely
will play.
Perfect, by the way.
The Avs will play at 6:30.
It's just perfect. So if you're sitting at home on Saturday, and it's going to be cold in Denver, so forget golf, forget outdoor mountain climbing or whatever the hell you do, kayaking. Put the kayak in the garage for a change.
Outdoor mountain climbing as opposed to the indoor mountain climbing that a lot of people like to do.
In the gyms.
Yeah, sure.
So here's how you do it. Here's how your Saturday is going to work. You're going to tune in.
Oh, my God.
Heidi.
You're going to tune in at 12:30 on Altitude TV for a 1-hour pregame show. Live.
Tell me that
on
wasn't
Colorado
good.
Social. You're going to watch the game. All right? You're going to watch it. Then you're going to stick around for a postgame show. All right? And then after that, you're just going to leave it there. Go grab a drink, go to the bathroom. Come back. Then you got the Avs pregame show, followed by the Avs game and the Avs postgame. You're going to watch for 8 hours straight.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make sure you watch. 8 hours straight on Saturday. What more do you want in life? 2 games, double dipperoo.
Gotta be honest, didn't hear a lot after you, I don't even want to say cleared your throat. You performed an exorcism. I don't know what the sound was. It's tough.
There's a lot in there to move.
Sounded like
move
it.
a lot of stuff in there.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
While we're getting the old double dipperoo on Saturday,
Double dipperoo.
I've got a feeling that other parts of this series we are going to be straight up head to head.
I know. It's going to be like during the week. During the week, it's going to be miserable.
I've got a bad feeling that we are going to be.
Wait, have they just announced the first game of the Avs series? So we don't know the times of the other ones yet.
What are they waiting on?
I don't.
Who's operating the NHL
Well,
schedule?
they can do it now because everything's set. Montreal.
Why is it always
won
me
last
today?
night.
What have I
Because
done
I
to
can't
you?
see you looking at a schedule and making one. I can't. You're not the appointment guy.
No.
Like, you don't have a calendar at your house saying doctor's appointment on this day. That's not you.
Nope. I will, unless it's incredibly important, it will be forgotten.
That's
and
why
not
I
written
use you as a
down.
reference.
But this is incredibly important. Like, this is a playoff series. I would not forget this. But no, I don't write things down. No.
I have a feeling we're smashing head to head
Monday, for sure.
for sure.
Monday, for sure. Will be
100%.
head-to-head.
Yep.
And then after that, the hope is, because the NBA's given them the old 2 days off for a vacation day, a travel day. I don't know if the NHL is going to do that. That's where you might get lucky, right?
We'll see.
But anyway.
That does suck. God, you're right about that, Moser. I can't even enjoy each game each day. Like, the ideal thing would be every other day, right? Every team. You could just sit there and enjoy every aspect of it. Sucks.
It took me a while to get here, but I think it's time. I think it's time to say something. Time for change. Time for change. We'll get to it next.
Hey, guys, if you're dealing with any sort of form of erectile dysfunction, are you laughing it off, saying it's no big deal? Or do you want to get fixed and be back in business immediately? The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you. This is what they do. Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Get back to being intimate and get back to your relationship. They got treatment success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor. Schedule a consult today. Initial visit only $99. It includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, the T and the PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, well, your visit's free. But dudes, it's going to work, and you're going to be back in business right away. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of guys, you're going to fix yourself. You're going to be happy. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs, so call today. Don't hesitate. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Nicely done, Nelly. Nicely done.
That was a pretty good turnaround, Nelson, but that was not my intent.
Those were your sounds of a Stars player hitting Gabe Landeskog's leg in the corner, and it reminded me of something else. I'll just put it that way.
All right. I told you there's times where it feels like it's time for change.
Time for a cool change.
You get
Wait,
home.
can I guess where you're going here?
I don't think it's very hard.
Does it have anything to do with the fact that it's April 17th and the Colorado Rockies are 11 and a half
Well, let me
games
just
out of
set
first?
the scene for you, Vic. Can I set the scene? I go out, play around yesterday, get home, catch baby Jamal Kale right before she goes to bed, give her a hug. Hey, sweetie. She goes to bed.
Is she going to bed like at 6?
7:30.
Does she sleep? Does she sleep through the night or does she awaken?
Oh, yeah, she sleeps through the night. Yeah.
So she's already in teenager mode.
Correct. Yeah.
You sleep 87 hours.
Correct.
She sleeps till 2 in the afternoon and you're pounding the door saying, get to work.
All right, not quite there yet. It's a small aspect of the story. So I just get home, get some food, go out to the garage. Beautiful night outside. I was like, why not watch a little TV in the garage?
Mm-hmm.
Turn on the Rocks. It's 8 o'clock. Late start. Actually, I was a little late to the game. It was 8:11 when I turned the game on. And it was 7-1. 7-1 in the first inning. And I'm looking at Marquez, who cannot locate, can't find the zone.
Dude, my boy, I don't know that I've ever seen a big league pitcher get more tattooed. Because he only went 2/3 of an inning and he gave up 7.
Yeah.
And 7 earned. They were all earned. 6 hits, 7 runs, all earned in 2/3 of the first inning.
So unlike most other games, I think out of the 18 games, I've watched at least a few innings of, I would say, 12 or 13 of them, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't do it. Not last night. Turned it off. I'm like, I'm done. I can't just watch a parade of base runners for the next 8 innings. I can't do it. Now, to the Rockies' credit, they put up a fight, tried to come back. Tolia hits grand slam. They cut it to 8-7 late in the game. Can't overcome it. Whatever. They lose again. Get swept by the Dodgers. And all I can think to myself is, I love Buddy. I think Bud Black is a very nice guy. I think he's a great quote. I think that he is a good enough manager. And I've explained away some of these past couple of seasons based on talent, based on what you had in the pitching staff, the lineup, everything else, right? But at some point, it feels like it's time. You have back-to-back 100-loss seasons, and right now it's the worst start in franchise history. I don't know how this isn't at least a conversation to be had, and it should have been a conversation, I think, for a while.
I've come to a conclusion, Brett. Vic, I've come to a conclusion. I heard you on the way into the appetizer hour. I want to know the names of and the schools attended by anybody who gave a physical to Chris Bryant before he signed the contract.
Yeah.
Because
that's the other thing.
Because he has been broken down.
Yeah.
I just degenerate. Listen, I'm
very familiar with that ailment, by the way.
Right. I'm not saying that he's.
I'm dealing with lower disc degeneration.
Yeah, but you're an
as
old
well.
man. He's 34 years old.
Yes. But it happens to all of us.
Okay.
Eventually,
I
you are
got
going to
you.
have
I got
lumbar disc degeneration.
I'm just
Put
saying.
Bryant on the shelf for a second. I just want to stay with Buddy.
Stay with Buddy.
All I'm saying is, I don't know how any team can look at this, and I'm not usually the call for the guy's job guy, but I'm telling you, you tell me, Vic, 200 lost seasons consecutively, and you're 3-15. It's the worst start in franchise history the year afterwards. I don't know anybody who survives that.
But to what? I listen. I don't disagree with the.
What's the question?
But to what end here? What is your goal? What is it?
You could get the
have a better baseball team.
Listen,
I mean, that's the goal.
You could have a
and
tandem.
it's not working. It's just not working.
Brett, here's the idea, though. You could have a tandem of the ghost of Billy Martin and Earl Weaver in the dugout for the Rockies, and I don't think it makes a hill of beans a difference.
Well, then, Moj, my response to that would be like, it's not going to be worse.
Yeah.
Literally, why not try?
You think Bruce Bochy would win? I don't know, 80 games with
Well,
this team?
here's the thing. This is what makes baseball so difficult. People have an idea that managers don't do anything in baseball, that they're figureheads. And I go, if that's the case, then how come Bruce Bochy is as successful as he's been everywhere he goes?
That's a
Why
good
does
point.
Francona continue to win games everywhere he
That's
goes?
a very
They
valid
matter.
point. Yeah,
they do matter.
Yeah. But you know what else matters? And let me just throw some of the numbers at you because it's April 17th. And they are 11 and a half games out of first, the most in the major leagues. They have the most losses in the major leagues. They have the worst record in the major leagues. They have the worst road record, 1-11 in the major leagues. They have the fewest runs scored, 52 in the major leagues.
That's the indictment.
They have the most runs allowed, the only team to allow more than 100 runs already in the major leagues. Every record of
Consequence.
Every deficient record that exists.
Every stat of consequence.
Yes.
They are the worst in the league at.
They are the worst in everything right now.
Yeah.
Everything. I don't know if making a manager's change fixes any of that.
Well, and here's what I got a lot when I was talking about this in the appetizer. People are like, well, you know what the real problem is? It's Monfort. And I'll just let you guys into my way of thinking. I don't talk about the ownership of the Rockies all that much because it's not something I can change. I don't mean me personally, but it's he's not leaving.
He's not going to sell the team.
There's no point to me in discussing that part. He's not going anywhere. So the things you can do, you can look at your roster and change that. You can change the coach. You can change the GM. You can change the scouting staff. You can change that stuff. The owner's not going anywhere. So I feel like it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time to do that. And in this case, all I'm saying is, I mentioned this with the Nuggets, especially around the trade deadline when it came to trading MPJ. And I said, when your team's good and you want to make big changes, there's a lot of room for you to get worse. There's a lot. And that's where that risk-reward thing, it becomes a very big discussion that you need to have. But you can get worse a lot easier than you can get better if you were the Nuggets in that position. Doesn't mean you couldn't get better, but it's just easier to get worse. There's no getting worse from here. This is as bad as you can be. At 3-15.
Yeah.
It's literally as bad as you can be as a baseball team.
Well, when 2007 came around, Moj, take yourself back to Rocktober and those runs that the Rockies were on.
You know what's so weird is that was 18 years ago.
I know. It was so long ago. My beautiful baby boy.
Yeah, a little less than 18 years ago, and it feels like it was just yesterday in some ways.
It was at that juncture where my beautiful baby boy fell in love with baseball. He did. In fact, after that run by the Rockies, he just said, I want to play baseball, and joined a team and ended up playing baseball and went to tournaments. And I can't tell you how many stories started there. What it did for baseball locally when the Rockies were in the World Series and when they did what they did. And the inverse is also true. The opposite's also true. How do you grow the game locally? How do you become you're a guy who played the sport your entire life. I mean, I don't understand what value if your team doesn't even show a pulse, and that's where the team is right now.
Yeah.
No competitive pulse. What are you doing to grow the game?
Well, you mean, yeah, it helps if your team's good. If you have a local team that's really good, it helps the sport.
There's no connection. Like, every team needs a connection with the community. The beautiful thing about sports is connection, right? There's a reason why. What connection is there besides the ballpark?
Right.
If your only connection is the ballpark, what a flaw. What a flaw in your ability to execute.
It's a pretty beautiful ballpark. I think Coors Field, I've said it a million times, I'm going to say it 1,000,001. It's one of the prettiest ballparks in baseball, period.
But
it's a very pleasing place to go. I really love the ballpark.
But I want to give you this as an example. You're a 12-year-old kid in the Mile High. You're 10 years old. Who's your favorite baseball player, kid?
Oh, they don't have one?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, if you ask a 12-year-old, 10-year-old kid who their favorite basketball player, hockey player, football player, you're going to hear a lot of Broncos, Avs, and Nuggets.
Yeah.
You're missing that connection when it comes to baseball.
Yeah, I guess it's hard for me to kind of judge that because I I lived somewhere that didn't have a
Yeah,
professional
but
team.
there's no kid in
And so
Highlands
it's
Ranch
like you
going,
well, all I'm saying
I
is
love
I
Kyle
could pick.
Farmer.
I could pick whatever when I was growing up, right? So like Griffey, Cal Ripken,
Sure.
It didn't matter
Sure.
for me.
Well, yeah, you went the national route, but I'm talking about it from a community level, a local level.
Yeah.
When you lose that attachment locally, you lose a lot, I'm telling you. And that attachment was there. We were here when it existed, and it was beautiful. It was a beautiful thing, man. I mean, to go to the ballpark for more than just the ballpark, that was, God, man, I'll never forget it.
I agree. Justin types in. So your guys' points are Bud Black is nice and Coors is beautiful. That's an awesome direction we're heading in. Well, Justin, that's all you've got.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
What else do you want me to say to you, Justin? I mean, I can blow smoke up your tailpipe all day long about the future and guys are going to, are developing and growing and all this. They're the worst team in baseball, man. And Vic, overall, does baseball have a burgeoning problem? Have you seen the attendance in Miami?
The attendance here hasn't been great either.
No. I'm talking 3,000 people max.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh. I was just watching a podcast thing, and these guys are now on. They are on a rampage to try to get baseball to force a sale. And there are a number of franchises that, listen, the big ones pack the joint every night. The other ones, they don't. But the overall attendance numbers are skewed and look pretty decent because the competitive teams, they get all the people.
Well, it's, yeah.
I thought about it. Put it this way.
It's not.
Let me blow your mind. Let me blow your mind, Vic. I thought, hey, day off Friday night, last Friday in L.A. Hey, let's see if the Dodgers are playing. Yeah, the Dodgers are playing. And they're playing the Cubs. Oof.
Yeah.
What do you think the get-in price? Just to get in the baseball stadium. The get-in price.
It's the best team in baseball.
Understood.
I mean, it's going to be expensive.
Hey, it was the same thing when I went to San Francisco to watch the Nuggets in Golden State.
Yeah.
It was the opener for the Giants.
Yeah.
The city was a buzz. It
Yeah.
was. You're apples and oranges here, man.
I'm saying just to get inside Dodger Stadium in the worst seat was $185. Just to get in.
The Rockies' real problem is this.
And Dodger Stadium holds well over 50,000 people.
They've been stuck in the place that you guys have been talking about with the Broncos up until recently, forever, which is being bad is one thing, but being very unentertaining and aesthetically unpleasing is another. Like, doing both of those is death.
That's Rockies.
Because there's not even a reason to really tune in. And that's where the Rockies are at right now.
Yeah.
The Blake Street Bomber teams, what were their records? I know that they made postseasons and stuff like that. They didn't get to the ultimate goal, obviously, of winning a World Series. But even if they had, let's say, an 78-win, 80-win season, you get to go to the ballpark and watch Ellis Burks and Bichette and Vinny Castilla. You know what I mean? Like Larry Walker. You got that at least.
Let me make my last point on this, too, because we've talked about it before. When radio shows like this, columnists, whatnot, when they criticize you, that means there's interest. There's interest. Like when you're critical of the team's play, they did this wrong or that trade or whatever, that means there's relative interest and you have expectations, and that's a privilege. It's a privilege, believe it or not. I know that some teams don't understand that, but it's a privilege to be critical of that team.
Yeah.
But when you're so bad that criticism isn't even part of your daily recipe, it's apathy. It's you ignore the topic, which is where we are with this topic.
Mm-hmm.
You're ignoring it. You're not even talking about it. It's not even on the radar. That is as bad as it gets.
Get back to this a little bit later. We got Jeff Legwald coming up in the 9 o'clock hours. We are a week away from round one of the NFL draft. Back after this. And we're here. Just 2 days away from the NBA and NHL playoffs starting. Got some playing games going on right now. It's the middle of baseball season, and why not view it all through the lens of Circus Sports? The best odds in the game, no doubt about it. I've checked. I've seen other books. The odds that you want lie here because it's sports betting the way it should be with Circus Sports. For the play-in tournament tonight, Heat and Hawks. Hawks are 1-point favorites. Tomorrow, Mavs and Grizzlies. Grizzlies 7-point favorites in that. And then you can get an early look at all of the different series prices on NHL and NBA postseason play. Go check it out for yourself. Circus Sports. Download the app right now or circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, just quickly
wait,
here.
No. Don't you even. Oh, for God's sake. Quick, Brett. Where did Philip Bailey go to high school?
I know he's from here. I have no idea.
There he is right there. There's Phil right there.
Is he East?
Denver East, baby.
Yeah.
Philip Bailey. Go get it right there. Go get it, Phil.
I'm telling you.
Oh, you'll regret it.
It's a great song. It really is.
Philip Bailey. So it's been a long time now. I think it's probably been almost 10 years. Philip Bailey sounded the exact same in concert when I went to it.
Well,
the exact same.
guess
like
what?
Studio quality. He sang live. Still like that.
Guess where I'm going in June?
I know. I still need to look
Didn't
at that.
Didn't the Bear ask you about that?
She did. She texted me the other day. I forgot to get back to her.
Earth, Wind, and
Earth,
Fire,
Wind, and Fire,
over
baby.
Fiddlers, bro. We saw them in Vegas. I told you about 2 years ago.
I know. I need to.
And Philip Bailey was friggin' awesome. Vic, when I tell you, I don't know how Phil is.
Philip Bailey, and who's the bassist? Something White, I think.
Yeah, Vernell White.
Vernell White. Yeah.
He still kills it.
Yep.
Philip Bailey's got to be 70 years old. He sounds perfect.
No, I'm telling you,
it'll blow your mind.
Studio quality
Yes.
live still. It's amazing. Anyway,
I think it was 2018 when they played back then Pepsi Center with Chic, and I remember Philip Bailey was singing. I can't remember which song. I think it was Fantasy, where he goes really high.
Yeah.
And he went to hit a note, and he was like, "Ha!" And he missed it, and he went, "Sorry, altitude." And then he got it on the second
That's
try.
awesome.
I'm like, what a guy.
I want to ask you guys something because I think that there's
By the way,
a very
it's
obvious change
Verdine
here.
White. Verdine.
Verdine. That's
my
right.
bad.
So I'm kind of like fascinated by the Nico Iamaleava story out of Tennessee.
You know, fascinated is one thing. I'm tired of it.
Well, I'll tell you this, Vic. I think there's another thing that kind of shifts over to this, which is he was making, I think the report was 2.6 in NIL money, and he wanted 4 to stay at Tennessee. Josh Heupel told him to kick rocks. And I always thought, and there was another report that came out that said these Power 4 GMs, because that's what colleges have now, right? These GMs that handle all this stuff, that they said he was untouchable. And I go, the people that they're probably talking to are Bama and Georgia and Ohio State, Notre Dame, and like the big schools.
What do you mean he's untouchable?
They said they weren't going to take his transfer request.
Oh, he's going to
Because
make.
of that.
He's screwed up. He's going to make less money no matter where he goes.
Well, he's going to make less money. They were saying like nobody's going to pick him up. And I go, that's ridiculous. You're telling me Kansas, if they could get their hands on a high-priced recruit from just a year ago who didn't have a bad year, he was fine. They wouldn't pay him some amount of money to go there. And now I think Cowherd was the one who was saying UCLA sounds like the team that's going to try and grab him.
That's fine, but he really messed up here.
But
And from what I understand, too, his father has been a driving source in all of this.
And that's where I
it's
kind
a
of feel
mess.
bad. When dad is the one involved in a lot of this, it sounds like, it's kind of like hating Lonzo and LiAngelo and LaMelo Ball if you hated LeVar, right? It feels like a little bit of that. But what's the main difference or the big change to me is I grew up in a college-centric town. They liked college sports more than professional sports generally. And if you live in one of those places, the number one reason that if you put it down on a survey that they would tell you that they liked college over professional sports more was they played for the team, right? Professionals are all about me, and it's individualistic, and it's about me and and that would be what they'd say.
No.
Hang
You
on,
lived
Vic.
in a town that couldn't support pro sports because you were small.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that, but I mean, that's what they would say.
What are you disagreeing with?
I'm just saying, I mean, it's not like they had the choice to enjoy pro sports versus college sports.
I've talked to them because I was always professional over college sports. That's the first thing that they would tell you. That doesn't apply anymore. Now, yes, if they had a professional team, it's probably different, but they didn't have it. So that's the excuse they would give you.
And
It was
and
all
sadly-
about team-centric because all they got paid were scholarships, and they
Yes.
weren't worried about contracts. Well, that's gone now. There is no sort of difference at all between the two. That's what I think is interesting, is that thing about college sports is, hey, this is all about the school and school pride and playing for your teammates. That's out the window.
But this kid really screwed up. I mean, he really screwed up. 2.6 for the 10th best quarterback in the SEC seems like pretty good money to me.
It is.
And you're trying to hold them over a barrel for 4? Are you kidding me?
Well, here's the problem. That kid who hasn't played a snap yet in Michigan got 12 just to commit there.
Yeah. Well, isn't that the Portnoy money?
Yeah, part of it.
Okay. Well, here's the thing.
What's to stop just some of the wealthiest people saying
nothing?
And
Nick.
by the
Nothing.
way, that's not just
Nothing.
Portnoy money. That's Larry Ellison money.
Sure.
Of the Michigan.
Correct.
What's to stop the wealthiest people just adopting a college or their alumni? I'm just saying we're gonna win.
Absolutely nothing at all. I mean, listen, if I was a billionaire and I had a boat that had its own boat, which is my dream.
I've thought about this too, yeah.
What would you'd go to Omaha and you'd say, all right, here. When I go to Sac State and say, all right, first let's get D1 or let's get, FCS. FBS, excuse me.
Oh,
Not
dude,
FCS.
I want you to hear.
Then I'd pay a kid $8 million a year to come be my quarterback and pay. I mean, would I just pay everybody?
Listen to me
millions
right
of
now.
dollars a year.
If
Maybe.
I was a billionaire and a guy a boat with a boat, I wouldn't sneeze at all at $50 million being lost from my bank accounts kind of guy, right? If that was me, and there was no salary cap in the NFL, I'm like, take all of my money and get me a Super Bowl before my dad dies. Like, take all of this and make sure he sees one before we're dead, okay? Like, I absolutely would do that.
Yeah.
No doubt. And that's what college football and college basketball, you're allowed to do this now.
Pretty much. It's
well, I mean,
pretty much. Which is why I told you, Vic, for the schools, there's going to have to be some sort of collective bargaining down the line. With the way this is going, I mean, right now it's crazy. And I'll tell you what, and here's the irony. How is Tennessee going to get their next quarterback? You think
same way.
Yeah, they're going to the portal. They're not doing any homegrown dudes. Mm-hmm. It ain't like you got little Jimmy over here and he's been waiting in the wings for 2 years. He's got a hell of an arm. Hell no. They're going right to the portal. They're going to grab their own guy and bring him in to the SEC. You know that's how it's going to go.
Do you guys know people that give a ton of money to their schools?
No.
Kelly, what's up?
I have a couple friends.
My friends are like, you've stolen enough of my money. You get no more.
I have a couple friends who give a lot of money. And usually when that money's given, you get some sort of a semblance of recognition. Like there's
some sort
halls
of perk
named after you.
Yeah.
There's things named after you.
The Thornton Mellon School of Business?
But in this NIL era.
Nobody's going to get that except me.
In this NIL era, there's a lot of this that's done anonymously. So I'm thinking the next phase here is they're going to build out a way to recognize notable alum who are providing the bulk of the money. And how they do that remains to be seen. I was thinking about that the other day. Let's say you're an alum at CU and you give them $10 million. And that $10 million is going to be spread across, players that are going to bring value. Well, how does that alum get recognized for that $10 million? You don't have a dorm named after you. You don't have a building. What's the next phase of recognition?
As you were talking about that, Vic, I think I'm remembering this correctly. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if the story was true or not. Last year when it was in the middle of just remember that month in which every day there was another story about CU that was negative? Before the season even started, you remember this? Part of it was I think the Keeler back and forth stuff. But this former CU staffer said that he traveled to Saudi Arabia to speak to a prince about NIL money or something like that.
He did it, quote, on his own?
Yeah. Is that what you're talking about, Vic? Go take some of that cash
no,
and anonymously
I'm saying
throw it in the pool?
It's easy to go get money for alumni that give money, and it happens every day across the country. You give money to your alma mater, but usually you get recognized in some facet. How do you become recognized for NIL money?
Well, you get a little, they'll go to the printer and print you out a little certificate, stick it on your fridge.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love Benji da whatever on the thing. He's giving me the lines from my that dress looks great on you. If that dress had pockets, you'd be a pool table. No offense. It's from that flick where the Thornton. It doesn't matter.
Great.
I can't believe I'm the only one that got that, though. I'm the only one that knows that. I'm the only one that thinks that besides Benji. That's it?
Settle down just a little bit.
Vic, a texter says, if you give money to your alma mater, you get your number retired. You could do that.
Pretty much.
Anyway.
So, do you get stuff in the mail? Do you guys get stuff in the mail from your alma mater saying, give me money?
No. Sac State knows. They ain't getting jack.
Do you?
No.
Brett? Nothing?
Hi, Brett. Hey, Brett. No, you know where I get...
Give me money?
You know who I get mail from? My daughter's school. That's who I get mail from.
I get like a text once a year about, hey, you ever thought about giving to the Alumni Foundation? I was like, have I ever?
No, Brett's response would be...
I've had this 20 grand sitting in an account for a long time.
It's burning a hole in my pocket. I was just waiting for somewhere to put it.
My daughter needs shoes, but I'd rather give it to you.
Brett's response is, I don't even know who my car insurance carrier is.
Pretty much.
You want me to give you money?
Now, there is a difference, though. I don't have the expendable income to give cash to my alma mater.
That's exactly right.
But if I had some of it, would I give it to my former baseball team? Teammate of mine is now the head coach of the team. Yeah, I think I would.
Like what, $500?
But if I knew I could give it directly to them, then yeah. But if the school's like, here, give me some of that. I'll decide where to spend it. I don't think I trust you.
We're gonna buy hockey pucks with it.
I like you and all.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right, good.
Well, that's just the thing. If you give your hard-earned money, and that's where the line is that's a tough one. If you're a booster, you give money, a ton of money. I'm talking about you, Brett. Let's say you're financing what the hell's the name of the school you went to?
UNO Mavericks, baby.
All right. You're financing their baseball
team that was in the
department.
NCAA tournament. Put some respect on their name.
You're financing their
They lost by
baseball.
60.
They're also
You're
Frozen
paying
Four.
for everything. Don't you want to say in how things are run?
Of course.
Isn't that natural?
I've been trying to get that with my government for my entire life.
I mean,
I
seriously,
give you the
isn't
money.
that
I want to know where that goes. Yes, of course. Of course that's what you want. I think always when you give to someone, that's why but when you give to charity, I give to charity occasionally. I do my research on the charities that I give to because there's some of them that don't do what you think that they're doing.
Yeah.
You have to be aware.
There's some where only a tiny percentage actually goes to what their mission is.
And then
you know
$500 grand goes to the guy who says he's the chair.
Right, exactly right. You're like, hey, whoa, dude, whoa. It's a lot of money to be made in nonprofits, to be honest with you.
Sure there
is. Fact of the matter is, though, Vic, if you give $500 as opposed to $5 million, yeah, you'd like to have a say.
Okay.
You know, if you're one of the big guns, for sure.
Did you guys see Sacramento lose at home to Dallas last night?
Sure did. Yep.
If you're the Sacramento Kings, think about how many times they've tried to reinvent themselves in Sacramento.
I know.
To no avail. What a horrible situation that they're in right now. They're stuck with the Zach LaVine contract. Sabonis never really takes it another level in the playoffs. He peaks in the regular season. I don't know what you do if you're Sacramento. And Moser, that's your hometown.
Well, I
what
told
do you do
you
if you're Sacramento.
We talked last week. My buddy Todd, I'm on the phone with him. He's driving. And the Nuggets had just gotten the Kings. Boom, got him. So, hey, we got your team last night. He's like, look. He goes, here's the hard truth. In my lifetime, they are never going to win. Remember we talked about that on the show? Yeah. They're resigned to the fact they're never going to win anything ever. He's like, we are not ever going to win as long as I'm breathing air and fogging a mirror. And that's an absolute fact. They had a 2-point lead after the first quarter. Do you know what happened in the second quarter last night? They were outscored 44-19 and the game was over. Game was over. That's got to be so depressing.
Do you guys remember?
Beyond depressing.
You know, I'm watching that game, though, and I'm saying to myself, I don't know if you guys did the same. I'm saying, you know, Dallas doesn't have Kyrie. He's out. But imagine if Kyrie were here with AD, who's healthy for now, and the rest of all the size. This team might be good.
Clay finally shot the ball well last night. That's what he did. He finally filled the bucket.
Do you guys remember the year that the Nuggets won the title? Sacramento Kings were the 3 seed at the end of the year. Remember that? And it looked like, hey, this is going to be their first real shot before they really start going on some runs, right? This is going to be getting their feet wet. And then they got worse. As I keep warning people about wanting to make changes to teams that are good, it's a lot easier to get worse than it is to get better. And I think they're a prime example of it. Like, I think that they saw the writing on the wall with that's why they traded De'Aaron Fox, right?
Yeah.
But remember, one of the rumors during the trade deadline was MPJ for Zach LaVine. And I go, what does that fix for the Nuggets?
Yeah,
what does that fix?
It's not just making trades for the sake of trades. Sometimes all you're doing is hamster on a wheel. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, like Sacramento. Think about all the trades Sacramento's made over the last 5 years. Think about it. Halliburton for Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox gone, LaVine, all these, DeMar DeRozan, all of these trades they've made, and they're right back where they started.
De'Aaron Fox wanted out, though. He only wanted to go to San Antonio.
Nothing changes. Nothing.
They had one
trading
shot.
For the sake of trading.
They had one shot. That was with Weber and Vlade and Bibby and those guys. They had one shot, and Robert Horry sank a three, and that was it. They had one shot.
That is crazy to look back at that team and what they had. I mean, that's nuts. And how it just disappeared.
And what it does, guys, is it proves again, if you're a small or mid-market team, all right, it's so important to make that leap organically from the draft, from your own people, than trying to resort to trades, because that only works. The trade game, in my opinion, only works for the elite, the big teams, the big market
Big
spenders.
markets, yep.
When you're a small market or mid-market and you rely on that, you're the Sacramento Kings.
I got an idea. It just hit me. I think this is genius. Like, I don't pat myself on the back too often. This is genius. Here's what should happen this offseason. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Are you really ready? Jalen Pickett, Zeke Naji, and a second for Sabonis. Who says no?
Kings.
Did you when you concocted that? Did you think that'd be like funny or?
I'm just saying. I don't know. I want you to listen to me.
But when you came up with that, were you thinking, "Oh my God,
Again,
watch this"?
Again, you cannot sit here and tell me that's stupid. Because I saw the Luka trade. These things can be done. You just need to have a level of convincing and maybe nude photos of the person that's making the trade on the opposite side, and then you're going to be just fine. Okay. Maybe that should be a job that somebody has in the NBA now. They do that in politics, right? Oppo research.
What's your job? I'm the nude photo guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Nude photos. I saw you cheating on your wife.
It's good work if you can get it, you know.
I saw that bag that was in your office full of baking soda. Yeah. That will get released unless I get Sabonis for his second-round pick. All right. 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, so I want to get back to hockey. And I'm nervous about something, Moj. We have the time for Saturday's game. The NHL was kind enough to tell us what time that was going to be 48 hours from now.
Thanks, League. Appreciate it.
It's 6:30 on Saturday. So
That's ideal.
So the good news is the Nuggets play at 1:30. That game can wrap up. You can see post-game coverage of the Nuggets, lead into pregame for the Avs. Like, you're just going to have 8 straight hours of playoff sports here in Denver. The problem is going to... What do you mean what? Sports. Little Jerry Jones. Little sports.
Settle down just a little bit.
Your viewing pleasure.
Hey, so the mayor of Denver is going to join us in about
15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yes.
I want you to do the entire interview in that Jerry Jones accent.
I will not. I will not do it.
Smiles and glory holes.
Sure. What do you think about the smiles and glory holes?
No, not dumb sayings, but just the accent.
Well, if I'm going to have dumb sayings, I'm going to do that voice.
No, but he'll think, why am I listening to a Southern sports radio show?
What's your point?
I tell you, man, I just an old bean farmer here, and now I got into the sports.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
No, Moj, what I was getting at, though, was I think we're going to run into problems as the weeks go on, or as the days go on, where it's not going to be the, hey, you get to watch the Nuggets, then wait and then watch the Avs. I think they're going to be side by side, but the huge news to me, I mean, this is massive. If this is long-term, the second leading point getter for the Dallas Stars just got hurt last night and left the arena in a knee brace. It's a pretty big deal. It's 48 hours away from game one.
It's a really big deal. You know what even tells me it's more of a big deal is the reaction of his head coach. That tells me what a big deal it is.
Yes.
What Peter DeBoer had to say after the game, that tells me that he is worried.
So he said this just quickly.
And he should be worried.
The purpose, this is DeBoer in the postgame. The purpose of resting people down the stretch was to hopefully avoid injury. And unfortunately, we didn't do that with the Robertson injury. That doesn't sound like somebody's like, yeah, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, he's calling it the Robertson injury.
Yep.
Hey, by the way, when did he rest anybody? If I go back and look at the Stars coming down the stretch here, I mean, last night in a game that meant absolutely nothing, other than you're trying to right the ship because you'd already lost 6 in a row and you got pasted at Nashville 5-1. It meant absolutely nothing to the Dallas Stars. Here's who played. Jamie Benn, Maverick Bourque, Evgeny Dadonov, Matt Duchene, Mikael Granlund, Roope Hintz, their number one center. Wyatt Johnston played 20 minutes. Mason Marchment, Mikko Rantanen played over 21 minutes, was a -2. No points. Jason Robertson, Tyler Seguin, and Sam Steele. Dude, they played everybody.
Where's Duchene?
What do you mean?
Did he play?
Yeah, he played. Yeah, he played.
That. Okay.
Yeah, he played over 17 minutes last night. Now, we're not talking big time 22, 23 minutes, for all the top guns, but they all played. Their whole back end played. Ceci, Dumba, Harley, Lindell, Labushkin. These, again, they're without Heiskanen. Their number one goaltender gave up 5 goals on 17 shots last night. Or 22 shots. Wow. He made 17 saves. I mean, dude, coming down the stretch, they're not just leaking oil. I mean, they've got a blown motor. And I'm going to hedge my bet here and say I'm sure that they're going to play hard and well in game one. Because I can't believe that they would, be so crappy. I'm looking at the previous game. This is against the Detroit Red Wings where they lost 6-4 and gave up 4 in the third period in Detroit. They played Benn, Bourque, Dadonov, Duchene, Granlund, Hintz, Johnston, Rantanen, Robertson, and Steele. I mean, they played their guys, man.
Well, this is what I want to ask you, though, Moj, and I've asked you this before. Maybe your mind has changed. Is this the Dallas Stars forgetting how to play hockey at the most crucial point of the season, or is this the Dallas Stars not caring about hockey because they're waiting for the most crucial part of the season?
They could be not caring. Listen, if the Avalanche had McKinnon,
Yeah, but not caring can get you hurt. We talked about this.
Yes.
This is
not caring can get you hurt.
Sure.
It's a violent sport. It's a physical sport. If you're not there, all there, this is what happens.
Well, and before the text flood in, there's already one. The Avs lost 6-7 the Cup year. They didn't play their starters, or at least a portion of them, for those final games.
They had skeleton crews out there, and they'd already had everything sewn up.
Right.
Now, the Stars had nothing to play for last night, but in this 7-game losing streak, they've had a lot to play for. If they had just beaten the Winnipeg Jets, they would have been 2 points back.
Yeah.
I mean, they would have been right there, and they got blitzed at home 4-0 by Winnipeg. So I don't know what's going on there, but you can't. Here's what I'm saying. I don't know how much is going on there. I don't know. But there's nothing going on there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I mean, they could come on out Saturday night and be totally awesome against the Avs, and they probably will be. I mean, they know what postseason hockey is all about. They went to the Western Conference Final last year.
Here's the thing, though, Moj.
But it's not like there's nothing going on, because they're without their best defenseman. They're without one of their best forwards now, theoretically, and they've been getting blown up. They gave up 5-3, 6-4, 5-6-5.
Here's the other thing. Whether it was the malaise of the end of the regular season getting to them or they're playing poorly, you go to Dallas game 1 and step on their necks a little bit, that'll have them questioning some things.
Vic, if you go into Dallas and you skate your butts off, and again, I think these guys are going to be very good, talking about the Avs, and I think Dallas will be good, but if you can go in there and get one of those 6-2 rippers in game 1, and now they've lost 8 in a row, including game 1 at home, and they've lost home ice advantage, the pucker factor, I think, is going to be there. They're not dumb, Vic. They look around. They see their number 1 defenseman is still out. They see Robertson. They know they're shorthanded against an Avalanche team that's going to have all of its guys. Now, is that enough for the Avs? I don't know. We'll see. They're going to figure it out on the ice.
Hockey is such a crazy game. A year ago, the Avs go to Winnipeg, a team that swept the Avs in the regular season.
Yeah.
And we were all saying, oh, God. And then the Avs in that first game. You remember the first game? I think we all remember what happened.
7-6?
Yeah, and we're like, oh, my God. And then the Avs win the series.
Yeah.
Well, then they won the next 4 in a row.
It's just such a crazy circumstantial. Like, you can point to a Robertson injury. You can say but things change so fast. So fast.
They really do. The Avs had a 2-0 lead over Vegas. Coming home.
Do you remember that series against Detroit way back when, where the Avs dropped the first 2 at home? They were down 0-2, and then they won 4 in a row?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Postseason hockey is a weird thing, man.
By the way, series price, these are out on Circa now for the Avs and Stars. What do you think it is?
Oh.
Avs are minus 160 as the favorite.
Ooh. Which
isn't a small number.
That's not,
no. It's not massive, but it's not small either.
Correct.
All right. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. We come back. Mayor of Denver, Mike Johnston, joins the program. Stick around.
Hey, guys, if you're dealing with any sort of form of erectile dysfunction, are you laughing it off, saying it's no big deal? Or do you want to get fixed and be back in business immediately? The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you. This is what they do. Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Get back to being intimate and get back to your relationship. They got treatment success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor. Schedule a consult today. Initial visit only $99. It includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, the T and the PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, well, your visit's free. But, dudes, it's going to work, and you're going to be back in business right away. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of guys, you're going to fix yourself. You're going to be happy. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs, so call today. Don't hesitate. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are very happy to be joined by the mayor of Denver, Mike Johnston. First of all, Mayor,
Morning, guys.
Good morning. I was told that you specifically requested to be on our show. Why do you want to talk to us? What is it about us that you want to talk to?
I love talking to you guys because it is playoff season in Denver. It's like the best time of the year. We got two amazing hometown teams with viable chances to make a championship run at the same time. You know, when you watch all the cities that are out of the hockey playoffs for the first time, right? Boston on the sidelines, Detroit on the sidelines, New York on the sidelines, Chicago on the sidelines, and we got two great teams making runs for titles. Feels good to be the best sports city in America.
Yeah, we are spoiled. So today at 11:45, Mayor, I'll be down there emceeing the proceedings. What are we doing at Union Station exactly?
This is the launch to playoff season for us in downtown. And what we started last year, which we love, is this Denver tradition. We call it the Denver March, which is on every home playoff night, we host parties downtown with the Nuggets and the Avs. They're either at Union Station or at Larimer Square. People come, there's outdoor events, there's drinks, the mascots are there, but we give away about 2,000 free T-shirts. If you want to come for T-shirts, great. Most exciting thing is we'll give away free tickets to every game. So you come, you show up, you want to come to a watch party, have some beer, see some friends, you might end up in Ball Arena watching the game live. So really grateful to the Nuggets and the Avs for doing that. And it's just a great way to get people to come downtown, join in the spirit of playoff season. So we'll be launching all that today at our press conference.
That's awesome. And I think you know as well as we do, especially over the last, 5-6 years with these teams when they've been making these playoff runs, it's insanity for about a month straight downtown every single day.
It is. And the key is we'll also be doing, there'll be watch parties and events all the time for away games too. But, but with both of them, we're going to have home games almost every other night. And so it's going to be, you can really throw a dart at any day in April or May, and there's going to be a home Avs or Nuggets playoff game. So come on down.
We've talked on the show already how anxious we become during the playoffs, watching playoff hockey or playoff basketball. Every shot, every possession matters. When you watch, because I've seen you in the arena at these games, I mean, how passionate do you get as the mayor?
I get very passionate. And for me, right, the stakes are high. As you said, every possession matters, but also every breakthrough play it makes a huge difference in the momentum you can get from picking up a game or coming back from a game that you're behind. In an Avs game, when you're down 1 goal, it's a big deal. When you're up a goal, big deal. So I think the city waits all year for this, and it's fun to watch regular season wins, but it's nothing like the stakes of the playoffs. And so, you definitely got butterflies in your stomach the whole time. I have to pace. I'm always nervous, but also always excited.
We've seen long runs from these teams before, Mayor. What does it do for a city? I mean, overall, from top to bottom, for the businesses, for the attention, all that sort of thing.
I mean, I'm so glad you asked, because obviously the morale is incalculable, right? Just the way the city feels the morning after a big Avs or Nuggets playoffs win, the way the city feels after a series win, the way the city feels when you're going into championships. I mean, there is nothing like that in any city. But you're totally right. I mean, for us, it's crazy. I should have brought a graph for you, but we look at the economic impact on sales tax revenue. When we have deep runs into June, it is the biggest tax driver in the month of June. I mean, you can see deep playoff runs with activations in June show huge spikes in economic activity. Early exits make for a tougher early start to the summer. So we are all in for the businesses in the city as well as for the fans, but it is high stakes for all of us.
Can you I know you have official decrees that you do. Can you decree this show, the official radio show of Denver or something like that? Is it possible?
There's certainly got to be a Altitude Sports Radio day. I could declare.
Yes,
sure.
yeah, do that. and I hate to say this because we have full faith in you in unleashing this decree, but I will say, do you ever find it that you need to get approval from what our text line saying the actual mayor of Denver, which is Logan O'Connor of the Avs? He is the mayor of Denver, actually, is what they're saying.
I generally have to go to the boss somewhere at the Avs or the Nuggets to solve any truly hard problems. In fact, even like the whole launch of this crazy parade idea, we've been working on with the Avs and Nuggets for a year and a half. They've been amazing partners. Turns out they're very pro-fun like we are, and they're very pro-business like we are. And so anything that gets more fans, more people, and more business is a pretty easy decision.
The good part about it is Brett's very pro beer, so I think he'd fit right in.
Yes, very pro beer.
Any one of these, any one of these parties, man.
It really is a radical pro beer agenda, is what we're after.
I need to ask you, as a fan, all right, take your mayor's hat. When you watch the Nuggets, for example, let's start with the Nuggets. Who's your favorite player? Is there a favorite game? Is there something that comes to mind?
I mean, I have to. I don't think I have a favorite player because I love them all for different reasons, including actually I have to say this week, very impressive. Michael Porter Jr. reached out to me, came to my office and visited. He just wanted to sit down and talk about what he could do to give back to the city in a more significant way. Like,
are you serious?
What an incredible thing for a young guy to do, to say, I could be doing anything. And what I want to do is talk about how can I help on youth sports? How can I help on folks struggling with addiction? How can I help on helping people transition back to work after they come out of correctional facilities? Like, for me, that was monumentally impressive. So I'm an incredible fan of his. Obviously, I'm a big believer in Aaron Gordon. Love watching the way that he plays. And I just say, like, it is certainly one for the ages. I'm trying to tell my kids, you do not know what it means to be living in a city with a 3-time reigning NBA MVP who averages a triple-double in the regular season. Like, don't ever think this is normal because you are living through one of the iconic moments in sports history right now. So that just feels like a gift every night. And you think about what it meant to be able to see Jordan play in person in Chicago in the mid-90s. Like, we're in one of those eras. So what I love about him is, love P. Watt when he's on a run, on a given night when he's in and making plays. And so there's so many fun players to watch. That's what I love about it. I love the way they play together, right? It just feels like Denver in that way. It's an unselfish team, but they get stuff done. And I think people connect to that.
And we talk about this every single day. I mean, franchises go through ups and downs, and right now these two franchises here over at Ball Arena are in and up. And who knows, Mayor, it's so dang hard to win, even when everything supposedly goes correct and right, and you're healthy and so on. But I like this. Right? Let's get while the getting's good. Let's have fun. Let's let's pump it up. Let's get crazy and let's have a great hopefully long run into the summer for both of these teams and make the most of it, because you never know. Like you said, we will never see another player like Joker again in our lifetime here in the great city of Denver. So get while the getting's good.
Yeah, I mean, you may never see another McKinnon in our lifetime at the same time. But I mean, even thinking about, I will say, Vic, to one of your questions about my favorite moments, I have I have some failed ideas that it turns out I can't make happen through fiat yet. But my idea is, what I want on 16th Street is I want reactivations of great plays in sports history. So I want a half court of the Nuggets court with a full size Anthony Davis with his hand extended, and then you get to go down to the corner and make the Jamal Murray shot over Anthony Davis.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Were
you there for that game? Were you there?
Oh, no. I was just watching it on TV.
Man.
I want the X with the Jokic half-court shot, and any Denverite can come down. If you can sink the Murray shot over Anthony Davis and you can sink the Jokic half-court shot, we give you whatever you want.
That's great.
Such a great idea. Hey, before
I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I'm figuring out how to do the Elway helicopter.
Helicopter,
play.
yeah.
I'm not sure if I would let 13-year-olds try that without serious liability, but I would definitely give it a shot.
I do need your assistance, Mayor Johnston. I'm a bit of a pickle with the mayor of Kansas City during football season. I didn't get into a Twitter beef with him, but I said something bad about Kansas City.
Well, he hates your guts.
Chiefs.
Let's just be honest about it.
And then he reacted to what I said, and it's nothing bitter at all. But what did he say, Nelly? He said, "Girl, please," to one of my tweets.
Yeah.
So can you just reach out to him and say, "Hey, man, I'm a cool dude. It's nothing personal. It's just that we don't like the Chiefs here in Denver. That's all.
And we demand an apology."
Yes.
I can absolutely text Q right now and tell him that. Quentin Lucas, he goes by Q. But you'd appreciate this, Vic, because I talked mad trash, sent him a lot of screenshots from the 38-0 victory at the end of the season over the Chiefs to just say, what?
Good.
What? How about
good?
Now? You got to take the one moment we had of real bragging rights over the Chiefs. So he did not give me much response on that either.
I got one last thing for you, Mayor, and appreciate the time this morning. I don't ever get to talk to politicians very often, but I have one request. I think it affects a lot of people in town, which is, can you make some sort of rule that golf courses can't charge two people the same cart fee? I think that's ridiculous, and we need to get this fixed.
That is a great question. I have noticed, because if I rent the cart by myself, I don't need an extra cart for a second person.
Exactly, and they charge everybody twice. It's insane. It's you know what, they got you over a barrel, and I won't stand for it, Mayor. I'm just being honest.
I have to say, in your defense, I have done maybe 150 town halls since I've been mayor. And that is the one question that has not yet ever come up. So you have now flagged a problem for me to solve. I have not heard from a single Denver resident yet, but it is a crisis. And let me see what I can do to get on it. At least some compensation, like free beer credits.
Yes.
Free beer credits on the beer cart, at least.
Nobody wants to play with him. He plays by himself. That's the issue.
Awesome.
Hey, look forward to seeing you at the games. And at 11:45 this morning, Union Station, if you're near the downtown area, again, we'll be out there. And whatever decree you give us, we're waiting for it. It is the start of playoff season, and there ain't nothing better in Denver. So look forward to seeing you, Mayor.
Thanks so much, guys, for having me on. Look forward to being back soon. I'll work on the golf carts.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Yes, Mayor Mike Johnston joining us on the Ramos La Hotline. As this is when
That's a good point, though. I mean, the cart is going to go around the course, whether or not there's one person in it or two people in it. I mean, how much is the cost of a cart?
If I ride by myself, it's
cart.
$20.
Right.
If I ride with a friend, it's $20. It should be split in half.
I completely agree.
You know, something gosh darn it, I wish we didn't say goodbye. I wanted to ask him. I'll talk to him about it today. I want to ask him, and I will, and I'll share this. I'm going to ask him point blank, how important will it be to keep Mile High Stadium, to keep the Broncos in the city of Denver? And how much is he going to push for that? I guarantee it is first and foremost.
But I can't imagine a lone tree, Vic. I can't even imagine.
That's what I'm
that
saying.
would be the case.
I'm going to ask him about that and just what kind of conversations are being had, because it's give and take, and you could say whatever you want about they might see a better tax deal elsewhere. Denver Broncos, they're called the Denver Broncos. They belong in the city of Denver. They belong in the city of Denver.
Here's the other thing. Michael Porter Jr. is the most interesting person in town.
Isn't
he
really? God, the fact that he said that?
So he said that out of nowhere last week, right? MPJ met with the mayor to say, how can I help with people struggling with addiction, with people getting out of correctional facilities, trying to find jobs? Like, that's just really cool. Porter does stuff like that all the time.
The reason why it's cool is because I don't think anybody needs to be told. Do you understand the amount of strife that man has gone through over the last 4 years? Family strife, personal strife, injury strife. I mean, he's gone through it's been hell. And he's been able to persevere. He shows up, plays most of the time, very, very rarely injured anymore, and doesn't complain about it, ever. Have you ever heard him make an excuse, complain about his back or his drop foot or any of that? Have you ever once heard that come out of his mouth?
He doesn't get snippy when people are criticizing him either. You know what I mean? He's never. We've seen Jamal. Jamal at times been like, yeah. When people are criticizing him, maybe have a little snipe back at somebody else. Porter's never done that either.
He acknowledges when he's bad.
Yeah.
He says it. So I'm with you, man. Something resonated. Remember when Josh Kroenke did his press conference last week and he was asked about Michael Porter Jr. and he stopped and said, I'm really proud of Mike. And you know what? I am too. I mean, you can say what you want about him as a player. He's involved in trade talks and all that. I'm just proud of him as a person.
Yeah. Handled himself really well. Now, I hope he shoots 45% from three in the postseason.
So do I.
That would really,
That'd be
really
it would be a lot easier
like
for the
Mike.
Nuggets to win this series if he were shooting like we know he can shoot.
Yes. Keep in mind, guys, you can watch us on YouTube, subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio channel, and check out everything as we are live from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every weekday, along with that Altitude Sports Daily. It's a daily recap of everything you missed on Denver's #1 sports station that might have Altitude Sports Radio Day at some point in town. Perhaps that's going to happen.
He promised it, right?
And he did say so. Looked like he was looking over at a handler off to his left, too, like, hey, put this on the books. So we'll see. Back after this. All right, let's head back out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are joined by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. Leggy, we are a week away from day one of the NFL draft. If you had to right now, give me your best guess. The name of the guy that will be there at 20 that the Broncos will be interested enough in to take. Who is it? Call your shot right now, unknowing what the board's going to do in front of them.
Yeah, we're calling the shot at 20. That's painful. No, I can give you a group of players.
Okay,
I think will be there.
Mm.
I think like Derek Harmon from Oregon, defensive lineman, Emmett Worry, the safety from South Carolina. I think Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from Texas. I think that is the kind of group you're looking at, and possibly one of the 2 or 3 best tackles on the board would be there, I think, from talking to people.
Where you at with Ted McMillan?
He's in that group. I will likely have him, or I will have him in the top 20, but it's always for me, for the Broncos, you're looking for job description, and he's like Cortland Sutton. And they already have Cortland Sutton. So, as good as he is as a player, as good as he is as a contested catch receiver, I think a guy like Golden would be a better addition. But, again, those are win-win decisions. Those are both top 20 players in my book.
Jeffrey, real quick though on the tackles, you got 2. You always need more. I dig that.
It's like corners, Mo.
Yeah.
Corners and tackles, I don't think you ever pass on. And, Garrett Bowles and McGlinchey are older tackles.
Yeah, they're no spring
in
chickens.
The league.
Yeah, they're not spring chickens. I dig that. But are they good enough? The Missouri kid or the Texas kid or the who's the other guy?
LSU.
The LSU kid, Campbell. Those guys, are they good enough that you can't pass at 20, even if there's a skill position that can really help you?
Yeah, nobody's going to get fired up about tackles because it's not an immediate touch the ball position. But I think Will Campbell's one of the best players in the draft. So if he's at 20 for me, I'm hell yes. That would be mine. But again, it's just me grading. But I think that's a primary roster position, but yes, he does not touch the ball. In theory, he doesn't immediately help, Bo Nix. But, I would counter is if you're a playoff team, you try to be as deep as possible. And last year, if McGlinchey or Bowles gets hurt, I still think that derails the Broncos pretty significantly. Sure. And we saw what it looked like when Riley Moss got hurt last year. So I think sometimes with the draft, you can't just look at the 22 starters and say, if the draft pick can't penetrate the 22 starters, you don't take them in the first round. I think you got to look at it as sort of a top 30 on your depth chart.
Jeffrey, I have in my hand here 50 pesos. If I took these 50, yes. If I took these 50 pesos.
He's absolutely bargained that 50 pesos, Jeff, like 100 times in his life on this show.
If I applied these 50.
What's that worth? That's worth like a tenth of a penny, right? I don't even know.
Hey, that's none of your business. I'm trying to make it. If I took these 50 pesos and I bet them on whether the Broncos would stay at 20, move up, or move back, where should I place these 50 pesos?
I still think they stay at 20 because it's too hard to move. Not because they would want to or might think about it. I just think it's difficult on this board to move much. Because I think a lot of people are going to be looking to move down, Vic. This is a thin board at the top. And if everybody's first rounders are gone, folks are going to be looking to move out. And the strength of the draft is rounds 2 through 5. So you don't want to surrender those picks, to move, in general.
Can I play a piece of audio for you? This is Ashton Genty on the Overtime podcast. He was asked the question, who's been talking to you the most? Here's what he said.
Who have you been talking to the most?
So now I have just like separate meetings, like the Browns running back coach wants to talk to me. Like it's all like separate, like who wants to, Seahawks. But at the actual draft, I talked to 20 different teams at the combine, and really the Denver Broncos, they was heavy on me, and the Raiders, they was heavy. Like we was talking the most, like even while all the running backs were doing drills, because I wasn't competing. Like they was talking to me the whole time. Mm-hmm. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
I have one question. When I heard that, the Broncos are at 20. There feels like there's a very, very, very slim chance he drops to 20. Why would the Broncos talk to him that much? In his words, the most out of all the teams at the combine, if they aren't going to be in position to draft him at 20?
You know, some of it's due diligence. Some of it is a scout or a position coach with the Broncos may just really like talking to the kid at the combine. I will say Lou Iamaleava is one of the most personable guys you're ever going to meet, the Broncos running back coach. I mean, you want to talk about a guy who has the disposition you're going to remember talking to if you're a young person. It's him. So it doesn't shock me if Lou was indeed the guy, and I would think he was, because in the mix zones at the combine and the informal settings, it's almost always the position coach and 2 or 3 of the senior scouts who are mingling with the players that day. So that wouldn't shock me. Again, you know, a lot of players tell me they really enjoy talking to Lou, so wouldn't shock me that Ashton Genty did as well. So some of it's just personality. Some of it is, you know, they might really like the player, and hey, you know, a running back dropping to 20 is not like this galactic event. It could certainly happen. And if all these quarterbacks, I mean, Jalen Milroe was invited to the draft, so they don't do that unless they've got intel.
Yeah. That's a good point.
In some fashion. So if all the Broncos want everyone to go crazy on quarterbacks. That's what the Broncos want. Broncos want everybody talking about.
They want last year's draft.
Yeah. Can you believe all these quarterbacks went in the first round after everyone said the class wasn't very good? That's what the Broncos want, because then at 20, they're picking from 5 guys with first-round grades instead of 2 guys with first-round grades.
Very interesting. That being said, then, I've seen Shedeur, again, we're talking about this private workout with the Giants. And the Giants also say, hey, by the way, if we draft Travis Hunter, we're going to play him both ways. I mean, so the Giants are seemingly focused on Colorado guys. Could Shedeur go 3? Could he go 10? I mean, what are you looking at here? Could he go to the Raiders at 6? What's going on?
Well, the Giants worked out individually most of the top quarterbacks, and even the guys who were 2nd and 3rd round pick. They've had individual workouts with the quarterbacks down the board too. So I wouldn't think, just because they work Shedeur out doesn't mean they're thinking of him in the top 5. They could be thinking of him in the comeback around pick in the 2nd round. I mean, but they worked out guys, down in the 3rd, down in the late 2. I mean, they've done their due diligence with the quarterbacks. I think Shedeur's workout with them just got out or noticed while they were doing all these other workouts too. I'm almost certain they worked out Milroe, and I think they worked out Shuck from Louisville too.
I want to go back to how you opened this interview, because Brett tried to press you on maybe some of the prospects the Broncos would be looking at regarding pick number 20, Derek Harmon, Matthew Golden, all that stuff. Do you think it's going to be an offensive player? Do you think it's offense more so than defense?
Well, I mean, they opened the checkbook for defense in free agency. So that tells me they thought the draft board early, especially, is leaning hard offense. So I think it would make sense that they're hoping some of the players they have graded are there. But, the last thing they should do is take an offensive player they have graded in the 2nd round over a 1st round defensive player. That's the last thing you should do.
At noon today, Coach Payton and George Payton will be available via Zoom to talk about pre-draft questions and all. and I'm going to be blunt with you. I think it's the biggest waste of time of an interview session in the history of interview sessions when you're pressing the coach and the GM and asking them about, hey, the draft is next week. What do you think? They're not going to say anything. They'd be dumb to say anything. Why are we doing this?
Well, some of it is just, the league likes it. The league likes us talking to these teams and putting it all out there. I mean, look what the NFL has taken over March and April as if it's nothing. And that's what they like. So This is all part of it. I mean, Vic, you probably remember, but I used to open Mike Shanahan's draft thing every year with, who do you have as the whatever pick they had in the first round? I would say, who do you have as your 10th player on the board? It was always my first question.
Wait a minute. That sounds like what I do to you.
Yeah, but you're not a professional.
Fair. That's fair.
You're just a rank amateur. What are you doing?
You know what, Nelly? Give me the music. Give me the
and
music.
I've done that. I've done that with Sean Payton too, but he's not quite as excited as my queries.
Nelly, I got one more shot, Jeff. I mean, I got to give it a shot. If I say this is past 70, it's past 70. That's okay.
Give me what you got.
I want number 77 on Jeff Legwold's top 100.
Look at it up.
77 is actually a player I love. Andrew Bakuba, safety from Texas.
Okay.
Love him.
What do you love about him?
The guy gets the ball. He's always around the ball. Spectacular player.
How big is he? Is he a bigger safety or smaller
He's a
safety?
6-footer.
5'11" and a quarter, 186, Vic.
Yeah. The Broncos have too many small safeties.
Yeah. Well, that's the game now. The safeties are the size of corners back in the day, and linebackers are the size of safeties.
Hey, you know what's cool about this guy?
Hey, we did it, by the way. We
got
one. We got
something out of him, man. Like going to the dentist chair.
I promised you on Thursday you could have one. So there you go.
Look,
awesome.
I just like to feel like I strong-armed you into it. That's just let me have this. Just let me have
this.
No,
I awarded it to you. So there you go.
Brett, now you got to tweet
it. It was a gift. A little bow on there for you.
Brett, now you got to tweet it. Yeah, you just got to go full throttle with it. Just take ownership of it.
He's absolutely.
That'd be great. Yeah, that way I can be fired and you guys can take up a collection on GoFundMe, Leahy's wardrobe.
Your boy is obsessed with this. I'm telling you. I mean, as soon as the list comes out, he's all over it.
Well, it's coming out
He's
Sunday,
dying
right?
for it. Yeah.
Is that what you said, Sunday?
Yeah. So if you tweet it, I'm a dead man. So thank you very much.
Okay, I won't. I appreciate it. See, I don't want to ruin this for next year.
But I'll tell you what's cool about Makuba. I was just reading about him. His parents and older siblings were refugees from the Democratic Republic of Congo. He was born in Zimbabwe. They made it to the United States, and he's this awesome football player. That's so cool. That's really cool, man.
He's a great coverage safety, and in today's NFL, you got to have coverage safeties.
Awesome.
So.
That's really cool.
Where do you think the Broncos are at on that, by the way? Because they signed Hufanga. I mean, they have starting safeties, but are they looking like maybe a year down the line, maybe they want to get better, or what would be the...
I think, again, that's if you're a real playoff team, you're planning for what could happen in the next season or two.
Yeah.
And, are you going to give McMillan big money? Yeah, you think he's one of the best nickel corners in the league, but do you think he's worth, top 3, top 4 money? And are you going to be able to spend it there at that moment? So, yeah, you should always have somebody, in-house. That's what the good teams do. And when the Broncos were good, that's what they did. They had people in-house to fill roles as they moved on. And, every guy in the league who's a personnel guy will tell you, the phrase they use, it's a space and cover league on defense. And that means corners, coverage safeties, and pass rushers. You can absolutely never have enough, you know. And so, yeah, I think always a player like that should be on your radar.
Man, I'm looking through this as you mentioned Makuba. There are a lot of prospects from the University of Texas. I mean,
they were loaded. Ohio State, obviously loaded. Oregon, I have a lot of guys I liked from Oregon on that defense, especially. So, and the SEC, you watch the SEC because it's they're the easiest players to evaluate because it's good on good every week. You don't have to search 5 games to find a matchup to see how a guy can really play. So I think the SEC will dominate the board when all is said and done after the 3 days.
Hey, you think, speaking of Texas, that Gunnar Helm, the Cherry Creek product, the Texas tight end, are the Broncos might be looking at him at all?
Oh, of course. Yeah, he's exactly the kind of player. Plus, he's a great story. I mean, the guy has just done nothing but get better, and suddenly he's probably a day 2 pick, very safe day 2 pick, I think.
Just quickly, Leggy, and God help me, that I want to ask a question about the 2026 draft.
Outstanding. Yeah, bring it on.
I keep seeing
I'm having
people...
an aneurysm because I spent 6 months with 600 names. But yeah, bring on next year.
Well, this one should be easy. This one should be easy. I mean, everybody is talking about, hey, you got to tank for Arch. And Arch played a little bit. But I'm just, in your eyes as an evaluator, like, how much of the Arch Manning mystique is real? Oh, my God, from the little we've seen, this guy is going to be a bona fide number 1 overall pick. And how much is that his last name is Manning, and so he gets a huge bump in that sense?
Well, if you're an evaluator, quarterbacks named Manning, you're 2 for 2.
Sure.
In longtime NFL players. One's a Hall of Famer, one's been considered. So, yeah, you think the lineage is going to be pretty good. But I think the difference in Arch, especially for the old scouts who evaluated the other 2, is the athleticism and the mobility is just spectacular. So, he's a modern quarterback with a Manning head. Yeah. And I think people always wondered what could have Peyton been as a player if he had the movement skills, of a comparison somewhere. And Arch has that in theory. So I think that's the compelling thing is you get a Manning head on a very athletic quarterback.
But I always ask the questions with these guys. Like, if his last name was Johnson, is the same thing happening?
Yeah. No, if he could play like that, the same thing is happening. Now, some of the NIL deals may not have come as quickly.
Sure.
I mean, he had NIL deals before he had taken a snap. So it's, that I think that's the difference, sure. It's like Shedeur and once you have a name that's recognizable, you got to wrestle with that sometimes.
Well, everybody be on the lookout. Leggy's Top 100 comes out this Sunday, ESPN.com. We'll talk to Leggy one more time before the draft, the day of next Thursday. Looking forward to it. Appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could just preemptively tell everyone, yes, I really meant to put the quarterbacks that low. I think that's let's just get that out of the way right away. It's not a mistake. I did it on purpose,
Of course, yes.
And I'm always prepared. I love the tons of emails I get. I don't even know who you are. Why are you doing this?
Those are the best. Those are the best.
They run my top 100 on ESPN, and I get 2 days of emails. Who the hell is this guy? I don't even know who you are.
So you're aware that you are unknown to a lot of people, and you're aware of where the quarterbacks are. Because, again, a reminder, this is who he thinks are the best players, not where they're going to be drafted. There's your PSA.
Right. Thank you to some no-name draft freak.
Thank you, John Logawoggle.
All right. Talk to you next week, Leggy.
See you, fellas.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, All Conversations with Leggy, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
It's going to be another beautiful day here in the Metro Denver area, but then we got instant AC coming to town on Friday. Sometimes that AC isn't provided by Mother Nature. You have to provide it yourself in your home. And before it becomes too late, before the AC goes kaput, you got to make sure that sucker's ready to go for the summer. Call AAA Service today. AAA Home Service, a $49 AC tune-up special if you call and schedule today. $49 to get it up and running. You can schedule pretty easily. AAAtoday.com. That's AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. AAAtoday.com.
How much are you going to be like totally in tune on the play-in tonight?
Huh?
How much are you going to be into the play-in tonight? The final
tomorrow
play-in.
night.
Oh, it's tomorrow. That's right. My bad.
Jesus.
My mistake. So we got nothing tonight? Nada?
Well, it's the end of the National Hockey League season. There's nothing to play for. Everybody's in or whatever.
It's a Netflix night.
Yeah,
Netflix
it is.
And chill night.
Even if you wanted to see if the Rockies are going to lose their 16th game of the season, you can't. They don't play until tomorrow.
It's a.
I'm going to be
an allergy. If you are bothered by allergies right now, raise your hand. Stop your car. Get out of your car and raise your hand.
Flyers at the Sabres. That's going to be huge. Islanders and Blue Jackets. Spankety doink.
Nothing.
There's nothing to play. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 NHL games tonight, and not one of them have any implication in anything.
Yeah. Hey, did the Rockies already call tomorrow's game with the weather coming in?
I have not heard that. No. From what I understand, it's still on.
Have you looked at the forecast?
It's going to be brutal. It's what, mid-30s, snow. Yeah, not ideal. It's going to be like that on Saturday, too. Get that little taste. Get that little taste of the warmer weather. Now it's just...
Dude, see, here's why you can't turn your sprinklers on yet, even though you're dying
I was tempted.
But it's going to be a low of 28. Now, we can probably get away with one day, probably.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if those pipes fill up with water and it gets cold enough, it's going to burst your friggin' pipes. You have to replace it all. It's a pain in the tail. I mean, I can do it myself because it's happened to me so many damn times because I'm an idiot. But you don't want to have to do it, right? So your grass looks awful. My trees have flowers and buds all over them. My allergies are like not as bad as Vic's and his red nose, but they're pretty bad.
Is red nose red?
It was all morning. The right side of your nose. Yes.
I've been blowing it all. I've been just blown away.
I know you have.
Okay. There's a couple of different things. We're just having private shows this entire morning.
So the point,
in my head.
The point is that it's going to be cold, but then it's going to warm up again. I don't like to be teased about the weather, though. Don't say, "Oh, look, here's flowers and here's buds on your trees, and you're out golfing and it's all good." Blah 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 blah. Oh, by the way, we're going to throw in a 28 on you. I mean, that's not cool, but that's Colorado.
Not fair.
That's Colorado, though.
So again, as we are inching, clawing, creeping to Saturday, which is going to be a full day. If you guys missed it, the game time for the Avs is announced. It will be at 6:30 on Saturday. So you have the 1:30 game for the Nuggets. You should have, I would think, a couple hours of a break before the Avs game starts. And is this one of those, it's 6:30, but we're going to wait until the game before is done. So if that game takes a long time, then that pushes us.
Involved. Is if the national networks are involved, then you got to wait.
Yeah. So it's a tentative 6:30 start for the Avs. That's where it's going to get really tricky, Vic, and it's that time of year again, postseason. 8 o'clock tip-off. Yep. Could be 8:40 tip-off.
Yep.
Could be, you know what I mean? Just creeping
that's
later.
That's the death of us. It really is the death of us for doing morning radio. The playoffs are deadly because of all the late starts.
Yeah.
It really is when we're at our grumpiest. Do you notice that?
There's not a lot of sleepy time. Not a lot of sleepy time. That leads to some grumpiness. I still, by the way, if you guys missed this from earlier, I think this is so funny that EJ was on with the Spit and Chicklets guys, and he was talking about...
Oh, he never responded, by the way, to our queries.
Blowing you guys off?
Yeah, when you talk to EJ again today.
Yeah, no. He's going to be on this afternoon. We're not taking him away from this afternoon. I've talked to the people involved, and he's going to be on with Kreckman and Lindahl.
Well, I'm insulted by it, and you let him know that.
I will. Too. Okay, I'll tell him.
I'm dead serious. I want you to record. I want you to record that conversation. I want it on. You tell him we're insulted.
I am.
Well, EJ, I guess, will be on Kreckman and Lindahl today, but he was with the Spit and Chicklets guys yesterday, and he was talking about right before he got the call that he's being traded to Colorado. Listen.
I was sitting at home, on the couch, and I pulled up whatever Puckpedia and plugged in both their salaries, and I was like, holy Coyle makes 500,000 less than Middlestad. This might open up some money for it to work. And a minute later, Danny called me and said, hey, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do this for you. And I have a deal in place to send you back to Colorado.
He's talking about Daniel Briere, correct?
Correct.
The
Danny
GM
Briere,
of the
correct.
Flyers?
Correct.
I just think it's so funny that a professional athlete was basically doing what we do, which is typing in, what is it called? The NBA trade machine.
Whatever
he
it
was
is,
basically in his NHL trade machine trying to figure out if a trade for him would work money-wise now. I can't believe it.
He's had to play a lot of hockey down the stretch here, man. Now, I don't know what his ice time is going to be like in the postseason. Jared Bednar told us yesterday that, look, we are going to go with the best lineup to beat the Dallas Stars.
Yeah, I wondered if there would be, because they have so much depth right now, like a rotation like they've had towards the end of the year, where EJ played like every other game when they were healthy anyway. Same thing with your forwards, like Miles Wood would play a game, and then Parker Kelly would jump in, and then so-and-so would jump in. And he goes, nope, we're going to play the guys that we got the best chance with. That's it. So, yeah, I would assume, Moj, that EJ's probably not in that group unless there's an injury or something, right?
Probably. But he could be. I mean, look, I think if the Avs are going to make a long run, you're probably going to need everybody at some point.
Sure.
Everybody's probably going to have to play some important minutes and make an important play at some point. Everybody.
Sure.
So we'll see.
With a few minutes left, again, we have this with this waiting period, and today is especially brutal because there isn't even some playing games or anything to carry you over. Is everybody done in the NHL, Moj? Everybody's done now, and there's nobody hanging, or are there more games tonight?
I just got done telling you that we had 7 games. Remember, I was going over the Flyers and Sabres.
That's right. Yes,
that's
yes.
exciting.
That seems silly.
There are 7 games tonight, and not one of them mean anything to anybody.
Just call them.
I mean, you'd think at least the last day of the season with 7 games that maybe, if a team wins, they're in, or at least playoff positioning, home ice, or
remember
something.
The Western Conference the last day of the NBA? Every single one of those games was like, I could be the 8 seed or the 2. It felt, you know what I mean? And they got nothing here. It just feels really late. Really late to be still playing games. I remember I was looking when the Avs were done. I was looking at the standings. There's some teams that had like 79 games played. I was like, what's going on here?
Yeah. I like it. I think rest is a weapon at this time of the year. Imagine finishing up tonight and having to get on a plane to Dallas tomorrow and then play, and you've got guys banged up, right?
Well, there's no way they'd play him Saturday, right?
Well, okay,
Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday. But still, you're right.
But imagine that. That'd be a pain in the tail.
You've been hanging out?
Let's see. It's Montreal and Washington the first game. No, it's not. Who is it?
It's St. Louis and Winnipeg on Saturday.
St. Louis and Winnipeg. So neither of those teams play tonight. So, yeah. Yep, they've had some time off, too.
Give me one playoff upset.
Got it already.
In the Stanley Cup playoffs and the NBA playoffs.
I think
think about this.
In the NHL, I already have mine. I think
okay,
Ottawa.
Hang on. Okay, go ahead.
I think Ottawa's going to upset Toronto in round 1. I think.
Really?
Ottawa's big and heavy, man. And, listen, Craig Berube's done a great job with the Leafs. But they've got the better goalie in Ottawa. And if they can somehow contain that four-headed monster up front for the Leafs, I think it's going to be an ugly, grind-out Battle of Ontario.
Florida over Tampa.
It's not an upset, Dork.
It's a 2-3. I mean, what do you...
Well, they're basically they had the same season. What do you...
Okay, Avs over Stars.
I'm taking Avs over Stars.
It's the seeds. What do you want me to go by?
You said major upset. That's what you said.
I didn't say that. I said just give me one upset.
You said an upset.
Well, Avs over the Stars.
That'll work. Very good, Moj. All right, now to the NBA.
I don't know yet.
You ready for this one?
Yeah.
Detroit over the Knicks.
It's what everybody's been talking about. I don't know if I buy it. Cade Cunningham is really impressive. Detroit overall, they're just a tough team. They're going to make it difficult, no doubt about that. Why do you think so? I mean, Brunson's been a monster in the playoffs.
I don't know why I think so.
Oh. Well, that's great analysis.
Nuggets over the Clippers.
Give me an upset. This
Nuggets,
team. Why?
Nuggets are the higher seed.
I know.
That's stupid.
I know.
I do believe, everybody's got Golden State beating the Rockets. Everybody's on this Golden State train.
Yeah.
Golden State's not big enough to deal with the Rockets. I don't see that. I see Houston winning that series. And we could stop regurgitating Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry. Enough.
I think Minnesota's going to win. I think they're going to take out the Lakers.
I don't.
I think the physicality that they bring to the table could bother LA. Especially LA doesn't have people with size that are good. They have really good guards, but not with size.
I think they've already answered that question because that was the question going into that trade. Oh, how are the Lakers going to match up size-wise? Well, they've already answered it. They've beaten most teams, even bigger teams. So it's not an issue.
Well, only a couple days away now. Nelly, got a fact checker for us?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Moser, this week you've been asking me to dig up a lot of old clips from drop tournaments gone by. How about a fact checker from the past? Many, many moons ago, Brett, who is the Nuggets interim head coach?
You had no Michael Malone. David Axelrod took over last night because you know what? David Axelrod made a halftime adjustment that really worked. How do you pull this?
That's so good.
Marty and his satellite ears hooked the brother up when he took over.
So I'm very aware.
Axelrod.
So if you,
I can't wait to tell him that.
Do you know who that is, by the way?
Yeah, it's a political pundit guy.
Yeah, and I think it was during something where he was talking a lot on TV, and I saw him, and I couldn't get it out of my head.
So good. So good.
Well, you know what? I want David Axelrod to coach so well that he gets the permanent job after this. How's that sound?
Perfect.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, have a wonderful Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye. You had no Michael Malone. David Axelrod took over last night.
Oh, there hasn't been a double dipperoo quite like the one we're going to get on Saturday, Coach. We know when the Avs are playing 6:30 is that window. Game 1 against the Dallas Stars just after the Nuggets host the LA Clippers at 1:30 at Ball Arena. It is a double dipperoo playoff style on 92.5. I cannot wait.
Raj, 2 questions for you.
Hopefully 2 answers.
Number 1, do you enjoy cold libations?
I love cold beer.
Number 2, do you love watching playoff hockey and playoff basketball?
I love watching playoff anything.
Then Saturday's a great day for you. It's going to be the day of all days because you get it all. And you get pregame, you get postgame. You know what? I know, we're going to have Chris Dempsey on. He's going to be a part of the pregame show and the postgame show, right? With Altitude TV.
Dempsey will be on today, 40 minutes from right now for his NBA Baseline, which will be an NBA playoff preview.
What are you going to be doing? Tell me what you're doing for the Avalanche for the digital side and or network. Are you doing?
Yeah, when Berto, if Berto has crossover games, then I will be your network host during the playoffs. Mark Springer and I will be doing live post-game shows every single home game at Ball Arena. From Ball. So like right behind the banquet bar where
that's awesome.
Where Kiefer and Riker and all those guys used to do their shows until they moved the studio upstairs.
So we're putting a little digital setup in there?
Spring and I are going to be right there every single game. Live on 92.5 and on digital
Alex
channels.
Ryanemi, a man of the people.
You're
gonna be interacting with the common folk.
Better believe it.
Guys like me are gonna be able to see you around Avalanche games. That's incredible. Usually you're up there in your your ivory tower,
my cocoon with
just
Connor,
looking down on the rest of us common folk.
I go and I crash Connor's small abode up there in Radio 1, but after round 1. Then Connor gets to move into, and Connor and Mitchie, by the way, John Mitchell will join Connor on all home games for the playoff run. They move into the Peter McNabb broadcast booth, which is normally occupied by Moser and JML and Riker. That becomes
what does Moj
radio.
Become? What does Moj become?
A fan.
I love it. Are you serious?
Moj becomes a fan starting in round 2.
I'm looking at him through these studios, and I just want to punch that face and tell you, hey, you're a fan only like me.
He gets
moron.
I feel so
Sit
bad
there with your teeth in your mouth, will you?
I feel so bad. Well, it's
unfair.
Altitude TV will continue to do like pregame and postgame things in rounds 2, 3, and the Stanley Cup final. So Moj is part of a lot of those things. But in terms of play-by-play, it's Connor's show. It's Connor and then national TV.
So with now this being really the passing the baton for Moj, where his face doesn't have to be at least presentable because of TV as much.
He can have 1 beer.
So he is the inflammation for our guy Moj is going to be next level.
Anti-inflammatories.
The next 2 months potentially. Like that's the thing that we are undertaking. If one or both of these teams, which I am going to put out there, both of these teams are going to make deep runs in this postseason. Raj, we're looking at not just month of playoff action, month plural. This thing we could be going for months until there's a parade.
Well, there was news out of Dallas last night. Pete DeBoer, who Jared Bednar is famously 0-3 against in the playoffs, has not beaten Pete DeBoer in a playoff series. For some reason, he's the kryptonite. And it's the neutral zone trap. It's slowing the game down. That is what DeBoer is known for.
Ugly hockey.
He's never gotten it done, right? Like DeBoer is one of those coaches that is always good enough to get you close, but not quite good enough to get you over the hump. And everyone's waiting to see when is it going to be his turn. And it just hasn't been yet.
You just described a coach killer player. So is DeBoer a franchise killing coach?
I don't think he's a franchise killing coach. He always has you. Like Dallas
enough
is really
just to get
good.
you beat, though. That's not usually a great thing in the
No,
postseason.
it's not what you want. But like Dallas doesn't have as deep of a playoff and championship history as the Avalanche do. They've got a cup. They don't have 3. And did you see what happened in Dallas last night?
I heard there was a certain superstar player that has a major impact on the way that these stars play hockey that walked off the ice with a boot. Walked out of the arena
with a boot and a brace. The Stars, which you guys have heard me for the last few weeks, I think Dallas is legitimately a cup contender. They have a great claim to win a championship this year. They've lost 7 straight. And I'm not the guy to raise alarms at losing at the end of the season, right? The Avs have gone 4-1 in their last 9 games at the end of the season. They lost 6 of 7 back in 2022. So I'm not going to raise the alarm just based off of record alone. They've lost 7 straight while playing their big guns. And what happened last night was Jason Robertson, maybe the most important player on that team right now, walks off the ice with an apparent knee injury. And he might be out for either the beginning of the series, the whole series, who knows? They played their starters. Pete DeBoer made a cardinal coaching sin. He did what Brandon Staley did with the Chargers 3 years ago. In a game that meant nothing, and these games have meant nothing. They gave up 4 goals in the third period to Detroit on the 14th. 4 days before that, in a game that mattered so much to them because Dallas was trying everything in their power to not match up with the Avalanche. They don't want to see the Avs. That's a scary team to match up against in round 1. They had a chance to beat Winnipeg at home to try and jump them to get into the number 1 seed, not only in the Central, but overall. They lost 4-0. Ottinger's giving up goals left, right, and center. He gave up 5 goals on 17 shots last night. I think Dallas is a really good team when they're completely healthy and right. I think the Avs are getting the Stars at the perfect time. I said it was a 6-game series. I'm really confident in that.
What has happened to the Stars? Why have they lost 7 straight? Why has DeBoer played all of his big dogs down the stretch in what has proven to be very meaningless hockey? And you had way more to lose, Raj, am I right in saying this, than you did to gain. Why? It make sense.
So to gain, what they had to gain was this. Not playing Colorado in round 1.
Right, but that was off the table 4 games ago.
Yeah, that was off the table a week ago today.
Which was 4 games ago? It was by the time
4 games ago.
Right?
4 games ago. That was off the table.
Okay, so what about these last 4 games, and why do you have your star winger, Jason Robertson, your young stud,
brother, I can't tell you,
is potentially going to be missing at least some ice time?
So not only are you missing your number 1 overall defenseman for likely the first couple of games of the series, that's Miro Heiskanen, you might be missing Jason Robertson.
Explain the impact of Jason Robertson and what he does for the way that they skate and how they want to play.
In terms of his comparison to like how important he is on the, I think he's just as important to Dallas as Val Nichushkin is to the Avs. He makes them go. I wouldn't say he's an elite scorer. He's paid like it. I think he might be their highest paid player on their team if I'm correct.
I got you.
I think he is that highest paid player. Sagan makes 9.8. All right. Robertson makes 7 and 3/4.
Yep.
So he's an RFA in 2 years. The Jamie Benn and the Sagan contracts were signed very, very long ago, so it's like him and Rupe Hintz. I think he is just as important to that team as Nichushkin is. When he's gone, they don't have much scoring punch. The reason why Dallas is so good is because they have a bunch of dudes that are like well above average, and they don't have a star.
Yep.
He's the best guy who is well above
and
average.
The style of hockey that they play, it does pay off to have bigger bodies in front of the net, and he's 6'3 plus, he's 200 plus.
He's solid defensively on the wall. He gets pucks out. He blocks shots. He plays.
They muck it up, and they're going to look for poachers score.
You're getting them at the right time, man. You are getting a really good hockey team when they're at their lowest. I don't think this is smokescreen because they weren't resting their guys. Maybe at the end of the season when you lost to Winnipeg, you started to go, well, the games don't matter, right? Remember those games where McKinnon was playing and Makar was playing, where you knew the Avs were pretty much locked into the 3 seed, and before Bednar sat those guys and then kept them at home, there was this malaise around the team where it was like, yeah, it's very clear they don't care right now. I think the last couple of games you can throw out and say, yeah, you don't really care. But when you put your top guys on the ice, when you don't care about the result of a game, you know what happens?
People get hurt.
You lose focus and you get hurt.
People get hurt.
That's what happens.
If you're not playing with the right mindset in any physical sport, football is a great one. I coached it for
bowl games.
Yeah, it's like if there's any form of malaise around your overall franchise, get your superstars off the field.
Bowl games.
Because it is a recipe for disaster. When you have multiple players on the same team and opposing teams playing at different speeds with different intents, it is not an ideal situation in a highly physical sport.
You want to hear why I think this is real? This slide for Dallas is real. Not only because you are now missing Heiskanen, you're maybe missing Jason Robertson. Did you know the Dallas Stars have allowed the most shots on goal and have the highest expected goals against rate at 5-on-5, which is where Dallas should be elite at 5-on-5 since the Four Nations face-off. They are one of the worst defensive teams in the league, if not, by this metric, the worst defensive team in the league since Nathan McKinnon and Team Canada won that thing.
Since Four Nations, this has been a downward spiral for the Stars. Why the Four Nations as a turning point for this particular roster? I understand. I mean, did any of these players, was anybody banged up?
The Heiskanen injury was right around there.
What about, so Jamie Benn did not participate in Four Nations?
Jamie Benn was not part of the Four Nations team, no.
Mason Marchment?
Marchment, not part
Certainly
of the Four Nations team.
Mikko Rantanen,
part of Team Finland, but didn't play all that many games.
And also going through, where the heck am I playing?
Am I going to be in Carolina?
Right. Because the timing of that was still up in the air, was it not? Around Four Nations,
yeah.
Mikko Rantanen
He didn't know if he was going to be in Carolina
he
or
was
not.
He was not a star at that point.
Asa Lindell on defense played for Finland. Thomas Harley played for Team USA. And Ottinger, was Ottinger on the team?
I think he was a backup.
Was a backup?
He played in one.
Ottinger was on the team.
So he played as a backup, I think, in one of the the
against
game 3.
Sweden or Finland or something like that.
When you'd already clinched your next round spot.
Rupe Hintz was also part of Team Finland there. Mikkel Granlund, part of Team Finland. And I believe that was it, just looking up and down their roster there. So they had a few players who were in.
Ironically, the stars of the real stars, and this is actually not a pun intended, of the Four Nations, it doesn't appear that the ones that went really deep and played very significant roles for Canada and the U.S., it hasn't particularly
Jason
had
Robertson not make their team.
It's crazy, but it hasn't played out being a negative for those teams. I'm talking about the real stars of, now you could argue that Tkachuk.
Matthew Tkachuk, that's a big injury.
That one was significant. But if you look at let's talk about the Avs. I mean, anything that happened in the Four Nations end up being to the detriment of the Avs to be in this spot right now? None whatsoever. And you had 3 Canadians play massively important roles. Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Devon Taves. And those 3 players are healthy and they look awesome.
And you know what? Even if they weren't fine, guess what the organization did? The right thing.
Yep.
They sat him down. They didn't even go on the final trip. They said, stay at home. Grab your golf bag. Play a couple of rounds at Cherry Hills with EJ. Although EJ went on the trip, so maybe not with EJ. Go watch Gabe play with the Colorado Eagles.
Go get some Swedish meatballs, man, imported from IKEA straight to the Blue Arena in Loveland. Why wouldn't you do that? I mean, it's a great way to get away from the ice.
It sure is. Dallas Stars fumbling the bag on the way to the playoffs. Again, Jason Robertson may be injured in last night's meaningless loss as they slide out of the regular season. 7 straight losses for the team that the Avs match up against in round 1. We are set for Friday's win or go home games. The Heat at the Hawks, the Mavericks at the Grizzlies. Heat come back, Tyler Hero, 38 points or something like that last night. Something crazy. The Mavericks get 27-9 from Anthony Davis. So is Nico looking good?
Is he the winner of the trade?
The real thing? Who knows? Also, Coach continues to be enamored by Ashton Genty. Did something change? Let me know on the other side.
Vibes.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. 1:30, Nuggets and Clippers. 6:30, Avs and Stars. Coach, you've been famously high on Ashton Genty for
I guess I'm the only one.
Now. No, I
I'm
mean, I
the
am
only
too.
one, man.
The issue is when I get excited about something, I try and make it attainable. And then if it doesn't feel like it's attainable, then I stop being excited about it. And I think that's why I've kind of moved on from my infatuation with Ashton Genty, because he feels like something I can't have. He's the super hot girl at the bar that I go, I'll just turn around now. Right?
Well, you bring up the super hot girl at the bar, or let's say the super hot girl in your middle school or high school.
I was going to say middle school at the bar. What's going on?
Either one, right? In any one of those
California
situations,
living, Coach.
When you got the crush on something or somebody, they do something every once in a while that just, even if you realize it might be unattainable, you're like, oh, my crush just went through the roof even more. And yesterday it was Ashton Genty in the Players Tribune wrote his manifesto to general managers in the National Football League, and I absolutely loved it. And so this is written word to him. It started out with Ashton Genty's tweet that says this: I was born to play this game. This one goes out to all the NFL GMs. I hope you read this. And it is concluded with the statement that I absolutely love. And I believe, and this is from Ashton Genty, that's exactly what it's made me be, which is different. I truly believe I was born to do this. And I truly believe what makes me different is it isn't about the position I line up at. It's about the mindset I bring to it. Those 11 dudes on defense, they're on a football field playing football. Me, in my mind, I'm still in the backyard with my friends playing, quote, no one can touch me. I've taken the long way. I'm done with that way. If you pick me, it's simple. I'm coming to your franchise to do what Saquon and the Eagles just did. I'm coming to win big soon. It's tackle football. You know what I'm saying? I draft the guy that can't tackle. Thank you for your time, Ashton Genty. I want that guy on my team badly. Confidence, and it is real. Put on the film. That's not somebody who's just talking that talk. Put on the film, and you will see it for 2 years. The dude was not able to be tackled. Saquon Barkley, not able to be tackled at Penn State, and it's continued to the New York Giants, continued to the Philadelphia Eagles. You want to move the Rocky Mountain range of mountains to get this guy to be a Denver Bronco. He is the missing piece to win a Super Bowl. Go out and find a way to get this player. And one of the things that I believe is going to be a reason why this is an attainable crush for me is because I think Shedeur Sanders and the New York Giants in particular, potentially the New Orleans Saints, there's going to be a lot of strange stuff happening. And I think Shedeur Sanders is going to continue to slide. And I think as a result, Ashton Genty might slide just enough where you're in position to draft him as the Denver Broncos.
There are 3 big-time mockers, Coach. Chris Trapasso of CBS Sports, Ryan Wilson of CBS, Danny Kelly at The Ringer, that all have Ashton Genty going to the Broncos. And that means big-time move up the board. It's not that the guy's going to fall out of the top 10, because he ain't. He's not falling out of the top 10. But if there is some weird strife between the Giants and Shedeur, and by the way, did you see what Pat Shurmur had to say about Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, the comp wasn't something that would fire up too many. Maybe that's one of those planned, we're going to plant this information because we don't want Shedeur to be in New York.
We want Shedeur to Vegas.
Because the comp was Daniel Jones. Woof. Danny Dimes, the guy that couldn't hold off our guy from Little Italy, from Syracuse.
No, don't
DeVito.
Put him at Syracuse. I don't want that name attached to my school.
So maybe, just maybe, Shedeur Sanders doesn't want to be a New York Giant.
It also coincides with Joe Shane yesterday talked about how we're not afraid to play Travis Hunter both ways. So if Hunter gets past Cleveland at number 2, let's say the original mocks go the way Thursday as we expected them to. So Cam Ward's going number 1 to Tennessee. It's happening. Number 2 for many, many weeks was Abdul Carter to Cleveland. Now you have this crazy 2-headed monster of maybe the best pass rusher in the game in Myles Garrett, and then the next best one coming up who could be Micah Parsons out of Penn State. It's Abdul Carter going number 2. If Travis is there at 3 and Shedeur's there at 3, I think they take Travis.
Oh, 100% they will.
And if that's the case,
they believe right now in Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Tommy DeVito. Somehow, some way. I have no idea how they do, but I think they do. Because it's even been reported that Joe Shane is not afraid to trade out of pick 3.
And if someone's going to trade into pick 3, well, that's the issue. If someone's going to trade into pick 3,
they're going to get Shedeur.
Right?
Or Abdul Carter. There's a lot of heat around that prospect.
That's the way. If you want Ashton Genty, it has to go Cam Ward, Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, 1, 2, 3. That's the world in which the Broncos can jump up and trade with either the Jets at 7, the Panthers at 8 to get ahead of New Orleans and ensure that you can get your guy. And if you do that, it is pick swap, future first, maybe current second. Plus, it's a big jump from 20 to 7, man. Huge jump.
We need
now,
Shedeur Sanders to drop to pick 6 and the Raiders to say, yep, we're going to get that play.
That's what you need. What you need is Dad. You need Dion to come out and go, I don't want him anywhere near Cleveland or New York. If you do this, I'm going to pull an Eli Manning.
Did the Pat Shurmur comment?
It could have been. So
that
remember what
that fan base is going to say, that's my old offensive coordinator that we hated. We wanted him out of our building so fast. And now he's saying that his quarterback that he's intimately been coaching now for 2 years. That's Danny Dimes 2.0. Really? That's the kind of shit. Like, you create a potential media firestorm if you now draft at New York, draft Shedeur Sanders, who's been comped by the former coordinator to Danny Jones. Wild.
Remember what Dion said before all this started? Like during the season, when someone asked him, "Hey, are you gonna Manning this thing? Are you gonna John Elway this thing? Tell people that like my son will not play for you if you draft him." And what did Dion say? He goes, "I'll be vocal, but it'll be in the back channels." That Pat Shurmur comment may have been the back channel.
It feels like it to me. I mean, I read it. I was waiting because I saw it teased on X.
Because it's a slap in the face.
And I saw it was click here to see who former New York Giants offensive coordinator compares Shedeur Sanders
also, my
to.
least favorite thing
So I'm thinking of
right
like,
now.
he's going Eli Manning. Oh, he's going Jet, or who is my guy? Is it Hostetler? Back in the day,
Jeff Hostetler?
Was he a New York Giant? Good, a fairly decent New York Giant. No, he went to Daniel freaking Jones. Check me if I forgot Jeff.
Jeff Hostetler.
Is he a New York Giant?
New York Giant.
I knew it.
Won Super Bowl 25.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but instead he went and chose violence, and he chose violence to the tune of Danny Dimes. My goodness.
Because that is, on its face, the comment from Shurmur is, if you're in the Sanders camp, that's a slap in the face of Shedeur, right? I think he is a failed quarterback. I think he is one of the biggest mistakes in the history of a franchise that has multiple Super Bowls in the New York Giants. If you're Dion and you hear anyone else say that but Pat Shurmur, you're going, the hell? What did you just say about the guy whose number I'm going to retire? He's that dude?
The guy that played his college ball at
Dion
Duke
Sanders.
And was a weird little niche draft pick that everybody's like, why would you take that guy? And then he proved to be the pick that you should have said, why would you take that guy? There's no way that Coach Prime's looking at his offensive coordinator and being like, yeah, you shouldn't have said that, man.
This screams Dion Sanders. And if that's the case, and it all works out, because we're in Smoke Screen Alley right now, a week before the draft. This is lying central, trying to make sure, hey, we're going to pick this guy, look over here, red herring there. That's where we are.
Oh, yeah.
Now, again,
we're
take
you know
it
what
with
you know
a
what
grain of
era
salt.
we're in? We're the era where you put an OK sign with a hole in it, just creating a hole underneath your
I thought that
your
was
belt
after
line.
your time.
No.
You know that?
I know
you know
this
that game?
Well, because I was around a lot of teenagers and 20-year-olds and very immature boys for the last 15 years. So, yeah, that game. That's what the draft is. And then you know what? Somebody else comes up to and they go poke right through that little hole that you made underneath your belt line there.
Weird draft 2019. Kyler, number 1 overall.
Still kind of a bit like fascinating player.
Books out.
Loves Call of Duty and is a very good athlete and sometimes wins and helps the ground game. But is he a true franchise quarterback? We still don't know.
I think you just got to get the right guy.
Are we 6 years later and we still don't know if Kyler Murray's
if you
the
put
quarterback?
Kyler Murray in Philadelphia, would he be elite?
I think so.
I think so too.
But let me ask you this. Who's more of a franchise quarterback right now? Kyler Murray or Trevor Lawrence?
No clue.
KJ?
I want to say it's Trevor.
I'm going to go Trevor as
I would
well.
too. I would say Trevor. But man.
But I don't have stats to back that. That's just strictly based off of feeling.
Yeah, and Kyler's he's gotten broke off a big contract too now.
Well, both of them have.
I mean, they both have. But yet, do you think either franchise and fan base is like, that's our guy? We know we have a Super Bowl championship caliber.
I think Jacksonville fans look at Trevor Lawrence and go, still got time.
Yeah.
Arizona fans are going, it's got to happen this year or next year, or we've got problems. Yeah. Right? Because the NFC West is gettable right now. That is a gettable division.
It is, and then you think about the Rams.
Just because they're always there.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Quinnen Williams. Great pick. Cleveland Farrell, number 4 to Oakland.
Whoa. He went to the Raiders?
He went to the Raiders.
Yep. That's all we need is the Raiders to take some rando at number 6.
And they have, but if Brady is now really involved and Pete Carroll is really involved in that
new
prospect,
general manager Spytak is a real one.
You have smarter people in that room.
They're real, people that have done this in the current landscape of the National Football League.
Devin White, Tampa Bay, great pick out of LSU.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Jones, number 6 out of Duke. He's the second quarterback taken off the board. Dwayne Haskins is the 3rd at number 15 overall.
R.I.P.
It's just a weird, Josh Hines Allen goes top 10. TJ Hawkinson was supposed to be the next coming of Christ at the tight end position, and he's out of Detroit shortly after.
Raj, we're in Holy Week, man.
I know, that's why I said that. That is a very common phrase.
The next coming, you could have just said the next coming. You have to throw the old CH bomb in there.
Hold on. It could be the next coming of Jake Butt.
My Bible Belt bestie here, Kamaje Granderson, is beside himself. He's like, our show is going to be smited because of Raj at some point.
Smited? Smote?
Smitten.
I think smitten is a completely different word. Smitten is completely on the other side of the dictionary.
Oh, man.
I can't remember the last time I cried this much.
I could tell you this. Separation of church and state, bingo, I'm in it. And I'm cool with that, man. I'll keep the separation, Raj, but blasphemy? And the Lord's week?
Can you tell me who the Broncos selected at number 20 back in 2019? He was sandwiched between Jeffrey Simmons, or Simons, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, of the Tennessee Titans, Simmons, and Darnell Savage for the Green Bay Packers. Number 20.
Garrett Bowles?
No, I'll give you the conference. How's that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Big Ten.
Jake Butt?
No.
Oh,
wait.
Yeah, Noah Fant.
Noah Fant, number 20 overall that year for the Broncos.
Has he been a pretty good player for the Broncos last year? Last calendar year, he's been pretty impactful guy. Got his second contract here with the Denver Broncos. Not good.
It wasn't the greatest draft in the world for them. They took Reisner in the second round. They took Draymond Jones in the third, although fine pick with Draymond.
Nick from Sean Mazza text line. KJ, coach, get out of there. Lightning's about to strike that building. If you know, you know, Nick. You know, you know.
Oh, you guys are listening to the Morning Sprint. That is Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. Text us at 303-504-0925 on the Shout Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. As always, you guys can watch us every single day from Brett's show all the way to the end through the Blitz on Altitude Sports Radio's YouTube account. Just search at Altitude Sports Radio. It's your video home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you guys don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily. It's a daily recap of the very best stuff that you cannot miss from the best shows in Denver. Again, just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today.
It is finally that time, and we are knocking on the doors of watching some elite playoff arena sporting action at Ball Arena. We got the Nuggets hosting the Clippers, and Circus Sports app here in Colorado has the Nuggets as a 3-point favorite over the Clippers to start out this series. Big fan of David Axelrod, as Brett Kane likes to call him. I call him David Adelman. So Circa likes what the Nuggets are turning into, and it has the over-under set at 225. Make sure you download the Circus Sports Colorado app for all of your playoff betting needs. It is the place to go with tight money line splits. Download it today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I promise I'm not trying to, and we found it. There are 2 past tense versions of smite. Smote is one of them.
Yes. Yeah, I got smote, man. Or no, last night, I don't know. Smote.
Smote is one of them.
And then past participle.
Smitten is another.
Is smitten.
So I didn't, smitten, I'm smitten with her.
Means like I was struck down by lightning with a
You know
love
what?
bug.
You learn things every single day. What did we learn yesterday? That disclude, not a word.
Yeah. You know what I learned? Is that I just put blood up above the door while here in the studio so that the angel of death escapes us and does not smite us.
You guys
and I don't wake up tomorrow and I could say we were smote.
Y'all
I
act like I'm not confirmed.
I don't care about that. All I know is that you're bringing around some very bad vibes
very
in a
holy
week. In a week that we don't really go there, Raj. We don't really get there. Okay.
NBA scores from last night. The Heat 109-90 over the Bulls. 38 points from Tyler Hero. Outpaces Josh Giddey's 25-10 for Chicago, who are now out. The Mavericks go on the road. 120-106 is the final. 27-9, 3 blocks from Anthony Davis. And just 2 years after being the in vogue team, being the 3 seed in the West, and then getting unceremoniously bounced by Golden State, the Kings, man, that's over. As we welcome in Altitude TV's Christopher A. Dempsey for his weekly baseline report, a playoff preview. Demps, what's up, brother?
What's going on? How are you?
We're doing well. Happy to have you here, man. Let's just start with the Kings, since I was right there, and we'll get into the Nuggets. And Jamal Murray's got this chip on his shoulder that I just absolutely love right now. How did the Kings go so wrong so quickly after it was so promising?
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's been a weird season for the Kings. They obviously let go of Mike Brown earlier in the season, and it was weird because I thought that the time that they fired him, he actually started to figure some things out about who should be in the lineups, how they should play. But that wasn't obviously to their liking, so they let him go. And then you have the trades, right? So then you get Zach LaVine in, and you're doing so with a head coach in Doug Christie, an interim coach, I should say, and Doug Christie, who's trying to find his own footing as a potential maybe future coach of that franchise. And I think that it just proved to be a little bit too much. It's you have moving pieces in and out of the lineup. You have a coach who's just trying to figure it out himself. And then yesterday you ran into a Dallas Mavericks team, obviously minus Kyrie Irving, but about as healthy beyond that as they've been in a long time. And it was a bad matchup, man. You're talking about just a very big Dallas Mavericks team. You could see that on the court, right? PJ Washington, Anthony Davis, Derek Lively, just 7-footer after 7-footer after 6'9" guy. And they just swallowed them up. They just said, look, you're not going to finish in the paint. And if you're not going to do that, then, you're going to try your hand at the 3-point line, and they're going to be good out there as well. And so, for all the heat that Nico Harrison, the Dallas GM, has taken, and rightfully so, for trading Luka Doncic, that's the kind of game actually he envisions for his Dallas Mavericks, where they lock a team down, they do it with a bunch of size, you don't finish at the rim, and then they win that game. So for Sacramento, I think the fix is easy. They just need to get a coach in there who can make sense of their roster. They have really good players, versatile players, but they just need a coach to really put the puzzle pieces together.
Demps, you look at both of the Avs and the Nuggets that are playing against first-round opponents that appear to be trending in completely opposite directions. When you look at the heater that the Clippers have been on over the course of the last month, really the last 15 days, where this is a basketball team that has won 8 going into the postseason, is that going to be real? And will that be as impactful as maybe, say, what you see from the Stars and their downward trajectory? What can we take at the face value of the Clippers' hot streak going into the postseason?
Yeah, it's so very real. And I'm going to take you all the way back to the beginning of March 1st. Since March 1st, they're 18-5. That's the 3rd best record in the NBA. And the reason why I started at March 1st is because that day, pretty much period, is about the time that Kawhi rounded himself into form and started every night playing like the Kawhi Leonard that we have seen in the past. And from that point on, you're talking about Kawhi Leonard averaging 25 points for almost 26 points on 52% shooting from the field and 42 from the three-point line. James Harden averaging 25 points on 45% from the field and 38 from three. Norman Powell, 15 points on 43 and 37. Ivica Zubac, 20 points per game and 12.7 rebounds per game. And that, my friends, is very sustainable given how they play. And how they play is really why, from a defensive standpoint, you're a little concerned for the Nuggets. And what I'm talking about here are quick ball screens, a lot of Chicago action, which is a down screen into a ball screen, get into your paint, collapse the defense, kick out to somebody else, or just finish. Or if you're Kawhi, you just get straight to a mid-range and you take a mid-range shot. Or if you're James Harden, you just break down an individual defender right in front of you and you get yourself straight to the rim. Or you're drawing and he's a great passer. He can get the pass out to anybody else. And so for the Nuggets, it's a situation where your rotations behind the point, first of all, your defense at the point of attack is the most important thing in the series for the Nuggets. If they cannot hold up in ball screen action, in that pick and roll, if they cannot hold up when they actually do play good defense, the play breaks down for the Clippers and the Clippers just ISO you, if you can't hold up in those situations, then what's going to happen is James Harden's going to have a big day, Kawhi Leonard's going to have a big day. If you clamp down on those two, they pass it down to Ivica Zubac and he just finishes all around the rim, or you kick it out to Norman Powell, who is having a great season as well. Bogdanovic comes off the bench as another three-point shooter. So, it's a coach would say that they are playing really well. It's not smoke and mirrors, and so the Nuggets really have a team that they're going to have to deal with.
Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV joining us in the morning sprint for his weekly NBA Baseline Report, a playoff preview for the Nuggets and Clippers. Saturday at 1:30 is Game 1 down at Ball Arena. Make sure you guys get on down there, say hi to Demps, and hang out after the game at Altitude after hours and after dark. Demps, so obviously that's focusing on how Denver has to defend LA. The opposite side of the coin, we know Denver's one of the best offensive teams in the league. How does LA defend Denver, and what are those individual matchups that you expect to see?
Yeah, so I think that the Clippers are going to do first is try to cut off all the cutting lanes. Obviously the Nuggets, the best cutting team in the NBA, the best points in the paint team in the NBA. The Clippers, I believe they're top 2 in preventing points in the paint, so that's like strength on strength. So I think if you're the Nuggets, first things first is you got to establish the fact that you're not just going to be held out of the paint and you're not going to have your shots dictated to you by their defense. Now, they're going to try to do that by just keeping it real tight, keeping players with feet in the lane, clogging it up around Nikola Jokic, bumping cutters, being very physical with anybody who's trying to traverse the lane in any type of way to influence the fact that what you're going to do is take jump shots the majority of the time. And so I think for the Nuggets, good spacing on offense is paramount. I think we'll see a lot of Nikola Jokic as the ball handler in pick and roll because that allows him to be able to play with more vision on the backside of that and more space instead of playing back to the basket and then getting attacked by a double team, not knowing where that's necessarily coming from, and then having the Clippers do that to you if they're going to do that. We've seen the Clippers also take Nikola and just say, okay, dude, score. And we're going to take away everybody else on this court. We're going to make them take the shots that we want to take. And so that's going to be up to, I think, the coaching staff to be very creative with their X's and O's to get some of their players open in these instances, in situations and spots on the court that they will be very productive and that are their strengths. And then I just think Jamal Murray probably has the best matchup here. I think Jamal Murray has to have a really big series for the Nuggets to advance, and I think he's got the green light to be able to do that. I think this is a team that struggles to stop him, and we will see how aggressively he comes out starting here in Game 1.
Altitude TV's Chris Dempsey, our scheme guy here, basketball for the NBA. We're looking at the other side setting us for this playoff series of the Nuggets defense. matchups against the starting five of your LA Clippers or their LA Clippers. LA I was
going to say your LA Clippers. Where are you doing the show from?
Point guard James Harden, shooting guard Chris Dunn, small forward Norman Powell, power forward Kawhi Leonard, center Ivica Zubac. Who do you see matching up in the starting five against those five players? And who is the most important bench player for the Nuggets to be aware of coming off of the bench for the Clippers?
Oh, okay. So let's go. All right, let's go back to front here. So Nikola with Zubac. And then I think it gets interesting from here.
It sure does. After the first one, we got a center for their center. Okay, after that, I don't know.
I know. Well, it's just because they put so many good players on the court. But look, Kawhi Leonard's going to get guarded by Aaron Gordon. I mean, I think that has to be the thing. I mean, it's a body type matchup. Kawhi's just not going to overpower Aaron Gordon. He's not just going to take him wherever he wants and then just shoot over the top of him either. So, I mean, I think if the Nuggets can keep Aaron Gordon on Kawhi Leonard, the longer they can do that, the better. Which then, leaves you Norman Powell. I think we'll see. I think we'll see Michael Porter Jr. on Norman Powell, and I would put Christian Brown on James Harden, and then Jamal Murray on Chris Dunn. And, look, the issue here is that the Clippers are really, really good at just screening you off and making you switch. And then they hunt defensive matchups they want. It's one of the things that they do, maybe better than any other team in the league. James Harden's made a career out of doing this, quite frankly, himself, which is he just calls the defense. He just calls the offensive player with the defensive matchup that he wants. That offensive player sets the screen that your guy cannot get through. You switch it, and now he attacks. And they do that for all of their players. So to a certain extent, Coach, the Nuggets are going to all these players are going to have to be able to hold up against any of these perimeter players. Nicola's not obviously going to switch onto a small, so they'll try to get through those screens every single time. But, I mean, that's how I would see those matchups going initially. But again, there's going to be so much screening, so much switching that the Nuggets are going to have to hold up in a lot of different combinations.
That is Christopher Dempsey. Catch him on Nuggets Live at 12:30 on Saturday, post-game live at 4 as well. Follow him on Instagram at Chris A. Dempsey for the very latest and greatest from the Nuggets playoff push.
And a very happy, we'll call it a significant landmark birthday to our very own Chris Dempsey. I didn't say the age. I didn't say it could be 28. Could be 30.
You look 28, Demps. Like,
but it's a very significant birthday.
Let's be very honest about that.
I also feel 28, but in fact I will be 50 tomorrow. And
our guy, baby.
Yeah, so it's been a fun week so far. Many thanks to Coach, as you well know, Anne-Marie made me a fun basket for my birthday, and that's been great, and I've got a lot of well wishes. My mom was just here actually right before this interview, bringing me something for my birthday as well. So it's been a lot of fun. It is a landmark. I'm very happy to have made it this far in life.
Dems, we love you, brother. We'll talk to you next week after what we hope are 2 home wins for the Nuggets in round 1.
All right, guys. See ya.
This is the Morning Sprint on Denver's exclusive home for Denver Nuggets playoff basketball. You're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Special thanks to Chris Dempsey for his NBA playoffs preview. Nuggets and Clippers, 1:30 tip at a 1 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, setting you up for a double dipperoo for the ages. Round 1, game 1 for both the Nuggets and the Avs. Avs are slated to start at 6:30. It's a nationally televised game for hockey. I'm assuming that's more of like a 6:52 puck drop is my guess. But you should be able to get both of them. You're going to go from one to the other. It's going to be a heck of a Saturday. KJ's NFL notes are coming up at 11:20 today, as they always do.
Double dipperoo, how much do you think it'd be worth in terms of the odds to choose a double winneroo here in Denver?
Double dipperoo.
A double winneroo.
Double money lineroo.
A double money lineroo. I could probably get you that answer.
You know people?
I know people. I have things on my phone to know that for you.
You got a bookie named Vinny?
A bookie? No, I've got an uncle named Vinny.
Okay.
I got a grandfather named Vinny.
Yeah, originally from upstate New York.
Not quite upstate. Not quite upstate. They're in the tri-state area, more along the lines of the city. That's kind of where they are.
Double dipperoni.
Upstate is way closer to like Wisconsin than it is Manhattan.
Uno double money lineroni. Give it to me. I want both the Nuggets and give me the Avalanchinos.
The Nuggets are minus 142 on the money line, and the Avalanche, if I can find their game already, are currently minus 122 on the money line. If you put those two things together on a parlay, you get paid out at plus 210.
I love that. Give it to me.
I don't think that's bad at all.
With a nice Chianti from the homeland.
I love a Chianti. Love a Chianti, Coach. Always have, always will.
Maybe a Sangiovese.
Sangiovese. Daniel Jeremiah had this to say about a running back. I see his name on our text thread all the time. And this is coming from a lot of people. And when we were talking about Ashton Genty earlier on in the show, and Coach said, move the Rocky Mountain range to go get that player if you're the Broncos. You don't care about giving up this year's first, a future first, this year's second, and maybe a little bit more to jump from 20, what we are saying, up to 7 if he gets past Vegas at 6.
I love the Denver Broncos roster and its construction right now. Outside of Pat Surtain II, there is nobody on the offensive side of the ball that is a unicorn at that position. That's what Ashton Genty would be, a unicorn at the running back position, which I believe is starting to have that type of impact on overall franchise success moving forward.
Coach says move mountains to go and get Genty. A lot of people on the text line of, even though if Genty is Saquon Barkley, can you get 80% of Saquon from a guy later on in the first? Can you get 75% of Saquon from a guy drafted in the second and the third round? Sure, you could always find, I wouldn't call it quite a diamond in the rough, but certainly not as polished of a carrot as Genty would be. One of the guy that pops up on our text all the time is Arizona State's Cam Skattebo.
Ooh.
Daniel Jeremiah has been canvassing the league about that player. Here's what he had to say.
I think that the league might be a little bit lower on him, but how do you call yourself an American and not like Cam Skattebo? Like, he's just I think I wrote in my notes, the phrase that I used is like, he is so thirsty for contact. Like, I think like his life source is contact. Like, he can't, it's air to him. Like, he has to have contact. And there's just a violent nature to his play that I appreciate. So I don't know where he is on the consensus, but most teams that I talk to are not as high on him as maybe the media world is.
We're giving you this one. He is 81st on the current consensus board, so he is just outside of the top 75. When you've talked to teams, DJ, what are the concerns? Like, what do you think is the gap between maybe how some people on this side of the fence are looking at him and how some people in the NFL are looking at him, where maybe they're seeing downsides we're not seeing?
Yeah, they're just saying no juice. Like, he doesn't have juice. That's literally the complaint there. And it's not sustainable to run the way that he runs long term. Like, he's just not going to physically hold up running like that at the next level. The guy can catch it. He's to me he's like I think I used the phrase, he'd be like James Conner if you left him in the dryer too long. Like, that's like the vision of what I have for him.
What is that supposed to mean? You leave him in the dryer too long? Cam Skattebo, all you got to look to if you talk about the media types and their perspective of Cam Skattebo, especially at the tail end of last season, namely against Texas when you saw him do some of the things that he did. Who was the one person on this lineup at 92.5 that was obsessed with Cam Skattebo? 3-4 months ago. Darren McKee. He is the perfect DMac running back. He is built for media types.
Why? Because he's Peyton Hillis?
No. Just because he was like a big media story. He's a media darling running
Peyton
back.
Hillis.
I actually kind of almost got into arguments with DMac on our Altitude After Dark show about Ashton Genty as a prospect versus Cam Scatterbo. And at the time, DMac didn't see much difference. I'm like, dude, there's a really big difference. Now, on the other side of this, I would love to see Cam Scatterbo. If you don't land the running back that you want to get in the first round, second round, or third round, I would love Cam Scatterbo as a tandem of backs to bring in to compete in the 5th, 6th, or 7th round.
If they draft him, though, what's that say about Audric Estime?
You're out. Or
Sure does.
or the two of you are competing for whatever role it might be. The ham and egger, mix it up, get ugly yards. And there might be some dissatisfaction based off of Audric Estime not being the guy that played to his size as a play style runner with any type of consistency outside of the first half against the Chargers. But he didn't get many opportunities either, Raj. So I don't know how much trust level there is right now with Sean Payton and Audric Estime.
And I think that's the reason why you're hearing the Broncos talked about in terms of moving up big time. Why I know a lot of mockers are in love with them grabbing a Travion Henderson at 20, an Omarion Hampton at 20. I would be in love with trading down in the first round or out of the first round entirely. And then if you really love one of those backs at 28, 29, 30, maybe you can get back in and get that 5th-year option. I'm cool with that if the answer is Hampton, Henderson, Judkins. I don't want them at 20. I think the value at 20 is too much. I think you'll be able to trade out at that spot because you're right at the end of those first round drafts.
Or trade
up.
Yeah.
I'm okay with trading up. If you believe that Ashton Genty is Saquon Barkley, giving up this year's first, next year's first, and this year's second is not too much of a price to go get Saquon Barkley. If that's who you think he is. And I think that's just a starting point of what the package is going to be.
What prospect would you be content and would predict that if he drops, the Broncos would select at number 20 and not have to move?
Loveland.
Who are those prospects?
Loveland.
Poston Loveland, tight end out of Michigan.
Tet McMillan.
Wide receiver out of Arizona. I totally agree.
I haven't seen them linked to Luther Burden all that much.
I've seen it a little bit. I keep going to this. This is a very interesting niche receiver that I think everybody either loves him or is like overrated. And I'm anxious to see where Sean Payton is going to fall on the Luther Burden conversation.
Now, if one of the tackles slips for some reason, whether it's M'Bu out of Missouri, but I think he's like, I think M'Bu's like a top 10 pick.
Because you pretty much are drafting a tackle at pick 20 to play him. And you're not ready to move on from the financial investment right now in Garrett Bowles, Mike McGlinchey, that you have, I believe, for 2 more seasons.
You're not, but if one of those 2 tackles slips, whether it's him or it's like Kelvin Banks out of Texas, I could see them going, the value's too good not to take this guy.
And then, hey, let's bring in this freak show tackle that we would never have touched in a normal draft year, potentially. Because there are some strange pieces in this draft. You never hear about top 5 running backs and top 5 tight ends in the same draft. And that's a potential. It's probably not going to happen, but there are some mocks that have had Tyler Warren in the top 5.
They have been linked to, if they just want to take best player available at 20, like maybe a corner is the pick.
Why would you do that, though?
If it's Will Johnson out of Michigan,
he probably wouldn't be available, but the value's there.
Again, you're just asking me if player X tumbles, do you think they would take it?
I
would be livid if they did. There's no reason to.
Well, do you think there's any dissatisfaction with Riley Moss's corner number 2 opposite PS2?
No,
I don't think so either.
Not. There's no reason. What we talked about Riley Moss for half the season last year going,
this is
when
incredibly
he's out of the lineup, you go, who are the Broncos?
Defensively. Because they want to play so much middle field close, single high coverage with man-to-man.
I'd be pissed if they take safety or corner. I'd be really upset about it. If an elite tackle falls to 20, I could go, I would be on board with it because what you do is you build around your most important chip, and your most important chip is protecting Bo freaking Nix. And that means have your offensive line dialed in. Look at the team that has the most money spent on their offensive line in the NFL right now. Can you tell me who it is?
It's Denver Broncos, is it not?
It's the Carolina Panthers.
Wow.
Protect Bryce Young at all costs.
And it got better.
Like
there was a form of hope in the 24 season for the Panthers. I like where the Broncos are at offensive line wise. I like where the Broncos are at corner wise. The position that I could see getting significant value at pick 20 if you stay there and you don't get Ted McMillan, you don't get Ashton Genty, you don't get Tyler Warren, you don't get Colston Loveland, even if you don't get Amari and Hampton, which a lot of people would be very happy about Amari and Hampton at pick 20. I am not in that camp. I think that would be an overdraft.
Your boy Bucky Brooks has Cam Scadaboo as his 5th ranked running back on his top 5.
Who does he have above him?
Judkins, Henderson, Hampton, Genty in reverse order.
I
agree with that.
I see it similarly. Cam Scadaboo, there might be some of the measurables that are not going to fire you up, but I go back to him, man, just roll the freaking tape. He will be a good value pick, and he will not go higher than the 4th round. I think you get him in the 4th, 5th, or 6th, you're getting a very good, tremendous value player. But I don't think he's the answer at a position that requires more of an answer than the NFL did in the era of Peyton Manning and Tom Brady.
KJ's NFL notes every single day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20. Don't miss them. They're next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every single day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what's first?
The NFL draft is officially a week away, and it's time to take another look at who the top mocksters are tagging the Broncos to in the first round. This was voted on by 11 journalists that were collected here, and you have 4 going with Omaria and Hampton. You have 3 going with Ashton Jeanty.
I feel a certain kind of way right there. You're talking dirty to me, Kim Majay.
Hey, watch out there. Watch out.
All right, keep going.
To have Ted McMillan.
Ooh, okay. That tingles. That tingles a little bit.
And then you have 1 vote each for Matthew Golden and then Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker? Who'd that be?
Is Jalen Walker going to fall to 20?
Who'd that be?
Edge rusher out of Georgia.
Edge rusher? So just move on from Benito, Cooper, and Jonah Ellis. We're good. Don't need them. Because they all play edge rusher. Oh, that position. They're all young, cost-controlled, or have good deals. They all really are good players. So, yeah, let's just go ahead.
I would be upset if the Broncos took an edge.
Who was that guy?
That was Vinny Eiler from the Sporting News.
Yeah, is the Sporting News really even still around?
God.
It's a 1980s publication right there.
With the draft being a week away, would you guys still take Omaria and Hampton at 20th overall, knowing the quality of backs that are still behind him?
No. And you know what? I did the same thing last year with Bo, where I said you should not draft the 6th quarterback at 12, and I was dead wrong. So prove me wrong, George and Sean. Omaria and Hampton might be the Bo Nix of this draft, and I'd be okay with that part of it. But as of right now, I don't think he is a good value at pick number 20.
Did you bottle lightning at 12 last year? Was that what happened?
No, I think it was an unbelievable fit for Sean Payton in the way he wanted his quarterback to operate.
Okay, so who is the unbelievable fit at 20? At 20, not Ashton Jeanty moving up, because I know you love that fit. Who's the unbelievable fit at 20?
None other than defensive tackle Walter Nolan from Ole Miss. I don't know who else there is, man. I mean, Ted McMillan at 20.
For me, at 20, Ted's the fit.
You know why? Big receiver. Humongous upside. Skill set off the charts and has the ability to high point the football even better than Cortland Sutton.
He's a Sean Payton fit. He is a Sean Payton wide receiver.
Ted McMillan.
He's the fit at 20. He's your Bo Nix at 20. Now, he has to tumble a little bit. Could you make the argument that Bo tumbled?
No, he did not.
So there
everybody
you go.
said he was a second round.
All right.
He was a second round grade.
So it's a little different now as compared to last year. It's not apples to apples with Bo. Bo didn't tumble and you just happened upon him.
Amari and Hampton is the comp. Where I think his grade in a normal year is a
second round
running back. Very good player. You would be overdrafting him at 20, just like I said over and over and over that you overdrafted Bo Nix at 12. But you know what you did do by quote unquote overdrafting Bo Nix at 12, which is proven to be false, is that you got Sean Payton dug in. He was dug in to make sure that pick was right, and it was.
The 3 running backs that he's selected in his drafts they're pretty good, man.
Give me the pick numbers that they were.
Mark Ingram, 28th overall.
Very good.
Alvin Kamara, 67 overall. It's a round 3 running back out of Tennessee.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like with pick 52 overall, the Denver Broncos select Quinshon Judkins.
If he's there, yeah, that does feel like that.
Like that is the best possible Kamara comp.
And then the other one is Reggie at number 2.
I think that's a little overdrafty.
For Reggie Bush?
I don't know, man. Was it that long-lived in terms of, like, did Reggie Bush have the impact that Saquon Barkley has had in the National Football League?
No, he certainly did.
Pick 2, man.
Right, but pick 2. You can't tell me that Reggie wasn't worth the second pick after what you saw at USC.
But was he also kind of a tweener between a receiver that didn't have elite hands or ball skills and a running back that really didn't have the body type to be able to grind it between the tackles
at like 6'1",
consistently?
205? Yeah.
He was a little bit of a...
Reggie Bush would have been, in today's game, Reggie Bush would have been a star for 10 years.
Why?
Because I think they would have utilized him a little bit more. Like, imagine him in the San Francisco offense.
Yeah,
he's Ayuk.
No, you're right. Yeah.
He's Samuel. He's Christian McCaffrey.
You're right. You're right.
I think Reggie Bush would have been so well fit for the 2025 version of the NFL rather than going in 2006 when you were still...
Answer me this, Raj.
Riddle me this, will you?
What does this say about Sean Payton that he was not able to find a way to effectively use him in the time that he drafted him?
I mean, Reggie Bush had a good run.
He had a good run.
I don't want to go, but it wasn't second overall pick of the draft type of a run at that position.
You're right.
Am I right? Am I right in saying that? I know it sounds pretty wild, but
I guess you can look at number 2 and go bustish? Question mark? But like, it's a running back who played until he was 31. I know he like bounced around Detroit and San Francisco at the end of his career and Buffalo, but
Reggie Bush's years, dude, man, the guy only had 2 1,000 yards seasons.
Right, but look at his receiving numbers.
And for New Orleans,
1,200 total yards, 8 touchdowns year 1.
Yeah.
1,000 total yards.
Whoa. What's that again?
1,200 yards, 8 total touchdowns year 1.
You're talking about combined.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's rushing and receiving.
Right.
Okay.
So it's not like he wasn't.
Yeah, his best year as a receiver playing the running back position was year 1 for Sean Payton in 2006. From there on out, he had 742 yards receiving as a rookie and just 2 touchdowns. But from there, went 417 receiving, 440, 335, 208, 296, 292.
He wasn't worth, at the end of his career, no, he was not anywhere near worth the number 2 overall pick. But I don't think you can fault anybody.
And the only 1,000-yard rushing seasons that he had were at Miami in year 6 of his career, and then with Detroit in year 8 of his career. That's it. So was he? I'd say he was a bust for the New Orleans Saints franchise. He was a bust. That's why they didn't re-sign him.
Yeah, that's why he didn't get to the second contract. All right, I'll give you that. KJ, what's next?
Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network joined the Athletics Football Show podcast, and yesterday's focus was getting the bang for your buck in mid-round drafts. And he talked about one specific player from the state of Colorado, and his name is Terrence Ferguson. He talked about where he sees Terrence Ferguson going and the value Terrence Ferguson could have if you decide to pick him in that particular round.
I had a chance. I only think might have been the only college game I was able to go to this year, but the Chargers were on the road playing Cleveland, and we traveled a day early. So I had a chance to go watch Oregon, Michigan, and you go down there for warmups. And I remember, obviously wanted to see those Michigan guys, and Derek Harmon had Buzz and those things, and Connerly. But I'm watching Loveland come out and warm up, and I love Loveland. He's my 7th overall player. But I remember going down to the other side of the field and seeing Ferguson. I'm like, geez, these guys look like body doubles. And then the numbers came out, and they're almost identical. Loveland was 6'05", 248. Ferguson was 6'05", 247. So they're 1 pound difference there. But this dude can really run. He's got that long stride. He can build speed. I thought he was better on the move, than one of these guys kind of work back down the stem. But just get him on the move. You can hit him on overs and crossers and verticals and all that stuff. I thought he was really good on that. I just thought he's he's height, weight, speed. He catches the ball easy, and he's more than willing in the run game. So, to me, this guy's going to go in the 2nd round. I'll be very surprised if he makes it to the 3rd round.
He should, yeah.
Ferguson.
Not to be confused with Turd Ferguson of Saturday Night Live Jeopardy fame.
On Bucky Brooks's top 5 at each position.
Give it to me.
Not in the top 5.
I disagree with Bucky.
Tyler Warren 1. Colston Loveland 2. Mason Taylor 3. Elijah Arroyo out of Miami 4. Harold Fannin out of Bowling Green. You like him as a middle round
He's
pick.
a unique niche player because of run after catch. Not a tall Terrence Ferguson, body type at 6'5 plus.
On Brugler's Beast.
Give me some Brugler.
Warren 1.
Mm-hmm.
Loveland 2, where he and Jeremiah said 8th overall prospect, Colston Loveland.
I think that's what I heard. Did you say 7th?
It was either 7 or 8. It was one of those 2 numbers. Mason Taylor 3.
Big fan.
Arroyo 4.
Yeah, they like Arroyo more than I do. But I have a hard time with the University of Miami.
Brugler on his beast list. Terrence Ferguson, the 5th ranked tight end, 75th overall in his top 100.
Denver Broncos round 2.
Who are you getting in round 1? Or are you trading out? If you trade out and you can get out of round 2.
Okay, here's what you get. You trade it out and you get 2 round 2 picks.
Yes.
I like the first pick in round 2 to be Quinny Judkins.
Okay.
Quinshawn. And then give me Terrence Ferguson as his second round pick.
If you have the option to choose between Terrence Ferguson and Mason Taylor, who do you take?
Flip a coin.
I take the kid with NFL blood.
I take the kid with local ties.
Okay.
Because I think there is something to be said to drafting a tight end that has local ties. I wish you would have done it with Trey McBride.
Did you really have the opportunity to do it with Trey McBride?
But he's such a good, it's just an unbelievable player. And then can you give me in the 3rd round, give me Torrey Horton?
That'd be awesome.
You okay with that?
If you get those 3, it's
so
such a fantasy football.
Quinshawn Judkins.
It's a fantasy football draft
Terrence
we're having
Ferguson,
right now.
Torrey Horton.
All the special toys and the bells and whistles around your quarterback, that's all it is.
The wild thing about that, though,
it's what they need,
is Torrey Horton. Does he fit the Sean Payton prototype at wide receiver?
Sure does.
6'3", can run, and his best tape is a full skill set wide receiver. Does Terrence Ferguson fit Sean Payton in terms of body type and skill set? Yes. On the move, deep crossers, over routes, drags, shallow crosses, stuff that were thrown this past year to Adam Troutman and Lucas Kroll and Nate Atkins. And really, the guy who did the most with the ball after those catches was Nate Atkins. The one that you didn't waste any investment on, no big-time draft capital. And then Quinshawn Judkins, does he fit the prototype of a guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield and has elite speed traits? Yes. The raw athletic score, the relative athletic score, RAS, that we talked about, put him in the top 15 running backs in the history of the combine. The dude's a freak. And you could potentially get that. That's our draft, Raj. We're done. Our work here is done.
How much fun would the first 3 picks going running back, tight end, wide receiver be? Like you don't have to go through the slog of like who's this guard out of Nevada that we just took? Like who's this guy? Who's the interior lineman from Bowling Green? I don't want to do that. I want the fantasy football guys.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
You know who else wants the fantasy football guys?
Bo Nix?
Yes.
And that's all that matters.
And
Make
also,
Bo happy.
And also, do you think Sean Payton likes stats? Does he like when his scheme is modified?
Sean likes to be the smartest person in the room.
When his scheme is enhanced by guys that can take
5-yard
completions and turn them into much more than that, that's what you need to get. Because that's who Bo Nix is, a throwback player. He is what Sean Payton wanted to have, has loved to have in his career. When you have a plus talent that can think on his own but can be programmed and do what the offense asks him to do, and then do a little bit more on his own athletically, but not a lot bit more. We're not talking Caleb Williams more. Talking about just a little bit more athletically. You got to make sure that you populate the skill position players with dudes that can make yards out of nothing. And that's what you have the opportunity to do in this draft.
You did not have the opportunity to draft Trey McBride in the 2nd round back in 2022.
Why not?
You traded your 1st round pick to Seattle. You traded your early 2nd round pick to Seattle in the Rush trade. And then you got a 2nd rounder from LA for Von Miller. And who that turned into was?
Nick Bonito.
That's
a pretty good one.
Pretty good 2nd round pick. But no, you did not have the opportunity to get Trey McBride. You didn't have the picks. KJ, what's next?
In a Thursday morning interview with Ken Carman and Anthony Lima on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, Joe Flacco was asked if he could imagine having a receiver who then stays on the field to play cornerback. Quote, is honestly pretty cool. It would be interesting to see the mental grind of that. I think everybody kind of thinks about the physical side of it. And ultimately, yeah, I think it is a big deal, the physical part of it. But it can probably be done if you manage the reps here and there. But the mental side of it, like the amount of meetings that we have throughout the week and being on top of all of that offensively, defensively, special teams, that would be, I feel like, a big hurdle. but it would also be super impressive to watch, end quote. So Joe Flacco obviously makes his pitch for Travis Hunter here, but he also highlights the challenges. How confident are we that Cleveland would nurture Hunter as a two-way player in the NFL compared to like the Giants or the Patriots?
I think they would do it. They need juice, right? They need to hit something big. And allowing him to play, and again, Travis was like, dude, I won't play football if you don't allow me to do this. I think Cleveland does it. Also, like, Joe, if you think they're drafting for you, get off your high horse. The Browns are not drafting for Joe Flacco.
Yeah, what are we doing here with the Joe Flacco experience?
He's just like sticking around the league. He's like a barnacle on the bottom of a boat.
He's really a placeholder. And who knows, is he going to start in Cleveland?
Who else is going to?
I mean, right now, nobody. Man, I've thought this a lot. We all just assume, and the betting markets tell us that without question, the first pick of the draft is going to be Cam Ward out of the Tennessee Titans.
It's going to be Cam Ward.
Let me ask you this question, though. We hear the acronym BPA a lot around the draft, which is best player available. Who is the best player in this draft? Bar none.
Best player available gets thrown out the window only when quarterbacks are put into the conversation. You know that's different. You know that.
You've got a fragrant mayonnaise guy in your franchise in Will Levis. And if you put Travis Hunter right next to him.
Is Levis still? I don't think Levis is still in Tennessee.
Is he gone?
Is he?
I don't think he's gone.
Oh, no, he's still there. He's still there. You're right.
Just drafted him 2 years ago.
You're correct. No, he's still there. Who's the kid that they drafted out of Liberty? Malik Willis?
Yeah, he was like a second or third rounder. He's a backup for Jordan Love and played really well this year in Green Bay.
I think that's a really good backup for Green Bay to come in.
Awesome.
Like,
yeah, and he's a good athlete. He runs. Yeah, he's kind of Jalen Hurts light as a quarterback run game guy. Man,
they're not going to draft Cam Ward because they have Will Levis. That's where you're going to go.
With Cam Ward being a guy that has a lot of question marks surrounding him and his game. And is he an NFL guy that's going to win you the game on third down and long and win you the game in a 2-minute drive? Right now, I say no. I'd say there's no evidence. Shedeur Sanders has put much more on tape with regards to winning games and performing at an NFL level in those two scenarios. Third down, 2-minute situations to win games.
Aren't we trying to speak into existence, though, not Shedeur Sanders going number 1 if it's a quarterback? We want Shedeur going 6.
Well, I know, but we also
Broncos fans want Shedeur at 6.
But wouldn't we like a Cam Ward and a Shedeur Sanders slide to happen?
Yeah.
And it would start with pick 1 by the Tennessee Titans realizing that we would have to answer to our fan base for years to come if we pass up on the opportunity to draft Travis Hunter, a unicorn at 2 positions that has never been done before. The Tennessee Titans, if they were smart as an organization, say, you know what? Best player available, because he's worth it. He's that much better as a player than Cam Ward is as a quarterback.
NFL Notes are brought to you by MountainHighAppliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at MountainHighAppliance.com. We have a full Avs schedule for the first 4 games, and shocker, well, they're late ones.
You smell that right now, Denver? Go outside and smell it, because there is a nuke storm of snow coming up to Loveland Ski Area. In fact, 16 inches is forecast for the storm between Friday, Saturday. So you get up there and get that fresh powder. Get out your snorkel, because Loveland Ski Area is still operating alive and well with all of that fresh powder. It'll arguably be the best ski season, snowboard season of the day. So make sure you go to skiloveland.com and pick up your 25-26 pass at the lowest price for this year and use it the rest of the remaining season for free. You have until May 11th to use that season pass for next year for this year. So the sooner you buy, the more free spring skiing you'll enjoy. Visit skiloveland.com today and make sure you get into that 16 inches of fresh, fluffy pow.
What a live show these guys play. Kings of Leon. By the way, KJ, put me in a good mood for the rest of my Thursday. Coach, I told you, we have the full first 4 game schedule for the first round of both the Avs and the Nuggets. Now, Saturday's perfect, right, guys? We get to go from a 1:30 tip into a 6:30 puck drop. You just got enough time to maybe take a cat nap, maybe go back out to the store and get yourself one more beers. Just one more beers?
Just one more beers.
Turn on that microphone.
Sometimes when you have one beers, it makes you forget to turn on the microphone.
Forget to press the right buttons. Unfortunately, it's not as great 2 days after that. Because on Monday, the Clippers and the Nuggets tip off at 8 p.m. Mountain. The Avs and the Dallas Stars are at 7:30 on Monday.
Ooh.
Now, they don't play the same day for Game 3.
The dreaded 30-minute separation between the tip and the drop.
Brutal.
You want the tip and the drop. It sounds...
I don't know where you're trying to go with that.
Well, it's a tip of the ball and a drop of the puck.
I'm learning things.
Tip and drop. Right? Am I right in saying that? Tip and drop?
Sure.
You want the tip and drop to be spaced out by at least 4 hours. That's the ideal world.
The Nuggets don't play until Thursday, Game 3 in LA. That's an 8 p.m. tip, but the Avs play Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. at home. That's their first home game of the series. And then there's a close one on the 26th on Saturday. Road game for the Nuggets, 4 p.m. Mountain Time tip, 7:30 p.m. local here at Ball Arena for Game 4 for the Avs. So
that's pretty salty.
Yeah, you might
That's a Wednesday?
you're just going right into it.
What time was tip?
On Game 4?
Yep.
Saturday, 7:30 puck drop, 4 p.m. tip. 4 p.m.
So
Nuggets,
that would be
7:30 p.m. Avs.
And that's a week from Saturday?
That is a week from Saturday,
Okay.
Game 4 of each of those series.
Are they double dipperoo every single time they play?
They are double dipperoo on Game 1, double dip on Game 2, double dip on Game 4.
Okay. Is that it?
That's what I see right now. And then there's TBD.
It's probably the NHL series.
No, TBD times.
Oh, times.
So the Nuggets play Game 5 if necessary on Tuesday the 29th. The Avs play Game 5 if necessary on Monday the 28th. The NBA or NHL just goes every 2 days. You go play one day, off the next, play the next day. So they go Monday, Thursday, Saturday, Game 5, 6, and 7. And then the Clippers and Nuggets go Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. So you would have, this is worst case scenario, there's a possibility of head-to-head games, Game 6 and Game 7 for both of these series, which I'd be livid about that.
Vibe check, Raj.
Vibe check on whom?
Let's start out with the Avs.
My vibes are through the roof. If you guys were listening to the show, or that Pete DeBoer pulled a Brandon Staley and played his best guys for the last 2 games of the season when it meant nothing, and arguably their best forward this side of Mikko Rantanen got hurt, was seen walking out of the arena in a brace and a boot. So my vibes are through the roof because not only is Jason Robertson's health in question, Miro Heiskanen, their number one defenseman's health, is in question. Jake Ottinger has let in 9 goals.
So his mentals are in question.
Right. I love a goalie who's a mental pretzel. Give it to me. Any day of the week. Talk about mental pretzels. The San Jose Sharks have informed Alexander Georgiev that they're not picking up his contract at the end of the season.
He got the old Nick Sirianni treatment.
Here's the front door. Go see who's going to pay you. Georgie's on the path to a backup job next year. That's
He's going to be in the KHL? Is that what it is?
KHL could pay him a decent amount.
He's
you want to stick around
KHL guy.
You want to stick around the NHL as long as
he just
can.
gives me KHL vibes. Like, get me the hell out of this league, man.
My vibes are through the roof on the Avs.
Vibes are high. How much of your hard-earned money would you be willing to wager on an Avs series win?
I think they get it done in 6. How much of my money?
Yeah, like confidence level.
If Robertson and Heiskanen are missing a couple of games each, I don't want to do the Raj jinx here.
Okay, stop. Don't do it. You've already invited lightning bolts to come through this studio.
I feel like
smite me, almighty.
I feel like I haven't given out a jinx in a long time, so I feel like it doesn't exist anymore.
No, it really exists. Ask Connor McGahee if you're listening right now. Just you can text either one of us. we're good, man. Okay, so you know whose fault all this is? I asked for a Raj vibes check.
This is your fault.
God, it makes radio hard when my co-host
When I can't give predictions.
When I can't ask my radio co-host for predictions, and I continually, because I'm dumb, I keep asking him for predictions until he starts giving predictions.
If I were another person, if I were sitting in your chair, I would say, if I were Mike Sanford, if Miro Heiskanen and Jason Robertson are missing 2 games or more each, there's no way that the Avalanche can lose the series.
You would want to wager something that you are like pretty uncomfortable.
I can wager
wagering.
your mortgage.
Pretty uncomfortable with wagering. Okay.
Anne Marie might be pissed off at me, but if I'm you, I can wager your mortgage.
Give me vibes check on Denver Nuggets.
Okay, so this changed.
LA Clippers.
This changed for me yesterday.
Oh.
When
what new
Jamal,
information came out?
When Jamal was addressing the media yesterday, and he sounded pissed. He sounded upset that people were even asking the question of being like, hey, does it feel like you guys are being doubted? And Jamal cut everyone off and was like, people have doubted us forever. It's just what they do with the Nuggets, even before the championship. And obviously, like, you had to go through hardships to get to your title. Jamal Murray with a chip is everything to me, man. Everything. If he walked in and was quiet, someone kicked my dog, it feels wrong, I wish that my head coach were still here. He talked about the obvious spark, and people asked him, like, is it different with Adelman? He goes, yeah, you can feel a different energy in here. If Jamal Murray is pissed off version of him, and that sparks playoff Jamal, my vibes on the Nuggets completely change from I have no idea what's going to happen to I now expect them to make it real tough on OKC in round 2. I think they end up beating LA. I told you I've got Avs in 6 and Denver in 6 in round 1. Those are my predictions.
I right now have incredibly favorable, positive Denver Nuggets vibes about this postseason. Really, really, really positive. Health came together at the right time. Rest came together at the right time. And leadership, the newness of finding your voice for this team came together at the right time under the leadership of David Adelman. I really, really like where the Denver Nuggets are at going into this playoff series. Really like it. And it's a tough series. The Clippers that is a team that's playing great basketball at the right time for them. So it's not like you're not going to go into the series and get positive vibes because of the opponent. I have positive vibes because of where the Denver Nuggets are. And I haven't felt like I did in the final 3 games of this season. I haven't felt like I have about this team in a while.
Will losses on game 1 for either team change your thoughts?
I think it would dramatically change my thoughts for the Nuggets.
Oh, see,
because you would be in your own building.
It would dramatically change my thoughts for the Avs. Because you've lost to Pete DeBoer 3 different times with 3 different teams. You struggled to score against his team last year. Now, granted, Val Nichushkin not in the lineup, and that we determined that was everything. When Val came back this year after a suspension, they turned. They flipped the switch. If the Avs go in and lose to an undermanned Dallas team in round 1, and it looks like Dallas was just playing possum for the final 7 games of the season, and McKinnon looks rusty, and McCarr looks rusty, and Blackwood isn't playing at the top of his game, I'll go, oh no, this could get real, real close really quickly.
I just think that the talent and belief is going to be too much in a 7-game series, no matter what happens in game 1.
It's also the reason why I think that Gabriel Landeskog must play in game 1. Because if you're worried about rust, if you're worried about the Avs coming in, they haven't really played, you haven't felt that energy, the best way to screw the Avalanche, in my opinion, is waiting until game 3 to play Gabe. Because you want to hold on to that energy, right? You want to make sure that first burst of energy happens in front of the home fan. They could play game 1 in Dallas and game 3 in Colorado. The energy is going to be the same thing. The roof at Ball Arena will blow off when Gabe gets announced. If he plays in game 1, game 2, or if he debuts in game 3. You want to make sure this team is ready to go game 1. And the way to guarantee that is Gabe Landeskog's in the lineup.
It brings about a different level of energy from that locker room, no matter what. And as a coach, whenever you have the opportunity to manufacture positive energy, togetherness, interconnectedness. You do it. And there would be no better unifier of that locker room than seeing "Oh Captain, my Captain" back on that ice for the first time in 3 years.
That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy for KJ Behind the Glass. You guys have been listening to the Morning Sprint. PhD is coming up next. Also, 5 minutes from right now, the pre-draft media availability for Sean Payton. You won't want to miss any of it. The guys are going to break it down. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
We are currently locked into the Sean Payton pre-draft presser right now. Dan Tanner is in the queue with his hand up, and we have no idea what question Dan will ask of either.
So this is a video presser.
Yeah, they decided not to
Have anybody out there?
Yeah. Gosh,
Well, COVID and stuff.
Yeah, COVID. COVID is something.
Still got that vid running around out there.
This press conference over the years used to be kind of a big deal, like in person, and you'd be in the big rooms, and it'd be a good opportunity to.
They've been a top 15 pick for the last 8 years.
Yeah,
when they've had it.
Yeah, but it used to be in the field house and in the room. When I first broke in a million years ago with the Bills, they had it at a restaurant for lunch. And they had all the assistant coaches out there. Marv Levy would sit at the table, all the assistants.
Well, that's probably when they still had 15 or 16 rounds, wasn't it? Because didn't they do away with that in 80?
This was 94, 95. I don't know. I don't know what they had back then. Probably more than 7, don't you think? 94, 95, something like that.
I just looked this up the other day and I forgot it.
Dan, has the presser started? Oh, it hasn't even started yet. All right. Well, we'll take you in and out of the presser. And I'm dying to see
both George and Sean.
Both George and Sean. Oh, there we go. There you go, Dan. Good job. Look at that. Look how beautiful that looks. That looks gorgeous right there. Oh, there's a few of the Muggles. Muggles are popping up. There we go. And all their Muggle gear.
Amazing. All them people up there with combined 1,200 listeners.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The NFL changed from 16-round draft to 7-round draft in 1994.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, wow. So I was caught
wow,
right
that
after
was
it.
quite the change. 16 to 7, huh?
Wow.
It wasn't a gradual 16, 14, 12, 10.
I remember the first year I did the NFL draft when I was across the street with the flagship. And it was Saturday, Sunday, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. I remember that. Yeah.
And it was all day Saturday and all day Sunday.
Yep.
And that was back when they'd stick us in the big amphitheater in Dove Valley, right? That big conference room place where they used to have it.
My second shift ever at the Fan was second day draft coverage in 2008. And it was in the cafeteria of the Broncos facility. So we were broadcasting live at a big round table in the cafeteria, and they brought in Eddie Royal and Ryan Clady because they were the 2 top picks the day before. I'll never forget it.
Good picks.
My son had a soccer game at those soccer fields across the street from Dove Valley. I literally went from the soccer game. He scored a goal. It's just describing, not bragging. I know you could top me with Ellie. It's ridiculous. I understand. And literally walked across the street to talk about football players I'd never heard of before in my life. Because it's 2008. No, the internet's nothing. And we're doing second round draft coverage. I was clueless. I was with Sandy Clough, Cecil Lammey, and Jim Armstrong.
Well, you didn't have to talk much.
I did not.
Between the you three, I don't know how anybody talked.
Now bet on which one of 3 yelled.
Yeah, right.
Or who was the most condescending. He might have gotten beat on that one too.
Oh, I was so nervous. Oh my God. But it was and I had covered the Bills back in the day. What's your most memorable draft? Seriously. You must have done some coverage over the years.
Well, that one because it was shifts. And then the Cutler with the big trade moving up to get Cutler.
Hey, let's just tune it in for a little bit. We won't say for the whole time. And Dan's got a question, but let's see at least what they got to say. George.
How come Dan Tanner didn't show his picture?
Oh, we're not going yet? Okay. This is so weird they're doing this on Zoom, though. Instead of just having, let's hear from him.
Hey guys, Parker Gabriel from the Denver Post here. For each of you, but I guess maybe Sean particularly, you talk a lot about over the last year about painting the right picture around Bo. As you evaluate, especially I guess offensive players, skill players in this draft class, how much is Bo and what he does or his skill set on your mind, and how much is it just about finding players that you think can help your team in general?
I think when we talk about painting picture for Bo, it's like painting the picture for quarterback. So, listen.
Are you sick of it already?
God bless it, man.
In that same position a year ago.
All right, Dan. You can bot it down. They don't even.
Good Lord.
They don't even have the microphone working right.
First off, it sounds like he's sitting on the, you know what, taking a you know what.
Yeah, they don't have their microphones plugged in the right way.
Good Lord. Well, listen, relative to Bo.
God, that took you 15 seconds for you to be sick of it.
I don't know who I can't stand listening to more, Russell Wilson or Sean Payton.
All right. Well, we'll just keep tabs on it then. I'll give you this.
I'll check back in. Hey, how about how about this? Dan, pay attention to the question. When we get an interesting question, let's just go. Let's just go to the question.
Oh, so you're going to just let Dan be the arbiter if it's interesting?
Sure.
Dan, are you up for that?
Sure.
And Dan's in queue to ask a question.
I love it. You better have a good one, Dan, because I'm going to roast the hell out of you if you don't.
Well, we shouldn't find out ahead of time, right? A little drama. Figure out what Dan's...
Well, he could plug it up live as soon as Dan's on there asking a question.
No.
Oh, we should be able to see it.
You put it on your mother that you didn't give Dan 3 or 4 different question
Swear
ideas
to
already.
God, I promise. I don't know how much it means if you vouch for that, Dan, but have you and I, got together on a question? No?
No.
Nope. So it's all on Dan. I have no idea what he's going to ask. Do you have any suggestions for him?
No.
It'll be the first question on Let Football Go.
Well, first off, you better turn your video on if you want to ask a question, because I don't think they're going to even go to you unless you turn your video on.
Yeah, turn your video on, Dan.
Yeah, but they may go.
There you go. There's Dan. That's fantastic.
Put the 925 in the background, man. Come on, dude.
Oh, Scott. See, now Scott's interested. I'm coaching him up a little bit.
Well, I'm just trying to get a little pluggy.
Get the altitude logo in.
Am I the only one that was over that in 10 seconds?
No.
No, but
I started playing a video game.
Yeah,
Okay.
Scott took his headphones off and started doing
I can still
Minecraft.
hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to imitate Jack Black from the Minecraft.
We go to audio of the presser, and Scott takes his headphones off.
No, as soon as he started talking, as soon as I heard that question, I went, oh.
Well, George is talking. You want to hear what George has to say?
Yeah, let's hear George.
All right, a little bit of George.
To take that next step, the work ethic to take that next step. And so you dig into all these, you get into the analytics, and they help you break a tie, a cluster. And so that's kind of how we go about it.
Okay, well, there you
His
go.
body language, he's leaning away from Sean Payton.
What do you think the relationship is with these two guys after a couple years now?
Sean would like to have complete and utter control, and he's PO'd that the owner's a smart man and realizes giving too much power to a coach in every decision is wrong.
He's PO'd about it.
Well, I think he's, I don't know, PO'd, but I think it's, look at the body language.
Hey, that's a little PO'd right there, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that is not.
It looks like they just had a tough conversation about who they want to draft at 20.
It actually looks a little tense right there. I'm not going
What
to
you
lie.
ought to do is somebody ought to ask a question about an individual player that's going to go in like 45, 50 and say, Sean, what do you think about da-da-da?
Well, what's the kid's name there from Heritage there who went to Oregon? Terrence
Ferguson.
Yeah, Terrence Ferguson.
I saw a draft today. I think, didn't they have them taking him?
He's been, depends what round. I mean,
probably not
like
the
a
first.
second round.
No, God, no, not the first. Yeah, not even the second. I think Ferguson is like a third, fourth round sort of dude, maybe closer to fourth, fifth.
The draft thing I sent you, 7 rounds, so I figured that'd make you happy.
Yeah.
Had him taking 2 Oregon players, I think.
Well, Bo Nix's brother. That would make sense. Oh my God, I'm forgetting that kid's name. That's terrible. Not Troy. Oh gosh darn it, what's his name?
Sorry, what's your question?
Bo Nix's brother adopted.
He checked out of the conversation.
The receiver from Oregon.
Terrence Ferguson.
No, that's the tight end. Oh
we just talked about Terrence Ferguson.
I am literally.
I'll look it up.
Well, the two, Terrence Ferguson is from Oregon, and then oh my God, this is ridiculous. But people are
Tez Johnson.
Tez Johnson, thank you. Tez Johnson, not Troy Franklin. Tez Johnson. Yeah, I mean, that Tez Johnson is a legitimate wide receiver.
He's legitimately the most frail-looking wide receiver I've ever seen in my life.
He'll be drafted.
I'm not super high on him.
Fine. I'm not banging the table for him either. I trust the Broncos.
That dude looks like he's one hit away from getting folded in half.
Yeah. Now the question is, will they go to Dan? Well, because Dan's been on zero. Dan's asked 0 questions ever.
The Athletic, they had Jordan Birch.
Don't know him.
Edge rusher from Oregon.
And what round?
Second round.
Wow. Well, that is what mock is that? The mock you said?
Yeah, the Athletic.
Woo!
And then the third round. Let me go.
Boy, that is off the radar, man. But happens.
The third round, they got Terrence Ferguson from Oregon, the tight end.
Okay. All right. Who's in the first round then?
Hampton.
Or Marion Hampton. Look at you doing mock draft stuff.
I only went to 3 rounds though. I don't think I got to the 4th round.
What you doing mock drafts though? I mean, you're just.
I can look what they got to the 4th if you want.
That's Scott leading the way here, Tyler. We're proud of him. Let's come around.
Aeneas Peoples.
Who? Peoples?
Aeneas Peoples.
So we got Peoples?
From Virginia Tech, defensive tackle. So actually, in the first 4 picks, the Athletic haven't taken 2 defensive guys.
Well.
Yikes.
They had a meeting with Walter Nolan, who's a highly regarded defensive tackle. They had an in-person meeting with him. I think he might be their last visit. Listen, we talked about it yesterday. It might be sneaky if they go something on the D-line in the first round. So we shouldn't be caught by surprise because it has been mentioned and talked about.
Well, the safety from South Carolina has kind of been back around, but I've seen in mock drafts I've looked at lately, he's more up around that 10, 11, 12, 13 pick, 14 pick, somewhere in there. So
it feels a little bit high. It seems like safety would make more sense than a defensive tackle, but you do need a defensive tackle. I'd take one in the 3rd round, 4th round, something like that. But first or 2nd round, that seems crazy high to me.
Well, they got Peoples going in the 4th.
I agree.
But yours, you were looking at, it's got an edge rusher. Edge rusher isn't even on my board.
In the 2nd round.
Right. Hey, man. Oh, all right. What about BPA, man? What about that?
Not the first, 2nd rounds.
British Petroleum.
Mm-hmm. It's always best player
Of
available
America?
at a position of need in the 1st and 2nd rounds.
Okay.
I get maybe in the 3rd round. I still think in the 3rd round you're trying to plug holes. 4th round and on, that's to me when BPA becomes the thing.
So the BPA is in the 1st round. You don't do it.
Well, no, it's a factor, right? So it's best player available at a position of need. So you got 2 or 3 positions. You need a running back. You need a tight end. Maybe you need a defensive tackle. Whatever it is that you want, right?
But
so you've got those 3 positions.
If you get to 20 though and say, okay, I need a most running back.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll say Hampton and everybody else is gone. Your top couple guy. Well, there's another guy. We don't have him a 1st round grade, but we do need a running back. He's probably more of a 2nd, high 3rd guy. Let's take. You don't do that. You don't chase that.
But that's why you've got to have at least 2 or 3 positions that you're willing to select.
Right.
So if you've got 2 or 3 positions, now we take the best player available at those positions.
Well, how about if the guys you kind of like are gone, and then on your board you go, dude, this dude's a freak athlete. We can find a place for him. Do you not go that way?
I'd love to go back and look at like the last 5 years of actual draft picks in the 1st round. Find me a dude that was drafted by a team that didn't have a significant hole at that position in the 1st round.
Dan, how many people have asked questions and you've been left out so far?
Like 6 or 7.
Okay.
You haven't had any good ones yet.
Oh, there's Leggy.
You know you got the power to go to it, right?
Leggy's there. It's cool. You see what everybody's house looks like. See
Mike Clintz is in the spare bedroom.
Clintz is in the bedroom.
Clintz is sitting in front of the spare bedroom.
Leggy's in his typical spot in the kitchen.
Yeah,
that's where he is with us.
Cosmider's in his house closet that
he's in the sunroom.
They made into his office. Brandon's down in his basement.
Yeah, BK's wife must do good.
He's kind of looking rich, isn't he?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm telling you. Andrea's doing all right. We know it ain't him. Should we tune in here? A little Sean Payne. Let's get 10 seconds of Sean there.
And I probably, more than any other average to below average handicap golfer, am guilty of hitting a driver when I should be hitting another club.
That is fantastic. Okay, we have exclusive coverage
that means
for you.
It means don't go chase after guys that don't fit your position.
Good job.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Yeah.
He just gave you a little TLC right there.
We
should just quote TLC.
Next time he talks, we ought to put a little TLC.
TLC, we can do it with. What do you think? This is ended anytime soon? We can come back with TLC. Little TLC.
Not Meet the Millers, by the way.
No. Well, he does rap the TLC.
No, it's different.
Okay. But that was pretty good.
Dan is on. We have no idea what Dan's question. We got to see if Dan will even be allowed to ask a question. We got coverage for you right now. We got playoff Katie. She's with the Nuggets. She did a song. We have a playoff Katie song that she sings on.
No way.
Dude, I have heard it. I laughed. And, well, of course. It's stupid. So, of course I'm willing to play something dumb.
That's his show.
Yeah, of course. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction is lousy, man. Who wants to deal with that? No bueno. We want to get you back in the game, develop more intimacy, have some fun, get back in the game. You know what I'm saying? With the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So here's what you do. It's so simple. You schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get the medical consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work, in the office, free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. This starts with a simple phone call. 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. Or simply visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. More of the Broncos pre-draft presser coverage coming up next. The Peyton and Peyton pre-draft presser is rolling on, and yeah, we'll give you a little snippets. Dan Tanner is in the queue. This is on Zoom. We have no idea what Dan is going to ask. We're very excited. Dan, have you asked a question yet? No, not yet. Okay. All right. Dan's getting a little. Listen, Dan's got a lot going on here, Tyler. So we should give him as hard of a time as humanly possible to make things more stressful.
Naturally.
Right. But he does have actually.
We want to put odds on whether the Broncos allow Dan a chance to ask a question.
Well, Dan, you got to put the video back on. You got to put
I'll put it 4-1 against. They're not going to somebody without a video on.
Yeah, Dan, get the video back on. Get your video. We got to be able to see
Dan, we said put the video on.
There he is. There he is. Good for Dan. Okay. All right, let's hear what Sean has to say about whatever the hell he's talking about for a second.
I think that is a quick learning curve for them all. And does the stature match? Does the intelligence match? But we discuss it. Obviously, it's important.
Brandon Cristal, Gorilla Sports.
Oh, let's hear Brandon. Let's hear his question.
Hey, this question, I guess, is for both you guys. I saw Max Crosby and Adam Schefter talking about Max giving prospect ideas to previous GMs there and how he really gets into the draft. So I know, Sean, you've talked about asking players for advice about teammates like Forsythe and his thoughts on Bo or whatever. But have you had players, cornerstone kind of players, guys that aren't worried about losing their job, like a PS2 type, that you asked to either evaluate the position they play or the position they go against primarily, so like wideouts for corners or whatever it may be? Have you ever relied on players, or would you if they showed interest?
What's the question?
Oh, my God, Brandon.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, if they've been teammates with a player, if they played against a player, I've asked Pat, not this draft, but other drafts, about Alabama guys, or maybe
we don't like Tez Johnson then.
What were his thoughts?
Didn't ask Bo about Tez.
All right, forget it. We want to hear Dan's question.
I wonder if Sean and George asked Bo, hey, does your brother really only weigh 154 pounds?
Something like that.
Is that it? Can you get Mama to give him a burger?
Would that be your question? Hey, guys, I understand Tez Johnson weighs 144.
Does your mom not keep the fridge full?
Can Bo's mom give him a hamburger?
Seriously.
Just say, how does size and weight play into your evaluation of players?
Wow, now you're being like serious question.
See how quick that was?
Oh, I could even top you. Okay. Tez Johnson.
But I don't.
Wait, hold on. I can do better.
Tez.
But that would be great. It's 3 letters. You couldn't ask a quicker, shorter question.
Are they allowed to talk about players that aren't undrafted?
Not really. They never really do it, but you could still do it.
No, I think you can. I think you could talk about college kids. You're not supposed to talk about NFL guys, but I don't think there's any rules against talking about college kids.
Yeah, in general, you can throw it out there, or you could say like, "How was the visit with Tez?" Stuff like that. It's you have to kind of couch it a little bit. Well, I can't wait to see what Dan throws out there. I think this is going to be a fascinating draft for the Broncos because I don't think there's a way to screw it up. I really don't. I think they're going to
draft defensive tackle in the first round.
Throw something in about Max Crosby.
Yeah, we call those talk show questions.
Max Crosby, the new assistant GM of Eastern Michigan football.
These guys don't understand who Max Crosby is. You don't have to explain to them who Max Crosby is.
I would ask, if you really want a question to be a good sports talk question,
give it to us. We like that.
How was the NIL landscape changed any evaluation you may or may not have on other players?
That's kind of fun. That's a good discussion.
Yeah.
It's a relevant question specifically to Shedeur Sanders, because when you go back to the combine and you got those reports about there was a team in the top 7 that just did not like Shedeur's attitude when he spoke to him. And then the same team said, yeah, I just can't stand the fact that these guys are getting paid millions of bucks. So, there's coaches out there that just can't stand the personality. Well, buddy, you adapt with the times.
And we can find out where he lives, though.
Exactly. Do you guys think that Shedeur Sanders should have his number retired?
No.
I wasn't asking.
I thought you'd
ask those guys?
I thought, after you said my brother was here, and then I'm like, how the hell did he get here? And
I might get kicked out of the club. I did a whole podcast on it last night and everything. I'm like,
how'd that go?
Well, got some traction.
Did it?
I might get kicked out of the Buff Club on this one.
What was the tone of it?
It was actually probably more aggressive than I even was on air here.
Really?
Yeah.
What pushed you in that direction?
If I'm being honest, CJ.
Okay.
See, when I heard CJ just put it on Rick George like that, I was like, he ain't wrong. He's not. And this ain't right. It's just not right.
And Rick's a good dude.
Rick's a good dude. And you know what? I'm so glad Dion Sanders is the coach of the University of Colorado, but this ain't right. Honor Shedeur Sanders with a hallway in the building. Put up a whole hallway full of a shrine and maybe do the trio or whatever.
Maybe every clock in the building is named after Shedeur. You know,
every time it hit 2 o'clock.
Have Rolex be a sponsor.
Every time it gets 2 o'clock in the day, you know, perfect timing just comes on in the building.
Yeah, forever.
Do a whole hallway of like 500.
Slightly above average?
Yeah. East side, west side, and then a hallway slightly above average.
Put him there, you know, you'd see like Bobby Passavento. You'd see, you know, I mean, I'm just assuming Bobby's record is around 500. Might have been better.
Bobby had a pretty good career. He won a Big 12 championship.
I shouldn't say that, right? I shouldn't say that. Who would be a good 500 quarterback? Just
gosh, what was the Hodge? The really tiny guy is Hodge something. Dang it! Why am I drawing a blank on it?
I don't know. I'm sorry. What's Klatt's record? He was above 500. Had to be, right? No?
Yeah. I mean,
Craig Hodges? Not Craig Hodges. That's a basketball guy.
With Klatt, we went to the Big 12 championship twice.
Oh, so
that was during my era.
That had to be way above 500.
Mike Machete was who I was thinking of.
Mike Machete.
Yeah.
Wow. Now we're just being snarky jerks. Being snarky jerks. You're not going to get kicked out of the club, though. I'll tell you why.
Because everybody can't get kicked out of the club at the same time?
Correct. Correct. There's nobody on
safety in numbers.
Yeah, there's nobody on the other side of this thing. And by the way, what made you think you were going to get in the prime club anyways?
You know.
Really?
Got to meet him the other day.
Uh-huh. I heard that one great from you. It
was great.
He almost looked at you when he shook your hand, according to you.
Hmm?
He likes Champ, though.
Well, I guess I'll tell the story. I mean, I'm not trying to put Dion on blast here at all. I'm really not. But when we were up at the pro day, Champ was sitting there talking with 4 or 5 of the young defensive backs. And they weren't participating in the pro day. They were just there talking to Champ. And Champ sees me. He's like, "Hey, Tyler, come over here, holler at these young bucks." And so I go over and I start talking to these guys, you know, and I'm with Champ for 30 minutes, just 20 minutes maybe.
He's the best.
And talking to these guys. And eventually Dion comes over and he's talking to Champ. And, you know, Champ's like, why am I doing this?
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Why am I doing this? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
He basically did the politician handshake where he's looking for somebody more important to talk to than you.
Champ was really excited to introduce me.
Yeah.
Cody Hawkins was 13-20, so he doesn't make the cut.
He doesn't make. How about Craig Oaks?
Craig Oaks, Fairview High School.
How did he fare?
That did not go well for Craig Oaks. Him and Marquisha. What was Marquisha's name?
Mike Marquisha.
Oh, you don't remember Marquisha?
Marcus, transferred to CSU.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
John Jefferson State champion. Running back.
Really good running back.
Yeah,
Marcus Houston.
Marcus Houston.
Marquisha. Wow.
I didn't call him that.
No, you just did.
That'd be Eric Bieniemy, right?
All right, let's tune in now to George Payton and Sean Payton and see what they're talking about now.
They've shown, obviously, last season, the jump we took offensively from where we were at to scoring offense and all of those other things. And obviously the addition of Bo, those all contribute to that.
Okay, nice job. They still have not come to you, Dan. They've got to be at least 15 questions in. Is it over? It's done? That was it?
Well, Dan doesn't have his hand raised up anymore.
That's it. It's over.
Dan, with this radio, you can feel free to talk on.
No, that's Megan. She's great.
So, Dan, did we get a single interesting question?
Well, Dan's putting his headphones back on. He's kind of locking back in.
So, Dan, did we get a single interesting question?
No. By the way, I did have my hand raised. The other one up there was just our computer.
Yeah.
I did have the hand raised the whole time.
And your video and the whole thing.
Video on. The
whole thing. The other thing was the computer.
You guys I had 2 questions. You want to hear what they were?
Absolutely.
Well, first, I was curious just to ask George Payton, what his philosophy is when it comes to drafting for need versus drafting best player available. I'd like to hear his thoughts on that. My second question was I was going to ask them, they were both at CU's Pro Day. So I just kind of wanted to ask them, like, how did that go? If they had conversations with Prime. I know Peyton did because I saw him talking to Dion, and just sort of what their relationship is with Coach Prime.
Oh, that's cool. That'd been fun to hear. Oh, those are pretty cool questions.
Yeah, but let me help you out a little bit and give you the Muggle speech. CU had their Pro Day up there a couple weeks ago, and, of course, Coach Prime, the head coach, a Hall of Famer, great career, won Super Bowls in Dallas, San Francisco. Guy's been phenomenal. He's taken Jackson State. See how I'm extending the question?
Boy, you're going to take it forever.
Yeah, and then turn this program at CU. And then, I'm just trying to give you the Muggle question. Is that how was CU's Pro Day, and what did you garner from it?
Why don't you just say BK?
No, he ain't the only one.
He isn't the only one.
No,
but he's one of them.
Oh, he's in the fraternity.
He's in the talk show question fraternity, no doubt about it. Yeah.
BK, Russ Chairman.
Damn fine to meet you.
He had to have been, right?
Mine's bigger than yours.
Yeah, man, when you're asking a question, they know certain things. You don't have to explain to something. Hey, David Adelman, Michael Malone got fired as the head coach, and you finished 4th in the Western Conference. You're seeded against...
it's the third time in a row that you won 50 games, which had only been done 4 times total in the history of
So what do you think about Jokic?
Jokic guy's pretty good, huh?
What happens is sometimes you really haven't thought your question out. They come to you and
so we just go Muggle question. We just call it a Muggle question. Because we do it too. I've done it 1,000 times.
I call it a talk show question because you can ask a good Muggle question. Just get to the point. But yeah, nobody's perfect. Everybody, can kind of
listen. I've done it probably way too many times in my career. So I ain't.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're on TV asking questions like that. I don't know how you guys do some of that stuff.
Well, you only got like 90 seconds.
It's hard to screw up, really. Hey, great game. What were you seeing there?
Well, but then if you get Murray in the bad day, he'll go, yeah.
Yeah. Then you got to get like 19 questions in 30 seconds to Jamal Murray.
Did you have fun? Yes. Big win? Yes.
2-man game working?
Two-man game?
Yep.
Uh-huh. Or he'll just stare at you. That's the fun one from Jamal.
Yeah.
He'll just...
And realize, okay, do I want to jerk you around or do I want to try to answer what you kind of meant?
Mm-hmm. He'll make
what
you work.
Did you kind of mean there?
He'll make you work for it.
Oh, he will. Yeah.
Jamal was in a good mood yesterday, by the way. Jamal was playing, Dan, I don't know if we have it. Jamal was playing the Nobody Believes in Us.
It's the greatest line in pro sports history.
Yeah.
When Tom Brady's using it the year they won the Super Bowl, I said, if he's allowed, anybody's allowed.
You're right.
Come on now.
Nobody's giving us a chance.
No one believes sometimes. No one thinks we're any
Just
good.
shut up, Tom.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Dan.
We're underdogs.
I mean, we've always been overlooked. What's new? You felt that even since the championship? Yeah, and before that as well.
Yeah, the Nuggets have not really been overlooked. Jokic has been featured on everything. They've been talked about nonstop for a couple years. They're featured on national TV more than they've ever been. I mean, to say that the Nuggets have been overlooked over the past couple of years is pretty disingenuous. Now,
leading up to the championship, I would say they were.
Fine, but not since. However, Jamal Murray may be overlooked.
Yeah.
He got benched by Team Canada. He was not in great physical shape at the beginning of the season.
Josh Kroenke told us so.
Yeah. He's been injured a bunch this year. People repeatedly talk about how Jokic has never had an all-star teammate. Well, that's a shot at Jamal Murray more than anybody. Slightly Aaron Gordon, but that's mostly anti-Jamal.
But saying all this, have you noticed, though, that Joker is like showing up and appearing on more and more and more things?
Jamal, Joker's
what's behind that?
Everywhere.
I think they finally realized, dude, this guy ain't going away. This wasn't a blip on the on the radar. This
you're
legit.
just saying people are talking about him. I thought you were saying he's showing up.
The NBA used him in
he's on everything.
The new NBA postseason video thing they did.
If the Denver Nuggets offered Nikola Jokic for SGA straight up, do they take the deal?
Who? The Nuggets?
No. Oklahoma City.
No.
I don't think so. 30 and 25.
Because they got Chet over
I heard
there.
Vic talking about that a couple days ago, and he was like, it's a no-brainer. I mean, anybody would take him straight up, and it's an MVP deal. It was about the MVP conversation. I don't know. I mean, it's probably like, hey, I like mine, you like yours, we're good to go.
Well, they got a big guy.
And ask me when they're paying SGA a max too. So they haven't had to reach into their pockets yet for their max contracts. Williams is going to be there. SGA is going to be there. They're going to have guys that are going to start, commanding some money.
They have such a kind of a similar team too for the Nuggets. It's a little reverse because SGA is the better player than Jamal, but they got that 2-man game, and then they got like Dort, who's kind of their AG. They're set up very similar to the way the Nuggets were when they won a championship.
Yeah, just kind of reverse. 1 to 5. Yeah.
But still, they play the same sort of game down the stretch. They play a 2-man game with their 2 young stars. And the question is, have they climbed enough rungs of the ladder to make it their time? Because, you can't skip steps. I don't think they have. It's just like, is this their time or not? Meanwhile, I cannot believe a couple things in these NBA playoffs. I cannot believe Dallas actually won. Nico
didn't just win.
I know.
We did not talk about his secret press conference that he had. Did you guys hear the details on this thing?
I did from Dan.
This is
earlier.
the wildest thing I've ever heard in my life. So he hosts a press conference with the media, and he says, "No phones, no recorders."
Wow.
We're doing like a top secret press conference.
Well, it's more like a round table.
Can I say something? That's dangerous for him because if you got guys that don't like him, he just comes out and they just start saying, "Here's what he said."
So now we got to handwrite this thing and think that we're going to get this thing totally accurate. Like, what is he doing? He is spiraling.
Well, you know what he just did last night? Won.
Oh, he didn't.
Well, whatever.
Listen,
their team won.
I'm going to say this, and it seems, and listen, they made the Lakers better. But if what's his name doesn't go down with the torn ACL, is Dallas kind of pretty good if Davis is healthy? I mean, Davis kind of changes him on the back end.
Well, he's healthy now. He's playing now.
Yeah, looked pretty good last night, didn't he?
Yeah, they may be okay. I cannot believe Sacramento. Wow, talk about circling the drain.
And then
what
they
I
fired their
GM
GM this morning.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Well, that actually makes sense. That should not have fallen apart like it did.
At home.
They had a good team. And then Chicago lost? I could not believe the Bulls lost. I looked at that Bulls team like they are unbelievable.
But you know what they all are?
What?
Young, inexperienced dudes.
Okay, the playoffs, right?
And maybe let the playoffs kind of get to them. Now they got to go against Atlanta. I think they beat Atlanta.
Meanwhile, what are we talking about? Oklahoma City's just going to just destroy. If Dallas is lucky enough to beat Memphis, it doesn't matter. Dallas or Memphis. Oklahoma City's going to sweep those guys. But the rest of it's pretty damn interesting. And we get our pound of flesh Saturday at 1:30. Can't wait. What a Saturday it's going to be, by the way. We can get into that schedule. I got the Katie song, too. I got the playoff Katie song.
What we got here?
Roll that out for you. It's PhD on 92.5. We are live in the Bacchus and Shanker studios. Their passion? It's justice.
That's a good line, actually.
Oh, yeah. Passion. Justice.
That should be like one of the things said right before you watch an episode of Justified. His passion is
justice. Justice. I can play you the Katie song. You want to hear the Katie song?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Then I got to tell you something that has to happen today.
Uh-oh.
Something that has to happen. Thanks to Brothers, by the way, for bringing in barbecue today for the staff here. It's good, man. Pile of meat.
We've been eating good the last few days.
Yeah, no kidding. P.F. Chang's and Brothers Barbecue. Who doesn't like a good pile of meat, by the way?
Right? That's what we used to have for breakfast in Kansas, bowls of meat.
Big pile of meat. All right, so Katie Mitchell, who's the star there of the Mix 100 thing, and she's playoff Katie for the Nuggets, and then Josh Grismer, who's again
playoff Josh.
I don't know what the hell Jeremy. We got to get him on. Maybe get him on.
I'm telling you, spinning disc.
Yeah. So Josh got his song. Just real quick.
Griswold, it's playoff time. Excellent.
You get the idea. And he's singing that. So the concept, Katie picked her own song.
Yeah.
And Grizz was like, I'll get her to do it. I go, you're going to get her to sing it? She goes, oh, yeah. But Katie can't sing.
Well, that's what, and neither can half the people on the top 40.
Grizz can sing.
Grizz can sing, but half the people on the top 40, what's the computer generated that fixes the voice thing that goes auto-tune?
Auto-tune, yeah.
Yeah. Got auto-tune.
Well, I saw the muggles around, and the Nuggets do make their media as difficult as humanly possible. A stool in the gym against a wall where you all have to pile in on top of each other. Like, could you make it?
Like the good old days.
Oh, it is.
They're going back, man. They're going back.
You got basketballs going off. You got guys hollering.
Throwback PRs. No COVID there. They aren't having Zoom meetings, are they?
I mean, you got to check yourself for pregnancy after you're done with that huddle.
Get your hand out of my pocket.
I mean, it's something. Now, could they go down one floor to the media room and just sit at a table where everybody could comfortably sit? Mm-hmm. Do they do that? No. So there's poor Katie, and she's got, this, that. She's never done this really before, and she's just getting squeezed out left and right, but she was determined to be part of it. And we'll find out how she did today, because today might be a big day, because today is probably Jokic Day today. And that's her, boy.
Let's just hope she doesn't faint.
Anyways, here's her song.
Oh.
Playoff Katie, playoff Katie, playoff Katie, playoff. It's the postseason, Denver. Let's go! Let's go! If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. Let me know. I'm about to beat this thing up. Let's go! Playoff season is the mode. Let's go. Want it? Let it go.
There you go. That's the playoff game. That's
hey,
good, right?
I give her credit for doing it. There's no question.
She's glossing herself as playoff Katie. Playoff Katie.
I hope they're playing that on Mix in the morning, too.
I hope they have fun with it.
I'm sure they are.
All right, what else they got to do?
Oh, Jeremy can mix
records, yeah.
Spin.
Hey, can I just tell you guys? So we'll hear from Katie hopefully later on. They're practicing, doing their stuff right now. Avalanche have a day off. Meanwhile, there's guys on the Stars getting hurt. Who's that dude? Robertson?
Jason Robertson.
Robertson, one of their good players.
Knee brace after their last game. Isn't there a game Saturday, a regular season game?
No, it was last night, right?
No, tonight.
Tonight
there's regular season games, but Dallas' last game.
Tonight, Thursday.
Can you believe it?
No.
The playoffs start Saturday.
So stupid.
Well, we're thankful, I guess, if you're an Avs fan, right?
Listen, if you believe in karma whatsoever, all the karma in the Avs Star Series is with the Avs. All of it. They got to rest. They got Gabe coming back. The guy, a good player for the Stars gets hurt. They have a shorter period of time. Even if it starts in Dallas, who cares? Like, all the good karma juju is pouring down a mountain for the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, you guys see these? We've got multiple crossover games between the Nuggets and the Avs.
Yeah, especially the first two.
Different times, though. I mean, it'll actually be fun. It'll be fun.
Second game's not.
Second game, I think, is at the same exact time.
Yeah,
is it?
9:30 Eastern, so it's in Dallas, so that'll be
That sucks.
Will that be 8:30 Dallas time?
They're 1 hour in front of us.
Yeah.
So
it'd be 8:30 there, 7:30 here, and Denver plays at 8 o'clock here.
Yeah, that sucks.
So the second game will start 30 minutes for the Nuggets game.
Poop on a stick on that one. Is that the only direct conflict game? Well, we'll see how things go.
I don't know, yeah.
Well, it is at least for the first 4 games, because then the Avalanche go to Wednesday and then Saturday. So they got a couple days off at home. Another karma thing for them.
Well, Denver plays Saturday, Monday, and not again till Thursday. So they'll get into a split. And then, the Stars play that third game Wednesday and not again game 4 on Saturday.
Thursday crosses over too, right?
Oh, yeah, Saturday. Anyways, we'll have all of it for you here on the radio. We'll have it on the digital. We'll have it top to bottom. Nobody will have better coverage, including all, of course, the play-by-play, more so than us on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And the first round for both on Altitude TV. People sometimes don't remember that, and on Altitude TV, there'll be pre-games and post-games throughout the course of the entire series, however far they go. So we got you covered. Real quick, because I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, all right? Bud Black should be fired today. Okay?
Did he not start this yesterday?
We did the real quick. I don't want to really talk about this, but Bud Black should be fired yesterday.
I think every day you should start a segment like that.
You could do it real quick. Bud Black should be fired.
But this even makes more sense today.
Should we start tracking the days? Should we count how many days he does it?
Today makes more sense than anything, though, because they have an off day today. And they don't start a home series, and it's a very short home series before they go on the road. Today, I'm not joking. Today is literally the best day just to fire this guy. And
now we're going to this guy. Now we know we're really dismissing him. This guy.
It was 8-2.
It was 7-1.
7-1. Okay.
And they roared back with a Michael Tolia grand slam
to 8-6,
7-6, and then it became 8-6, and it finished 8-7. So yes, they
scored.
They scored and they showed heart. They didn't give up.
They're still playing for the guy.
Let's see here. All right, we got announcer jinxes. You ready for some Drew Goodman announcing jinxing? Okay, here's announcer jinx number 1 with the best, Drew Goodman. He's the best, but here we go.
Led to 6 walks against the A's. Last start against the Padres, also not phenomenal. 5 earned runs, did give up a walk, but guess what? Here at Dodger Stadium, he's pitched phenomenally well.
And that is not an overstatement. Now the game's tied.
Oh, boy.
Left Dodger Stadium.
That's Shohei Ohtani. He's pitched really great here.
That wasn't really on Drew, was it?
They just were talking about how great Marquez has pitched, and the next pitch is a home run.
But it wasn't really Drew.
But I think it started with
It
Spilly.
was Drew and Sullivan. Corey Sullivan.
So Sullivan started this.
Okay, well, here we go. So that's first. We go to Freddie Freeman 2 batters later.
Back-to-back multiple hit ball games in this series. So I was saying a moment ago when you mentioned how well Herman has pitched.
Oh, boy.
I want to tell you how well he's typically pitched at Dodger Stadium, but this is turning into a rough first inning.
All right,
just go ahead and scratch that talking point.
We got to hear that one more time. Let's
back-to-back multiple hit ball games in this series. So I was saying a moment ago when you mentioned how well Herman has pitched.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
That might be the line of the year. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Save that, Dan.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. How well Marquez is.
Oh, boy. And you can hear the sound effect of the ball on the bat that was that just blows up.
Back-to-back multiple hit ball games in this series. So I was saying a moment ago when you mentioned how well Herman has pitched.
Oh, boy.
So fantastic.
So the cut is how well Herman has pitched.
Crack.
Oh, boy. Fantastic. Meanwhile, here's Ryan Spielborg's on some sort of podcast.
There's a chance you might see some changes. I doubt it, though. I'm not calling for anybody's job. I'll never do that. Never, ever, ever. But, you're getting close to the point where people wear this. I mean, it's a result-oriented business, but whether it's player personnel, whether it's front office, whether it's, I don't know, coaching staff, you're at a point now where the team has not performed to a level that I think
that's clearly Spilly hearing something's going to happen, wanting to be a little bit of a newsbreaker, not want to call. That is clearly Spilly trying to get ahead of what's about to happen, in my opinion.
Okay, but he brought up multiple different scenarios there, though. I mean, okay, we fire the manager. We fire a position coach, the batting coach, the pitching coach. Are we firing a GM? Because if we're being honest, the only thing that would really excite me wouldn't even be Bud Black. I mean, we got to go higher. We got to go higher than that, because if you fire Bud Black, okay, cool. Let's just rinse and repeat.
I agree. Fire everybody as far as I'm concerned. But it should happen today. It should literally happen today. And if you want to fire Bill Schmidt, you want to fire the pitching coach, the hitting coach, the guy who sells hot dogs, fine.
I heard today's the day they're butchering some cows.
Well, whatever you got to do. Today, well, you should butcher the front office and the coaching staff. And you know what? It is important to make change for change's sake in this particular example. You can't have back-to-back 100-loss seasons following a 94-loss season and start off with the worst record in baseball, with the worst run differential. The season's over. And if it's change for change's sake and they don't really win that many games, at least you're telling the fan base, we at least care and are paying attention. And sorry if Bud is such a nice guy and quote-unquote doesn't deserve it, because what can you do with the roster? This needs to happen, guys, in my opinion, today. Today on an off day before
all right, but
homestand.
fine. Say they fire Bud Black, and that's all you hear. You excited about that?
I'm more excited than yes.
I'm not.
Okay, fine. And I've seen a lot of people have that opinion too. But you got to start somewhere. And Bud does not deserve to be coaching this team.
Do you know
those players don't deserve to be playing in the major leagues?
Fine.
Do you realize that behind Kevin Nash with the Tampa Bay Rays, 11 season, Dave Roberts, the Dodgers, 10 seasons, Bud Black is the third longest tenured manager.
Do you realize Bud Black is the only player coach in Major League Baseball history to have 500 wins with two different teams and 100 wins as a pitcher?
That's good.
Yeah, he should be fired today.
Does he have 500 losses? With
exactly. He's the winningest coach and the losingest coach. He's the Lenny Wilkens of Major League Baseball. It's a basketball reference.
Yeah.
Lenny Wilkens. He should be fired today. And you know what? I get what you're saying. Would it really change anything? Maybe not, but so what? You at least have to put out some sign that this ain't acceptable, because all you're going to have is just moments of
multiple hit ball games in this series. So I was saying a moment ago when you mentioned how well Herman has pitched.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. PhD on 92.5. All right, here's what we got going on. Playoff Katie with the Nuggets. So we'll see how they're feeling today. Saw some video and stuff. They look pretty cool. Jokic dunking over Westbrook and smiling. And I do remember this time a couple years ago in their championship run. It was great. They had like a week off. They had some good hard practices. They just
remember everybody was worried about,
the
oh my
rust.
gosh, there's
Yeah.
too much time off. And it's like,
no.
Now
And it
you're
felt like they weren't playing great basketball either going into it.
But now it's like, oh man, aren't you so glad they got some time off?
Listen, I understand the pressure cooker of the games. But man, oh man, once you get in the playoffs, the schedule is so much easier than the regular season.
You guys heard that stat that no coach in any pro sport has less experience as a head coach going into the playoffs than David Adelman. Ever.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Ever in all sports.
Well, does that matter?
No, because I think there's an innocence to it.
Well,
all right.
Who's really coaching right now anyways? You know, I think this is going to be as much of a player-led team in the playoffs as you're ever going to see.
Well, I think David Adelman's coaching, but I don't disagree with what you said from this standpoint. He is empowering those guys.
Yeah.
He says, we're only going to go, he's basically said to them, we're only going to go as far as you want. If you want this thing to keep going on and make some noise at posting, it's be on you guys. Got to go. You see something you don't like, we got to. He goes, I'm not out there playing. We can just give you a board and write and say, do this, do this, do this. But you guys are there. Like, coach, there's no way we can get. Okay, so let's change it. What can we do? And I think he's empowered the guys, and I think guys have taken off with it.
I don't know. It seems like it's been fine from right now. The pressure's off a little bit. People move on quickly. The Malone stuff seems to a certain degree like ancient history at this point. Like, okay, that sucked. That was tough. Oh, there's some drama. Oh, there was this in the parking lot. Oh, okay, all right. Hey, I'm sorry. Josh Kroenke saying, I apologize to these guys. They didn't deserve it. He said that. And now it's a couple days later, and it's like, oh, it's playoffs on Saturday. Let's go. Seriously, that's just how fast things move in pro sports, man.
Well, you don't have a lot of time, and that's why you look at basketball, hockey, probably even baseball. I've always felt, and I understand you got to have even keel, but losses hurt. If you got any soul in you as an athlete, losses hurt. Football, you got a couple of days to get over with. Doesn't make it any easier, but you got a couple of days now kind of work it out. And
I think it makes it worse, dude, because you don't get the opportunity to get back out there in the court. You got to think about it for a week.
And that may be. But some guys who can't get over it quick, play them next day, they don't get over it. That's why guys go, he's shooting 28% from the three for the last 8 games. Because he hasn't got time to get out of it and get out of his head and get back to the laboratory.
Well, it's cool for the Avs and Nuggets. They both won their last game of the season. The Avs won. They were down 2-0. They came back and beat the stupid Ducks. Quack. In a meaningless game, but they won. So that's good vibes. Nuggets won 3 in a row, including destroying the Rockets. And I get it. The final score was like 15 difference, but no.
It was 28 when they decided to pull their starters.
They were up by 31 going into the fourth quarter. That was a massive blowout. That's good vibes. Got good vibes for both teams. So Adelman doesn't have any who cares? Big deal. Do you think he's going to choke making some sort of player rotation or something? I doubt it.
I got to admit, I didn't think that firing Mike Malone could lead to a spark going into the playoffs, but I couldn't feel any more optimistic about these guys. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to win a championship, but why the hell not? Why the hell not make a run at this thing? I feel great about the first round. I feel like the Clippers are about as old of a team as you could possibly get. I've run these guys out of the court, and it does feel like letting Mike Malone did exactly what they thought it would do, and it provided a spark for this basketball team.
Here's an interesting thing. Coach Malone coached under Van Gundy when Van Gundy was in New York. He was on Ty Lue's staff when Ty Lue, I think, was in Cleveland.
Okay.
Either one of them guys reach out to Mike and say, hey.
Well, did you see what Ty Lue had to say about it?
Yeah, he said no. Yeah.
Well, he was like, out of respect, like, I'm not reaching out to a guy that just won a championship on that team 2 years ago.
He got fired, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's interesting.
All right. Basketball question then for you. Give me an example of what an inexperienced coach would do in the playoffs compared to an experienced coach. Schedule, game planning, in-game, what's the difference?
If it was anybody other than Mike, but I've seen guys get to postseason. and it might have been their first time or, new into doing it, even though they may have coached all year. And then they get to practice like right now, and they're running basically 2-a-day mini camps.
So
and just beating the hell out of the guys and putting way too much pressure and too much physical activity on them before the game.
Hey, guys, we got a little time off here. We got to take advantage of this.
Yeah, and I don't think that's David.
I was surprised with Foxy, John Fox. Like, I thought he would have had the week leading up to the Super Bowl, like, dialed in. And it really, the biggest mistake he made, the preparation was terrible, as it turned out, for the Broncos in 48. But he had been to a Super Bowl before.
You always say that, but what does that mean? I mean, what was different? What was different about that week than what they were previously doing?
I don't know, man. It was weird. Just everything was like,
I mean, they got smoked, so it's easy to look at it and be like, okay, well, they didn't prep well, but sometimes you just get smoked. I'm not calling you out, but I'm curious.
I'll tell you, the weather was brutal that week, and when the things were brutal and tough and whatever, the Seahawks just chilled and didn't really practice or do anything. They really took it like, okay, it's just not a great day. We're going to whatever. The Broncos were full bore. The Broncos were playing at some sort of indoor facility, but they opened up all the doors during practice to simulate like cold weather. Well, it was cold during the week. It was like 50 degrees for the Super Bowl. It was really not that big of a deal. The Broncos weren't prepared with a silent count because they discounted, the loud and the soundness of the stadium. So they were not ready for what the Seahawks. But all you had to do is walk around Manhattan and see how many Seahawks fans were around. It was like, whoa, but they weren't prepared for that. The Broncos, for whatever wacky reason, changed hotels the night before the game when they didn't have to. They could have just stayed where they were, but for whatever reason, they changed hotels.
I think we were supposed to do that. And if I remember correctly, there was a last-second change. We're like, you know what, we're just going to stay put.
Because it makes sense. Let me tell you, being at both, you guys were so much more chill and relaxed. And I know there were some kooky things happening at the beginning of that week, but overall, the environment and the vibe from you guys, the uptight team in Super Bowl 50, without a doubt, was Carolina. You could feel it. You could just go over there and you could feel it. I was like, oh, I recognize this. This is what the Broncos were 2 years ago. And you guys were like the Seahawks were. You could feel it. I had so much confidence you guys were going to win based on just the vibes of how everything was going that week. Because I had seen the other side of it. So, and we found out later, Foxy almost got fired after the Super Bowl. Elway probably should have, frankly. But it would look crazy, right? Firing, as we're seeing now, firing a coach who got you to the Super Bowl? Coombs was just cooler, man. He was more experienced. He knew what he was doing. And he did great. You guys were so good.
Because I was covering Super Bowl 32, their first Super Bowl win. And as the week built in, and like I said, I always used to do the Shannon Sharp show, so we tape on Fridays. Get back, we had a call later that night. Hey, the guy forgot to push record on the tape back in Denver. So I had to get a message to Shannon and said, can you come in Saturday, day before the game, to do it?
You had to make that call?
Well, we had to reach out to Red. Remember, I can't remember his name, but it had the red hair guy that used to run everything.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember him. And so we did it down the room. We're in this little boxy, curtained-off area.
Do it again.
The interview was 10 times better because there's something happened from Friday to Saturday. There was no doubt. And in fact, Logue sat down there with me while we did it. He got done. We thanked Shannon, man. We appreciate it. Hey, did we get it this time? Yeah, we got it. Logue gets done, and Shannon leaves. He looks like, dude, they're going to win. Remember, they were like 12.5-point dogs in that game.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, dude, they're going to win. So something happened from Friday to Saturday, confidence-wise. You're like, oh, my gosh.
Well, are you uptight or are you relaxed? To whatever degree you can be relaxed going into something so big.
Coops didn't have any experience as a coach being there, right?
Well, he had been there as an assistant, yeah.
Offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Okay.
In 32 and 33.
Okay. It was a long time ago. That was 18 years ago, before we got there.
He played as a player. He had experience too.
3.
Yeah.
So he'd been part of 5.
Okay.
Well, wasn't he a position coach in San Francisco?
Oh, was he? I don't even know after that, maybe. I mean, he'd been there before. So at Foxy, I was surprised that things were 48 was so bad. But for Adelman and Ben Nard knows it too. Like, I think they'll be fine. I think they know the intensity, and I think the Avalanche will turn it up. They'll play with a sense of urgency. But I think the Nuggets I think they're going to do great, actually. It's going to be a good, tough series, but I think they're going to do great. I think both teams are going to do great. And we got it all for you on Saturday, man. Talk about a double dipperoo. Holy cow.
That's going to be all day.
And I love the Avs game. It's at 6:30. Come on now. That's freaking awesome. We go 1:30 Nuggets, 6:30 Avs.
And then we go.
Are you kidding?
Then we go 7:30, 8 o'clock on.
Well, then it gets crappy, yeah. But Saturday's going to be awesome. What do you got?
Dan just sent us some audio I'm excited to get to when we can. Coach Prime addressed the Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter retirement controversy.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I'm excited to get to this.
On what platform? Like, via who?
Dan?
Zoom.
No.
Well, it was a press conference today, I guess.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, great. We'll get to that. We'll have Playoff Katie, who's hanging out with the Nuggets today. We have no dumb questions. Man, I love it. That's coming up next year on PhD.
Hey guys, if you're marketing for a new vehicle, check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. It's the best car dealership in Colorado. It's the only dealership you need to go to. They've got over 1,000 vehicles on their lot right now, which means you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. And the best news is that, hey, we know that rates have gotten higher and higher. It's getting more expensive. But at Phil Long Ford, they locked in over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles before things started to get more expensive. That means that you, the customer, you're going to save that money directly in your pocketbook. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned. It's going to be on the lot over at Phil Long Ford, so don't waste your time driving all over Colorado. Guys, I've been a customer for life over at Phil Long Ford because they always take care of me. They respect me. They get me in. They get me out. They give me the best price. And you're going to have the exact same experience that I did. Don't forget, when you shop at Phil Long, they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over and shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
Well, this feels like a nice little tasty bonus treat here. I didn't even know they were doing a little prime presser before the spring game. That's cool. We'll have, by the way, we rolled on George Payton and Sean Payton, and we'll bring you, if there is any relevant stuff, on that a little bit later. No dumb questions. Playoff Katie at the Nuggets. We'll get all of it to you, but we got prime. All right, so from what I understand here, fellas, he spoke for about, on this, the Shedeur retirement stuff. Would you say you've had some deeper thoughts on, or?
I mean, I wouldn't say that my opinion on it really changed. I think it's just gotten more and more firm, feeling like it's not right. The Travis Hunter thing, anybody can write off, anybody can explain.
Yeah.
You got 2 Heisman Trophy winners, fine, do it. Cool. But Shedeur Sanders, just the longer that this thing goes on, the more that you think about it. At first I was like, okay, Shedeur deserves to be honored, right? So, okay, what's the big deal? He deserves to be honored one form or another. Not now, not like this.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm like, no, not ever. Not ever should you be retiring Shedeur Sanders.
It was interesting having CJ, Charles Johnson, on with us yesterday, and he was like, this is Rick George's fault. I was like, oh, okay. And I like Rick. Everybody likes Rick. Rick's great.
I highly doubt it was Rick George's idea. Okay.
But he didn't stand up to it either.
Correct.
He capitulated.
I agree with that.
Yeah. He was capitulant. Or whatever.
You know what that makes you?
A capitulator?
Yeah.
Nothing but a bunch of capitulators around here. Bull Durham reference for everybody. Okay, here we go. And this will be a pause and react. So it's long. So if you just want to have Dan pause it for a second and react, we can do that. So go ahead, Dan. Let's roll prime.
You know, retired jerseys can be a sore subject.
Not
some
really.
alums.
This is the first time I ever seen it sore. I don't know if you know it, but I'm retired, man. I think every jersey Darren I played in is retired. So I'm pretty familiar with this.
Pause.
So
Pause.
Always about him.
Oh, my God. And that's Pat Graham of the Associated Press, who's a nice guy, just trying to soften the question a little bit because he knows. And Prime is just getting antsy just about the question.
Yeah, he's already defensive. You can see on the first.
Already defensive.
Yeah.
I've not gone anywhere where my number hasn't been retired. We get it. You're you. Pat can't even get the question out, and Prime's getting defense. Oh, man, the rest of this should be a beauty. Go ahead, Dan.
So it's never been sore.
But why do you think that? What was your message like? Maybe Buff Nation and Buff alums who are.
I don't have a
why
message. I'm praying for my AD. I love him to life, Rick George. Let's get the elephant out the room. I don't want to talk about this too long. I'm gonna just talk briefly and let it go. We talking about Shedeur. We ain't talking about nobody else.
Mm-hmm. True.
But his last name wasn't Sanders. We wouldn't have this discussion.
You're right. Pause. Yeah, well, you're right because the number wouldn't be getting retired, and I hate to say that as a fellow Buff who's grateful for Dion Sanders, but you're right. We wouldn't be having this conversation because their number wouldn't be getting retired.
Correct. Is Prime making an assumption if his last name was Smith,
he'd still be getting retired?
This would be happening?
Yeah, that's what.
What are you, nuts?
That's what it sounds like he's going to.
Okay, go Dan.
The only reason we were having this discussion is his last name is Sanders. Okay, that's it. It's been so many things accomplished at this university expeditiously. It's been unbelievable, and I think we should be appreciative. We should be thankful. We have a room full of wonderful people that covers us, and I don't know if you all were in this room 2-3 years ago. Very few. Okay, but it's a new day. We're doing things a little different. I think the training table. I think the food is better.
All right, pause. Boy, is he skating the issue here.
Well, but he is getting to the heart of one thing.
Yeah.
It is a new day.
It is.
And we are doing things different.
We don't care about tradition.
So it doesn't matter. And we are going to do the right thing for what we view is going to help our program build.
What Prime is basically saying is this program, whether you like it or not, started 2 years ago when I walked through the door.
Okay, that's a really harsh way to look at it, and I'm not telling you that you're entirely wrong. I don't think in his mind that's the way he's viewing it. But that's the way it can come across, sure.
Well, he's about to tell you why everything's better, why the food's better, why the rooms are better, why the players are better.
But he's probably not wrong on any of that.
He's not wrong about it.
Right?
Okay.
And so, but that was the tough conversation that we debated yesterday and throughout the entire week here. You know, if you want to ask a really tough question, does Dion Sanders really have a responsibility to the past of the University of Colorado, or is his responsibility to the future of the University of Colorado?
If the coach doesn't, then the GM does.
The AD,
Or
yeah.
AD,
yeah.
If he resets the culture, does he get to reset rules and define legacy?
Yeah, that's usually the way that it works.
Okay, well, I think that's what he thinks.
Well, Steve Spurrier, right?
I don't think
goes into Florida and says, "No, we're not retiring jerseys anymore," and took his off.
He's not the only one that has success and changes rules.
All right, keep going, Dan.
But that it's a whole lot of things that are brighter and they're better because someone stands on business and makes it that way. And he's resilient when it comes to it being that way because everything we do is to improve everything for us. I think it was hot in here one time. I said, let's turn the air conditioner on a night game, right? The next time we came in, what happened? I think about those details because it don't just benefit me. It benefits what? All of us. So if all of us are happy, all of us should be happy.
Pause. And I think this is what he's hinting at here. And we had this guy, and I'm not telling you got to like it. I'm not even telling you that I like it. I don't. I do wish that we could honor the past. But what he's saying is I'm turning the light bulbs on as bright as I possibly can on this program right here, right now. And I'm getting as many eyeballs on it as I possibly can. And we got a spring game coming up on national TV, and we're making this thing as big as we possibly can because we got kids watching this thing.
If he wants to make the argument the past and history, the legacy of the Buffs doesn't matter because it was so bad until I walked through the door, so we're going to honor those that are the most important when this thing started fresh, then Shedeur Sanders deserves to have his number retired because he was important as anybody. But you were taking 130-something years, or I don't know, Tyler, how many years of CU football? You're taking 100-plus years of football and you're throwing it in a garbage can, and you're saying that doesn't matter. What matters now is when I walk through the door. By that logic, it only matters what happened when I walked through the door. He's right.
Okay, but what if you softened that a little bit? What if you just softened it?
How?
And you said it's not that I'm saying it doesn't matter. It's not that I'm saying I'm not appreciative of these guys that have come before me. But what I am saying is what's most important right now is I make these light bulbs as bright as I possibly can. And so like you're making it a black and white deal, and maybe that's the way that a lot of people are going to view it, and that's fine. But what if he's just saying the most important thing is building the future of this program?
Let me back up just a pinch. Is Shedeur Sanders one of the most important people in CU football history?
Yeah, I think he is. When you use the word important,
yes,
I would say he's probably in the top 3 most important people in the history of the program. Yes,
Scott.
Now, but if you want to change that to the best,
I'm not saying best,
which is generally what jerseys get retired for. That's a different conversation.
I'm sticking with importance. I'm ignoring best. I'm ignoring successful. I'm just saying important.
I think he's a side effect. I don't think he's more important than Dion.
Okay.
I think Dion's presence is the biggest factor.
I gotcha.
And he and Hunter are side effects of Dion's importance.
But is Shedeur Sanders, as a player, one of the most important players in the history of CU football?
Well, the most can be your list of 100, list of 50, list of 20.
Whatever. I think the answer is yes to this.
But I'm a guy that when you look at stuff like this, I can't get over the stats.
I got you.
And I can't get over a 500 team.
If you lean on the stats and the numbers, it's rough.
See, I was here going to the games when they were winning national championship stuff.
I got you.
I still remember really good CU football. I remember doing the show with Alfred, and I didn't believe him. He pulls up the stat at the time, and they were like a top 15 program of all time in the entire United States.
But to DMac's
that's pretty
point,
good.
You know, when we just talk about importance, when we talk about relevance, when we talk about the impact, all those sorts of things, yeah, he's at the top, man. And that's why there was a way to honor him that didn't involve retiring his number.
Okay, let's hear the rest of this. Someone can comment. Let's go, Dan.
Happy. I'm not going to be critical of you because I didn't get what I want. I don't get down like that. And the root to all of it is personal. Sometimes we got to get out the way, man, and just be thankful for our people, others. Love that neighbor as thyself. That's what the Bible told me. If we loved that neighbor truly, we wouldn't have a problem with nobody else.
Huh? This should be a big honor for him, and yet it's being met with this. How's
he don't care. Let's get this straight. He's a Sanders. He don't care.
Wow.
Travis don't either. I don't either. I think it's a beautiful day, blessed day. These guys are thinking about the draft, man. They think about where they're going to spend their career. That's what they're on right now. But we're thankful that Buff Nation has been gracious. They've been wonderful. I feel like we have the best fan base ever, especially over the last 2 years. I can't comment before because I wasn't here. So it's hard for me to attach myself to something that wasn't because I was not here. But the last 2 years has been phenomenal, man. It's going to be a better place. That's why I call it home now. I get mail here. I don't know if y'all know it or not.
Okay.
Yeah, for 6 months of the year.
All right.
That's true.
But come on. This is where Prime, it's cringy, it's eye-rolly, and for a guy that we all love and appreciate and value, he loses a lot of people right here.
Well, can I just say what I wish he would have done? And I think it would have softened the blow a lot. What I wish he would have done is defended the choice to retire his number because they made that decision. Not saying you got to agree with it, right? But you could defend that choice because you feel like he's worthy of it. And then at the same time, at no point did we even acknowledge what guys are upset with. At no point was there any mention of Dion Figures. At no point was there any mention of the Cordell Stewarts, of Alfred Williams.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, it kind of was, though, Tyler.
Well, not by name.
Hold on, just really quick. If you just would have said, look, Shedeur is worthy of this, so that's why we're retiring it. And we love our greats. We love our former players, man. And I can't wait till we get an opportunity to honor them too. Right?
You know, that'd have been more appeasing. But when he says, I don't know what happened before I got here 2 years ago.
Yeah. It ain't my hump. That's what we heard from Sean Payton.
Basically, that's not my hump.
Right.
And he just said that ain't his hump. So Dion Figures ain't his hump. Cordell Stewart ain't his hump. Alfred's not his hump. McGee's not his hump.
Cordell.
Johnson's not his hump.
Westbrook. Doesn't matter.
That ain't his hump. And so he doesn't care. No, he just
said it.
Yeah.
First of all, the thought that he doesn't care, Shedeur doesn't care, Travis doesn't care. Well, if none of those three cares, what do you think? This was Rick George's idea? You really does anybody think Rick George came up with this one and had to press Prime to get it done? Give me a break. And this is the eye-rolling, cringy moment when he just says stuff that's clearly not true. We don't care. Oh, yeah, Rick George came up with this. Rick George is like, I'll show Dion Figures this. Let's retire Shedeur's number and not recognize Figures. Yeah, Rick George did that? Please. Nobody's tied to the history of CU more than Rick George. Rick George must have been like, he probably had a hard time sleeping at night before he knew this was being announced. And he's got guys like Charles Johnson who loves him being fairly critical. I feel bad for Rick George in this. We don't care. Come on.
I wish he wasn't defensive there.
Oh,
I do.
Kills me.
I think there was a way to soften the blow, and we didn't do it, and that's a bummer. That's a bummer. It is because the decision was made. They weren't going to go back. So when I don't mind him being defensive about the decision, right? But acknowledge what people are upset with.
Yeah. And then it's all the whole garbage. Everybody's out to get us. Nobody gives us a shot. Everybody disrespects us. Give me a break. Nobody does anything but kiss your butt up in Boulder, and they have for 2+ years. And they kiss your ass on national TV, on ESPN and Fox, and they kiss your ass on Aflac. Well, look out for the duck. Pucker up, duck.
You know what? He's kind of earned most of that.
Hey, I got it. You know why? As he said, there's not a team I played for that my number's not retired.
Okay.
And this is where he gets it confused between him and his kid. And yes, believe it or not, I know it's harsh, there is a separation between Shedeur, who's great, and Travis Hunter, who's generational. And that must be tough too. One's better than the other. The impact of Travis Hunter is just a little bit more than Shedeur. Now, Shedeur plays a more important position. He's a quarterback. But, I mean, seriously, if Travis Hunter wasn't on this team, what would be happening this year? Come on.
Well, his 2 years, they're 13-12 in overall. And
that's the numbers.
And they're 8-10 in conference.
That's the numbers, man. And if you want to go numbers, I can take the other side of the coin. We can go back 2 years before that with Carl Durrell. We can put them side by side.
Yeah, but that's where Rick George, when he responds to Joel Klatt, and Joel Klatt tells him, I don't agree with this decision, and he says, yeah, but the impact that this guy has made.
Which is right.
It's true, right?
It is true. You're right.
And Scott, I know you're hung up on the numbers, but I really don't know how anybody could argue the impact. I don't know how anybody could argue the impact that if you want to do the collective trio, fine, make it the collective trio of Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter, and Dion Sanders. But what they've done is, I don't think it's debatable. Even without the wins, relevance is something that this program could have never dreamed of. And we're there, man. We're there. We got a bright future. We got Juju Lewis. Like we got an opportunity to do all these things again. And that's why they are worthy of being honored in some shape or form, just not this.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I'm not saying they shouldn't be honored. And,
I agree.
And remembered, and maybe you start a program. But once again, I think this is Dion. Let me get this done before I get out of here, because it won't be done if I don't.
I agree with you on that.
That's
too.
what I think it
and
is.
it could be reversed very easily the second he walks out the door. And it probably
I doubt it. That would make the university look.
Oh, it definitely will not ever be reversed.
No.
Well, you could possibly see other things, though, like Dion figures being honored equally and
okay, that's
blah,
fine.
blah, blah,
That's
blah,
fine.
you know,
but
stuff
they
like
ain't
that.
taking his name down.
No, you're probably right. You're probably right. You're probably right. Yep. Because what he's done, that dinner's been cooked. There's nothing changing there. You know, he's done playing there. That's it. And Saturday, he gets honored. Good job by Pat Graham asking direct questions. All right, Dan's got something else. We got some, what do we got, Dan?
No follow-ups to that, by the way?
You got to be kidding me.
Hell
You
yeah.
have got to be kidding me.
Things are going in the right direction.
The Rockies. Well, they've made a change. You won't believe what it is. We'll do that and no dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, there's some birdies chirping last night in my direction, and I was like, okay, radar's up on the Rockies. And it did not go exactly the way those birdies were chirping, but change was made. And less than an hour ago or whatever, I was like, you got to fire Bud Black. And if you want to fire Bill Schmidt or whatever, well, they have fired somebody. Colorado Rockies, on their own Twitter feed, announced they have relieved hitting coach Hensley Mullins of his duties. Clint Hurdle is now the new hitting coach for the remainder of the season.
Nice. Hell yeah. Got him back. Let's go. What was his name? Hensley what?
Hell yeah.
Hensley Mullins.
I'm just looking him up.
Go for it.
He coached the Netherlands for 10 years as their international coach.
Well, he couldn't get the Netherlands going, and he couldn't get the Rockies bats going. So, hey, everybody. This is all Hensley Mullins' fault. The worst start. Now, they're not hitting very well. Although they did score 7 runs last night. Tacos. Yeah, they're hitting like crap. They're terrible.
Do you remember a couple years ago when we had that random plane incident with the Rockies where somebody was in the cockpit?
Yes. Yes.
It was this guy.
It was this guy.
Yeah, that's who it was.
Okay. You want to talk about an idiotic organization? This is their answer? Holy cow. What horseshoe does Bud Black have shoved up his backside?
Well,
I mean, seriously, boys.
Is this a way? Because Clinton was doing something with player development. And
he was the assistant to the special assistant to the GM, which sounds right out of the Dwight Schrute management book.
Is this a soft launch all the way back to Clint Hurdle?
I'm almost saying this is
soft launch all the way back to Clint back in the old saddle?
It puts Clint in the clubhouse, and it makes it easier.
Well, if you get a special assistant, but now you're in the clubhouse in a uniform every day?
Yep, this makes it easier to blow out Bud and just put Clint in there. No doubt. True.
Yeah.
True. So
give Clint a little bit of time,
Yeah, what do you think? This is Bud Black's idea? There's no way this is Bud Black's idea. Although I don't know.
Well, now you got to be curious. What did your birdies? What were they chirping about? Like you said, it wasn't what you thought it was. What did you think it would be?
It was speculation about Bud's job specifically, but Clint Hurdle was mentioned as well. So there was something in the wind about Bud and Clint and all that. They didn't get it exactly right. So it was all rumor last night, and now we know what it was. And now we know what Spilly was talking about. Listen. This is what Spilly said.
There's a chance you might see some changes. I doubt it though. I'm not calling for anybody's job. I'll never do that. Never, ever, ever. But you're getting close to the point where.
Okay, you got the idea. He knew something.
What if we got all the special assistants back in the building? Who are we? Who
else is there?
Well, we had Clint.
Todd.
We had Charlie Blackman.
Okay.
We had Todd
Helton.
Yeah.
Vinny Castilla.
Vinny.
Well, Vinny's already there. Vinny's never left. He's
how about all your special assistants are better than this team?
I mean, that sounds better than what we got right now.
This is ridiculous. This is pathetic. The only way this makes even a pinch of sense is that you're about to blow out Bud Black in like another 2 weeks or something, or another month or so, and you need to get Clint sort of in the mix around the guys just to sort of see what's going on. There's nothing he can do in terms of hitting coach approach. He's clearly there to be a spy for management, to take over for Bud Black if that happens. But this is just such a wimpy way of doing it. And you're going back to the future with Clint Hurdle? Okay, guys. Sure.
Maybe trying to bring some back of Charlie Lyles.
Talk about a Rockies move going back to Clint Hurdle.
It's crazy. It's like the Monforts can't associate themselves without anybody they already know. They can't go anywhere else except for what they already know. They're so paranoid about anything new. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. If I'm Bud Black, I'd be tempted to just quit, man. I don't know what money is and where he is in life, but why does he, with all of his years of experience?
No, you make him fire you.
Why? Seriously, why?
Nobody walks away from the money.
I understand.
Jim Tracy.
But Jim Tracy, yeah, that is actually true. Jim Tracy did walk away from the money. He did. He had a little pride. Bud's got no pride either, man. It's just all of this just sucks. It's so weak. So sorry, everybody. It was Hensley Meulen's fault. Now we know. He took a ride in the cockpit of an airplane and he coached the Netherlands to terrible
Bam Bam,
days.
by the way, he goes by Bam Bam.
Bam Bam? Yeah, Bam Bam's gone. It was all Bam Bam's fault. And yeah, Clint Hurdle will probably be the manager of the Rockies at some point this year. Now you got, how does that work, guys? By the way, when ownership puts a spy basically to be along, have you guys ever had that? Has that ever happened to you guys? That there was somebody was just placed there that the manager wanted nothing and the coach wanted nothing to do with? Happened with Nathaniel Hackett.
Coach.
It sounded like
Coach's name?
It happened with Jenkins.
Did it really?
With Memphis.
I didn't know that. Is that right?
They fired a couple of his assistants, and the GM put his assistants in there. Now one of them's the interim
Well, that was
coach.
the storyline from Adam Mara's with the Nuggets at the beginning of the year, that GM wanted to bring in a shooting coach. And coach said no. He said, no, I get to hire my own coaches. And then allegedly the players were using that shooting coach outside of the building.
Well, that's what you got right now. We have a caller.
Well, he didn't help.
Russ, you want to chime in on this? What's up, Russ?
Hey, guys. DMac, I most of the time will disagree with you on things. I'll just start my call by saying that.
Hey, Russ, I was really hoping you would start your call by thinking about every human being you've ever known in your life, just going through the roster, you know.
I was hoping Russ would start his call asking us how we were doing.
Yeah.
Well,
but all right. So, Russ, you're about to say, DMac, I usually – hold on, Russ. I usually disagree with you, but you're right on. You're spot on this one. Is that right?
Well, I'm just –
okay.
Here's what I don't get.
Okay.
I don't understand why Bud Black takes every arrow for this team when he's not the one constructing the roster, out there executing pitches and stuff like that. What does he have to cook with?
Wow, excuses for Bud Black. That's amazing.
No, but I agree with him on that. And I'm not
wrong. That is the most common excuse for
it's
poor
not an excuse.
managing.
No. I'm not saying he's a good manager. I'm not even saying that.
Okay.
But I'm saying that's not enough. You're just happy with one guy, and I'm saying it ain't going to matter.
Agreed. 100%.
It ain't going to matter. You can have rancid food put on your plate. Remove the chef. The rancid food's still sitting on your plate.
Because, guys, we just saw all the proof of it. Okay, DMac, you want Bud Black fired?
Yes.
Cool. You're going to get Clint Hurdle. Congratulations.
Well, I didn't say I want Clint Hurdle.
No, but that's what you're getting. So to Russ's point there, it ain't about Bud Black. It's about so much more than that. Okay, you really get it, because that's what's about to happen, right? So you're going to be happy then? Did we get things solved?
I will not be happy then, because it's not enough and it's not going in the right direction. But that being said, I understand. I've heard this excuse 10 million times, but it's just, in my opinion, it leads to too easy of an excuse to let Bud off the hook. And I told you guys, I think the right move isn't to ignore the Rockies. In my opinion, you should pay attention to them. And that's what I've done for the past 3 nights. I've watched every single pitch for the past 3 games. I'm that kind of sadist. And I'm telling you, and I did this last year too, I paid attention to things. And I told you guys, there are time after time where Bud Black makes managing mistakes that lose you games. Now, I get it. The team ain't good, and that's not completely his fault. But who's to say he's the right guy to develop new talent anyway? And when your whole team is made up of younger guys, and I'm telling you, you don't have to watch it, because who can stand another documentary about the stupid Boston sports teams? But I watched the Netflix thing with the Red Sox and Alex Cora. That's your ideal guy. A bilingual manager that has MLB experience, who's like in his 40s or early 50s, something like that, who can relate to players in both languages and has a balance and a good relationship with the general manager. And Bud Black is just ancient freaking history. So, yes, the cupboards are bare, but you don't have the right cook either.
I don't disagree with that. But I just say that alone in and of itself is not enough. I mean, we've talked in history of baseball, manager makes a difference in 5-7 games a year. So instead of losing 103, you lose 96. You still suck. I'm not saying that you're absolutely wrong. I think it's probably time. That's probably why I only got a 1-year extension. It runs out at the end of this year.
Got a 1-year deal.
But I'm with you, and I've said that all along when I semi-jokingly say, make me the general manager, and I'll have a turnaround 3 years. Because just what you said, you're talking about core as a guy. If you don't have guys that can develop young talent, then you're not going to be any good. If you don't have guys that can assess talent properly, you're not going to be any good.
True.
And if you're just inbreeding yourself all the time with your hires,
right,
then what's going to change?
Nothing. And now you have a spy on the bench, and this is supposed to work? Okay, 20th and Blake. Good luck. So there you go. The Rockies do make a change, and it's pathetic. Playoff Katie. Let's turn the page and get to something more upbeat, and that's the Nuggets as they get ready for the playoffs. We'll find out more from her coming up next. Hey, it's DMac, and look forward to hearing Eric Johnson later on. Erectile dysfunction is lousy. Who needs it? Who wants it? Who wants to deal with it? I'm sure you don't. If that's part of your life, well, it stinks, and you know what it feels like to fail in the bedroom. Not great. And if you're just laughing it off and trying to move on from it, you don't have to, because the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. Success rates are well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule your consult today. That initial visit's only $99. It includes a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They're in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today at 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Well, the Rockies make a change. They fire their hitting coach and replace him with Clint Hurdle. So Bud Black's good, I guess. George Payton and Sean Payton spoke. We'll have details for you in Let's Football Go coming up in about 18 minutes. The Avs with the day off, but we do find out their playoff schedule. And they will play. We got a big-time double dipperoo coming up Saturday, 1:30 for the Nuggets, 6:30 for the Avalanche as they start on the road against Dallas. And the Avs had the day off, but we did have action with the Nuggets. So, guys, as we got action with the Nuggets, it's,
Playoff Katie, playoff Katie, playoff Katie, playoff.
Here she is.
It's the postseason.
The
Denver,
postseason.
Let's go.
Let's go. If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. Let me know. I'm about to beat this thing up. Let's go. Playoff season is the mode. Let's go. Want it? Let it go.
Playoff Katie from Mix 100 in our studio. You got to turn the mic on. Start there. There you go.
That's the first time I've heard it. Oh my gosh.
Is that first time?
I'm an artist.
There you go. Heck yeah.
We love it. We love
That's
it.
so funny.
Playoff Katie.
Yay.
Now, yesterday she admitted that it was a disaster.
Oh, so bad. It was
so bad.
Yeah, I was
We're
not
feeling
prepared.
better today?
Today was so good. I have to say, I think going in yesterday and realizing what I was getting myself into was a big part of it. So today I showed up early. I had my tripod and I was like, the Nuggets practice court is here and I'm here. Like, and nobody's getting by me, right?
Marked your
did,
space.
Like you said.
Did you pee a little on it?
I know, right? How many guys told me to pee on it? My gosh. Like, but yeah, so I set up my tripod and I had my mic ready and I checked all my equipment. I was ready to go. And like, I actually talked to a few people this time. So, it was a little more, okay, we're doing this. I wasn't as nervous. But once they opened those doors, I want you guys to know I ran and I'm here. There was one other camera guy there before me and he was already in the practice court. So he's the only guy who beat me and he was already
probably
there.
Bob Nikolai.
Yeah.
Great
it was
hair,
him.
short guy.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was him. So yeah, then I set up next to him.
Who spoke today?
We had Christian Brown talk today. It is his birthday. He's 24. So
Wow.
yeah, we had a little discussion about that. And then MPJ talked. And then it was Coach Adelman again coming to the mic. So, and they all had some good stuff to say.
All right,
so
well, let's start off with that.
Oh, because I did it. I actually did it this time.
All right, well, let's hear a little bit. Adelman, about what do you need to do in the playoffs?
It's not just the assist numbers, it's the open shots created. And in the playoffs, you can live and die with wide open shots. You have to. That's the way this thing works. I brought this up before. Some of the greatest teams of all time, you're going to remember their star players, but I know watching my father lose the Lakers, you can talk about Kobe and Shaq all you want. It was Derek Fisher, Rick Fox, and Robert Ory. Those guys made shots. That's why it loosened the game up for Kobe and Shaq. So you need that. You need that from your team, and I have great confidence in these guys that they can do it.
Okay.
That's a good quote.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
He's speaking with confidence, isn't
He is. He definitely is a little, anxious about it. Who wouldn't be going into the playoffs as a first-time NBA head coach? But he knows what he has to do. And he said, he's like, I've done 70% of the head coaching stuff for the last couple years already. It's just this 30% that I'm really figuring out on the fly, So he is so familiar with the role already. He's a perfect guy to take over. And he has a lot of confidence, as he should, But yeah, I think it was really good to see them all come out and talk with that kind of. Jamal was out shooting today. We all got to see Jamal take some shots and get out there and have a defender on him and stuff. So it was a good practice, I thought, at least what we got to see.
It feels like the guys are rallying around
David. Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah. And they should be.
Yeah.
It feels like
don't have much of a choice. But I love what you don't understand. His dad got in the Hall of Fame for coaching.
Yeah.
And David grew up and was a gym rat. In fact, the year we beat his dad's team, Portland, in '91. We got pictures of him being a ball boy. Him and Dan Sheminsky were ball boys for that Portland team. So he's been around his dad, and he's still so close to his dad. I guarantee you, they've talked a number of times since the announcement. He can rely on history. I mean, how many people could go back and go, listen, you talk about Shobi and Shaq. He's rattling off three dudes. He understands his history and appreciates it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you know what you can do? You can learn from history.
Here is MPJ.
I didn't hear the shot in there at all, but yeah,
here's
that's important.
MPJ on DA.
Yeah, I think DA is great. I've always, loved him since I came here. I think he has a, very personable, I would say personality about him. He connects to the players well. He's a great teacher of the game. He's very detail oriented. I'm looking forward to go through this playoffs with him, and I think he's going to do great.
How was MPJ's mood?
He was shooting from the 3 at one point and making every single one of them. Like everybody was watching him like, whoa, look at MPJ go off a little bit.
Yeah,
and,
when you see these NBA guys in practice, it really feels like they don't miss.
Can you calm your nerves once a game starts?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he looked really good, but again, nobody on him, so he was just shooting from the 3. But yeah, he probably made like 5 in a row, and we were all like, whoa, that's pretty intense.
But if you can't do it alone, you ain't ever going to do it with somebody on you.
No, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There we go. We got him shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's impressive. Watching MPJ shoot jump shots is kind of ridiculous. It really makes you feel like, how does this guy ever miss a shot in a game? Once you watch him do this stuff, it's easy for him.
Yeah.
But it takes how many jump shots, Scott, does it take?
10,000,
every day,
right? Well, every day
to be like to be able to hit him when it matters the most with the most pressure. How many shots you got to put up a day? 500, 1,000?
At least.
Something like that?
A day? That seems like a lot.
I think it's that a day, yeah. I bet you he puts up 500 to 1,000 shots a day.
I bet he gets over 500 a day.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah, I'd like to think about it like
He'll go
that.
in at night on his own.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sleep. He'll go in at 10 o'clock and just start shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something else he said that I really liked, Vic actually asked him, he called the mayor. Did you know that? And asked him what he can do to be a bigger part of the Denver community, what kind of things he can get in on to make his, just use his platform in a better way. And I just thought that was really neat. I didn't realize he made the effort to reach out to the mayor and see what he can do to change things. I just thought that was really cool. Shout out to MPJ.
No Jokic today.
No, we were all pretty surprised about it. Maybe he'll come out tomorrow. They practice tomorrow too, right? Isn't that
You
what
tell
somebody
me.
said? I know.
That's when you'll pee your pants, right? When you talk to Jokic, that's when you pee your pants.
Yes, exactly. I was ready. Today I was a little nervous until I heard Joker wasn't going to be talking, and I was like, oh, it takes some of the nerves off,
I assume they'll have practice tomorrow, right?
Yeah, they'll practice.
So,
what was your take on a newly fresh 24-year-old Christian Brown?
He looked great, too. I mean, I didn't see him shoot around too much because he was the first one to speak, so he was down on the other end of the court taking some shots and whatnot. But I think he's just embracing his role, right? Like, I think the first couple years we saw of him, he was hesitant in his shots, and he's so much more confident in them now. And I think that going into the playoffs, and that is something that he said, he's like, I have more confidence because he's went into the playoffs already multiple times now with Coach Adelman, and so
games,
exactly. So he's like, that gives us a sense of confidence too. It's not like he hasn't been here with us before. So I like the way he spoke. Again, just he knows what's on his plate going into all this, and he's going to take care of it.
Will he win Most Improved Player this year?
No, but should.
Of all the players who are currently on the team, who has the best shot of being an All-Star with Jokic?
No one.
Not Christian? Who has the best shot?
I'd say Christian. I think
Not
Christian Brown.
that they're going.
The best shot would be Jamal Murray still.
Yeah.
You think so?
You think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, not Christian.
No.
Okay, because I think it's getting interesting.
But how many hustle guys they put in the All-Star game?
Okay.
Now, let me ask you this.
Hey, I'm asking the question.
Best shot on this team to play for a Team USA international team.
Team USA. Him or Peyton?
I can see Christian Brown playing on a team
Does
like
he
that.
does he have a better shot than AG of making Team USA?
Yeah, because of age.
You think it's over for AG?
How old's AG?
No, 31, I think.
It's something like that. I mean, Christian's definitely younger, obviously. He's 24, as we know.
Mm-hmm. Today.
I think it really hurt AG that he wasn't named to Team USA this past summer.
Yeah.
They talked to him. He was in line for it. And
he tweeted about it.
Yeah, and I think it stung. And I think he was rooting for Serbia pretty hard.
Well, I guarantee you was.
And that was funny in the before the season started, remember? America. All right, Katie, any other observations there?
I did. Well, I just want to give a shout out. I was, holding my mic and I had my tripod and everything. And those mics, they get heavy. Like, I don't know how much sound you've collected out there, but holding that mic up to a player after 4 minutes, your arms start to shake. And I have to give a shout out to Rachel, who you used to work with.
Rachel Vigil.
I've never met her. I've seen her work. It's the first time I actually got to meet her. And I'm a big fan now. She actually said, "You are a 10 out of a 10 human being." That's what she said about DMac.
So
But
she held the mic for you?
She grabbed my microphone and held it up.
Held it
She was in
closer.
a much better position as well. That's why coaches' presser sounds so much better than Christian's, because I was a little farther back with my tripod. But Rachel grabbed that mic and I just was like, I love you. Like, it was very sweet of her, and I wanted to give her a shout out because that just made my whole day,
Well, we can see the videos. We'll put them up there on the old YouTube page.
Yeah.
We'll post
Yay.
them later, and
All right.
you'll be back out there tomorrow?
I think so. I'm going to have to check. I'm pretty
Are you
sure.
still loving this? Though?
I love it. I do, especially now that I know how to do it and I'm not as nervous. Like, it is so much fun for me. Like, I love this team. I bleed this team. Like, I've listened to this team on the radio when we couldn't watch it. When I lived over on the Western Slope,
Right.
I would drive around the Colorado National Monument and listen to Nuggets game. Like, it doesn't get better than that.
Did you
So,
throw out any
I just love
questions?
this team so much. I did not, but you have to understand the people in the media room, like, they have their questions ready to go. And I feel like if I ask a question,
don't
like
overthink that.
I know.
Listen, they're all
Come
all
on,
muggles, and you'll be able to find.
But
Hey,
plus, they all ask great questions.
do
so
you know
they
Jim
take
Davis
care of
over there?
it. I love Jim Davis. I was on the Team 1340, so I was on their morning show with them, him and Rio, for the Jim Davis show.
I do an interview with him about once every 2 weeks.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's a great guy.
Yeah,
so
we
he
have
was
fun.
my old boss over there.
What are you going to ask Jokic tomorrow?
I don't know. Like,
gotta ask
I
Jokic
want to
question.
ask him. Tell me if this is a good
Yeah, what do you
question.
wanna
Can I
ask
ask you? So I wanted to ask him if his role has changed on this team since the coaching switch happened. I want to know if his role has
It's a
changed.
great
at all.
question.
Is it a
Yeah,
good question?
there we
Go
Yeah.
for
Because
it.
I just want. Okay, maybe I'll ask him that. So. Yeah.
I-
Play off, Katie.
All right,
It's
Katie.
the postseason, Denver. Let's go.
You're the best. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Right on.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Katie.
Bye. If you want it, you can
It's
get it. Let
PhD
me
on
know.
92.5.
Let me know. I'm about to beat this thing up. Let's go. Playoff season is the mode. Let's go. Want it? Let it go.
That is an all-timer. Well, he's got the second decker, and he's got the, oh boy, he's got some classics. Drew's the best. I love Drew Goodman. Well, it's not his fault. We know it's Bam Bam's fault. They fired their hitting coach, and we'll get to all that coming up here in a little bit. It's time for Let's Football Go, brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We had Peyton and Peyton talking, and that's why we got Dan Buds, Quins Tanner talking.
Yeah, too bad it wasn't on during the press conference today when I had my hand raised.
I know.
And they denied me asking my fantastic question.
They were brilliant questions.
Brilliant.
They weren't as good as playoff Katie's questions, but they were really good.
You're just sucking up now.
Nor longer than some of the other Muggles questions.
Well, you know.
Mine were straight to the point, okay? But let's hear from Sean Payton and George.
Okay.
Here is Sean. This is kind of interesting. He was asked about the wide receivers in this year's draft, how he feels about the wide receivers currently on the Denver Broncos, and why he feels good about the wide receivers they already have in the room.
Okay.
Sometimes you can manipulate that yourself. Certainly in tiebreakers, it's important. But, yeah, look, there's a number of good young receivers in this draft, and we'll see how that unfolds. But I do feel good about that group we have. And I think that they've shown, obviously, last season, the jump we took offensively from where we were at to scoring offense and all of those other things. And obviously the addition of Bo, those all contribute to that.
Okay, so it sounds like Sean's pretty confident in the wide receivers they already have in the room, guys. How surprised would you be if the Broncos ended up not selecting a wide receiver in this draft?
I'd still be very surprised. His words be damned. I believe him more or less that he respects his players, right? Like, yeah, I like my group. I like my guys. And there's also a current reality that they're not that dynamic. Even Marvin Mims, who we all like and appreciate the role that he has evolved into, it's not that dynamic. Not in the big picture when you're looking at other NFL teams and guys that are getting paid $40 million per year. So I absolutely expect the Broncos to select a wide receiver.
You're saying they have good $7 million a year receivers.
Sure. I will be.
Or $20 million.
However you want to put it.
Courtland Sutton's about 20.
I will be stunned if they don't draft a receiver. Yeah. Stunned.
And relatively high to say that also.
Yeah.
Get an A2 or an audio guy.
I wasn't gonna say it on the air because I know the people behind the scenes, but
yeah. His mic wasn't working, and you're picking up his audio from.
I gotcha.
The other guy.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I'll be surprised they don't take him in the top 4.
Yeah, first 4 rounds. Yeah,
first 4 rounds.
And it wouldn't surprise me if they take somebody like Ted McMillan in the first round. Egbika, Luther Burden seems like a little bit of a stretch right now, but again, I won't be shocked. I think the only shocking, and I'm rolling my eyes at it, will be an interior defensive line sort of guy like Walter Nolan. But they just had Nolan in for a visit, so I'm not going to write that off either. I think it's going to be Omarion Hampton. To me, that makes the most sense. To hear how active the Broncos were with Ashton Genty gives me an indication that they obviously knew Genty would be a very high-valued pick, so it shows me their desire for a running back. So I'm going to go with Omarion Hampton right now. But Colson Loveland wouldn't surprise me. A receiver wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of things that a tight end, we'll see, Tyler, right? I mean, it could go a million different directions.
I'm still A-okay with them selecting Colson Loveland. I know you guys been out on Colson Loveland for a long time. The more I watch the guy, the more I like about the guy. He's a dynamic dude. So,
you the one from Michigan or Penn State?
Michigan.
He's
the one that you don't like.
He had a huge brace on
his.
A huge brace. That's Tyler Warren.
Yeah, I'll take him.
Yeah, he ain't going to be around, but whatever. I trust the Broncos in this department. I think they know what they're doing. I don't think you can really make a mistake here. So if they're going to tell us, hey man, we this is our guy, Colson Loveland, and by the way, of course they're going to draft a tight end. I mean, as much as like Evan Engram and all, I mean, come on, guys. You know, the guy's 30-something. He's only here for a couple years. You got to move forward. Next guy.
If Omarion Hampton's on the board, they probably do take him.
Over Colson Loveland.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
If Omarion Hampton's off the board, which my gut's telling me he won't be there, then I think they go wide receiver.
Do you think Loveland will just be gone, or do you mean just instead of? You think they've cooled on Colson Loveland?
It's not nearly the gaping hole that it was before you got Evan Ingram signed.
Agree. Good point. Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Speaking of running backs in the first round, George Paton was actually with the Minnesota Vikings when they drafted Adrian Peterson in the first round. He talked today about how has that affected his thinking about taking running backs in the first round.
We haven't drafted one where I've been. I mean, I benefited from Adrian Peterson. I got there right after they drafted him. And he impacted that organization for a long time. And if you can find a guy like that, you take him right away. And if he's the best player on your board, he can impact your team. I think you take him regardless of the position.
George took a first round back in the early second that everyone in the league, that was a good pick.
Dalvin.
Yeah,
Dalvin Cook.
that was a first round back. He just got him
Best friends.
a little later.
Got a little later.
Best friends. Best friends, those two.
Yeah.
Sean's doubling down on moves that George made back in the day. They love each other.
By the way, today, Sean Payton told a story about how they've been working so closely together. He accidentally drank out of George's water bottle.
Best buddies.
So
Peyton and Peyton. Best pals.
I'm a little jealous.
Well, I know. We see the photo.
Mark Moser did that once.
Mark Rycroft did it.
Oh, Mark Rycroft. You're right.
But
right.
yes.
But it wasn't
Mark
a water
Rycroft
bottle.
drank Mark Moser's spitter.
Correct. One of the greatest videos of all time. Really, really good. Next up, Dan.
Well, I was just going to ask
what's the
you
question?
guys.
Yeah, sorry.
I was going to ask you guys, it seemed like for a couple of years there in the draft, the drafting a first-round running back seemed sort of taboo, and
Yeah.
it seemed like it's had a resurgence, at least especially with this last year, Saquon Barkley, obviously what he did. Do you guys think it's becoming more acceptable again to take running backs in the first round?
Not really. I mean, we're only talking about two guys in the first round. And everybody's telling us that Ashton Genty is really like that special. And this is a deep running back class, but you're only hearing about two guys. Now, I'm not saying the Broncos couldn't, because Travion Henderson, right? They have interest in him from Ohio State. I don't know. They could surprise us, right? And if they like him better and they like him in the first round, go for it.
Well, you just heard George Payton say, listen, you get an Adrian Peterson that affects your franchise for
Sure.
a lot of years.
How many Adrian Petersons are there out there?
Well, one every 3, 4, 5, 6 years.
Then you draft him in the first round.
Absolutely.
Other than that, you don't need to bother with it.
Yeah, it's still a unicorn rule.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. Yeah. Is Genty a unicorn?
Yep.
Okay, then you draft him. Then you don't think twice about it. Because if he's Saquon Barkley, go for it.
Is Amari in Hampton?
No, but this is more like best player available at a position of need for the Broncos.
He's pretty close. I mean, he's got unicorn measurables.
Cool. Then draft him. Don't even worry about it. I mean, you need that position. If you're telling me he's even that close, don't think twice about it. Don't worry about it. Go for it. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, let's reset Dion Sanders from earlier today. He finally addressed the controversy going on up in Boulder with Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter's jersey retirement. Here is a little bit of Coach Prime from earlier today.
Retired jerseys can be a sore subject.
Not
from
really.
alums.
This is the first time I ever seen it sore. I don't know if you know it, but I'm retired. I think every jersey Darren I played in is retired. So I'm pretty familiar with this. So it's never been sore.
But why do you think that? What was your message like? Maybe Buff Nation and Buff alums who are
I don't
wondering
have a
why
message. I'm praying for my AD. I love him to life, Rick George. Let's get the elephant out the room. I don't want to talk about this too long. I'm going to just talk briefly and let it go. We talk about Shedeur. We ain't talking about nobody else. But his last name wasn't Sanders, we wouldn't have this discussion.
All right, guys, thoughts on Dion's statement from earlier today?
I guess my biggest takeaway, I think DMac feels a lot of anger. I feel disappointment, right? As a member of the family, I feel bummed out by today. I think today was an opportunity to soften the blow a little bit. Today was an opportunity to go up there and not be so defensive. You could be defensive about Shedeur's getting his number retired because you made that choice, but also acknowledging the greats of the past, also acknowledging Dion figures, and not dismissing that, right? So I think there was an opportunity today to soften the blow a little bit, and As a member of the family, I'm disappointed that it didn't go in that direction.
Yeah, he could have handled it better, but he didn't handle it surprisingly.
No, he handled it just like you would think he would handle it.
He Dion'd
it all up. He primed it up.
He primed it up.
That's what he
does.
does.
The first thing he does, it hadn't been a thing. Every place I played, my jersey's hanging.
He gets defensive and he deflects.
Yeah.
On moments of controversy, he gets defensive. Everybody's out to get us, and he deflects. Look what we've done, and then you forget what the original question actually was.
I would ask you, so you're in Dallas as you're retired, right? You go, did you change the Dallas Cowboys culture? Or did you get in because statistically you were the best cornerback that they had? You didn't change any culture.
They were pretty
So
good.
here
when
they're
he got
saying,
there.
forget the stats.
They won a Super Bowl with them, though. I mean, they got that.
Well, they won?
Wait, did they win where did he win Super Bowls?
I thought he won one with San Fran and either two with the Cowboys.
Okay. Hey, listen, nobody's questioning Dion Sanders as a freaking athlete. Give me a break. Guy's one of the best of all time. I'm sure his number is retired all over the place. But that is not the issue. And the whole thing, if it wasn't Sanders, we wouldn't be talking about it. Well, no kidding, because if his name wasn't Sanders, you wouldn't be talking about retiring a number because it's so ridiculous. But if you want to make the argument that this culture did not start until you walk through the doors and you're going to honor your most important figures in your 2-year history, then sure, Shedeur fits right in. He's obviously one of the most important, if not the most important player since the prime era began. And if that's what we're doing, okay, cool. I guess.
I hear a lot of people that are like, well, where were all you alumni fighting for Deion Figures? Where were you alumni fighting for Cordell Stewart, for Alfred Williams? And maybe there's some truth in that. Maybe we should have been vocal, but there is a but. It was unique. It was so unique in the history of the University of Colorado that we only had 4 numbers that had ever been retired. So you didn't feel like you had to fight a fight for something that you felt like there was such exceptional standards for, that even guys that you felt like were worthy of it, you're like, okay, we've only had 4 ever in the history of the University of Colorado. And now, unfortunately, it does feel like, okay, well, Shedeur gets in, we kind of got to open up the floodgates here. You got to do it just to make things right a little bit. And then you're just like, all right, well, what are the standards? And the one thing that needs to change, and it needs to change now, today, there has to be a committee. No more. And shout out to Nate Kreckman, who got the information, because I assumed there was a committee. And Nate Kreckman reached out, and he found out that this decision is made between the athletic director and whoever the current head coach is. Those 2 guys get to decide what numbers get retired. It needs to be fixed today. So there's things that have happened here that I'm hopeful that the University of Colorado will correct.
All right. There you go.
Deion Sanders, 2 Super Bowls, 1 with San Francisco, 1 with Dallas.
Okay.
Retired jerseys, 2.
Okay.
Number 2 at Florida State and 21 at Atlanta.
Okay.
So
okay,
it's not in San Francisco or Dallas.
Okay, interesting. It's hard to get your jersey, your number retired. It's another level. I got you.
And that's the only gripe. Getting your jersey retired is another level.
It's a big level. Yeah, it's another large one. All right, it just is what it is, man. And the spring game.
I really wish they would have just done Ring of Fame. And I think we probably are still having the same conversation.
But not as deeply and as passionate.
Correct.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have something fun to put on TV on Saturday during the spring game.
Yeah, sure you could. What's the difference?
Well, it's not as fun.
Why?
I don't know. It's not as fun.
I don't know. What's the difference? You lower a curtain.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. This topic caught me by surprise from the jump. Like, you talk about something I didn't think we'd be talking about at all this week. Well, and the response, really, here's the news story. It is you guys, Tyler. It's the alums, the players, the ex-players, and their reaction. That's the story. And there are so many guys who are pro-prime guys that are speaking out against it.
I put myself in that category.
Sure.
Let me ask you this. So a handful Joe Clapp may be out of this conversation because he did an interview with Prime, but a handful of alumni I've talked to, they're not necessarily carte blanche going in there and, around and aren't necessarily, part of the circle.
Which alums are?
One of the circles.
Seriously, I'm not joking. Which alums are part of the circle with Prime right now?
Well, no, I'm saying that, Clapp maybe, but I don't know anymore. But the point being, so guess what? That circle just got widened even more, right?
The truth is, here's the truth. Aside from those who helped, like Bloom and Cladd and some other guys who really were helpful in greasing the wheels for this to happen, Dion's circle doesn't include a lot of ex-Buffs or any ex-Buffs. Ches is kind of there. I mean, he seems to be as close as anybody. But who else, Tyler? Like, what other ex-Buffs are in the circle?
True. I don't know how different that is from most coaches, though.
Okay, well,
I mean,
cool.
most coaches will do the alumni lunch. They'll do the dinner. They'll hang out with them during spring games, but then they're gone.
You can't have Chad Brown be your linebackers coach. I mean, you couldn't be the offensive line coach. I mean, no offense to whoever is. I don't know.
Andre Garreau.
Well, okay. Oh, well, there's one. Well, there is one.
Yeah.
Okay, we got one. Well, there you go. You got one. Anybody else?
I don't know, but we've done that thing.
But
do you know how many years we've done the get the band back together thing?
Agreed. And that's why I am finding some different ground here to say, hey man, this thing was a train wreck. You restarted the whole thing. And if you want to look at the most important characters in CU football history, Shedeur Sanders is one of them. Ain't no doubt about it. Now, how that should be honored, get a committee together, I suppose, and figure it out. Because this feels awkward, weird. Nobody's into it. He's being asked by Pat Graham and Associated Press all about it. He's getting defensive about it. What are we doing here? You should be talking about a fun spring game with Juju and all the new talent and how fun is this, and it's on TV, and this should be like light. This should be easy. This should be fun. And it's all this crap all this week. It's weird, right?
Yep.
It's just going to be a blip, though, boys. That's it.
I got you.
I mean, we'll sit here and we'll rant and rave probably until tomorrow.
I say
and
no.
By Monday morning, it's a blip on the radar.
Hey, I got you.
We will not be discussing when that season comes around.
Hey, man, they were on a catwalk in Milan, and that was no big deal, was it?
You hope it'll be a blip on the map, and I agree, and that'll be good for CU and CU alum and all this. If this is just a blip, let this thing go south in the next 20 games. The program go back south a little bit, and this blip will have a whitehead on it, and you'll be wanting to pop it.
There's been some massive change with the Rockies. If you missed that one. The Nuggets and the Avs have a massive double dipper. Nate and Andy coming in as well as PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, if you started to notice that your hair's falling out on you, it's getting a little bit thin up there, why don't you do something about it by calling my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration? If you're anything like me, you might have already gone online, you bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way that you want it to. So commit to getting your hair back by committing to call Advanced Hair Restoration. Simple as that, it's going to work. Advanced Hair Restoration has changed tens of thousands of lives, and guys, you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you can be comforted knowing that you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair is the best of the best at what they do. And you could be comforted as well in knowing the fact that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Oh, man. The conspiracy people are coming out here with this Prime stuff. I got a pal of mine. Come on, man. You know, to sign that new deal with CU, there had to be an agreement about.
I said that yesterday.
You did.
I don't buy that.
I know, I got you, but, that's the X-Files,
And you know what I'll say to that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's act like it's right. It's not. Let's act like it's right. Would it have been worth it to get the deal done if that's really what it took to keep Dion Sanders around? Yeah, hell yes, Scott. Hell yes, it would be worth it. Dion is literally the savior of the program.
Was it worth it for Tennessee to spend $2 more million to keep that quarterback?
No, but that ain't equivalent.
Well, why not? Well, why not?
That's not equivalent. That dude didn't say it. No.
He was great last year, and he's only going to get better.
We're comparing the University of Tennessee to Colorado?
Well, no, we can't do that. Not in play-wise, but I mean.
Well, not in play and relevance.
And NIL seemed like that's insignificant. Why not pay him?
Dude,
what'd the coach say? No one man is bigger than the program.
Brother, Dion's gone. We're probably dead again. I mean.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then wait, hold on a second. How are they doing it down in Arizona State then? How's Dillingham doing it at Arizona State?
I don't know. You're closer to that than me.
How is Fran Brown doing it at Syracuse? I think with NIL, I think the money just sort of rules. If you've got the money, you can make any program kind of sizzle.
Where do you think we're finding money? From Deion Sanders.
Okay.
That's how we're finding the money because Deion is the coach.
So the
Colorado doesn't got money like that.
So CU alums don't have money? They don't have a huge alum fan base to draw from?
Name a big booster.
I don't know. I have no idea. That's like, school's been
Alfred
around.
Williams.
Oh, jeez.
Right.
How's the trip to Cabo? I don't know. I don't know, dude. There's got to be multimillionaire billionaires who are big CU fans.
The biggest booster I can think of, I can't even think of his name, and he's the oil guy that's on Andy and Nate's show.
And he went to SMU.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have a Boone Pickens. We don't have that.
There's got to be somebody.
Yeah, come on. I mean, there's dudes that have done well. I mean, Syracuse did it. They had a 9-win season. ASU did it. They won the Big 12. How'd they do it? They were garbage last year, too. I know how they did it. They took the exact same approach that Prime did, except they're just not Fran Brown and Kenny Dillingham aren't as famous. But they did the same thing. Mm-hmm. They leaned into the portal. They paid the kids that they needed. And then they,
all right, then get rid of Coach Prime. It's that easy.
I'm not saying that. I don't want to get rid of Coach Prime.
I am not dumb enough to think that any of this is happening without Prime.
I'll agree with you. I'm just saying that this is the new way, and these are how teams just do it. And nobody wants to get rid of Prime. It's just another weird one, and it's whatever. And this is just, it's fine. It's all fine. Who really cares? Scott, do you really care? Do you who has no real super direct ties to CU care?
No, but I think this is a deterioration of the foundation that's, maybe just chipping away a little bit that could end up collapsing everything.
Really?
Yeah.
Collapsing everything?
Good.
Like Prime just leaves and he's upset and just I'm taking my ball and going home?
I never thought I'd see CU alum and fans think so little of their institution that their whole success rides on one guy.
Okay, but it's
that's
reality.
Sad.
It's sad, but it's reality.
Well, maybe.
Boys, we were the worst Power 5 program in America.
And so you've been 500 for 2 years, and so you're the, 100th?
No, we're relevant is what we are.
Very
relevant. Are you relevant because of your play or relevant because of your noise?
We're relevant because of our coach.
Yeah.
Because of the noise or because of your play?
Because of the noise.
Because you were a sub-500 conference team last year.
I ain't trying to act like we're national champions.
Right, so you're relevant because of the noise, but not the play. Is all I'm saying.
Fine.
Well, if that
is a significant upgrade.
And if that's what you want to do, listen. There's
what do we care?
People make thousands of dollars being porn stars too.
Dirk Diggler, it didn't go good for Dirk at the end of the day.
At the end of the day,
it didn't go good. And when everything went to DVD, when videotape went away, it just wasn't the same.
Yeah.
Anyways,
4K killed it.
I feel like this, man. I like to support CU. I love CU. It's fun, so I'm not going to get too worked up about it. It was all the alums that were getting the most fired up about it anyways. That was the issue. It wasn't people like me and Scott. We're irrelevant. We don't matter. It's Tyler. It's you.
Yeah, but
it's Joel. It's Alfred. It's Chad. It's CJ.
But here's the difference. Most of us, like Joel Klatt, myself, we're like, yeah, this is wrong. It ain't right.
Right.
And yet we're not losing our freaking minds about it like you guys are.
No, I'm not losing my mind. I don't care.
I slept great last night.
I'm not worried about it. But we're doing a talk show. And we're going to talk about it.
And
then Prime comes out today and he sounds defensive and doesn't really address the issue, and that sounds weird.
Right. And the difference there, I was bummed out. It was almost like I was a sad son, I was a family member that was bummed out about it.
Yeah.
But to you, it angers you.
But here's another problem. Yeah. All your eggs are in that basket right now.
You're right.
And you better hope that basket doesn't leak.
I agree.
And as long as that basket don't leak, you're good. You'll be a great 500 team.
What do you guys think about the Avs and Nuggets schedule? Let's turn the page here a little bit. What do you think about the Avs Nuggets schedule?
I don't mind Saturday, but I think it's screwy that the NHL and the NBA can't get together.
Isn't it
you're
crazy?
Play both teams on the same.
How stupid is it?
Basically the same time. I think that is poor management by the NBA and the NHL.
Can I just say for the 1,000th time, what if tonight was Game 6 or Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final? Tonight. Meaning for the past 2 months, we've been doing nothing but playoff hockey. And now the NHL gives way when the NBA sort of takes over.
But it is fun having both of the playoffs at the same time.
That is fun. But it's more fun when I can go Saturday night Nuggets, Sunday night Avs,
that's what
Monday night Nuggets, Tuesday night Avs.
That's what we had a couple
Nuggets.
Years ago.
It
was every other night.
Yeah. That was fun.
Okay, you're right. But we do have Monday night where both teams are playing at the same time.
I know, which stinks.
That sucks.
Yeah.
And I think that's the only time right now in the first round that's happening. Am I right about that or wrong about that? Or is it like a game? Is there a game 6 or 7?
Monday, the third game for the Avs Dallas are on Wednesday and the Nuggets are on Thursday, and I think they split the schedule after that.
Okay. So it's only one night that it's at the exact same. Yeah, Saturday's going to be awesome, by the way. Saturday's going to be incredible.
Yeah, early, late, great.
1:30 start for hoops. Love it. 6:30 start for hockey.
He'll be on the big screen for the second game. Won't
Oh my! Well, God, 6:30 is tempting to go out for that one. Tempting to go out.
It's in Dallas.
Yeah, it's tempting to go to like a bar or something and watch it, or wherever.
Don't you have places close that you can crawl home?
I do.
Yeah,
I got several.
So why don't you go pick up the wife and go crawl home?
I could
together?
easily do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, she's pumped. I'm pumped. We're all excited for it. It's exciting as hell. I can't wait for Saturday. And it's all going to be here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's going to be great.
It looks like Game 4 again gets back to the schedule. So Game 3, no. Game 4, 4 o'clock for the Nuggets. Well, 7:30. So
yeah. What's the Saturday schedule? All right? So the Nuggets play. So is that 4 o'clock? Yeah, that's 4 o'clock our time. So that's
Saturday
LA.
be two. So this Saturday and next Saturday would be afternoon and night games.
That is fantastic.
That's good. But Monday's going to stink.
Monday stinks, but
Monday sucks.
We have 2 Saturdays where it's actually awesome.
Yeah.
Monday does stink. And then, we have the draft.
Scott, what are you going to choose?
Well, I'll be working the one.
Yeah. You're a little restricted on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. How do you consume both?
You know what the cool thing is?
Everybody's got a favorite kid.
We'll have guys in the truck, though. They're sometimes during break, we'll throw the Avs game on, on our little monitors for the 45 seconds of the break.
That is a fun one for fans. Like, if you're not going to a game, how do you consume it?
Because we were just looking at the schedule. Nate Kreckman just jumped in here.
Hey, dudes.
How we said with all the games, why are you playing Nuggets start at 8, Avs start at 7:30 on that Monday? I mean, it just stinks, doesn't it?
That is inconvenient.
It's inconvenient.
To say the very least. Yes. Thank God for my Altitude Plus app so I can have something on the computer and something on the television screen. God bless Altitude Plus.
Oh, that's a good point.
See,
that's a good point.
That's what it's there for. It's a multiple screen
Did you get paid for that?
experience.
DMac does that. He'll do that from the game.
Yes, you do.
Every
I
paycheck.
That's right.
Game Bundy's
Oh
here.
no, I'll be. It's like I have the world's biggest TV screen in the press row, right?
Live.
Then I'll have my laptop. I'll have the Avs game up there, and if there's something else, like I'll get the CU game.
And then his phone, if
I need-
Celtic City has come out with
Right,
the
right,
episode, he'll
Yeah.
have Celtic City.
No, I've watched a lot of Avs Nuggets at the same time. I've watched Nuggets games at Avs and vice versa.
Seems like there's been
You can do it easy.
more this year than in years past.
It's happened a lot this year. It's happened a lot this year where they're both going on at the same time. But playoffs happen at the same time? That feels a little unusual.
Well, plus, guys, we're lucky. There's no Rockies game on Monday, too.
That's a very good point.
That would really put a
Are
monkey
you excited
in the
about? Are you excited about Bam Bam getting fired?
Adios, Hensley Mullins.
It's his fault.
I will say, like, if you look at the metrics, and I did a bit of a deep dive today. I was on Fangraphs and Statcast. I was nerding it up. He's not very good at his job. It's like I don't think it fixes anything by firing him, but I would say, like, did you actually accomplish the goals by which you were hired to meet?
Which
And
is
I would-
probably no.
I would have to argue no, he did not.
So here's Tyler brought this up. We both brought this up earlier. Is this a soft opening for Clint Hurdle to get back in a month or so and take the helm the rest of the year?
It very well could be. Yeah, I think it's fair to wonder what's happening over there. Like, I'm kind of surprised Clint wants to do this.
Yeah.
But he's also looking around going, what the hell is going on here? And yeah, if this is the return to Clint Hurdle as the manager, sure. But also, like, you could fire Bud Black again. You would argue that he has not achieved the goals through which he was hired to attain with this ball club. But also, like, what is it going to make anything better?
Right.
I don't know. Is it going to make it so Michael Tolia doesn't strike out in 46% of his at-bats? Hey, shout out to him. He hit a grand slam last night.
Right.
DMac said this the other day. Like, how do they not even just run into one? Ran into one last night.
He did.
He effectively ran into it.
He ran into it with the bases
With
loaded.
the bases loaded.
And that was cool.
Yes.
And good for Michael Toll. And listen, they showed some heart last night. And it's not like they don't have talent. But this is another.
They really don't have talent, though.
Really?
They really do not.
Tovar is not talented.
He is. He didn't play last night. He now has a hip injury. Like Brenton Doyle missed. He has talent. He missed the entire road
Michael
trip.
Tolia doesn't have talent?
No, he doesn't.
Wow.
Right.
Ryan McMahon doesn't have talent?
Does it look like it? He's also top 10 in strikeout rate in Major League Baseball right now. So
Wow.
right now, I would have to argue.
Well, that's the hitting coach's fault.
It is. Now that Hensley Mullins is gone. But last night, they ran out of lineup like Sean Bouchard, Zach Veen, Michael Tolia. And again, I know Tolia hit a grand slam last night, but look at the numbers. Braxton Fulford, that poor dude.
Major League debut.
Sombrero in his Major League debut.
So 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, he struck out 4 times. Adele Amador, like, these guys are all overmatched. Right now, they are not qualified to be hitting Major League pitching. And so, like, again, you can change the hitting coach all you want, but that's just where this club is at right now.
Well, does a philosophical change in hitting help their hitters at all? Does it help younger hitters see stuff?
Good
whether
question.
Clint can do that or not, at least the experience of being around and as a player and everything else.
They have the let's see, they have the highest chase rate in baseball. So the Rockies, percentage of pitches outside the zone that they swing at, they do that more than anyone else in baseball. So plate discipline obviously is problematic.
Wow, you're kind of backing up the Rockies here today.
They have the highest swing and miss rate in. Like I said,
You're kind of propping up the Rockies right now.
What I'm telling
management
you
just made a
is-
right decision.
Andy, meanwhile, is sweating because all the statistic Nate has come out.
Hensley Mullins is bad at his job. Like there was no denying that part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like the question of does this make anything better? Are you just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic? Is that simply all that they're doing right now?
I think this was a completely gutless move by the organization.
Gutless?
Gutless move.
Okay.
Yeah.
He wants Bud Black gone, period, nothing.
Yeah, Bud needs to go, as does Schmidt. And I'm not usually change for change's sake, but in this particular case, I would be because I think Bud Black is worse than Bam Bam at his job.
Here's what I wonder, though, about, okay, They're 3-15 right now. They're on pace to win 27 games.
Woo!
As we sit here
Is that
today,
close to a record?
That would be.
What is the record?
It was the White Sox last year.
It was the White Sox last year.
It would be the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball if that's all they do.
They were chasing that record,
Yes,
right? Which they achieved.
I'd like to believe.
Think
that
of the spectrum for the White Sox.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah.
The biggest gambling team in
Sure.
Major League history, and the worst record team in Major League history. That's a line.
They were only in the playoffs like what 3 years ago, 4 years ago. How quickly that thing could fall.
For a
off.
while, and I know you're a Cubs fan, but for a while they were the best team in the city.
For a long time, they were
Yeah.
they were a well-run baseball organization. Like Kenny Williams and Ozzie Guillen had that thing cooking, and then Jerry Reinsdorf just allowed it to completely fall off.
I gotta get your
under
take
his
on this.
watch.
Do you think this
He
is
played
actually,
Tony Kukoc.
Do you think this is just like a good move? Like this is a move that made sense today for the Rockies?
No, I don't mishear me. I'm not arguing this is a good move, but I'm also not telling you it's a bad move. It's just a move. It's a neutral move for this club right now. But the ball club that they have, the major league team that they have assembled and put together, is not built to compete. I'm not even saying contend. It's not built to compete right now. So you can fire the hitting coach all you want. It's not going to make anything better, but it doesn't mean that he was good at his job. I'm not saying Bud Black is good at his job, but also does firing Bud Black accomplish anything right now? I don't think so.
It's KKSE FM 1. I'm sorry, KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Andy, are you excited about the big Rockies?
No, I've heard interesting things about Clint as a hitting coach to begin with.
What does that mean?
We had an intern that played for him down the minors.
Talk to us.
Didn't go well.
He's a fiddler. He's a fidgeter. Now,
what does that
to be fair, most hitting coaches are. For the sake of late July, why don't we try this? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do that?
What?
Why don't we?
Oh, okay.
Why don't we mess
I
with
thought
this?
you were asking me to do something.
No, you're my hitter. You're my hitter.
That, by
But
the
you know-
way, is the lamest Batman villain, the Fiddler.
The Fiddler.
Yeah.
Not quite the Riddler.
Just walks around with a violin.
Yeah.
Knock it off.
We were doing this on our podcast last night, talking to Cosmiter, because we were trying to figure out what the defensive Joker would be. So all I could come up with is Riddler, because you're not going to call him a penguin. You're going to go get that safety from South Carolina, and he's the penguin. I don't think so.
Yeah, that's a little slow.
I don't think so.
But of course, the fiddler. The problem with him, he's always looking for a hickory stump.
That's well played.
Wow.
Or the roof.
But have you not heard that? You've been down there plenty. You're a big baseball guy.
I am,
He
but-
is one of those guys that just every now and again. Now, again, in fairness, I think most hitting coaches are, because it's how you justify your job is, hey, get that elbow up a little. Hey, drop your knee maybe over here. Put that shoulder down. I don't need you to. I've just been told at times when you don't need to mess with something, they mess with
A
something.
little fiddling might help.
But why
right
would
now.
you go to Clint?
Well,
Why
don't you
again?
think-
Why,
don't you
why
think-
can't you get
Because it's a soft opening to move him in for
Right, he's a spy.
So he's going to be the new manager
Yeah.
again?
Yes.
to finish out the
Well, then
season.
there you go.
Yeah,
I don't know.
probably.
Well, yeah, you know what? Fine. There's the plan. The Fiddler has been unveiled.
Who was the? You guys remind me. I'm spacing on the name right now.
Bill.
Who was
Fred.
the dude that Dick Monfort put with the office down right down the hall
yeah.
from Jim
Bill
Jerry's
Guy
time? It was
Guy
who?
Vet.
Bill Guy Vet.
Bill Guy Vet. You're
Right.
correct about that. So
And then,
That's
like, the
right.
front part was
Right.
his.
Right.
So
Right.
the manager's office got turned into Guy Vet's space.
yeah.
And then who was the manager? Was that Tracy?
It was
I think
Jim
still
Tracy.
had, like, the outside office.
And
then you'd walk around.
Wasn't that when they had the what was that pitching rotation that came
They
out?
would
Piggyback?
do the piggyback, the 3 and
That's
3.
right.
Piggyback.
That's right. That's right. Wasn't
You
that
know
at
what's
the same
crazy?
time?
That didn't
That's
work
kind of
either.
become baseball. Now we'll get him through. It
is. You're right about that, which also goes to show you, and I know this is like a wild solution that I don't know if they ever considered down there, but what if you just got good players?
Well, that'd be,
What if you defeated altitude simply by fielding a roster of competent
Good
major leaguers?
players.
Right.
A bunch of 300 hitters.
Yes.
Little
Whoa,
pop.
wait.
What if
You talking about the Bombers?
What if you actually, had pitchers that could force swings and misses? What if you could get strikeouts? What if you could record outs in that way?
What
know
if you
what?
had a lineup that wore out there pitching in, I don't know, their bullpen the first
All right,
game
but
of the
hold on,
series?
hold on. You don't have that. So
No.
what makes you think that Bud Black is the right guy to make the most out of a lineup that doesn't exist like that?
Well-
Isn't Bud Black the guy you bring in
Here's
to
the
manage the Yankees or the Dodgers
Here's what
or
we'll do.
whoever?
We're going to let you have good, sound, philosophical advice, and then I'll just give you the fan reason why they don't care. Go ahead. Explain to him by baseball measures.
Honestly, what he said. Like, seriously, what he said. And look, again, like, could Bud Black make this year's product of the Rockies any better? I don't think so. Would a manager change make it any better? I don't know. But also, here's the thing about it, guys. That shouldn't matter. Right now, what should matter is how much better is Zach Veen and Adel Amador, and Tovar and Doyle are still young players that are developing, and how much better is Tolia getting, and like, that's Braxton Fulford. How much are we developing these youngsters right now?
Which has been a hole for them forever.
They're so far from competing and contending and being
you're
good.
You're not curious where Farmer can go?
And
no. To the Dell, for all I care.
I tweeted last night they should retire that guy's number. He's incredible.
My favorite thing this
best
week,
player on the team.
This week was Vic Lombardi going, some guy named Farmer, and Kaner was like, he's the best guy on
He's
their
the
team.
best hitter.
He's the best player they have.
And Vic's
Until
like,
last
some
night
guy.
when they finally had a chance to poke one home, and
Right.
guess what? Nada.
Hey,
Hey, look, if I'm a fan, tell me you don't feel this way. If I'm a fan, you want me to reinvest in you, we're talking about not just different, but I mean, I need outside people.
Yes.
And Dick Montfort pulling a Pat Bolin.
Yeah.
People don't remember this. Pat Bolin, after 2 years of Wade Phillips, you probably do, had a press conference where he said, I screwed up. I wanted to be Jerry Jones. I don't know what I'm doing. I fiddled, the fiddler, with Wade too much. And I'm now hiring Mike Shanahan, and I'm stepping the hell out of the way. If Dick would do that, guess what?
Maybe.
Sellouts all summer long.
Hey, real fast, I'm going to walk out the door with this stat for you. You mentioned pitchers that throw pitches that guys will hit. I'm going to go back in the weigh machine. I saw this stat last night. Greg Maddux.
Okay.
Pretty good pitcher.
He was great.
Really good.
I'd say.
20,421 batters he faced over his career. He only had 310 3-0 counts. Of 20,000 batters, only 310 went to 3-0, and 177 of those were intentional walks.
That's unbelievable.
Is that an unbelievable stat?
That's unbelievable. Yeah. And I would want to dig even deeper on it of, like, how many did he still get out? Because I bet that was also still a healthy number, because that guy was just –
I'll send you this little thing.
He was absolutely phenomenal. It's so funny. I was reading Patrick Saunders' mailbag today, and he pointed this part of it out, and, like, I didn't even consider this, okay? Because with where the Rocks are right now, Andy, like, it's bad. It's really bad, and it's been bad for 6 years now, and there should be this, like, pipeline of great Major League talent coming in, and right now the pipeline is middle of the road at best in the big leagues, like middle of the road when you're comparing the 30 franchises of Major League Baseball. Again, like, would firing Bud Black do anything? I don't know. It could hinder, honestly, and I mean it in this way. The job should be the development of all the young players that we've been talking about, and perhaps Bill Schmidt and Bud Black are in tune to those plans, and if you start juggling all of that right now, are you going to set guys back? I don't know. That's just it. Like, I don't know what the organizational support that is available right there is. And what you talked about right there of, like, okay, is Dick Montfort going to step aside and say, I screwed up and it's time to outsource control of my ball club? I can't tell you with any certainty what's going to happen with the front office of the Rockies, and maybe this year will be so embarrassing that it'll force change. I don't think that's going to happen. You want to know why? Let me give you two names. Walker and Sterling Monfort. They both work for the club right now.
You're right.
Like,
now, at least isn't Walker on more the business side?
Right.
Sterling's on the baseball side.
On the baseball side.
And you're probably going to need to pull him out of that role.
Is that going to happen?
Well, how much do you love your club? How much do you like empty seats? I mean, again, they're set for another brutal series coming up this weekend. The weather's not going to help.
Yeah.
And you said it yesterday. They're playing the Nationals.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I go watch the Rockies and the Nationals right now?
There's going to be plenty of good seats available this weekend. Coming up 20 minutes after 3 o'clock, Fred Katz of The Athletic is going to join us. Fred's a very good NBA writer. Great piece about Jokic this week. We talked about some of the stuff that came out of that last week, Joker and his leadership. So we'll talk to Fred Katz coming up at about 11 minutes from here. Chris Dempsey joins the show today at 4 o'clock. We're going to get real X and O basketball nerdy with Dems talking about this matchup right here. 4:30-ish, to quote my producer, Mark Springer. 4:30-ish. Yeah! Eric Johnson is scheduled to join us today. Yeah, that's our dude.
You need to play that when he's on the phone. And just for everybody's, it'll just be our little deal.
Yep.
That'll just let us know he's there.
Yes. When we hear
we can go to
Connor,
the interview.
it's like that NFL draft. The pick is in little sounder.
Yeah. That's perfect.
Yes.
You know what? Just do that for every interview now. I kind of like that. Hey, by the way, with Patrick Saunders' mailbag, do you think he still gets mail? Like, do you think he still gets things mailed to him that he addresses?
You know, I was going to say, like, no way. I'm sure it's all over the internet, but, like, this is a newspaper and baseball.
Well.
And if there's one thing that old people love, it's newspapers and baseball. It's very possible that, like, in his little cubby office down at the Denver Post offices, they're still sliding letters in there for Patrick Saunders, and hopefully he opens them up and he includes them into his mailbag. Yeah. Almost every single question was just like, how much does this suck? And the answer is all the way. Quite bad. Anyway, Hensley Mullins was let go. Rockies were swept in L.A. by the Dodgers last night. Do you want to play some audio?
I'd love to.
From last night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I actually missed this part. Doing the old walk the dog thing again.
Yeah.
But I came back. First off, I got a notification that Drew was in the tone of voice I described yesterday.
Yeah.
And then you sent us this, or you or Spring sent the lovely piece of audio from Awful Announcing.
Yeah. So, this is one, and I want to preempt. I want to put a disclaimer on this before we play this audio. We're playing it because it's funny. All right. I also will say, for Drew Goodman, for Corey Sullivan,
you don't buy into this way of thinking.
Their job is to say good things about the ball club that employs them. Okay? That's literally what they are paid to do. They're not idiots. They see the exact same number. They watch it all and live through it all, and they're having a tough time.
They probably hate it more than you do.
But you know what? When it's the first inning and the Rockies have a early 1-0 lead and German Marquez is towing the slab, you're trying to say some good things about what's happening. Unfortunately, the Dodgers just kept running up future Hall of Famers and ruining everything that they were saying. Here we go. Drew and Corey last night talking about German Marquez and his history at Dodger Stadium with Shohei Ohtani leading off for the Dodgers.
Led to 6 walks against the A's. Last start against the Padres, also not phenomenal. 5 earned runs, did give up a walk, but guess what? Here at Dodger Stadium, he's pitched phenomenally well.
And that is not an overstatement. Oh, no. Now the game's tied. That thing almost left Dodger Stadium.
Pitched phenomenally at Dodger Stadium. Whap!
Yeah.
The
announcer's jinx.
Again, the numbers would suggest. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't consider this announcer's jinx. I think what they're doing is trying to cherry pick positive things to say, but the Rockies aren't here to back him up. 2 hitters later, Freddie Freeman is digging in. Another MVP and future Hall of Famer. Again, German, great history at Dodger Stadium. Shohei takes him deep. That thing was majestic, by the way. That was a colossal clout.
So let me ask you this, okay?
Hold on, let's play this audio.
Dick shot.
Well,
so here we go. Now Freddie Freeman digging in. Why don't you guys pick back up where you left off?
Back-to-back multiple hit ball games in this series. So I was saying a moment ago when you mentioned how well German has pitched. You want to tell you how well he's typically pitched at Dodger Stadium, but this is turning into a rough first inning. Home run Ohtani, home run Freeman. That's Freddie's third. 2-1 LA.
Dude.
Oh boy.
He had to have popped the mic off and
how well he has pitched.
And he goes up. Yeah. Drop.
Nope.
No, you know what? We
Nope.
might even need to have a little bit longer version where we get how well he is pitched with the crack of the bat, and then it ends there.
They gave up 7 runs. 7 runs in the first last night. German Marquez allowed as many home runs as outs recorded last night.
Now, to your point, we all have great empathy for our cohorts over doing the Rockies game.
I know what they're trying to do.
Every announcer, you're trying to.
I know what they're trying to do.
Look, I've done it to the Mammoth 100 times. Hey, the goalie's playing well until right there. Never mind.
Yeah.
But maybe you shouldn't pick the Ohtani Freeman back-to-back to bring it up. You know what I mean? Maybe pick your spot before Ohtani digs in, is all I'm saying.
You know, take your risks with Max Muncy or Andy Paes, you know?
Yeah. Let's get through this first set of batters.
It's kind of tough with the Dodgers when they run that damn lineup out every single night. But
hasn't Freeman, Freeman's having a career year already against them.
Yeah. Tough luck, fellas. Tough luck. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're talking Jokic with Fred Katz of The Athletic next.
4 seconds left for Denver. Inbound goes to Jokic. 69-footer. Got it! He did it again! From his own three-point line, he swished that thing home. A guy is an alien. He is not a human being.
Oh, the great Jason Kosmiski. Yeah, he's not human. Not if you look at his numbers. They're unbelievable. Great piece in The Athletic this week. We were talking about some of these anecdotes out of this story, particularly as they referred to Christian Braun and his need to take his stretching more seriously. But joining us right now to help preview the Nuggets and Clippers, but also mostly to talk about the Nikola Jokic effect, it is Fred Katz of The Athletic joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Hello, Fred. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, thanks. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Thank you for doing this for us. Fred, when you set out to write this piece, were you doing so under the guise of, I am here to clear up any misconceptions about Nikola Jokic? Because, you know, the whole, I just want to get back to Serbia after winning a championship thing, I think would lead some to think this guy doesn't love the game or this guy has a less than serious commitment to the game. Were you trying to clear any of that up in writing this story?
No, I wasn't, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
When I go into writing a story, my objectives are intentionally not specific.
Good.
So I have things that I am interested in and topics that I think are interesting, and I kind of just try to use the resources, the relationships, whatever else that I have in order to try to learn as much as possible about those things that I find interesting. And eventually, because they're interesting, things that I don't know, and often if I don't know it, it means the public doesn't know it, because it's my job to know it. Things that I don't know pop up along the way. And I'm like, that's an interesting story, and that's an interesting story, and it starts to mold. And quite honestly, this kind of started for me as something like, Christian Braun has been a really interesting player this year. They lost KCP. He stepped into the starting lineup. He's done a really good job in the KCP role for them. There might be something there to be written about. I know he's like a well-spoken guy who's smart and thinks things through, and I thought he'd be a good interview. And it kind of started there, and this is where it sort of ended up. I'm happy with the direction it ended up because I think I enjoyed, at least in the process of reporting it, kind of getting this inside look into the mind of Nikola Jokic, not just because it's a unique mind, but also because it's not really a perspective that we all get to see as often as we would like to,
What were the standout things after you were done reporting on the story and after done writing and everything? What were the standout things to you where you were like, oh, I didn't know this or realize this about Nikola Jokic?
I would say, the story that I lead with that you referenced with the stretching, I thought was a really great story. And Christian Braun told me that story, and I asked Jokic about it because he took the time to talk to me too, which was very nice of him. And I thought that was an interesting one because you think, oh, the guy doesn't care about basketball, and just from I've covered the NBA for a long time now, that's not true. You don't become the best player in the world by not caring about basketball. You also don't become the best player in the world in the fashion that he's the best player in the world by not caring about basketball. It's not like his physical gifts are carrying him there and he doesn't care. The guy operates at an intellectual level that maybe nobody ever, a few people have. LeBron, Magic Johnson, just purely the intellect, right? So you look at that and it's like, there's no way the guy doesn't care about or like or watch basketball. It's just, it couldn't possibly be true because you can't reach that level of intelligence without actually studying. It's not possible. But I would say the thing that really made me in the moment when I was recording it, that was kind of my favorite one, was when I was talking to Bruce Brown for the story. And Bruce Brown told me a story about when he first started with the Nuggets. And he said that he and Jokic were running a handoff play, and both Bruce Brown's defender and Jokic's defender followed Jokic to double team him. So Bruce Brown yelled out, the proper terminology, which the Nuggets yell out wolf when it's a double team. So Bruce Brown yelled out wolf, wolf, and then he cut to the basket, which is the natural thing to do in basketball. I'm wide open. No one's guarding me. I'm going to cut to the basket. Great passer's got the ball. He's going to find me for an open layup. And Jokic threw a no-look pass way behind him, went out of bounds. And then later during a stoppage, Jokic went up to him and was like, when you yell something out, don't cut, because I can tell exactly where you are based on where your voice is coming from. And my follow-up to Bruce Brown, unfortunately, if you guys had your show on HBO, I could tell you what my follow-up to Bruce Brown was. But I don't think I can say what my follow-up to Bruce Brown was. It was a form of what the heck, but I didn't say heck. And that was my follow-up question. And then I said, is he a bat? And and Bruce Brown was like, I know, man. He was like, I used the quote from that follow-up, and that was my genuine reaction. It wasn't some sort of journalistic, strategic thing. I was just like, wait, what? Like, I understand we can tell where voices are coming from, but you're so confident in being able to tell where a sound is coming from that you throw these no looks and they're on point. Like, there are guys who throw no look passes. Like, there are great passers who throw no-look passes, right?
Yeah.
Like the all-time passers. Jokic kind of invented this thing, which is the never-look pass, which is, wait, he never looked over there.
Mm-hmm.
How does he know? It'll be like, Magic Johnson will scan down the court. He'll see guys. Then he'll look the other way for 5 seconds, and he'll know this guy's going this way based on what the defense is doing or whatever else. But it's just like Jokic never looked. It's like he's got eyes in the back of his head, And sometimes it's just because of the sound. And that to me was crazy because I was like, is he a superhero? Is this the lamest superhero quality we've ever heard? Like, could you imagine if they made a Marvel movie about a guy who could just tell where people are standing based on hearing? You'd be like, how can somebody save the world based on that? However, he can win a lot of MVPs. So that to me just really, honestly, blew my mind. I was like, that story, when Bruce Brown told me that story, I told it to I texted that to 7 friends after he told me that. I was like, you guys have to hear this. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Fred, so I'm curious, in our business, when we get around the great leaders or the best players or whatever, we try to make them the leader. We heard about Von Miller once upon a time here. All these stories that you've told and you talked about in there, you got to approach him sometimes. He's not coming over and force-feeding information to people. Would you say he's a great leader for this team or for his former teammates?
I think, and I've covered a lot of players who I would say are great leaders. And I think it's I would say the one thing that all leaders have in common, because there are a million different leadership styles that people can have. And Chris Paul is a great leader, and he couldn't be more different from Derek Jeter, who was a great leader, right? Jeter was more like Jokic style in terms of the way he did things. I would say the one thing that all leaders have in common is that their leadership style is never forced. It's always authentic to who they are. The reason Tim Duncan was a great leader, even though he was quiet and led by example, was because Tim Duncan was authentically himself. That was his personality. Chris Paul is a great leader, even though there are some people who obviously Chris Paul will grade on. Chris Paul is a great leader because
Julius Hodge,
is authentically himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly. But Chris Paul is not forcing that sort of persona. That's naturally who he is. And I think Nikola Jokic is consistently himself all the time. To me, a great leader is somebody who shows up, works hard, does more than just what they're supposed to do, is able to make other people feel included, get the best out of teammates, get the best out of coaches, and is somebody who's also easily coachable. I don't know how much time I have on this spot. Do I have time to tell
Fred, you're doing great, man.
Yeah.
You keep on rolling.
We're long form, baby. We're good.
If you want to tell us good things about Nikola Jokic, I promise you, both us and our listeners want to hear it.
I don't want to ruin your guys' radio show by going too long. But there's Antonio Daniels, who is now a phenomenal commentator. He calls New Orleans Pelicans games and is on NBA radio and played in the NBA for a long time. He was on that 1999 Spurs team. And Antonio told me this story once, which was incredible. He was really young on that Spurs team. It was his first or second year in the league, and he had just changed teams, and he was new. And the first day of training camp on the 99 Spurs, it was Tim Duncan messed up. They only do defense the first 4 days of training camp. Tim Duncan messed up just a defensive rotation, and Greg Popovich apparently went off on Tim Duncan, just went off on him in front of the whole team for blowing the rotation. The next day, and Duncan didn't do or say anything, and Antonio was like, oh, whoa. And then the next day, David Robinson, first ballot Hall of Famer, and he was the vet. Duncan's young at that time. David Robinson is the vet and the surefire Hall of Famer, could have retired the next day and been first ballot. He made a similar mistake on defense, and Pop went off on David Robinson the same way he went off on Duncan. And AD's reaction seeing that is, I'm trying to make it into the rotation. I better not mess that up. And also, if I mess that up, I better never say anything, because these guys aren't even saying anything. Turned out, AD learned years later that Pop hit up Tim Duncan and David Robinson before and said, the first time you mess something up, I'm going to go nuts on you. Don't react. It'll set the tone for the whole season. Those guys were supremely coachable, and that set the tone for those teams to allow Pop to be able to coach everybody just as hard as he coached them. And I get a similar sort of vibe from Jokic, also from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, for what it's worth. Part of the reason why, in Oklahoma City, Mark Daigneault can sit guys and pull guys from rotation or whatever else is because sometimes he sits Shai, Shai is a very similar sort of low ego way. I think Jokic leads very well in the way that matches his personality really well. And I think if you ask anybody who played with him, because for this story, I asked a lot of people who played with him, they all pretty much had the consensus that he's a fantastic teammate and he's somebody people want to follow.
Serbians and Canadians, very coachable people. Fred, we got about a minute here, but tell me one thing. In this matchup between Denver and the Clippers, I think this might be the best first-round series. Tell me one thing that stands out to you about this matchup that Denver has to do, that Denver has to win in this series.
I mean, I am really, really curious to see what happens against the Clippers defense, because during the regular season, basically the Clippers just guarded Jokic straight up with Ivica Zubac. But they have Kawhi Leonard now. And we've seen teams get creative with the way that they guard Jokic during playoff series. You'll put maybe not your best rim protector on Jokic. You'll put, like last year, Minnesota, you put Towns on Jokic. You have Gobert kind of shade over. When Jokic spins into the lane, Gobert is right there. And I could see the Clippers doing similar stuff. They are really, really talented defensively. I bet you we see Kawhi on Jokic at one point with Zubac, who's been great defensively, kind of shading in and helping there. I think it'll be really, really interesting to see how they guard him and how he responds. He's going to win 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 games all by himself. And the question will be, will it be 1 game or 2 games, or will it be 4 games?
That's a good point. I think they're going to use Batum off the bench in a similar role to that and just crowd Jokic with big bodies. It's a good call right there. Fred Katz, everybody, The Athletic. Subscribe and read Fred's piece in The Athletic, The Nikola Jokic Effect, how the quiet MVP frontrunner gets the most out of his teammates. Fred, awesome stuff. Thanks for coming on the show today, man.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
That was good. Fred Katz of The Athletic. Yeah, Fred, we got a rule on this show. We do not take the greatness of Nikola Jokic for granted, and we discuss it at every opportunity. And you want to tell us stories about Bruce Brown and getting used to playing with Nikola Jokic, we want to hear it. And if you want to compare Nikola Jokic to Tim Duncan, who is like one of his heroes,
I think he'd be down with that.
Yeah, I think he would absolutely want to hear that as well. So great stuff with Fred Katz right there. This piece was really, really fun to read. And it just, again, it shows you a side of Jokic that we don't always get to see. Yet what's kind of interesting is, like, it came on the heels of the last week of the regular season where it seemed like every time that a camera was pointed at the Nuggets huddle, Jokic was the one leading the show. And then he would do his post-game interview and he wouldn't have a voice because he was screaming at everybody.
I just want us to play good.
Yeah.
That's why I asked about the leadership thing, because you've been around it. We used to, and I'm trying to think what other nuggets, like Melo. Was Melo a leader for this team? We always used to ask that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I feel like Joker probably is, but sometimes the quiet guys just want to do their jobs and you do the job too. You know what I mean?
It's a different kind of leader. One of the things that Fred wrote about in this story is like Jokic he's not boisterous with his leadership, but when players go to him and ask him, and let's be honest, any smart basketball player that is worth a crap that is playing with Nikola Jokic is going to ask him questions. That's when he gets so generous. Bogdan Bogdanovic, who they'll see in this series, who plays with Jokic for Team Serbia. Great quotes from him about Jokic just sort of explaining the art of outlet passing to him and what you're trying to do to beat a defense down the floor and get numbers in your favor. And it's stuff that Bogdanovic uses to this day as a member of the LA Clippers that he picked up playing with Jokic.
Like that damn pass rushing summit.
I know.
I don't need you helping your guy get to my guy.
A little bit of inside info for you right there. Dempsey coming up at 4 o'clock on Nuggets and Clippers. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on a Thursday.
Thought that was an eagle. Anyway, are you dealing with low testosterone? It can cause a host of problems, including unproductive workouts, bad sleep patterns, brain fog, even kind of affect your sex drive. So if you've got any of this going on, it's time to have a conversation with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and see what testosterone treatment could do for you. Like a lot of men, if you wake up in the morning, ready to go get them, and then maybe you're looking for that nap about midday, that's another big sign of this. Don't be dealing with that. Don't have days that are unproductive because you just don't have the energy for it. Start feeling like your old self. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Want a little more information? Go take their quiz. Takes 2 minutes. It's 10 questions, yes or no answers. When you go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic on that first visit, they'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider that will review your results with you and discuss your options. And then you can make the decision whether to start on testosterone treatment or not. Cost of that appointment's $99. It includes the T and the PSA test and the consultation. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment day of your visit, that is all free. So there you go. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado. They've got them all over, up north in Fort Collins, including down south in the Springs as well. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Eric Johnson coming up 4:30-ish today on the show. We'll talk to the Avalanche defensemen as they get set for Game 1 against the Stars on Saturday at 6:30. If both series, Andy, go 7, there will be 5 days in which the Avalanche and the Nuggets will play on the same day.
Who did this?
In the postseason. So both will play Game 1 on Saturday. We'll have the Nuggets right here at 1:30 against the Clippers at Ball Arena. And then the Avalanche will open up in Dallas at 6:30 p.m. So little day-night doubleheader, no overlap there. That's nice. On Monday, the Nuggets will play at 8 o'clock.
Because of course we will.
Yes. The Avalanche will play at 7:30 in Dallas. So that's a dual screen experience going on right there. Plus, how the hell's that going to work? I always rewatch playoff games before I come back.
You're in trouble.
I don't know. We'll find out.
You're in trouble. You know our system. I'll lock in on the hockey. You lock in on the Nuggets. And
how confused am I going to be where I'm just like, I don't know. What about that one shift that Christian Brown skated? I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, that left wing. We went in for the dunk.
I don't know. McCarr's going to have to shoot better from 3. Let's see. Then Wednesday, Thursday. So we'll go Wednesday, Thursday.
Thank God.
Back at Ball Arena, the Avalanche will play Dallas. The Nuggets will then be at the Intuit Dome to play the Clippers in Game 1 on Thursday. Intuit Dome, I don't know if you've heard this or not, Andy. Steve Ballmer has bragged about it. Phenomenal bathrooms.
It's good to hear.
Yeah.
A lot of them, right?
Yes, tons of them.
Plus, it's also the NFL Draft first round. That gets in the mix, too.
That's also
because,
on
why
Thursday.
not?
Why not?
Why wouldn't we?
Next Saturday, we've got another conflict day. The Nuggets will play at the Clippers at 4 o'clock. And then the Avalanche will host Dallas at 7:30. Should the two series then continue on, I'm assuming they both will. The Avalanche will play Monday. The Nuggets will play Tuesday at home against the Clippers. Both teams will be in action on Thursday, May 1st. And then both teams, if they both go 7, would be playing on Saturday, May 3rd. So that is 5 days in which the Nuggets and the Avalanche will share the spotlight.
I hate it in so many ways. First off, the stress on me. The selfish part of this, I don't know that I can handle the stress of both teams same night. Like, you're either going to have a really good night or a super bad night.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll get a little maybe it'll be just a cancel night and you'll be even.
Yes. Yes.
But
is your ticker up for this, Andy?
I don't think it is. I'll be honest with you. I don't think so. The Nuggets have given me the angst the Avs have in the past this whole year, and now we got to white knuckle through this thing. I hate the Stars with the burning hot passion of 5 sons. I don't like Jamie Benn at all. I don't.
You know what the Sun is? It's a really big star.
Listen. At some point next week, you're going to have the mental meltdown over the Stars and the Stars and the Stars thing, but the team's named the Stars. But we're trying to talk about the Stars on the Stars, and you don't like it. You hate the name.
It's a bad name. Because the Stars have stars.
And it drives you nuts.
Although one of their stars is now injured.
Yeah, the old playing your guys down this. Remember how the Avs called up pretty much all of Loveland?
Yeah.
All of the Eagles to go finish those last 2 games? Turns out the Stars should have brought up, Ratone.
The Stars, they had Jason Robertson playing last night, and he got injured. So that's not ideal for them. Now, Miro Heiskanen is going to start this series on the shelf. They got Tyler Seguin back. But they go into this series banged up. McKinnon's got whatever his lower body thing is, but whatever, it's playoff time. Our dude's going. So he'll be good to go. The Stars do not appear to be clicking on all cylinders.
Lost their last 7.
Going into this series.
Yeah.
What to make of all of that down the stretch here?
I don't know. The Avs did the same thing. Remember, we revisited this.
Yep, they struggled down the stretch.
And
the
then
year they won the cup.
Crushed everybody and won the cup.
And then
Went
it didn't matter.
16 and 3?
Right. Right.
3?
So it's 16-4, yeah. So when the lights get bright, are the Stars just going to go back to playing the way that they typically do, which is being an extremely high-scoring team whose defense is not nearly as good without Miro Heiskanen on the ice. Their power play, Dallas's power play, generally was mediocre this season. Very good penalty-killing team and a much better face-off winning team than the Avalanche. Now, I dug in a little bit on Mikko Rantanen.
Okay, how's it been going for his? Better than Carolina, right?
Better than Carolina, not as good as Colorado. Is how I would describe it.
Will he get back to ever being as good as Colorado?
He very well may not, because he's not skating with a single talent that is singularly as great as Nathan MacKinnon. To be fair, almost no hockey players in the world are as good as Nathan MacKinnon, but it certainly had an impact. Using the metric of points per 60 minutes played, he was at 3.5 in Colorado this year. In his 49 games played, he had 64 points, 25 goals, 39 assists. That number dipped to 1.4 in Carolina. That did not go well.
Yeah, it turns out he and who was his buddy?
Sebastian Aho.
I was going to say aloe, but he's not a lotion.
Chips Aho.
He's a hockey player.
But then when he got to Dallas, that number is bumped up to 2.8. So vastly better than it was while he was in Carolina, but again, not at the level that he had with the Avalanche. But the thing about the Stars is the Stars are just a really deep team. They got a lot of stars, and you could say 2 lines, but like you can argue 3 lines with that team, really. And you're talking about, Rope Hintz is on a line. Matt Duchene runs a line. Johnston runs a line. The kid that was, playing against the Avalanche in the playoffs a couple of years ago. Mikko probably skating on a line with Jamie Benn that is kind of essentially their 3rd line. Very deep. So this is one of those places where it's like, okay, how quick can we get Gabriel Landeskog at the height of his powers?
Well, yeah, that's going to be the key.
That
Right
would help.
now, again, according to Adrian Dater, it looks like they're zeroing in more on getting him game 3, as you and I talked about. Let him
Conditioning.
come on out at home.
Yeah.
I'd have him on the trip, though. I don't know what their plan is.
Sure.
I'd have him on the trip because if you
Absolutely.
feel like you need a game 2, put him in game 2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And get him back in the building. Get his voice back in the room.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt about it. He and EJ together, I think, are going to be huge for this team this playoff run. Here'd be my big thing, though, too, Nate. You got to get Ottinger. Like, I feel Ottinger just feels too comfortable playing the Avs. You got to get that guy uncomfortable again. And that's where, again, a big body like Gabe can come in handy. You're not going to see the puck easily. Got to do to him what you did to Winnipeg last year that you couldn't do to them in the next series.
The Avalanche had a good power play this year, but it was a little bit up and down. Here's how about this metric? The Avalanche have the 2nd best power play in the NHL since the Four Nations Cup. A lot of that had to do with, so Necas and MacKinnon, they started to get more comfortable. They started to they rotated more on the ice. That grouping to me was more dynamic as a matchup. Even if Necas is not the same player Mikko Rantanen is, and I don't think that's, I don't mean that as a diss to Marty Necas. It's just,
They're a different style.
Yeah.
You can't argue that.
Yeah, different player, and freaking Mikko Rantanen, okay? But it has allowed, I think, MacKinnon to have more versatility and be able to move around a little bit more on the power play, and I think that has made it more dynamic. So, yeah, they've really found their way over the back half of this season, or I guess back third of this season since the Four Nations. Power play has been really, really good. They're going to have to cash in on, damn near every opportunity here in this series.
Yeah, the power play's got to get going. It's something that kind of failed them last year in the playoffs. Pretty much everything that second round felt like it failed them a little bit. Do you remember last year? I was thinking about this today. They didn't win a home game last year against the Stars. Do you remember that? They split in Dallas, then they got game 5 in Dallas, and they lost all 3 at home at Ball Arena. That is crazy,
That's
and
stupid.
you cannot let that happen again.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, let's take a pass on that this time.
Because they won the first one with Nichushkin.
Yeah.
Then the bad news came. Then it was like they got up enough gumption to get that win in game 5.
What bad news, Andy?
Well,
Yeah.
Absence.
This is a conference finals quality matchup. It is.
It is a Stanley Cup quality matchup, frankly.
These are two really, really. This is the best first round series in the NHL. Like this is good stuff, and this is one of those areas, as you've talked about before, where the NHL's playoff format is stupid.
Hey, can we get one of these not to go 7? Could the Avs just kind of clean up business? I'd take 5. It won't happen, but I'd take 5, be done, move on, not stress this thing.
Which of the two series are you more confident in?
Oh, the Avs. The
Are
Avs
you?
are just so deep.
Yeah.
And bigger and tougher to play down the middle.
Mhm.
I've got faith in Blackwood. Again, I think EJ being back in that room with Gabe, it's huge. I think it refocus. Listen, I think EJ, and I want to ask him about it for 30-ish, I feel like he's come in and just pointed out little things. Some of the glaring mistakes they would make, leaving guys wide open in front of the crease, and feel like they have cut down a lot since EJ showed back up here. And I got to imagine he's doing some communicating or pointing some things out or something to help that happen.
Are the Stars actually in a bad place going to this series? I'm not totally sure what's real and what isn't, but the fact that they've lost 7 in a row makes me a bit more confident about this series as well. Chris Dempsey will get his confidence meter on Nuggets Clippers, and we're talking matchups. We're getting X and OZ, real basketball nerd stuff coming up next. Game 1 Saturday, 1:30 in the afternoon. Clippers at Nuggets. Chris Dempsey covering the Denver Nuggets. Altitude. He's Demps. You know who he is. Chris, welcome back to the show. How you doing, pal?
I'm doing fantastic, guys. How are you?
We're doing great. Chris, when I need to get basketball nerdy, you're the guy that I want to talk to about this stuff. And let's really start diving into this matchup here between Denver and LA. And I guess we'll start in this place. The Nuggets guarding the Clippers. Guarding James Harden, having to deal with the pick and roll and the operation with Zubats. As well as, Kawhi Leonard, the cyborg, Norman Powell as a curveball. Give me just a quick primer on one or two keys that Denver is going to have to do successfully early on in this series.
And throughout the series, I'm just going to add that on to the end of that, and that is they need to be excellent at the point of attack. And quite honestly, I'm going to piggyback this. This is going to be 1A. Your rotations behind that have to be really, really impeccable, just to be honest with you. But let's just start with the point of attack. The Clippers are a basketball team that set a lot of high ball screens. That mainly is for James Harden to get himself off of, and there's two objectives. One, to get him into the lane, A, right? B, to hunt out the matchup they want, to get him on the defender that he wants to take off the dribble. So no matter who is guarding James Harden, we're going to talk about matchups and who's going to guard who. The fact of the matter is that the Nuggets are going to be forced into switches kind of a lot in this series, and everybody has to be able to hold up against anybody who has the basketball. So when you're looking at James Harden, a lot of ball screening action, especially high pick and roll. You just mentioned that with Zubac getting to the rim and putting pressure on the rim, a la Clint Capella when James Harden was in Houston. Now, as far as Kawhi Leonard is concerned, not a lot of ball screens for him. He likes to just take his he gets an off-ball screen, gets the ball, and then he's already into the teeth of your defense. And so for Kawhi, it's a little bit more holding up one-on-one because he will back the ball out and then try to take his man off the dribble, try to get to the mid-range shot, those types of things. And then you got to worry about, the roll, I think, guys, what makes the Clippers offense, so very difficult to handle is they can do 15 things in any one possession, and it's very hard for you to just hone in on a couple of things that you can just take away from them and immediately make them ineffective.
All right, if I were to ask you who is going to be the key, and Nate asked a great question yesterday. Scotty and I had Cosmiter on our podcast last night on the YouTube page. So I ask you, who's the one guy not named Jokic or Murray that has to be the key to this?
I would say Aaron Gordon from a standpoint of he's going to have the heaviest lifting of any of the players, I think, not named Jokic. And that is because he's going to have to guard Kawhi Leonard for the most part. And then offensively, they are going to ask him to be a couple of things. One, the Clippers like to they're very, very good at taking away points in the paint. So you're going to have to be able to manufacture that anyway. Under David Adelman, there were just a lot more post-ups with Aaron Gordon, so I don't know if they're going to go back to that well. We'll just see. But he's going to have to be very effective in the paint. And then as a spacer, I think the Clippers are going to just test him out. And let's just see if your three-point percentage in the regular season is actually real and going to hold up in the playoffs. And the more three-point shots he is able to make from the better the Nuggets spacing is going to be, the more space Nikola and Jamal Murray are going to have to be able to roam. And just the more effective the Nuggets offense is going to be in general. So I just think this is, that championship run, Aaron Gordon had two-way duties every single series. And I think we're going to start that situation again here with the Clippers. Chris
Dempsey of Altitude, Game 1 Saturday at 1:30. I think early on in this series, Tyronn Lue and company are going to say, hey, look, if Aaron Gordon shoots 6 threes a game, cool, awesome. Now, if Aaron Gordon is making 3 of those every single game, that's going to force an adjustment, and that's going to possibly open things up for you. But again, if I'm Ty Lue and Brian Shaw and company, I live with that early on in the series. You mentioned Aaron Gordon's importance right there, Demps. Similar question, but a little, you'll get the nuance of this. We know AG is important, but in this series, who are the Clippers, for a Nugget specifically, who are the Clippers a good matchup for? Who are the Clippers maybe a bad matchup for? Who's set up for a good series? Who's maybe set up for a tougher series?
As far as Nuggets offensive players,
yes.
I think that Jamal Murray is set up for a good series, and I think he has to have one. Might they slap Chris Dunn on him a little bit? Yes, they will, to hound him a little bit. But you can certainly screen Chris Dunn right off and get the matchup that you want, for Jamal Murray. And I think he's got to be very aggressive against this basketball team. If he's if he is able to just really. There's a time to make the right play. There's always a time to make the right play, but there's also a time to not have your basketball performance existence dictated to you by a defense that's going to just bank on the fact that if we do this, you'll do that. And that's where Jamal has to sometimes force the issue and say, no. I'm not going to do this because you want me to do this. I'm going to do this over here because I want to do that. And I think when you kind of zoom that out a little bit over the Nuggets offense writ large, I think that is going to be a big key as well, because the Clippers, to your point about Aaron Gordon shooting 6 threes, okay, we'll let him do that. Well, the Nuggets offense is going to have to take the shots they want, not have the shots dictated to them. And so for what that's going to mean is they're going to have to find creative ways to get themselves right to their strong points, right to the spots that they want to get to versus just hoisting up threes because they're half contested or uncontested. But Jamal Murray's right at the top of that list for me. I think Michael Porter Jr. is going to be a very important player for the Nuggets as well. It's neither one of these teams shoot a ton of threes, but I think the team that really makes them more, because you're setting yourself up for a little bit more success. And obviously Michael Porter Jr., he does a lot more things in the basketball court, but certainly his 3-point shooting will be necessary.
Damn it, Chris. Which bench guy is going to surprise us? You have named all the headliners. Yeah, seriously, what bench guy may show up and surprise us? Who has the ability to you remember how Christian Braun sort of made his name in that playoff run, his rookie year? Who has the potential to do that? Well, all right. Never mind, Chris. The hell was that? Did you just get a chicken bone stuck in your throat? What were we doing?
Well, look, I think the reason why that was my hesitant reaction was the thing about Christian Braun in that championship run was there was every expectation that, he was probably going to have a game or two where he scored the ball really well, off the bench. And, he generally did that. And I think that I don't think there's a young player off the bench that we can say we know that they're going to score really well in 1 or 2 games and really have a huge impact in one of the games from a scoring sense. Now, defensively, Peyton Watson is that guy, right? So Peyton Watson can come in, block a couple shots, get some steals, fill a couple lanes, get some highlight dunks, really change and shift the momentum for the Nuggets that way. But if you're going to say that Peyton Watson is going to score 15 to 17 to 18 points in a game, I just wouldn't bank on that. Let's put it that way. And so this is going to bring us all the way back to an actual veteran, which is Russell Westbrook. And Russell Westbrook, who last year with these same Clippers had one of the real bad playoff series of his, maybe the worst playoff series
in
he's
NBA
ever had.
history, Dems.
Yeah, the shooting was really, really bad. And so I think you're probably looking at a very motivated player in Russ, because that was one of the reasons why, they decided to part ways with him. It just wasn't working out. And I think that he is going to take the court looking to prove that he, in fact, was actually the guy they thought he might be from I can impact the game scoring and doing a whole bunch of things rather than missing all the shots, and then now you lose a playoff series. So I'm going to go with Russell Westbrook in this respect, and I think the Nuggets put him in better situations to be successful than the Clippers did last year.
Game 1 Saturday, 1:30. Chris Dempsey getting us all set. Demps, Saturday afternoon, 4:30 or so, when we're all holding a box score in our hands. How many Denver Nuggets will have seen the floor in Game 1? How many players will David Adelman use?
Well, I think he'll go 9. I know.
Okay.
I know Michael Malone was very, he was like, no, it's going to be 8.
Yeah.
But I think 9. Especially in the game.
Okay, so let's break it down. All right. Obviously, starting 5. Yesterday I said Russ, Pickett, P. Watt. Okay, I'm confident those 3 will play in Game 1. After that. Are you saying there's going to be DJ minutes? Is there a world where Zeke sees the floor? Is Julian Strawther going to pull the sweats off? What's this going to look like?
Yeah, so I think the 4 that I'm thinking off the bench are Russ, P. Watt, DeAndre, and Strawther.
Over Jalen Pickett.
Yeah, I think it's going to be I think it's not going to be difficult for Jalen Pickett to see the floor. He's just a redundant player when you have Jamal Murray at point, and then you have Russell Westbrook at point, and do you need another point guard on the court? And sometimes we have seen him play alongside Russell Westbrook, so I guess that's definitely a possibility. But I think, especially if you're looking for shooting, and especially if you're looking for one thing that David Adelman, somebody asked me what I thought he would, what's like one of the differences you will see right off the top, right before his first game. And I said, he's going to play DeAndre Jordan as the backup center, period. And, because he believes in, the big man setting that screen, rolling, putting pressure on the rim, collapsing a defense, and now you can make the reads off of that. And I think that DeAndre is going to get his fair share of opportunities in this series behind Nikola Jokic because DA wants to play offense that way. It's very you can create offense in one of 2 ways. You got a star who commands a double team. Now you're throwing out the double team. And now you're putting a defensive rotation. You're going to get the shot you want most likely. Or 2, you can create gravity toward a player that is putting pressure on the rim and then have that create openings for guys, whether they be cutting in behind that or whether they be at the 3-point line. And, DeAndre gives you the best ability to be able to do that. And quite honestly, he rebounds the ball a whole heck of a lot. He's going to get you a dunk or 2 in the game and to change some momentum. He's going to really play that role really well. So those would be my 4 with Jalen Pickett, maybe as in the bullpen, just in case there's some foul trouble or some injury situations.
Who gets the social set with all these double game days?
You know what? We'll split. They do a great job of splitting it up. So there was a game that the Nuggets were on the road and the Avs were at home, but we both did our shows from that set. And it was, I'm trying to think if we did a halftime show or not. I can't really recall, but they split it up pretty evenly, and we were both able to do our shows. It is a level of putting things together that it's beyond my pay grade. I just show up to the set when they tell me to.
You know who looks great sitting on a couch, don't you? Nate Kreckman.
Me.
No, the answer is Chris Dempsey. We know that for a fact.
Wow, fancy shoes. Slacks guy.
You guys should both come up. You should come on up.
I don't need to fill out the couch, but Kreckman is built for TV and a couch.
Andy, the couch is plenty big enough for everybody.
Hey, I'll lay down Costanza style.
Chris Dempsey, everybody. Game 1 Saturday, 1:30 on Altitude. Demps, we're going to be talking to you much more as the series goes on, but thanks for your input, pal.
Love it, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, the great Chris Dempsey with us right there. I got reactions to some things that he talked about right there because I see some things differently in this series, but also I respect his take on what this rotation is going to look like. I want to dive into that coming up, plus Eric Johnson at 4:30 on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're scheduled to be joined by the Condor Eric Johnson coming up at 4:30 here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. But things are always fluid in sports radio. Spring, though, has given me the full Mark Springer guarantee.
He sent out the tweet. I think he did. Did you send out the tweet?
I did.
Okay.
That's how confident I am.
Yes. Did you send out a tweet yesterday?
Raj did.
Okay.
See?
Okay. See, that's
The
it.
guy in communique.
Yeah, we care about the Mark Springer guarantee.
Although we do appreciate Raj sending out the tweet.
Even though it was erroneous.
Well, it wasn't. He didn't know that. Neither did we. Hell, I put a video up. At least all he did was put a tweet out.
Sean Payton. Today, he and George Payton were down there talking to the media. Apparently, these guys are sharing water bottles, we're finding out.
Did they share that water bottle?
I believe
didn't see that.
I believe it was accidental because they're always sitting next to one another.
Who grabbed whose water bottle? I get to the bottom of this.
Yesterday, Sean Payton said he drank out of George's water bottle.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Which's water bottle is grosser to drink out of? Sean Payton's or George Payton's?
Man, he's the coach.
Okay. Yeah, they always got that white thing around their lips from yelling.
Yeah, does Sean chew? I don't know for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he
They all
did.
do, right?
He's
It's
been
football.
around a bunch of chewers his whole life.
Doesn't everybody in a football
George
facility?
is in the office. He can't be spitting anything anywhere, but Sean's out on the field all day.
Those people are all disgusting. So Sean Payton today talked about the importance of adding weapons around Bo Nix during this draft.
Yeah, I've answered this before and referenced it, and I mean this. You know, there's two great allies that I think for quarterback play, to help quarterback play. It's real good defense and obviously a real good running game. And so I appreciate that term weapons, and yet I think, look, there'll be focus on the running back position. It's a pretty good draft for running backs. It's a pretty good draft for interior defensive linemen. But when we sign a good football player, you know, in free agency, Dre Greenlaw, we feel like we've helped our team and in turn our defense, and then in turn the quarterback position. Because how do we get them off the high dive? You know, you don't want to be third and long. You don't want to be behind in games. Those are all things that make that position more challenging.
Good running back draft. He also, unsolicited, brought up the quality of interior defensive linemen. I think Denver's going to be in a good spot at number 20 when it comes to the interior defensive linemen, particular DT 2 and 3. That's Derek Harmon out of Oregon, Kenneth Grant out of Michigan. Also, they might like Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss. All those guys would be available to them right around number 20. Going back to running back, this is the one, and like Walt has talked about it considerably, where depth could really play into Denver's favor right here. Now, maybe they just love Omari and Hampton and they'll take him at number 20. Or Denver could be looking at Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, or either of the Ohio State backs, Quinshon Judkins or Travion Henderson right there at number 51, or even possibly in a world, Andy, where like it's, you know, it's the 44th, 45th pick, and if one of those guys that they have got circled is still right there, maybe you see Denver jump up 4 or 5 or 6 picks, whatever it is, to go and grab the guy that they love, kind of like what they did with Javonte, what George Payton did with Javonte back a number of years ago. But, yeah, again, like, good defense, good run game. They're drafting a running back, and I think they're drafting a running back on the first 2 days of this draft.
I like that you said 2 days because I think second round is starting to feel prime for me.
Yeah.
They both keep mentioning the second round.
Right.
You know, what a deep class, on and on and on. I feel like Sean is kind of – I mean, Sean had done – look, they didn't have a pick his first year, right? The first pick. Last year, he flat out told everybody he's picking Bo Nix.
Right.
And we couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or not. It turns out he was not trying to fool anybody. I feel like he's dropping hints. Don't be surprised if we draft defense at 20.
Yeah.
He keeps bringing up the defense.
Right.
So
it's good ally for a quarterback, which why did Bo have such a good rookie year? Because they had one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in the NFL.
And he didn't have to play from behind.
Exactly.
He wasn't trying to make up double-digit deficits that often.
Yeah, you're able to stay with the game script. He talked about, and let's talk wide receiver right now. Sean Payton continues to express his confidence in the wide receiver room that they have, which, if we're to take him at his word, maybe look elsewhere at number 20. Otherwise, maybe he's just full of crap. Either way, Sean Payton on his wide receiver room that he has now.
Yeah, I mean, look, we drafted 2 receivers last year, and the good news is after their first year, we really like their progress, and we certainly see, just take Marvin for a second, from year 1 to year 2, we saw the returnability, and we saw certainly glimpses in his rookie year, more production obviously in his second year. Troy, the same way, came in, picked things up. Cortland is such a positive role model and leader for these guys. Bailey, and I haven't even hit on all of these guys, just relative to our overall depth. We're going to add numbers to the position when you look at it, what we take to training camp. Now, whether that's through the draft or free agency.
Yeah, he's really gone out of his way every time that he has spoken to reporters this offseason to highlight Vele Franklin, the improvement of Marvin Mims, and how much he loves Cortland Sutton. If we're to take him at his word, I don't see them taking a receiver at number 20.
No, I'm with you. Now, maybe...
Remember, also receiver in the must-needs wants... Was that?
I don't even remember.
It was needs.
Needs.
It wasn't,
but it wasn't
must.
A must.
And must is the top of the Sean Payton list.
The Joker
is
the must.
Joker is the must for Sean Payton.
Yeah, look, give me a Will Shepard. Give me a Torrey Horton.
Mm-hmm.
Give me somewhere in, 3rd, 4th round. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Turn that into something good. Hey, this team may trade out of 20. They talked about how they got calls.
Yeah.
Right? So,
and I'd be thrilled with that move, by the way. You got to remember about this team, they haven't had draft picks.
Right.
Like, they have only made 1 first-round pick in the last 3 drafts total. You need more picks, more bites at the apple, whatever analogy you want to use. But you want as many shots as you can possibly have at this whole thing. And so if you go back from 20 to 24, 25, whatever, maybe it's some team gets horny for a quarterback and they want to go up and get Shedeur ahead of Pittsburgh, or maybe it's Pittsburgh that gets concerned about somebody behind them. Either way, it could give you more bites at the apple. The more picks that you can acquire in the top 100, 130 of the draft, the better off you're going to be.
Well, and we'd have to play the question from Legwald to give the bite full context, but both George and Sean agreed with Leggy that most teams only have 17, maybe 18 first-round grades.
Right, right. Yeah, this could be a pretty good depth draft right here. Eric Johnson slated to join us coming up here in just a moment. We'll talk to the legendary Avalanche defenseman coming up here in just a moment as soon as he rings us up ahead of Game 1 against the Stars on Saturday night. Real quick, Andy, some further digging that I was doing on all of this, okay? Goals per game, Dallas 3rd in the NHL, the Avalanche 6th. Basically, negligible difference in the scoring between these two teams. Goals against per game, Dallas is top 6 at number 6. The Avalanche at 13th in the NHL this year in terms of goals allowed per game. However, you got to take into account that the Avalanche's goaltending was not particularly good at the start of the year. Those numbers, are going to look better with Mackenzie Blackwood in there. Power plays, Dallas's is mediocre. The Avalanche's is quite good. Penalty kill, Dallas is elite. The Avalanche are okay. And Dallas is a very good face-off team. The Avalanche are not a good face-off team. This is one of those areas where having Gabriel Landeskog back on your life could really, really help this team.
Yeah, but how much is there any mental advantage to Dallas of recent history?
Probably, yeah.
Because go back to the bubble. Remember, Dallas beat him in the bubble.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like every time this team's run into Dallas the last few years, and it hasn't been all that often, but when they have, it's been a problem. I don't know that that's going to mean anything this year. But again, we talked about how Ottinger always feels good playing against him. Get in front of him, take his eyes away, get some goals going. I am curious. I'd be curious to listen to Dallas radio today. I got a buddy down there. I ought to give him a homework assignment because I can't imagine 7 in a row. You're playing your guys. You lose 7 in a row, and then you lose. And by the way, I saw a tweet. I was trying to be careful with this on Robertson that said his leg was in a knee brace. He appeared to be in a lot of pain. It doesn't sound great for a guy that needs to turn it around and go play Saturday.
On Dallas Sports Radio, don't you just open up the phone lines and scream about Nico Harrison
You
every
go,
single day?
Hey, man, let me tell you what, man. I'm out here running them cows. Well, I'm running them cows. I don't know who this Nico Harrison guy is. Trade our best player, man. I don't know. That's probably profiling a little bit.
Is Jerry Jones all of the callers?
Get your damn act
Dallas
together. Are you
Sports
kidding me?
Radio?
He couldn't be any more happy with Nico Harris. Nothing he does is going to be as bad now.
Nobody notices.
You know what I mean?
Quite as much what old Jerry is up to. He's in there talking about eating raccoon and squirrel and whatnot.
A lot of squirrel.
A lot of raccoon
Yeah.
and a lot of squirrel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, can we recall? We got it. We got it. Uh-oh. Is he on the phone? Is he on the phone?
Hold on. Let's give a little bit of play-by-play right here, okay?
Yeah.
Mark Springer is
trying to hear.
He's on the handheld device right now from the landline here on
the
the
actual
call-in
plug-in phone nobody
to the
has
station.
in their house anymore.
He has plugged one ear.
Because I'm screaming like Texas hillbilly.
He's really trying to lock in and focus on what is happening right now.
Oh, that's a good sign.
Okay, that's a good sign. That's right. We welcome into the program Kreckman and Lindahl, Drop of the Year award winner. In addition to being, legendary NHL defenseman, it is Eric Johnson ahead of Avs Stars. EJ, how you doing? Welcome to the show, man.
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for doing this. We really do appreciate it. EJ, Dallas finished up last night. You guys have not played since Sunday. By the way, congratulations to you. You scored the last goal of the 24-25 regular season for the Colorado Avalanche, so well done right there. Tell me mentally what happens to a hockey player this week when you go from the regular season to now the bloodbath that is the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs?
Yeah, I think for one, your focus, not that it isn't entirely 100% dialed in during the regular season, but during the playoffs, you literally just crawl into a hole and you're a hermit for the entire series until you get some time off, hopefully if we're lucky enough. And during the regular season, it's so long that you kind of need some mental breaks throughout the course of that. And with the playoffs, you're just completely consumed and dialed in with your series. And, it's 100% effort, mental and physical on your series, and nothing else is even close to on your radar, where as during the regular season, it's such a long mental and physical grind that you kind of need these little breaks built in order to, sustain the grind of a long regular season.
You've done this forever. When you talk to younger guys that don't have the breadth of experience in the playoffs, what do you tell them about getting through the mental grind? What's the advice that you give to guys of like, okay, this is what playoff life is like?
I just think there's so many highs and lows, ebbs and flows to not only a series, but to individual games, periods, shifts where things aren't always going to go perfect and bad things are going to happen throughout the course of a series, whether it's mistakes, injuries, whatever. It's such a grind that you really have to maintain that even keel, and it can be a lot if you don't, take care of yourself away from the rink and really dial in, because it's really tough on your body, not only physically but mentally too. So it's a grind, but it's one of those things where I think, you just can't get consumed with a bad shift or a bad period. It's such an ebbs and flows throughout the course of series and games that you just have to stay in the moment and focus on your next shift. And whether a bad shift happens or a bad period, you got to park it and focus on the next period, because it's going to do no good to dwell on it in the past. So I think that's just a thing that you learn over time, that there's so many highs and lows throughout the course of a playoff series and a playoff run that you just can't get caught up on it. You have to have a short memory.
Obviously, at the deadline when you guys won the Cup, you had added guys like Cogliano and you got a Manson and so on and so forth. Some nice veteran presence in the room, right? Now you return to this team. What do you think of the guys like Nelson and Coyle and Lindgren that they've added along with you?
I think they've been great. I think they've been awesome. I think if you look at kind of a weakness throughout the season, it probably would have been the center depth. And to go out and get Coyle and Nelson really just adds so much. It just solidifies us down the middle, and you can plug in different wingers with those guys, and it's going to be a really good problem to have for coach. So I love what they've brought. Veteran guys, they played in some big games. Charlie's played in the finals with Boston, so lots of big game experience, which I think is important. It's tough to go through the grind of a win now team like we are now and have young players not really ready to step into that. So to get those guys that really have played in those big games and know what it's like, I think is huge. And especially adding Ryan Lindgren too on the back end. I thought he was so good for us down the stretch, and to have him back there, he's played in some big hockey games as well. I think it just really boosts our depth tremendously. So great group of guys, and I feel like we're just as deep as we were in 22, and hopefully we can get some luck and go on a long run here and hopefully accomplish our ultimate goal again.
All right, this is the most important question, really. When do you start growing the playoff beard? When's the last shave? When did this process begin?
I think everyone's a little bit different. Some guys are superstitious and they shave or they trim, and some guys grow it out completely, and some guys cheat and start a little bit earlier. So it just depends. For me, I had a sort of a superstition in the playoffs in 22. I don't know if I'll do it again, but we'll see. I'm not a huge facial hair guy. I look a little bit ridiculous, but some guys can pull it off and like to grow the beard. Logan O'Connor looks like the Wolverine with his. He's had a little bit of a head start, so looking forward to seeing his again.
Has Cale got anything close? And listen, I'm Irish, can't grow anything. If you ever saw the Cliff Clavin Cheers episode where he had to go glue a beard on, that would be me. But can Cale grow anything? Did he get anything going last Cup run?
I don't remember. I don't think he had much, but I think he can grow a little bit more this time around. So we'll see what he's got in store. But it's a good problem to have.
He's a Wispy Conn Smythe winner. We're talking to Eric Johnson here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show ahead of Game 1 on Saturday. So EJ, we all fully expect your buddy Gabe Landeskog to come back and play in this series. We don't know exactly which game it is going to be, but one of the things that you have talked about, that everybody has talked about, is the emotional lift that you get with the return of your captain and everything that Gabe has gone through. My question here is, how do you make sure that you utilize that? How do you make good on emotional lift?
I don't know if we really look at it like that. I think we just know the type of person and player he is, and when we get a guy like that back, not only on the ice but off the ice, I think it's not going to do anything but just enhance our team's ability to win games. And I think that's the most important, and that's all we want to do is win hockey games to accomplish our ultimate goal. So to have him back, I think, helps us with that. And whether he's back in Game 1, Game 2, or whatever, it's going to be a great boost for us. So I'm just happy for him that he can finally stop answering all these questions and dealing with the unknown. And, I don't know when he's going to be available. It's looking like he will be, but you never know. It's just a day-by-day process with him right now, and he's looking great and doing more and more every day. So I'm super happy for him and his family. They've gone through a lot. I think it's easy to look at Gabe, and he's got really the world kind of at his fingertips. He's got a great, healthy family, 2 great kids, beautiful wife, captain of the team. And I think, a lot of people wondered why he just wouldn't retire, but I give him a lot of credit because he wanted to see this thing through, and he's a huge role model to a lot of people now. And I think, I think people look up to him more so than they did before, just what he's gone through to try and get back and help this Avalanche team win. He didn't have to do it, but he did it for the good of the team and maybe to prove some people wrong. And hopefully things keep looking like they have been in the last little while. We can get him back, but just any type of minutes he can give us is going to be huge for us. And fingers crossed things keep going well. I'm just super happy as a really good friend of mine that he's doing better and things are trending in the right way.
Eric, I'm curious, pro sports is such a business. Why is this town so important to you? I've had a lot of guys tell me in the past, once you get traded once, everything changes. And yet it feels like Denver's the team that drafted you. Colorado's the team that drafted you, even though they weren't. Why is this franchise mean so much to you?
That's a great question. And you're right, because when you get drafted by a team, you automatically have a connection to that city. And that's how I felt when I was in St. Louis. I really, really loved my time there. And I was really disappointed when I got traded here just because I loved being in St. Louis so much. And then, after a while, I realized what a blessing it was and how grateful and fortunate I was to get traded to such a great city, organization, just type of people that are from here, and to boot, beautiful place to live, one of the best cities in the country. And I kind of felt like it was a little hidden gem for a while, and then it's kind of felt like it exploded the last, 10 years. At least that's how it feels when you sit on I-25 most days.
We noticed,
but, yeah, but it's just a special place to me. The way I've always been treated here, the fans have been so good to me. I just kind of feel like I'm their guy, and the feeling is mutual. I just love being here, and to be able to be traded back here is, I just pinch myself every day still that I have an opportunity to play for the Avs again, and just going to do everything I can to help the team win. But yeah, this just feels like home. It just feels right, and it feels like I was drafted here, and I've played here my entire career. I almost have 14 years or so here in Denver. So just unbelievable to be able to be a part of this organization and team, and to call Denver home. I've lived here in the off season the last 10 years now, so I've almost lived in Colorado more than I have in Minnesota, where I grew up. So it's just a special place to me, and I just love being an Av, love living in Denver, and love everything about it. Just love the people, love the fans, the organization, my teammates, and just really grateful to be able to play here.
EJ, speaking of those fans, you know that they hate the Dallas Stars. What did you say, Andy? With the heat, the burning heat of 1,000 suns.
5 suns. I hate Jamie Benn. If he's your bud, I'm sorry. I got a little goon hockey fan in me, so forgive me, EJ. But I love this team like you did, and I hate Jamie Benn, and I hate the Stars. And they took a couple from the Avs in the late '90s. One of them was the Borg team when he first got here. And I really hate that team and that jersey. So there you go.
Yes. Perfect illustration right there for you, EJ. So given that there is that kind of vitriol that exists, what kind of series do you expect this to be? What do you expect this matchup to be like?
Yeah, I think that's just kind of another part of staying even keel. I think no matter how much you dislike a team, it doesn't matter who you're playing. You still want to beat them because they're in the way of you getting to your ultimate goal. So I think you just focus on the task at hand, not who you're playing. I think we obviously scout and know who we're playing and know what we have to do to win and know how good they are. But for us, I think you just keep that even-keeled mindset, and we want to beat everybody that we play. So it doesn't particularly matter. I think it's more for the fans and for people outside of our locker room, and I think that's great. I think that's what makes hockey great and what makes the NHL rivalries great. But for us, it's just, another opponent that we have to beat, and that's just the job that we have to do. And they're a really good team, a great team, and we're going to have our hands full. But for us, it's just kind of maintaining that level of calmness and even keel that you just have to beat with whoever you're assigned to play, and not get too worried about any intangibles with it.
Yeah, it'd be terrible in your locker room. If you put 7-1 on them every time, I'd be good. This is the last one for me. We do appreciate your time. It's been good to talk to you. Moser and Vic are all big mad that apparently you came on with us, and they were bragging this morning what great pals you are. I'm curious, Eric, if you have big news, are you calling either Moser, Vic in your top 5 calls? Is that the kind of friends that they actually are?
They are. We are close. So I would give them the call, but Unfortunately, Vic was texting my old number, so I did not get the message. So I guess we're not that close after all.
Can't be that good of friends, obviously. By the way, EJ,
but Moser's at fault for that because Moser does have my new number, so he should have let Vic know.
That's a Moser move.
Look,
right
we're
there.
happy about it.
That he
Worked
wouldn't
out
share
for
it.
us.
Yeah, That's a total Moj move right there. He's not sharing that number. By the way, EJ, the other reason you had to join us on the show, I don't know if you know this or not. I'm assuming you do. But you're an award winner on our radio show. The most prestigious award that we give every single year is for the drop of the year, the little audio clips that we play on our show all the time. And you actually won it 3 years ago in the inaugural drop of the year contest for your pronunciation of our fine city. Spring, can you play it?
Denver.
Yes. You saying Denver.
Greatest of all time.
That is a drop of the year award winner. So we just wanted to bring you on to congratulate you for that. Now that you're back with the Avalanche, we can celebrate it a little bit more.
Thank you. That was definitely more coherent than I thought I sounded, so I'm happy about that.
Well, what do you say we do it again? We'll give it another try at another parade.
We just enjoyed how many extra syllables there were in the word
great.
right there. Eric Johnson, everybody. Big number 6 of the Colorado Avalanche, game 1 on Saturday. EJ, just do Andy a favor and just throw an elbow into Jamie Benn, okay?
Please.
Sounds good, guys. I appreciate you having me on.
All right, Eric Johnson stopping by the show right there. Great to have him on here on a Thursday afternoon. In all seriousness, that dude is nothing but business. That dude is just like, he is Captain Even Keel. That dude is just like, again, ask him about the emotional lift to Landeskog. He's a good hockey player. We're happy to have a good hockey player back on our team. Hey, Dallas Stars matchup, the faceless opponent. Like we have to play the game the right way, and that's how we're going to get this done. Like that steady kind of leadership is very useful in a dressing room.
Do you feel like they reacquired him just in case Landeskog didn't make it back to the ice? Because part of me wondered, I know he isn't the captain.
But getting a leader like that in the room.
You can't tell me he wasn't the top lieutenant.
I mean, the things that he's sage when you listen to him speak about the sport. Like, I'm not saying like he's all zen or anything like that. But again, the guy's played 55 playoff hockey games in his life. He knows what it's like when you get to this time of year. And when he talked about, how do you help the young guys deal with it? And basically his answer was like, don't get too keyed up. Don't make every shift bigger than it needs to be. The next thing is the most important thing, and that's what matters right now. And a guy that has played a billion hockey games like Eric Johnson has, I want to make sure I get the number right, 1,023 career NHL games and 55 career playoff games that he has played in his career. Like that's the guy that when he speaks, you'll take note of it. It's how he's made it this long.
Well, and again, you talked about it. Calm down, focus on the next thing. They probably could have used that at points during last year's playoff run. I know they had Cogliano, but I'm telling you, they could. He's going to bring another calmness to the room that I think they haven't had in a while.
Yeah,
frankly.
Yeah, it puts just a level of composure on the hockey team right there. That was great, man. Eric Johnson coming with us on the show today. We had Christian Brown earlier this week. We had Charlie Coyle last week. We've been doing some really good interviews here.
And they're fun people.
Yeah.
It's good to see that, Eric Johnson gets stuck in I-25 traffic like everybody else.
Just like
everybody else.
Yeah.
And it's also good to see that even though Vic and Moser apparently had a little hissy fit on the air this morning, that you don't have the right number. Oh, we're great friends. He texted the wrong number.
By the
way,
Vic. Connor, he's dunking on him too. He's got EJ's new number.
Well, Vic. Yeah! My friend. Pierce, you're out of the club.
Uh-huh. Spring's got EJ's number now, too. Mm-hmm.
Nah, I don't know about that. He's got Luke John's number.
Spring's doing just fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
How you feeling now, Spring, huh?
Weight off the shoulder.
Yeah, there was a little moment where you're like, oh, man, we're going to do this again.
He didn't call right at 4:30, and I was like, oh, God.
Were you feeling like Dempsey when we asked him about the bench guys?
You need to pull that.
That's a good drop. Uh-huh.
That might need to go up for drop of the year. I've never heard Chris Dempsey, like, hedge a bet. That was hedging every bet he had.
He really did.
I mean,
Yes. Spring, go ahead and pull that up, will you?
That sucker went on for a bit. I was like, are you singing a note? Are you Steven Tyler in something right there?
You really baffled him there for a
It
moment.
felt like, you know what? It felt Pearl Jam. It felt like Eddie Vedder. That's how long that thing went on before he decided to answer the question.
Except it was like if Tom Waits was doing a note
that's
that
true.
long.
Or if he got a cup check from a low inside fastball.
So, Demps talked about...
Well,
I
all right.
Wait, what
actually sounds like he's vomiting.
What was the question?
Just what bench guy are you
Oh,
going
yeah.
to tell us is going to rise to the occasion?
Yeah. What was that?
Because we kept trying to ask for someone not, you had said it like 3 times, not the 4 main guys.
Right. Give
And
that to me one more time.
Well,
Well,
all right. Is that an Iron Maiden song? What are you doing? That's coming up in December.
Dempsey's going to be in a death metal band.
Hey, Connor, you might have just been bumped. Well, sounds like the Offspring. La, la, la,
I was going to say, is he auditioning to be in a Linkin Park cover band? That was good.
Good?
That was good. I enjoyed that.
Good.
Mhm.
Good.
It was good. He thinks Strother plays.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm all the way there yet.
Also, this is what I'll say about the DJ thing. The Clippers' second unit plays small. Like, they take Zubats off the floor. Like, I don't know if they're going to have a backup big really play in this series. Batum will essentially be their backup big if his groin's okay and he plays. So it's like, all right, how's that matchup going to work? I could see Adelman doing exactly what Dempsey said in game 1. Going 9 deep, using DJ, trying to get the rebound and size advantage, and it will be to be determined how well that works. If they get killed like early in the second quarter of game 1, I could see Adelman going away from it by the second half. It could be Aaron Gordon then as the backup 5 in that situation. Interesting that he talked about Strother over Pickett. I would play Pickett.
Well, and look, to your point, he brought up Westbrook. And yes, I think Westbrook gets first crack. But
Right.
I think unlike Michael Malone, if Westbrook were to if you were to have a half, what team was it where he had the half? Was it Memphis where it wasn't going so well, or was it the game before? Adelman's first game, right?
It was Adelman's first game, the Sacramento game.
Sacramento.
Mhm.
If it's going poorly in the first half, he will play somebody else.
Yeah.
I don't think he's coming off that.
No, I completely agree with that.
And that's not just Westbrook, that's any of them.
And going back to the Russ thing, I worry about how keyed up he's going to be because I don't think he always plays well in that situation. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. You know that I love digging through roller.bid and finding out what the new auctions available to bid are. And there is bidding available right now on this corporate housing unit furniture. Corporate housing unit furniture auction includes sofas, love seats, side chairs, buffets, side tables, kitchen tables and chairs, small appliances, home decor, and much more. Go click on this right now at roller.bid. Some terrific deals available to you. These are gently used couches, chairs, love seats. I see a sectional in there. Go to roller.bid and check this all out. Phenomenal selection of coffee tables, by the way. You can write a coffee table book about coffee tables with these coffee tables. They're all available to bid right now. Roller.bid is the website for Roller Auction. This is the corporate housing unit furniture auction available to bid right now. Again, you want to go to roller.bid to check it out. Coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock, Dion Sanders has been asked and has reacted to the retiring of Shedeur Sanders' number up at the University of Colorado. We'll play that audio coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. There's a lot of there. But right now, it's time for football news. The 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. The Paytons. No more waiting for the Paytons. They did their talking today. Spring, what do we got?
We start with George Payton in the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Both Paytons talking to the media today ahead of the NFL draft. And George Payton was asked, are they talking with teams about trading either up or back from their first-round pick at 20 leading up to the draft? Or is that something that will happen the day of the draft or even once the draft gets started? Here's George.
I would say both, really. I mean, we've made calls, this week you make a lot of calls. And then, next week, the more serious calls, hey, if this player's here, we want to move up or what have you. So, I've talked to most every GM in the NFL, kind of set the table, set the plan. Hey, if your player's here, when you move up, what's the range? And so you start talking parameters. I would say it gets more serious next week. And then really draft day. Sometimes maybe you haven't heard from a team and someone's just, they really want to come up and they're aggressive. Their players there. And so I would say, this week, next, and then draft day, all three.
Yeah. So based on that answer, Andy, I see it shaking out this way. If the player's there that starts to fall that they love, they could trade up. However, if somebody behind them is eager, Denver could potentially move back. There's also a third option where they stay at number 20 and they make their pick.
I'm glad you covered the bases. I
yes.
like that thinking by you.
Uh-huh. Thorough.
How do I phrase this to keep this succinct? You know me, that's my specialty. Let's say Genty and Warren are gone. I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
If somebody comes calling with a first-round pick next year and gives you their second, you got to do it. Double up on first next year, still pick fairly high in the second round. I'm saying Genty and Warren are gone. Is there any player that you wouldn't trade out of this round to have 2 firsts next year?
Oh, if there's a planet where somebody is giving you a future one, you absolutely do it. I don't know if 20 fetches a future one or not.
It depends on if Shedeur is falling.
Right.
That would probably be the scenario.
That would be the scenario.
And someone wants in front of Pittsburgh because you have 20.
But like if you could go back in the 20s and potentially add another top 100, another top 120 pick or something like that.
Sure.
You absolutely have to look at it. One of the things about it's funny, and I've been thinking about this week. Like, is George Payton a good drafter? Is the George Payton and Sean Payton combination, are these guys good drafters? And my answer to it, Andy, is honestly, like, if I'm going to be completely fair about it, it's kind of incomplete. And it's largely just because they haven't had any friggin' picks.
Right.
Like, their 2023 draft, they took 5 players. And, 2 of them are depth guys, and Skinner and Forsythe. Moss is a starter, Mims is a starter, and an excellent special teams player, and then Drew Sanders, he's been injured, so who really knows? Like, that was a draft 2 years ago. Last year's draft, a lot of it's going to depend on what is the next step that is going to be taking. The 22 draft, the first one that this group did together, wasn't that good. It really wasn't. Like, after Nick Bonito, and that's a great pick, pretty big fall off right there. Like, Wattenberg's the only other starter, really the only regular that you got in that draft. And some of this just goes to they haven't had premium picks, and they just haven't had that many picks in general.
Well, and you've been switching coaches, quarterbacks,
exactly.
all the crap we don't need to go back over again. I do believe George Payton is a good drafter. I do believe they've gotten good value in the later rounds. I do think Sean Payton needs to be willing to play him a little sooner, because part of us in there party it. Couldn't you have unlocked Mims and Moss a little bit earlier than you did?
I got to be honest with you, Andy. They don't get that much value in the later rounds. They really don't.
You don't think Moss was good value?
He's a third rounder. Like, well, I do not consider that later round.
I'm so scarred by the history of the last 10 years.
Right.
Getting value in the third round is a deal.
Yeah.
So,
like Devon Vele, great value in a later round, but like that's kind of it.
Who was that cornerback that they got late last year? I'm kind of he ended up playing.
Chris Abrams-Drain.
I'm encouraged by what he's brought to the team.
Right.
I think he could be good. You're right. Drew Sanders is a definite, maybe right now. But
Yeah, lot of maybes right there. And the late round stuff is tricky to begin with. But again, it just kind of comes down to they just haven't had enough picks.
No, you're right. So trade back, get more. I'm all for it.
Yeah. I think that's what they need to do with where this team is at right now. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Sean Payton was asked about his philosophy on drafting a running back in the first round. Now, his first year as head coach of the Saints, they took Reggie Bush, second overall, and then they drafted a running back in the first round in 2011, Mark Ingram, 28th.
Those were both pretty good.
Overall. So here is Sean on his philosophy.
It's all about your vision and your vision for the player. I think there is this feeling oftentimes that there are certain positions that may be more available every offseason than others, and yet you've got to look at the ability and look at I remember the selection of Reggie and how that evolved very clearly. And Ingram, our plan was to take Mark at 22, and then Cam Jordan fell to us. We kind of still didn't want to lose track of the Ingram thing, and then we traded back in. So I think if you have a real clear vision for how you want to use them, I think it's just the team's feeling for how good that player is and what type of career we think we can have. And then sometimes it's just the way the draft unfolds. Sometimes you don't take one. It's not because you don't want to take one. It's just that maybe another position landed in your lap. So a lot of it is your team and then the player specifically.
I think what I took out of that is if a running back that Sean Payton loves is there at number 20, he'll take him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that he is necessarily averse to using a first rounder on a running back. That's what I heard right there.
The Bo Nix thing shows us last year, and I'd love to – I don't have a lot from his Saints days, but the Bo Nix thing shows us if I see the clear role as he laid out right there, I'm taking you wherever I'm taking you. I don't care what conventional thinking is. Yeah. And if that's a running back at 20, cool. If they were to go – Quinyon Judkins, who many think is a second-round guy. If Sean thinks that's his dude, he'll take him at 20, and he won't care. But you know what? What he said right there, every NFL team should be using, period. Draft the guy you got the clear vision for. Right. Even if it's going to take a couple years of coaching, this is what I think he can be. I don't think enough teams do that sometimes.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
This one.
Browns GM Andrew Berry talking to the media today. The Browns are likely to select Travis Hunter with the second overall pick. Andrew Berry brought up Shohei Ohtani when talking about Travis Hunter, said he's a unicorn and that he is great on both sides of the ball, like Ohtani's a great pitcher and a great hitter. But Andrew Berry was asked about Travis Hunter being very clear that he wants to play both sides of the ball in the NFL. Here's Browns GM Andrew Berry.
So I think one of the things that is you can't probably fully appreciate until you actually see Travis play live is just his elite conditioning. Going out and seeing him play at Colorado, he really never comes off the field, and it's unbelievable because there are more plays in a college game than there is a pro game, and it's like the guy he barely pants like that, like that type of thing. So it's quite incredible. That being said, what he would attempt to do has not been really done in our league, but we wouldn't necessarily put a cap or a governor in terms of what he could do. We would want to be smart in terms of how we started him out. I think I've mentioned before, we would see his first home as receiver and his second home, on the defense side of the ball.
Dude, from yesterday, Governor. As soon as he said that, I thought, Governor. Anyway, that's interesting though that they said they see him receiver first. You think that's what he wants?
That doesn't. All right, that doesn't add up for me for how to maximize his NFL career as a two-way player.
I would agree.
Like, I just think part-time DB is way more difficult than part-time wide receiver.
Because, again, part-time wide receiver, for those wondering, you only have to learn a couple, 3 routes.
Sure.
Whereas now, I'm with you. What is he, the nickel here and there?
You still have to know the whole game plan
at some point.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You're right. You can't go blowing coverages.
Yeah.
I don't know that the secondary coach is going to be, you blow a coverage one time, that's that.
Yeah. But also, that's a franchise whose offense absolutely sucks and needs help on that side of the ball. So
he doesn't get winded, though. It's amazing.
He doesn't.
Can I tie these two stories for you together?
Go
real
for
quick,
it.
Spring. So Spring has got Aaron Rodgers went on McAfee, still undecided.
Yeah.
Yada yada yada. Thought it was interesting because he said he told teams, "I'll take $10 million to play," but I keep telling you. Last story, Brock Purdy, unlikely to accept Niners' latest offer. I still think there could be a place where an Aaron Rodgers and the 49ers could get together. If this Purdy thing drags out, that's his home.
That would be crazy, right?
It would be crazy, but I don't think it's out of the question because there's clearly something he's not completely in love with about Pittsburgh.
No, you're right about that. Absolutely. And also, we're not totally sure if the Steelers are completely in love with him either.
enough.
Yeah. I just think everybody's looking at it and just going, do we really want, do we need to deal with this? Is whatever short, because it's only a short-term solution, is whatever short-term bump we get out of a guy who looked like a mediocre quarterback last year anyway, is that worth everything else that comes along with it? Or do we just set our sights on the next stage for our franchise? I think that's what Pittsburgh needs to do. I don't know if they're going to listen, but I think that's absolutely what they need to do. Dion's reaction to the hubbub about the number retirement of Shedeur Sanders. We'll get to that coming up here on the other side. Plus, the Rockies made a move today. Somebody lost their job. Is it going to make a lick of difference? We'll talk about all of that, as well as Nuggets Clippers, as well as Avalanche Stars. It's all happening on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. So one of the more contentious, polarizing stories of the week has been the decision by the University of Colorado to retire two numbers from last year's 9-win team. That being the numbers of the Heisman Trophy winning Shedeur Sanders, the Heisman Trophy winning Travis Hunter, number 12, and the quarterback Shedeur Sanders, number 2. Colorado decided to retire both of those numbers. Quick pause. Andy, you want to retire the number of a Heisman Trophy winner? 2 thumbs up from me.
Tough to argue.
Yeah, absolutely. He just put together one of the greatest seasons anyone has ever seen in college football. You retire that number. He's a luminary. He will live on in the all time in the annals of the program.
Yeah, and I will say this, because he's going to end up being maybe the most unique player you've ever had play there.
Right.
An absolute two-way stud, the likes of which nobody has seen, to where, again, an NFL general manager in the last segment from spring just compared him to Shohei Ohtani.
Yep, and that's his brilliance. By the way, Ohtani hit a couple of just moonshots against the Rockies this week.
Jeez, man.
That one he hit last night was, whew, he murdered that ball. He's so friggin' good. And you talked about it, man. When he steps into the box, it's electric.
Yeah, it's like the rock band about ready to take the stage.
You can't look away. It's awesome when you watch that guy play the game. He lives up to the hype. All right, the retiring of Shedeur's number. It's been met with some derision, I would say. Well, Dion held a press conference today and was asked about it, and he defended the university's or the athletic department, the athletic administration's decision to retire Shedeur Sanders' number. Roll it, Spring.
Retired jerseys can be a sore subject.
Not
some
really.
alums.
This is the first time I ever seen it sore. I don't know if you know it, but I'm retired. I think every jersey during I played in is retired. So I'm pretty familiar with this. So it's never been sore.
But why do you think that? What was your message like? Maybe Buff Nation and Buff alums who are
I don't have
why
a message. I'm praying for my AD. I love him to life, Rick George. Let's get the elephant out the room. I don't want to talk about this too long. I'm going to just talk briefly and let it go. We talk about Shedeur. We ain't talking about nobody else. But his last name wasn't Sanders, we wouldn't have this discussion. The only reason we were having this discussion is his last name is Sanders. Okay? That's it. It's been so many things accomplished at this university expeditiously. It's been unbelievable. And I think we should be appreciative. We should be thankful. We have a room full of wonderful people that covers us. And I don't know if you all were in this room 2-3 years ago. Very few. Okay, but it's a new day. We're doing things a little different. I think the training table, I think the food is better. Nobody said nothing about that. It's a whole lot of things that are brighter and they're better because someone stands on business and makes it that way. And he is resilient when it comes to it being that way because everything we do is to improve everything for us. I think it was hot in here one time. I said, let's turn the darn air conditioner on our night game, right? The next time we came in, what happened? I think about those details because it don't just benefit me. It benefits what? All of us. So if all of us are happy, all of us should be happy. I'm not going to be critical of you because I didn't get what I want. I don't get down like that. And the root to all of it is personal. Sometimes we got to get out the way, man, and just be thankful for our people, others. Love that neighbor as thyself. That's what the Bible told me. If we loved that neighbor truly, we wouldn't have a problem with nobody else.
Because this should be a big honor for him, and yet it's being met with this. How's
he don't care. Let's get this straight. He's a Sanders. He don't care. Travis don't either. I don't either. I think it's a beautiful day, blessed day. These guys are thinking about the draft, man. They thinking about where they're going to spend their career. That's what they're on right now. But we're thankful that Buff Nation has been gracious. They've been wonderful. I feel like we have the best fan base ever, especially over the last 2 years. I can't comment before because I wasn't here. So it's hard for me to attach myself to something that wasn't because I was not here. But the last 2 years has been phenomenal, man. It's going to be a better place. That's why I call it home now. I get mail here. I don't know if y'all know it or not.
Hey, Coach.
Something about a kickstand, something. Okay. A lot of stuff in there, all right? Andy, let's just start from the top. Every jersey that Dion has played in has been retired. Yeah, that's because you're one of the greatest football players that ever lived. That has nothing to do with this conversation.
Like Travis Hunter, you were something we'd never seen in college football when you were in your prime.
Yes. I'm glad that he recognized that this conversation is about Shedeur and it's not about Travis Hunter.
Yep, he cut to the chase there.
Nobody has a problem with a Heisman Trophy's number being retired. He said if his last name wasn't Sanders, you wouldn't be up in arms over this. My question, if his last name wasn't Sanders, would you have retired his number?
Doesn't feel that way. Not if you just strictly look at the statistics.
I mean,
and the wins and the losses.
13 wins over 2 years.
What did you tell me about the Power 5?
10-12 record against Power 4 opponents. Yeah. Not a unanimous All-American or anything else like that.
No trophy.
Not a Heisman Trophy finalist. He wasn't any of those things. Again, you would not have retired his number if not for the last name. That's where the optics are bad on this. Joel Klatt, when he talked about this on First Things First on Fox Sports, said that this is not a good look for the university. He said, quote, I think it cheapens what you're trying to do. The only people on the outside who are going to agree on is Travis because he won the Heisman with Shedeur. From the outside looking in, it is too easy to say, would this happen if he had a different name on his back? That discourse becomes a disservice to Shedeur. I completely agree with that. I do think this is largely a disservice to Shedeur Sanders. Then he goes on to talk about more media in the room. The food is better. They turn on the air conditioning now or whatever. Okay. Let's cut through what he's actually talking about right there. He's talking about greater visibility on the program, greater financial viability of the program. More people are interested in the program, and we know that. We know that absolutely for a fact. There is no denying all of that. However, exponentially increasing the number of Instagram followers that a college football program has, is that justification to retire a number which many people, and myself included, view as purely what did you do on the football field and where does that stand in the pantheon of the all-time greats that have come before you?
Yeah, again, and you talked about it. He talks about things as a whole, and there's nobody who's going to sit here and argue with Dion Sanders that Colorado matters in football because of you.
Yeah.
There's no denying that.
And Shedeur is a massive part of it, just like Travis is a massive part of it.
But, look, they can name the field after you when this is all said and done.
Yeah.
There's a way to honor his legacy once he's done, whatever that ends up being right now. But I think most of the Buff players that have sounded off about this have said it's just too soon. Why was there no waiting? Literally everything else has a waiting period. Halls of Fame have 5-year waiting periods. The Broncos Ring of Honor has a 5-year waiting period, right?
Yeah.
The Ring of Fame, I should call it. But to just do this right now, and look, the other thing that I still think is interesting, why at the spring game? I mean, we know why, to try to sell tickets.
Sure.
But this is, Travis deserves the honor. We talked about it yesterday or the other day. Why not do it at a big football game? Why not do it with national? Now, ESPN's going to be out there Saturday, but we're also going to have a lot of snow. I'm not even sure what this thing's going to turn into with the weather Saturday.
Did you see what Tyler posted about this?
I did not.
Okay, our buddy Tyler Polumbus posted this. He said, the vitriol from former players regarding CU retiring number 2 is loud. I think most, including myself, believe he deserves the honor. Eventually, bypassing the line, bypassing number 2 Dion figures does not make sense. So many all-time greats that deserve the honor and have waited their turn. Why so fast? 0 waiting period. Feels like the first blunder of the Coach Prime era that has upset alumni. Like, this is where there's an issue right here, and this is where I think Dion's response to it is so tone deaf. And where I think Rick George, what he decided is so tone deaf, even though, according to Joel Klatt, Joel told him before the announcement was made, this is a bad look, dude. That this is not going to go well for you. Is the idea of like, okay, if you're retiring numbers, I think everyone's going to put Travis Hunter at the very top of the list of the greatest players to ever play at Colorado. Shedeur Sanders is very high on the list. He's very high on the list. There's no denying that, okay? But what people are going to do, and what this is one of those things where this becomes sacrosanct. This doesn't become about what you've accomplished on Instagram or on reality television. This is what matters to the University of Colorado football program is like, he goes over Darian Hagan. He goes over Cordell Stewart. Oh, he goes over Mike Pritchard. He literally goes over Deion Figures or Alfred Williams, like who both of them college football Hall of Famers, and again, like that's where this becomes problematic of like, oh, we're looking at retiring numbers. You have a 135-year history, and you're so laser focused on the recency bias of what is happening right now, and nobody disputes the importance of what it all means, but where does it fit into the greater context? A number retirement in its very nature, that suggests we're talking about the entire breadth, the entire volume of Colorado football. And you're ignoring some of it and simply dispatching the value of a lot of it.
Yeah, so I pulled up Coy Detmer. I mean, I'll throw another name out there. Let's just, because I like how you kept it in the quarterback sphere. Coy Detmer ultimately threw for 5,390 yards, set a school record with 40 passing touchdowns. What do we know what Shedeur? I feel like Shedeur had a lot of them.
I believe he has both those records now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but Coy Detmer played.
Shedeur's an all-time great.
He is.
There's no denying it.
But you had more team success as far as there are guys that led you to more
national championships, Big 12 championships,
conference championships,
Big 8 championships,
bowl wins,
yes.
things like that simply don't exist here. Here would be my only question, okay? Is this the bar that you want to set? It's not all on Shedeur, how much you won or lost. There's plenty of games where he gave you plenty of offense and you didn't have the defense to hold up, or
of course
his stats or whatever it is. But at the end of the day, what did you say? 13 and 12?
Yeah, he had 13 wins.
Okay. That feels like a tough standard to set.
Right.
For what happens if Juju, who's up there now, the freshman kid, starts 3 years. Let's just say there's enough NIL money. He decides to hang out for one more year than Sanders, and then he eclipses what we're talking about now. What
if he wins 14 games and then transfers to an SEC school?
Well,
then what do you do?
Well,
yeah.
So
these are the questions that people are going to ask. Again, we know what the answers to this are, okay? This was done as a Sanders family honor for what Rick George considers to be the grand turnaround of the program. He's not wrong about it. I just think there's many, many ways to honor it that aren't dishonoring the past at CU.
All right. I mean, you could name portions of the stadium. You could, there's a lot of ways to do it, right? I guess it's already Folsom Field, so you'd have to get tricky with your wording. But here's the other look. Is this a message from Dion to some of these alumni? If the money's coming in and you're worried about the alumni financially backing you, do you do this? Or is this proof that I don't care who I upset because you're not necessarily giving me the cash I need anyway to keep this thing rolling?
I mean, Andy, you're on the sideline every single Saturday. How many CU greats are roaming the sidelines on a Saturday?
There's so many stars of other ilk
right,
that I can't get over there half the time. I see Daniel Graham all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I see J.J. Flanagan every now and again. Westbrook shows up fairly regularly, right? But to your point, I felt like I saw a lot more returning alumni a year ago, at least in the tunnel, especially post-game, than what I saw this past season.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah. That's where I think that Dion is, again, missing the mark on what this decision is and what it says about this program.
One last thing, though, just to try to balance both sides. Look, for me, the thing that kind of, if there's a guy I hurt for a little bit, it is Deion Figures, because I just don't think people remember what a great player he was, and they happen to have the same number.
Yeah.
That aside, look, it's funny because I'm looking up the Coy Detmer, and I forgot how long he played for the Eagles, but guy played there 4 years. Are we going to have to accept that? Like, what is going to be the standard college career? Do you think it'll extend out with NIL, or is it just going to be 2 years and it's good?
Oh, no. I guys are playing longer in college football
I know
now.
some are.
Yeah.
But a guy like Coy, who the NFL finally wanted.
Yeah.
Shedeur, who the NFL wants. Cordell, the NFL wanted. How long do you think they're going to? Not everyone's going to be Peyton Manning, who stays for 4 years.
I think
it's just wild to me that a guy would play there 2 years and you're retiring. It just doesn't feel like a long time to me. And yet if you're a really good player, that's kind of what you do, right?
If you know you're going to go in the first, yeah. Yeah. If you're going to go a little bit later, you hang out and you get every NIL dollar you possibly can.
Try to make it to 26.
Hey, somebody got fired over at Coors Field today. There was a firing. This 3-15 is not acceptable. How high up on the ladder did they go? We'll tell you next. Oh, we're having all kinds of good times here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. If you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, stop into Good Times. Today, for a Good Times fish fry sandwich, it's a light and flaky whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich is available for a limited time at Good Times. Today, heads rolled, Andy, down there at 20th and Blake. An 0-6 road trip, going 32 2/3 innings without scoring a run, getting swept by the Padres without scoring a single run. It was time for the axe to fall. And it did, as hitting coach Hensley Mullins has been relieved of his duties. Team is last in the National League in runs scored, home runs, and number 1 in strikeouts with an MLB worst 3-15 record. He will be replaced by former Rockies manager Clint Hurdle for the remainder of the season. All right. We were talking about this with the fellas during crosstalk earlier in the show, earlier today, Andy, and did Hensley Mullins deserve to lose his job? Yes. Yes, he did.
When you go a whole series not scoring, you're probably in trouble.
Yeah. The objectives which you were hired to achieve at your job have not been met. Okay? So, yes, Hensley Mullins deserved to lose his job. Now, if you're asking the question, did Hensley Mullins deserve to be the fall guy for an 0-6 road trip where they were embarrassed and a 3-15 start to the year? No, probably not. I would kind of look over at the people that, I don't know, constructed the roster and say they're the biggest problem here. But also, Hensley Mullins was not doing his job well. And he was fired today. I can't push back on it. Clint Hurdle's going to step in and be the hitting coach. Andy, he's got his hands full. I got some numbers here for you. Rockies have the highest chase rate in baseball. So they swing at more pitches outside the zone than any other team. They have the highest whiff rate, the highest swing and miss rate in baseball. And they have the third highest swing rate. So they're aggressive.
And missing everything.
But they miss a lot. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That wasn't a Rockies hit.
No, it sure wasn't. Now, you look at how bad things are. Brenton Doyle didn't play the entire road trip until he pinch hit last night and he struck out. By the way, it was like an 8-7 game last night. And then did you notice what happened was the Dodgers put their A bullpen in there in high leverage situations, and they struck out the Rockies 5 times in the 8th and 9th inning last night.
Making
so it was
sure
just
that final run was not scored.
Exactly. So 8-7. Tovar's got a hip injury now. He didn't play last night. Braxton Fulford, who's your catcher who you just called up, poor kid got a sombrero in his first big league game. That's pretty forgettable. Ryan McMahon was 1 for 5 last night, but he also struck out 4 times. He's 6th in baseball in strikeout rate. Michael Toglia hit a grand slam last night, which was really cool. He also leads the major leagues in strikeout rate. He is currently on pace to strike out 305 times.
Is that a record?
The record is held by erstwhile Rocky Mark Reynolds. When he was with Arizona, he once struck out 223 times in a season. So we're talking about destroying that record right now.
Breaking the record around the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Trade deadline.
Like last night, Sean Bouchard, Zach Veen wasn't in the lineup last night, but he pinch run. Toglia, Braxton Fulford, Adel Amador. Like, these guys are overmatched. And here's what I wonder about is their growth and development going to be stunted because they aren't ready to be facing major league pitching every single day? Because right now, it looks like a lot of these guys aren't ready to be facing major league pitching every single day.
Well, that's a problem, Nate, because you don't have anybody else to take their place.
Right. That's just it.
Can't send them back down now.
Nope.
What are you going to do? And look, I can't imagine. It feels like they are grabbing anybody they can to come up and try to hit. By the way, you asked me this question the other day, and I can't figure it out other than he's in Albuquerque. What happened to Drew Romo? What was his name?
Braxton Fulford.
Fulford. Why was he called up and not Drew Romo? Because best I could tell when you had asked me, I Googled it. He appears to be in Albuquerque. Wasn't Romo supposed to be the dude?
He was supposed to be. I think it's gone a little sideways. And this is, again, like all of this losing and all of these prime draft picks that you've collected, and this is what they've got to show for it right now.
And now, didn't Spring send us something beginning of the year where for anti-tanking rules, they can't occupy the top spot even though they're terrible?
I don't believe they can have a top 10 pick this year. Yeah.
Yeah, but highest they can draft is 10th.
10th.
And didn't you tell the guys beginning of the show, that they're on, 27 games they're set to win?
They're on a 27 win pace right now.
Now, obviously, they'll probably get hot. Every team seems to have a good 2 weeks of baseball minimum.
There's got to be a good 2 weeks
There's
somewhere,
gotta
right?
be somewhere where they all just kind of see it, put it together, maybe run into some teams not feeling it, tired from the sun in the summer, whatever.
Yeah.
That pushes you towards 40 wins. Thank you, Chris Dempsey. Geez, that almost sounds like an exorcist completely out of context. You know that? I feel like the witch from The Ring just showed up or something.
Can we?
That was a reaction to a question from Chris Dempsey. If you missed it at 4:00,
Spring, we got to play the Freddie Freeman homer again. Corey Sullivan is hyping up Herman and how good he's been at Dodger Stadium, and then Shohei goes deep. But the timing on the Goodman one is incredible. Freddie Freeman batting third last night. Drew Goodman trying to reconvene the conversation about how well Herman Marquez has pitched at Dodger Stadium in his career.
Back-to-back multiple hit ball games in this series. So I was saying a moment ago when you mentioned how well Herman has pitched.
Oh, boy. Shouldn't have brought this back up.
Like his sentence was interrupted by a sonic crack of a bat.
Freddie Freeman, who's a little hobbled, decided, I'm not going to test the ankle on this trot around the bases. Let me send this onto the highway.
I'll be just fine. Uh-huh. Yeah. Happened to Corey Sullivan earlier in the inning, too. Hype it up, Herman, and then Shohei deposited one many rows deep into the seats.
And then this is what the outfielder sounded like as he watched it fly over the fence, Chris. Oh, you don't want to play it one more time? That thing is frightening.
Give me.
I don't know. You're going to startle me with that now that you've got it a little bit. When it comes out of nowhere, it's kind of creepy.
What was the question? It was which Nuggets?
Just like, give me a bench player that could show up for them, that could really help in this thing. Give me the Christian Brown of what we hope is this playoff run.
By the way, tomorrow on the show, we have to revisit Andy's rant to Eric Johnson from earlier today. It was
I think even he was a take it back. He was like, wow, this guy's really tense. Meanwhile, he comes back. Let's play the answer, too, because he's like, well, first off, you have to be level-headed, guy. I was like, nope, no, I will not.
It was a great moment of radio.
I think he was overwhelmed. Anybody would have that kind of hate in his heart. I think I scared him a little bit.
He's probably down there just being like, these guys, like I'm the one getting sticks and elbows in the face. What is this guy so mad
he's
about?
done nothing to you.
What's this guy's deal?
Yeah, I hate Jamie Benn. I made it pretty clear.
Yeah. I think you even dropped a sorry if he's your friend.
Oh, I didn't know. They could be pals. I don't care who your friend is. I hate the guy. I know you don't know me, but I'll tell you what you need to know about me. I hate Jamie Benn.
Watch like Jamie Benn donated a kidney to his.
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, you're right. Some life-saving maneuver. He was there with the pint of blood at the exact right time. Perfect, great.
I don't know if you know this. Jamie Benn rescued my dog from a burning building.
Well, I'm the godfather to his kid. Should have backed out.
Yeah, well, I still hate him.
I don't care.
That's going to do it for us this afternoon. That was a fun radio show. I look forward to doing it tomorrow from 3 to 6. The Blitz is coming up next, Berto and Spring. Man, Mark Bertinoli's got to love this playoff schedule, doesn't he, folks?